on, guys. I gotta fix my headphones. All right. We're a little late. I'm running a little late, but that's fine because that means I can play the debate, 1.5 speed sometimes, pause it sometimes, play at normal speed sometimes. If I don't know if this guy's going to talk fast or what, but we're going to be watching. It's been a while since I've done a live Andrew Wilson debate review or any live debate review. It's been a minute. Used to do them frequently, but just cut myself. It's going to be Andrew Wilson versus a Mormon. I guess we've reviewed Pierce Morgan, Andrew Wilson stuff. Just about to go Spurg on Jeff's panel. Thanks for saving me from that. Well, if you're trying to, I'm not going to be having the Discord open. I'm going to be watching the debate. And reviewing it. So you might still want to, if you're trying to talk to people and get on a panel, you probably will still want to do that. All right, before we start this.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can do.
Again, round 2 this evening for another fun debate. I have with me Andrew from the Crucible and Chaplain Land.
We're just in time. Okay, let me pop this out. Go theater mode. Theater mode. So this debate is going to be on Sarah the Raging Tomatoes channel. It's live. It's happening right now. Andrew Wilson versus Lance O'Neill, best chaplain in the world. 2 Pogs save the world. I don't know what that means. He's a Mormon chaplain. I didn't even know they had chaplains. I know they got the elders, they got the bishops. Chaplain. I guess that would just be each. I mean, that really doesn't mean much because there's a Mormon church on every block. They have to have a required amount of Mormon temples per population, per a certain amount of people here in Utah. So you'll notice in all of the residential ticky-tack neighborhoods, every quarter mile, there's a Mormon temple inside of the residential neighborhood. So a private builder will come in and build a residential neighborhood, and they'll have a church every 4 blocks. Maybe I'm exaggerating, not every 4 blocks, but if you get up on a hill, you can see them steeple, all throughout a residential neighborhood. It's wild. And then every so many houses, they build a church. And then so many houses, they'll build a church. For every certain, it's every 2,000 people or something, there has to be a church built. But we're going to watch this debate. He's debating a Mormon. Hold on one second. Window capture. Google. Okay. Hold on one moment, y'all. Because I got to go get my coffee. This needs to be underneath this. Yes. How do I make this bigger? Yeah, I think that looks good, actually. Yep. Okay. And then turn this off. Then we add window capture. Oh, I need to lock this. I need to lock that. Lock. Okay. That's locked. I think. Okay. Sorry, guys. 1 second. I'm just getting stuff figured out. Okay. Before we hit play, let me go get my coffee. I will be right back. I got wings to eat. I got some wings to eat. While we watch this. See, unlike Hassan, when I do a chair stream, we don't leave the video playing while I'm gone. You just have to sit and stare at my chair until I get back. All right. Let's get into this. Who's here? Just out of line. People left probably because they're staring at my chair. I get it. All right. Let's get into this debate. Where'd it go?
Lance O'Neill from Two Pogs Save the World, here to debate the concept or the question, was Joseph Smith a false prophet?
Yes.
Andrew, would you like to begin with your opening statement, please?
But Andrew's not a Bible
Hang on a
thumper,
second. I just
so
want to make sure that I'm all good and live on my end. I've
Sure.
been having some issues with
so like I would go to the
so
biblical
1 second.
definitions of what a prophet is.
We're all good.
I need to check mine and make sure my 17 followers are watching.
I don't have the
Yours is
examples offhand
connected
for
and
you.
should from my end, yours is operating.
I mean, I don't have the
Yes,
verses.
I see yours is
But the
live.
examples are.
Just give me 1 second here, please.
Yep, take your time. Oh, yours is live on that end.
All right,
I see it.
appreciate it.
If a prophet
All
makes
right.
an inaccurate
I'm all
prophecy,
set.
he's not a
Wherever you
prophet.
guys are.
I'm going to go get my Book of Mormon because I want to show you guys something while we get into it. All right. I'll show you here in a little while because hopefully they get into this, what a prophet is and what defines a false prophet biblically. Because if you make a prophecy and it's inaccurate, you're not a prophet. If you claim something's a prophecy and it doesn't come true, that's a sign that you're not a prophet. You can judge them by their fruits as well. But I'll show you some ways we can know that Joseph Smith is not a prophet in the Book of Mormon. Well, in the Pearl of Great Price, to be specific. But let's listen to Andrew's opening now.
Opening statement to you, Andrew.
Okay. Today's debate is going to be a little different than most people are used to from me. I'm often considered
He's going to Bible
a
thump
brutal debater,
and do theology. He usually doesn't.
with my logic and rhetoric. Though first and foremost, I strive to be a better logician every day. I first want to just address the many thousands of Mormons I know who will end up watching this debate. I want you all to know that Jesus Christ loves you, and that the church which was established by Christ, the Orthodox Church, wants nothing more than to see you come home. This will be an attack at the very heart of the pillars of your faith, but not done out of malice. Instead, it's going to be done out of love. I will try my best to make the compelling logical arguments I can to persuade all of you of the false nature of the Mormon Church and to destroy those pillars, not because I want to destroy your way of life or to hurt you,
I want to
but
help
because
you.
it's the only way I know of how to
save
set
you.
people on the path to finding the true Church of Christ. With that, I want to move into my arguments of the evening. Remember, in logic, one of the three laws is the law of excluded middle. This law states that a proposition must be either
and the lack
or
of
its negation is
credible
true.
witness accounts,
It can't be in between those two
the
things.
forgeries.
In this case, Joseph Smith was either a prophet or he wasn't. There is no in between. He can't be kind of a prophet.
Lack
or
of
kind not
accuracy in a prophecy.
He either was or he wasn't. He either is or the negation of that, which is that he was not.
Look,
A week ago today, I had
I'll
a
show you my
revelation.
notes.
The angel Macaroni came to me in a dream and told me to rewrite certain passages in the book of Genesis to predict my own coming as a herald and a prophet of a new testimony to God. He did this by pointing this verse from the Mormon Bible, Genesis 50. And that seer will I bless, and they that seek to destroy him shall be confounded. For this promise I give unto you, for I will remember you from generation to generation, and his name shall be called Joseph, and it shall be after the name of his father, that he shall be like unto you. For the thing which the Lord shall bring forth by his hand shall bring my people unto salvation. The angel Macaroni asked me to change the name Joseph to Andrew, and also that Andrew won't be named after his father. The new verse goes like this: and that seer will I bless. And
so this is a take on Joseph Smith's origin story of Mormonism. Instead of macaroni, it's the angel Moroni. If you saw it in my thumbnail, that gold statue that they put on all the temples of the guy blowing the trumpet, it's on the top of our city county government building. It's on the top of all the temples. There's a guy blowing a trumpet, a gold guy. Crazy story. The only earthquake I've ever experienced was here in Salt Lake City. It was like 3 or 4 years ago. There was a big earthquake, and messed up the foundations of the Mormon temple, the main Mormon temple, which is here in Salt Lake City. And the statue of Moroni on the top, his golden trumpet broke off and fell to the ground, which I think is kind of symbolic. God was making a little bit of a statement there. But I'm going to show you some things here in the Pearl of Great Price that destroy the fact that Joseph Smith was a prophet. But this is the most damning evidence. It would be the Pearl of Great Price. It would be things like this. This is an amulet. So there was a bunch of Egyptian relics in a museum in Missouri, and the Mormons all pitched in their money together, all their tithes and stuff. Joseph Smith took that money and he used it to buy these archaeological finds from Egypt. Egyptian, what's the word I'm looking for? Like relics. And he said he knew how to translate them. Now, this was before the Rosetta Stone came out. And he said this thing was an amulet of Abraham. And if you see, no, this isn't the one, but a facsimile from the book of Abraham. This amulet is called a hypocephalus. Later, we found out, once we got the Rosetta Stone, we found out that this amulet has nothing to do with what Joseph Smith said it was. It was a hypocephalus, which means under head. Hypocephalus, it means under the head. It was an amulet they would put under the head of mummies. They said it was magic that would help guide them, or it was meant to keep the mummies warm. It was magic. It was a magical coin they would put under the head of the mummies to keep them warm while they make their journey to the underworld. Joseph Smith said that this is some Abrahamic thing, signifying the first creation nearest to the celestial, or the residence of God, first in government, last pertaining to the measurement. So that's what he said this meant. It meant nothing. This is his explanation of what this is on this page. And he said only he knew what these hieroglyphs meant. We later translated these hieroglyphs. We figured they didn't mean anything like that. That's one example. I'll give you more as we go throughout this, but that's kind of the play Andrew's doing here. He's saying he had a vision. He saw the angel Macaroni who told him he's a prophet. How do we test this?
And they that seek to destroy him shall be confounded, for this promise I give unto you. For I will remember from generation to generation, and his name
He's
shall be
basically
called
quoting
Andrew,
from the Book
and
of
it
Mormon
shall
right
not
now.
be
And he's just
after the
changing
name
names.
of his father. And he shall be like unto you, for the thing which the Lord shall bring forth by his hand shall bring my people to salvation.
He's
If you
quoting
don't
from the Book of
believe me,
Mormon right
ask
now.
yourself this question. How do you falsify that? How do you falsify if the angel Macaroni appeared to me and told me this or not? Well, you can't. I'm not giving you an example of something which can be falsified because it's an experience. I have found much of Mormonism operates this way. Things which can't be
warmth in
falsified
the belly?
because they are stories based on feelings. However, we can falsify the main pillar, who is the architect of Mormonism itself, Joseph Smith.
So they say, like I said, I'm a Christian already. I'm already baptized a Christian. I've been a Christian my whole life. Why do I need to be baptized into Mormonism? Because they said my baptism is fake, which I've noticed a lot of churches do that. But not just the Mormons. But they said my baptism was fake, and if I wanted to join the Mormons, I needed to get baptized. And they have like a baptism quota. The missionaries have a baptism quota. And the way that the Mormon church works is it's the opposite of the Orthodox church, where you have to go through a long, arduous process to become baptized. In the Mormon church, you just walk in there and say, hey, I want to get baptized. And they're like, we got another one, God. Let's go. Shoot, they'll baptize you without ever meeting you after you're dead. So with a piece of DNA. That's why. Anyway, we're not going to get into all that. But yeah, they get a piece. They get your DNA, and they'll baptize you after you're dead without ever even meeting you. They need a sponsor, which is supposed to be somebody who knew you, but they baptized Anne Frank like 60 years after she died with somebody alleging to be one of her grandchildren because they had a piece of her DNA from a 23andMe. I got in trouble for that one. But where was I going with that? Where was I going with that? Back to the video.
Yeah. Smith said many things and prophesied many things which are easily falsifiable, and not only that, totally ridiculous. So, when listening to this debate, try to keep in mind that Smith himself gives unfalsifiable accounts of angels appearing to him, etc.
No witnesses.
But he does give many falsifiable accounts of other things, and those things we can easily falsify. Now, let's go over the evidences and go over my arguments today. To start with, where could Christians from our own scripture find an indication that there is a prophet coming 1,800 years after Christ? We could have expected Christ to come and what he would do upon arrival due to many prophecies in the Old Testament. Promises to Abraham, singular seed, 12:7, 13:15, 17:7, 24:7, as mentioned by St. Paul in Galatians 3:16, Isaiah 42, 1 through 9, Daniel 7, 9 through 14, and Psalm 110, etc. The prophets were people with an actual function, and not all who prophesy held the title prophet. And Jesus tells us that the prophethood ends with St. John the Baptist, and that's in Matthew 11:13. So not only do we not have a reason to expect a new one, but
No. But she could sponsor your baptism after you die. I don't think they can do it while you're alive without you being there, but after you die, since you can't be there, your aunt could go in there and be like, hey, my nephew Elderline just died. I got a freaking piece of his hair. Can we baptize him? And they'll say, yeah, let's do it. You want to sponsor him? And then they'll baptize you after you're dead.
we have a very good reason not to expect one. Deuteronomy 18, 20 through 22 gives us a way of testing if a prophet is truly of God.
Yep. I was gonna look this up if Andrew didn't get to it, but he's got it.
Whether what he prophesies comes to pass or not. It's that simple. Deuteronomy 13, 1 through 5 clarifies that even if
I
what
probably
a
have that wrote down
prophet
in
says
this
comes to pass,
Book of Mormon,
but
actually.
leads the people to a different deity, he is to be put to death. Anyone can claim to be a prophet, including Andrew, who literally could just write himself into the Bible, just like you can't falsify it. And who can claim that to him it was revealed that verse 33 originally phrased, but his name will be Andrew. One massive contention between Christians and Mormons is the allegation that Joseph Smith added a prophecy about himself at the end of Genesis 50.
See, I wrote rules for prophets, self-control. Joseph Smith didn't have that. He was a polygamist. Limited prophecy, 2 or 3 per meeting, and deliberation. And deliberation, which means other people had to hear the prophecy and they had to deliberate about it. And there was limited prophecy. They weren't making prophecies left and right. That comes from 1 Corinthians 14:29. Prophecies are to be judged by an assembly, and they must be consistent with past revelation. Joseph Smith's prophecies were not consistent with past revelation. That's 1 Corinthians 14:29, 14:37, and 14:38. 2 Timothy 2:15, anyone who knows the Bible can correctly identify a false prophet. Prophecy is a spiritual gift, so we could get into the realm of cessation. If you believe the spiritual gifts ended after Jesus came or not. I don't really know totally where I stand on that. I think a lot of them have, but I do believe like healing and speaking in tongues, real speaking in tongues. The problem is there's fake versions of spiritual gifts, so it makes it seem like there's no more spiritual gifts anymore. But prophecy would be a spiritual gift. I think dream interpretation, or maybe that counts under prophecy. Exorcisms, healing, and speaking in tongues. 9, 11, 26 days. Judge that. Oh, Smith, the weird numerology guy, the weird gematria guy. Long time no see.
The Christians point to the fact that we have no copy of the book of Genesis that contains those verses. Mormons claim that they were there but taken out, and Joseph simply was inspired by the Holy Spirit to add them back. However, according to Mormon scripture, 1 Nephi 13, 20 through 27, an angel explains a vision to Nephi of Gentiles carrying around a book which they received from the Jews in purity according to the truth which is in God, verse 25. However, the Dead Sea Scrolls, which predate the incarnation of Christ, do not contain the verses that exist in the Joseph Smith translation of the Bible, leaving Mormons with this choice. 1, Smith added the verses to Genesis 50, meaning he corrupted the Holy Scriptures by adding his own words, making him a fraud and a false prophet. Or 2, if the corruption, removal of the verses was done by Jews prior to the incarnation and conversion of the Gentiles, then the Gentiles didn't receive the pure truth and weren't the ones to corrupt the Bible, meaning 1 Nephi 13 is wrong, and consequently Smith is wrong and a false prophet. Now, these are just the tip of the iceberg, and I'll move into my main two arguments. First, let's start with the Book of Abraham. In 1835, here's the timeline.
See if he touches on the book of Nephi being plagiarized. I wrote here on this note for the Mormons, 30% of Isaiah, 18 chapters are quoted. The book of Nephi takes 18 chapters out of the book of Isaiah. Possibly 478 different verses plagiarized just in the book of Nephi. 15% of the whole Book of Mormon is plagiarized directly from the Bible. They also used Egyptology, Native American, indigenous, Indian mythology, and he kind of made a hodgepodge. His mom was an avid reader. He was an avid reader, and his mom, I think she was like a librarian and like a stone reader, and his dad was like a treasure hunter. So he was a weird kid with weird parents, and he read a lot of books, and he made up a religion by mixing a little bit of everything together. He said he asked God, which religion is the right one? And God told him, none of these Christian religions are right. They've all got it wrong. This is what they call a period of great apostasy. And they need a prophet to bring them out of the great apostasy. They say every historical cycle, there's a apostasy, and then there's how did they say it? I have it on this paper right here. So this paper is something one of the missionaries wrote up for me. So you see it says Adam, Noah, Moses, Jesus Christ, Joseph Smith. So in between Adam and Noah, there's what's called an apostasy. Whenever that bar dips down below that dotted line, it's a time of apostasy. And he said each time between Adam and Noah, between Noah and Moses, between Moses and Jesus, the apostasy gets longer and more intense. And then after Jesus, we get to the period called the Great Apostasy, which was 2,000 years of no prophet. Then Joseph Smith comes. And look, notice how they put Jesus a line higher, but they put Adam, Noah, Moses, and Joseph Smith on the same level. Joseph Smith comes and brings us out of the great apostasy. That's the explanation of how he's the prophet.
Joseph Smith buys papyri from a traveling merchant and claims they are writings from Abraham and Jacob penned by their own hands. Now, you might think that that's crazy, that is penned by their own hands, except that he writes right at the top of the book of Mormon. You could go read it right now, the book of Abraham, by my own hand, talking about Abraham. Two, he went on to translate a portion of what he claimed were Abraham's writings, and the translation became part of Mormon scripture, specifically the Pearl of Great Price being canonized in 1880. After his death, the papyri exchanged hands, and most of them ended up in Chicago and were thought to be destroyed in the Great Chicago Fire of 1871. But that wasn't the case. The surviving ones ended up in the Metropolitan Museum in New York in 1946, and they were given to the LDS Church in 1967. Interestingly enough, all this was done because it was not falsifiable, right? But now we have a problem. Egyptologists actually were able to now study the papyri, and guess what they discovered? They were burial text, standard run-of-the-mill burial text, including the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and that they date to 300 BC at the earliest and have no connection whatsoever to Abraham or Jacob. A very basic error is that Abraham, by the way, it was still Abraham while in
Sorry, I'm muted. My bad. I was just talking about what he was just talking about. So this is the Book of Abraham and the Pearl of Great Price from the Book of Mormon. And this is a mummification ritual from an Egyptian Book of the Dead, papyri. This is the scroll that they Andrew said that that the museum gave it to the church, the LDS church, but they actually bought it. They gathered all their tithe money and they bought it. But anyway, this is a mummification ritual. Joseph Smith says that this is Abraham and Isaac. This is Abraham sacrificing Isaac. That's what Joseph Smith says. And you see all these little numbers, right? The numbers coordinate to down here at the bottom. It explains what each of those symbols mean. Joseph Smith explains what each of those symbols mean. But if you notice, can you see? Oh wait, no, there's none on this page. Hold on. I'll find you a better example. There's one where there's a bunch of blanks. Bunch of blank spaces. All right, let's keep this playing and I'll find it.
Egypt, Genesis 12, and will not be renamed Abraham until Genesis 17:5 after he left Egypt. Additionally, his wife is called Sarah in the book, and she had received the same name, Sarah, in Genesis 17:15. So the timeline's wrong in multiple ways anyway. Going on from there, Abraham claims, well, I won't even get into those because I don't want to gish gallop my opponent to death.
They hate
just want to get through these.
They hate the Pearl of Great
Egypt
Price.
Was named Egyptus, which means forbidden in the language of the Chaldees. However, Egypt is the Greek name for the land, and it means house of Ta. Well, I can't pronounce the word, but the Chaldeans, again, wouldn't have been there, or the Chaldeans there wouldn't have been there at this time, and in their language, Surith, neither Egypt is called Egyptus, nor is the word for forbidden. Abraham would have spoke Akkadian or possibly Aramaic. Now, the second prophecy that I want to hit real hard on is This happened December 25th, 1832. This prophecy claims by Joseph Smith a war would break out between the North and the South, starting in South Carolina. Interestingly enough, that happened, didn't it? And the cause,
Good guess.
A chain reaction of other nations joining in, resulting in war being poured upon all nations. Well,
I want to show you something real quick. So this hypocephalus, we already talked about the hypocephalus, but in his explanation of the hypocephalus, you'll see this bottom line here. So there's a bunch of numbers, right? Each of these images on this page are numbered. And then there's numbers here, and it tells you what all the images are. Figure 9. Okay, so figure 8 says contains writings that cannot be revealed unto the world, but is to be had in the holy temple of God. Figure 9 says ought not to be revealed at the present time. Figure 10 also. Figure 11 also. If the world can find out these numbers, so let it be. Amen. Figures 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21 will be given in the own due time of the Lord. So basically what he says is he draws numbers on all these symbols and he translates a handful of them. Then he gets to the end and he's like, crap, I can't think of anything for all these ones. So I'm just going to say the world's not ready for these answers yet. God will reveal it in his time. But none of this stuff has been revealed. Except it all got revealed when Egyptologists figured out how to read hieroglyphs. And they said, Joseph Smith, this is for burying mummies and keeping their souls warm as they make their journey into the afterlife. This has nothing to do with freaking Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. What are you talking about? You're not a prophet. Debunked.
didn't happen, followed by slave revolts after many days, also didn't happen. And a slew of natural disasters caused by God, which also didn't happen, culminating in the destruction of all nations.
Am I LDS? Does it sound like I'm LDS?
Happen. Now, here's what actually happened. The tensions between the North and the South were already visible, especially after the tariff of 1828, which caused heavy agricultural South to fear the counter tariff from Britain, whom they were heavily reliant on for trade. On November 21st,
I'm not adjacent.
1832, the South Carolina...
I got to get my ashtray, and I'm not going to leave it playing while I'm gone. 2 seconds. Call me on my cell phone. I'm sitting here dogging on the Book of Mormon and explaining how Joseph Smith's a liar and a fraud. And he asked me if I'm LDS. Are you paying attention?
The legislature passed the Ordinance of Nullification. On December 10th, 1832, 15 days before the revelation, President Andrew Jackson issued his proclamation on the nullification, denouncing the nullification. Both of these were nationwide, well-known news. The nullification crisis ended with Congress passing the Compromise of Tariffs in 1833, March 2nd, and South Carolina rescinding the nullification ordinances on March 15th. Smith not only seems to just be giving his take on contemporary events and making predictions that were shown to be wrong, while the actual American Revolution did start with a shooting at Charleston Harbor, South Carolina in 51. Smith's prediction could be reasonably accurate.
I think Andrew's last argument should be something about judging him by his fruits. We have the
newspapers of the time. I went and got them. His prediction of the slave revolts could have been influenced by the Nat Turner Rebellion, which took place in August 1831. It was fresh in the nation's...
Joseph Smith got killed. Shoot, I can't remember the exact story. He like escaped from prison and then he got killed by like police or something. He was killed because they were trying to like light a newspaper on fire. I can't. I'm blurry on the story. I'd have to refresh my memory.
And this prophecy appears in the 1851 edition of Pearl of Great Price and was included in 1876 versions of the Doctrines and Covenants, section 87, both well after Smith's death in 18.
And they've amended it.
The summary here, I know it's a lot.
The Book of Mormon has been amended and changed something like 144 times, and it's only been around since the late 1800s. when was this? 1890 that this happened? I'm bad with dates, but it's been amended and changed, like drastic changes. They've taken out chunks like 144 times. Whereas the Bible, there's been translations and alterations and decisions over which books are canon and whatnot, but it's stayed consistently the same. If it's changed, that's a problem. But with the Book of Mormon, as long as the council decides, let's change it. They also have a living prophet. They always have a living prophet. So if the living prophet says, yeah, let's just lose that chunk, they can just take it out. But they say, if you bring up anything biblical to them, they'll say they believe in the Bible insofar as much as it's translated correctly. That gives them an out. Whenever you give them anything in the Bible that contradicts what the Book of Mormon says, they say, well, we just don't believe that part was translated correctly. Joseph Smith translated it correctly. He had the fullness. He had the fullness of the gospel. You're just missing a little bit.
And I'll give my opponent plenty of time to...
He was shot and killed by jail and the mob. Yeah. Yeah. And he was in jail for... They firebombed a newspaper or they... Wait. No, they ran a newspaper. And the mob didn't like that newspaper because they were polygamists. They got ran out of America. When they settled Salt Lake City, Utah, it was Mexican territory. When they founded Salt Lake City, Utah, it was part of Mexico. It was not part of America. They were kicked out of America. They moved from New York to Missouri down to all over the country. They were bouncing all over the country, getting kicked out of every city because of polygamy. And then finally, they left America and they settled in Mexico. And they did the Mountain Meadows Massacre when they came here, which is where, in order to take this valley, they dressed up as Native Americans and they killed a bunch of 49ers from Arkansas. There were 49ers traveling back to Arkansas from California, gold miners. And they dressed up like Indians and they killed them all. I forget the number. It was like 1,400 people, or like 1,100 or 1,400 people that they killed. They slaughtered to take this valley from traveling 49ers and to basically make sure people don't travel through here, anymore. They scared everybody away and they took this land, but it was not America's territory.
To make his refutations here, Joseph Smith gave two really, really big prophecies that were completely and easily falsifiable. If you look at Deuteronomy, we know exactly how we can spot the falsehood of a prophet. He gives prophecies that don't come true. It's really that simple. And with that, I'll yield the floor over to my opponent. I appreciate you being here, by the way.
Well, Andrew, I appreciate. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. Thank you, Andrew, and to you, Lance. Go ahead.
Now let's see what this guy's got.
I am a newbie on this, so I'm stepping over you. Sorry about that, Sarah.
What?
But I do want to thank you and Andrew for debating this topic. My position is that Joseph Smith was a true prophet of God. Since most of you know Andrew, let me give you just a short bio of me. My name's Lance O'Neill. I'm an LDS chaplain in the U.S. Army for the past 10 years. I was born into the church. I did a mission to Taiwan for 2 years, and my real conversion started when I was about 18 years old. I had a very spiritual experience that
I know a lot about it because I live in Salt Lake City and I talk to the Mormons whenever I used to have them over every week and I would just argue with them and I would freaking go through they give me their pamphlets. If you go through these pamphlets, I got notes in all these pamphlets they give you and I'll go through and come up with problems that I have with these pamphlets, and then I go through the Book of Mormon and I'd find some things. There's more notes inside of it, but yeah, it's a mess. I've studied it a lot.
Led me on this path. I've been in multiple church leadership positions. I have a master's of family and marriage from Liberty University, which is an evangelical school, and a master's of divinity from Amherst University, which is Church of Christ. I'm not a Bible scholar, though. I'll tell you that right now. I did those degrees so I could become a chaplain and help soldiers. The prompt
Well,
that
then you're in
Joseph
good company, by the way, because I'm also not a Bible scholar, nor a minister. So
Right.
anyway, go ahead.
Oh,
I'm
no
sorry, I didn't
problem.
mean to cut into your opening.
Oh, no, you're fine, Andrew. We're just talking, right? So
No,
the prophet
well,
Joseph Smith Jr. is the founder of the Church
that
of
was
Jesus
probably the
Christ of
agreement.
Latter-day Saints, and he's at the core of the LDS religion. And throughout the debate, you're going to hear
'Cause they
the
are
name, the
related.
Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which is the official name of the church. You'll hear Mormon and Mormonism.
Before everybody started having autism, Utah was the #1 most autistic people. Why is my thing not changing? My little screen's not changing. Very high rates of autism, and that's due to inbreeding but to be fair, you'll see the same thing in the Bible Belt, because when very religious people who would prefer to have a homogenous culture have a small population of people, they tend to do this. You see it with Israel in the Old Testament. You see it with the Mormons. You see it with people in the Bible Belt from Alabama, Virginia, and West Virginia. The reason there's so much inbreeding is because they wanted to have a homogenous culture, and there's not a lot of people. And then when the immigrants start flowing into America, they don't want to race mix. The Mormons didn't want to race mix. The Jews didn't want to race mix. And this might be a little edgy, but I would say based Christians probably shouldn't be race mixing. But I mean, I guess it's not there's no Jew or Gentile anymore after Christ. And so maybe it's not so bad now, but the Old Testament is pretty strong against it. But then they'll say, well, that's just for the Jews. So there's arguments for both sides. But when you want a homogenous culture and you have a limited population and you don't want to mix with the immigrants, you're going to get some inbreeding. So it's not just the Mormons that did that, but they did it a lot because they were, and also because they were polygamist. So there's, 14 women to one man. There's very limited men. They kept the amount of men was small, but there was a lot of women because they would have multiple wives. Brigham Young had like 14 wives, and they'd have lots of kids. Well, eventually, if you only have so many men and they're all making babies with all the women, and then those kids have to get with, people within their culture. Yeah, you get that's why they all look the same. And that's why there's a lot of autism.
Which are colloquial terms originally given to the church by its enemies, but later claimed by the church as we believe the Book of Mormon, the source of the nickname, to be scripture, and we're not ashamed of the book or the name, but the church has never changed its name. Of the name. That's always been the official name. You're going to hear two very different versions of Joseph Smith.
That's not true. That's not true. They did change it to the Saints. Their title went from the Mormons to it was the Church of Jesus Christ it was the Church of the Latter-day Saints, and they called themselves Mormons. And they later added the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and they said, let's do away with the Mormon tag because it has too much of a stigma around it, because we've been chased out of America and they hate us because we're polygamous degens who are sleeping with 12-year-old girls and spiritually sealing ourselves to them. Spiritually sealing means you don't have to, and this is an idea that they get from the Bible actually, but you don't have to marry somebody. If you have sex with them, they're your spiritual wife. So they weren't legally allowed to marry 12-year-old girls and 14-year-old girls. So what they would do is they would just sleep with them, and it would be a spiritual marriage, a spiritual sealing. And there's a lot of Smiths in here. There's a lot of Smiths in here. Where was I going? Oh, but because of the stigma that developed from that, they did change their moniker from Mormon to the Saints. And they did change the church from the Church of Latter-day Saints to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So they added Jesus's name to their churches, to the beginning of their church's title, so they could be connected with Jesus more. Because they rejected, well, they didn't reject Jesus, but they rejected all Christian denominations' understanding of Jesus. Joseph Smith said the Catholics are wrong, the Orthodox are wrong, the Protestants are wrong, the Methodists are wrong, the Baptists are wrong. They're all wrong. I have the truth. This is the true Jesus. This is the true God who was a man, who lived a perfect life and was given a universe. And if you live a perfect life, you can also have a universe. And they made man into gods and gods into men, which the Bible warns that the false prophets will do, the wolves in sheep's clothing will do. And Joseph Smith did it. Polygamy is usually a go-to that, like, this is a cult. And but he's lying. They did change the name. They changed it from the Church of the Latter-day Saints to the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. And they changed their title from Mormons to Saints. So that was not true.
Smith, when we get into it tonight, Andrew's going to essentially show you the South Park version, the caricature of the man. He's going to argue using anti-LDS claims.
The South Park version is amazingly accurate. It's surprisingly accurate. Yeah, they made it fun with the songs dum 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 dum, but what South Park depicts in that episode, they're not like over exaggerating anything. They're not like defaming Joseph Smith. That's the story of Joseph Smith. All they did is make it a little more comedic with the songs and stuff. But that is everything that happens in there. That is the story.
Names and sources that have been around for decades, if not centuries. He's going to make accusations about Joseph Smith that are from secondary or tertiary sources, many of which come from decades after his martyrdom. He also takes things potentially out of context that
you can use sources straight from Brigham Young and Joseph Smith's mouth.
Sayings, teachings, or actions of Joseph Smith, and ultimately will try to distort who Joseph Smith actually was. I'll attempt to provide a view of Joseph Smith as a prophet. We'll need to establish what a prophet is and what a prophet is not. And I would hope that
it's an accurate understanding, Elder
these opening arguments. Let me give a brief history of Joseph Smith for those of you who don't know. He was born into a farming family in upstate New York, near Palmyra, New York.
Tell us about his mom.
Child of 10 to be born to Joseph Smith Sr. and Lucy Mack Smith.
Lucy Mack Smith.
He likely had no more than a basic education, certainly no more than an elementary school. And
he's not going to mention this because they buried it, but you can find it in the records. So they have like a church records building, and you can go down there and you can read all the history of the Mormon church, all the writings and stuff. They don't like talking about this. I don't think it's on their website anymore because all the church records are supposed to be on their website. I don't think they have it up there anymore, but Lucy Smith wrote a letter years later talking about how Joseph had told her that it was all made up and she knew it was a problem. And when he started getting chased into different states and stuff, she knew it was a problem because of the polygamy, and she knew it was all made up, and she knew it was all bogus. That's Joseph Smith's mom, but he's not going to talk about that.
His parents also had very basic educations, as far as the biographical records show. It's clear that they were not a well-off family, earning funds from farming, and in fact were nearly destitute after a former partner of Smith Sr. stole the savings.
I wonder if he's going to mention that Joseph's dad was a treasure hunter and his mom was a stone reader.
Of the family and absconded, never to be heard from again. In 1820, there was a religious revival going on in upstate New York and in America. Joseph Smith and his family were caught up in the spirit of this revival, and several Smith members joined.
What happened to David and Solomon and Samson and Adam when they had weaknesses with women, James? Did it turn out good for them or bad for them? David's lust, what happened? Solomon's wives, what happened? Samson's lust, what happened? Did that turn out good for any of them?
joined the Presbyterians, though Joseph Smith Jr. and his dad joined no church. At the time, Joseph Smith Jr. was drawn more towards the Methodists, possibly because of a connection to a minister named George Lane, but this is anecdotal. Smith records that he was confused that there were multiple churches, all using the Bible, but having very different teachings. And he was reading James 1, verse 5, which reads, "If any of you lack..."
I said polygamy is usually a sign of some cult activity or a cult. Doesn't mean that everyone who's ever been a polygamist and had multiple wives is necessarily a cult member. It just means that it's usually a good sign that if you start a church and you start a religion and it's based around polygamy, it's probably a cult.
Lack wisdom, let him ask of God. They giveth to...
Also, cult is just like, cult is like a meaningless word that people throw around. It used to mean one thing, then it means something different. They change the definition of it every year. In a way, Israel was a cult. In a way, Christianity is a cult, depending on how you're using the word. Culture would be a cult. It's a group of people that have dogmas and follow certain beliefs. That could be how you describe a cult. There's other ways you could describe a cult, but it's a garbage word. The multiple wives is not the problem. The adultery was the problem. Yeah, but he wouldn't commit adultery if he was married. He was married already, and he slept with another woman, and then he married that woman. He desired her. He wasn't just sleeping around. He wanted to marry Bathsheba, and he did. It was because he wanted to have multiple wives. And his kid got killed for that, and his kingdom fell for that, and he had to go into hiding for 3 months, I think, while his enemies were hunting him. Now, later, he was forgiven for it, and he got his kingdom back, but he went through a rough patch there, and his child was killed. His first child from Bathsheba, God took that child, and it says explicitly God killed the child. It doesn't say God allowed Satan to kill the child. It says God killed his child. Because, yeah, it was adultery, but he married Bathsheba. So that's polygamy. When you're king, there is no adultery. You can sleep with whoever you want. And that's not a good thing. It doesn't work out good for any of them.
To all men liberally, and upbraideth not, and it shall be given him. Joseph Smith pondered this Bible verse and decided to do just what it said. Ask God. Joseph Smith went into a grove of trees near his house, knelt down to pray, and stated that he was attacked by a very real but unseen power that bound his body and tongue, keeping him from praying. He felt he was...
That's sleep paralysis. That's the tall hat man. That's or the hat man or whatever they call him. That's not a good thing when that happens. That's not an angel. That's a bad thing. I don't even know if it's a bad thing. It's kind of just a natural thing that lots of people have sleep paralysis.
He was about to be destroyed when he saw a pillar of light directly above his head and two personages with the countenance of the noonday sun. He was immediately released and said, quote, "One of them spake unto me, calling me by name, and said, pointing to the other, This is my beloved son, hear him," unquote. When the 15-year-old Joseph was able to compose himself, he asked which church was true for him to join. He hadn't considered that Jesus' church was not on the earth. Instead, he was told to join none of them because, quote, "They draw near to me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. They teach for doctrines and commandments of men, having a form of godliness, but they deny the power thereof," unquote. He then records that he was taught many different things, and he would not record all of them because of the sacredness of some of them, but he did record in at least one retelling being taught by angels after
secret knowledge,
this vision, part of the interaction. Remember this because Andrew's going to probably bring it up later. He records that as soon thereafter these experiences, he went back to the preacher, and it might have been that aforementioned Lane, and was told that God did not appear to anyone anymore. The revelation was no longer on the earth.
Yeah, James, she was married, but David wanted her as his wife. So yes, that is adultery, but it's also polygamy. He married Bathsheba. He took her from her husband and made her his husband. He was already married. You know that two things can be true at once. It can be adultery and it can be polygamy. If the woman that he takes the dude's wife from and marries her, that's polygamy.
And that the vision must have come from the devil. And I'm sure we'll discuss that more as well. But everything...
If he's sleeping with multiple women at the same time, that's polygamy, James.
In the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints boils down to the reality or fiction of that moment. Andrew's going to argue there are at least 4 different recordings of that experience, and I'll address those concerns. But ultimately, if Joseph Smith Jr. saw what he says he saw in that grove of trees, then that was the beginning of Joseph Smith, the prophet. If he was lying, then not only was he a false prophet, but everything about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is false, from the Book of Mormon to our church history to organization to the church as it stands.
That's not true. You could be right about some things. Like, obviously, they know how to build a church. Like, a lot of the stuff they say is true, especially since they plagiarized 478 verses directly from the Bible. There is some truth in that book. There's some truth in just about any book you can read. You're going to find something true.
Today. But I want to be very clear that we're debating if Joseph Smith was a prophet, what a prophet is and what it isn't. The first vision is on us to believe it or not. We can no more disprove that he saw the first vision than that Moses saw the vision of the burning bush, because both men were alone, or Abraham's communication with God, or Elijah. They were all alone. They were one-on-one, and we have to take...
Even if you can find one verse, James, that says that God gave them multiple wives, God also gave people leprosy. What's your point?
Take it on faith that these things happened. I expect that Andrew will attempt to muddy the waters with accusations against Smith. He'll likely claim that Joseph Smith was charged with a myriad of crimes and was in court dozens of times, but he'll leave out where there were no convictions, and that the majority of the individuals making these allegations had direct animosity towards Smith or the church. He'll potentially bring up things, as we see scandalous as today, such as polygamy or the destruction of a printing press, and I'm sure we'll bring up seer stones. And I really hope you do, because it's a good opportunity to provide the reason.
Hey, thanks for giving him all his ammo right there. The printing press, the seer stones. What about the Urim and Thummim? What about the hat? What about the hat that he could only read the stones? 400-pound gold tablets were somehow in a hat that he could only read with the Urim and the Thummim, which are mentioned in the Bible. Somehow he got a hold of them, and he uses them in a hat to read these writings. And then he lost it all, and then he did it again, and it was different. Dude,
reasons behind these things. I'd also like to point out that Andrew's Orthodox and his own church fathers, and I apologize if I butcher the pronunciation on these names, St. Basil the Great, St. John Chrysostom, and Gregory the theologian, regarding the question of whether there is salvation outside the church. And their response was essentially, anything that is good is from God. And the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints teaches the
this is not good.
Jesus Christ, that there is no salvation but through him. The Book of Mormon mentions Jesus Christ by name or pronoun over 3,000 times.
It's not the same Jesus, though. His father, and I don't know if this is a cope that the missionaries do, but everybody says Mormons are not Trinitarian, and that's what I always learned when I was studying apologetics for Mormons, is that they're not Trinitarian. But if you ask a Mormon missionary, do you believe in the Trinity? They're going to say yes, but we call it the Godhead. And the Bible talks about the Godhead, so they're getting that from the Bible. The problem is not their lack of a Trinitarian belief. Their problem is, if Jesus is God, this is the internal critique. If God was a man who became God by being a perfect man, and he was given a universe, and there's countless gods with countless universes, and we could be gods with a universe of our own one day, and God and Jesus is God. That means Jesus is not the same God that everybody else, that other Christians believe, because we don't believe that God was ever a man. God the Father. We don't believe that God the Father was a man who became a God, and then his son Jesus came. Like, also, Mormons believe that Jesus and Satan and all the angels are brothers and sisters. That and they believe in a spiritual mother. So they believe God is having sex with a spirit woman to make children, and those children become the angels, and they become Jesus, Satan, Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, all the archangels, all the angels, all the demons. They're all God's children. They're all brothers and sisters, like literal brothers and sisters made from sex that God had with the spirit mother. That's a crazy one. So your Jesus is Satan's brother. My Jesus is not Satan's brother. They're not the same Jesus.
And if you go to any LDS church this Sunday, you'll hear the name of Jesus Christ over and over.
Yeah,
we believe Joseph Smith was a prophet, but Jesus Christ is the Savior. And Joseph Smith taught about the reality of Jesus Christ, the divinity of Jesus Christ, and the atonement of Jesus Christ, and the resurrection of Jesus Christ. In short, he was a prophet of Jesus Christ. So the definition of a prophet that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints uses is this: a person who has been called and speaks for God. Called is an important part there. As a messenger of God, a prophet receives commandments, prophecies, and revelation from God. His responsibility is to make known God's will and true character to mankind and to show the meaning of his dealings with them. A prophet denounces sin and foretells its consequences. He's a preacher of righteousness. On occasion, prophets may be inspired to foretell the future for the benefit of mankind. His primary responsibility, however, is to bear witness of Christ. The president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is God's prophet on the earth today. Members of the first presidency and the 12 apostles are sustained as prophets, seer, and revelators. As Andrew said, why can't he be a prophet? Why can't he just say, I'm a prophet? This is what I said. To which I would say Numbers 11:29 when most.
Yeah, I would just say it depends on how you're using the word cult. If by cult you just mean a group of people with a homogenous culture that follow the same ideological belief, then yeah, they were a cult. But then by that standard, so are Christians, and so are, like, it just depends on what you mean by the word cult. My definition of a cult is a small brand, a small religion that branches off of and takes ideas from a larger established religion, but alters them and corrupts them. That's what I would say a cult is. For me, a cult has to be a group that schisms off of a larger group, and then they corrupt the message. That makes them a cult. By that standard, though, the Orthodox would say all the Protestants are in a cult, and I think a lot of them would say that. But the Catholics would say all the Orthodox are in a cult. But I think that's the best, like, consistent definition, because but I don't know then, because you could get like some weird pagan weird new religion pop up, like Spaghetti Head Monster, and that's not based off of an established religion that corrupts its ideas, borrows from and corrupts its ideas. So I don't know. Cult is a weird word, is all I'm saying.
Moses says, enviest thou my sake? Would God that all the Lord's people were prophets, and that the Lord would put his spirit upon them. I'm interested to see how Andrew defines a prophet. Members of the church believe that everyone can receive revelation for themselves, effectively being a prophet, if you want to call it that. But in the context of today's debate, priesthood authority and keys are necessary to be a prophet for the church and the world. And I'm sure we'll get more into that during the debate. And this concludes my opening remarks, and I'm hopeful that Andrew includes a definition of what a prophet is, just so we're on the same page.
Well, he already gave you the
Thank you,
standards
Lance.
for
I
how to
appreciate
judge a
it. And thank you
prophet.
to both the gentlemen for their opening statements. As a kind reminder, chat, we will get through the debate, move into closing statements. Then we will read and respond to your kind super chats. And then, of course, per usual, we will open the panel to open panel dumpster fire. So hang on tight, buckle up, and enjoy the rest of the show. Andrew and Lance, the floor is open to you.
Yeah, so if you don't mind, Lance, we'll start with the Great Inquisition here.
We're going to
You were
1.25.
actually wrong in your predictive theory. I didn't bring any of those things up, nor are they particularly pertinent for this debate. Neither is anything St. Basil says or any of the church fathers on my side, because the debate is about whether or not Joseph Smith is a false prophet, not whether about or not orthodoxy is true or false, or if any of our church fathers were wrong about anything. That's outside of the purview. Rather, this is a very narrow logical proposition, which is asking if it's true or false that Joseph Smith was a prophet or not a prophet. You asked for a definition of what a prophet is. I think that that's fair. I'm going to give you one in a second. But before I do, I'm not actually satisfied with your answer. How would you falsify the prophecy that I gave you? Falsify it, please.
Okay. Well, again, we're talking about that God is calling the prophet, and as well, you have to have the authority to do so. So just because somebody says,
what gave
hey,
Joseph Smith that authority?
Would you like the history of it?
No, just a summarized answer. What gave Joseph Smith the authority to add himself to Genesis?
Okay. Well, the authority to call himself a prophet and be a prophet of God was that after he was going through the Book of Mormon, researching, he and Oliver Cowdery came across a couple of things, and they were like, what is this? They went out and prayed about it. They had a vision of John the Baptist, the angelic John the Baptist, who returned.
I'm going to go get my Mormon Bible, because I've never seen this. I've never even heard of this verse added to Genesis until fairly recently. I want to see it. Plus, I need some water. Okay. What did he say? Genesis 50, it's added to the end of Genesis?
Laid his hands upon their head, gave them the Aaronic priesthood. Later on, they were reading about the Melchizedek priesthood. Peter, James, and John appeared, laid their hands upon their heads, and gave them the Melchizedek priesthood.
Got it. Hang on.
Okay.
I had a dream that the angel Macaroni came to me. Okay. I'd felt divinely inspired, and that I needed to change that. And let me just, I want to quote it for you again. It's quite important here.
Sure.
What the angel Macaroni said to me was, let me get back to it. And the seer will I bless, and they that seek to destroy him shall be confounded. For this promise I give unto you, for I will remember you from generation to generation, and his name shall be called Andrew. And it shall not be after the name of his father. And he shall be like unto you, for the thing which the Lord shall bring forth in his hand shall bring people unto salvation. Can you falsify that?
Well, considering the debate is about whether Joseph Smith was a prophet or not, what does you coming up with a...
He's saying it's unfalsifiable. It violates
Why couldn't I
razor.
just give you a prophecy that he wasn't a prophet? Why couldn't I just say as
you
a prophet?
Certainly could.
I could, but could you falsify it is my question.
No, because it's unfalsifiable.
When you're talking about religion, you're also talking about inspiration from God and personal revelation, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So if you're able to make that a positive thing and you're able to prove that and have people follow you, go ahead and start the Church of Andrew. I have no problem with you starting any church.
Okay, I'm not sure what they're talking about when they say that he added a prophecy at the end of Genesis, because this is a Mormon missionary edition of the King James Bible. This is a King James Bible, and the end of Genesis is the same in both of them. So I'm not sure, and I've never heard this argument before, but I've heard Jim Bob and Jay Dyer and Andrew all mention it, but I've never heard this argument before, and I've studied Mormon apologetics, Christian to Mormon apologetics for like 8 years, and got pretty deep into it, and I've never heard that argument before, that they changed something in the Bible. Now I know the Book of Mormon plagiarizes the Bible and changes the Bible, but I've never heard this argument that he added to Genesis. I've never heard that before, and I don't know if this is a newer edition and maybe they took that out because it was such a problem. So I'm not saying that this is wrong. I've just never heard this before, and I have a Mormon Bible in my hands, and that's not the case. They did not add anything to the end of Genesis. So, but maybe they did, and maybe this is a newer edition and they took it out because they realized, oh, we screwed up. We're not supposed to be adding stuff to the Bible. Christians don't like that. So that's a big no-no. But there's nothing added to the end here. This is the same. So I don't know.
But the fact of the matter is, for me,
hang on. I just want to make sure that we're clear.
Sure.
You couldn't falsify that.
Any more than you could falsify that Moses saw the burning bush.
So then we are clear that this prophecy which I gave, which goes through and revises the prophecy of Joseph Smith, you're not willing to claim that that's false.
I'm sorry, which part of it?
I just read it to you.
You're saying the whole
the
thing.
part in which Joseph is changed to Andrew.
Yeah.
And not named after his father, whereas Joseph Smith said he will be named after his father. You're not willing to claim that that's false?
No.
No.
Why? What? Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
I just want to make. I just want to hang on. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on this. The following. I just want to make sure that this is that we're clear. The following revelation which I gave, based on the Book of Mormon, that the angel Macaroni appeared to me and told me to change the name Joseph to Andrew, and that I would not be named after my father as Joseph was in Genesis 50. You are not willing to say that that's false. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. I would say that is false.
Okay, can you demonstrate? I didn't admit it was false. I'm asking you to demonstrate it.
You said I made it up.
When?
Right when you started. What if I?
Yeah. What if this is the case? This is just a hypothetical.
Was it?
How do you falsify? Tell me how you falsify it.
But again, Andrew, we're talking.
Tell me how you falsify it. Don't change the subject. Tell me how you falsify that claim.
Witnesses.
Witnesses.
Sure.
Why are witnesses necessary?
Well, why are witnesses not necessary? In that case,
well, that's begging the question. You're just begging the question.
Anybody could at that point make up whatever they wanted, right?
Well, they can make up whatever they want with witnesses too. So the question is, how do you falsify that claim? Can you falsify that that's not a new revelation to the Mormon Church and that I'm not actually the prophet who came? Because it's written now. So let it be written. I wrote it. So, and the angel came to me and told me. Can you falsify that?
Because of the circumstances of you claiming that you wrote that, I couldn't falsify that you wrote it.
Could you falsify the claim at all?
No.
So
what?
No, you can't. So the thing is that when you say, the reason I want to start with this and why it's super important that we start with this is because now we have the similar ground that we're on. We're both admitting that these particular claims are not falsifiable, right? They're belief driven rather. So don't
for
you?
sure.
So then, if that's the case, shouldn't we focus on claims which are falsifiable in order to prove the veracity of Joseph Smith being a prophet of God?
So I think that also goes into what a prophet is and isn't, if I might, for a moment. Okay, so we've talked about some of the things that a prophet is. I'll hit them just real quick. Prophet is divinely called by God, speaks God's word with authority. Prophet guides people to righteousness, receives revelation and visions, endures persecution for God's message, and even performs miracles such as healing sick people. What they're not, and this is part of the important part too, prophets are not infallible. They're not always on when they're talking. There are prophecies and there are just statements and teachings. Prophets are not political rulers by
But
default.
their prophecies have to be
Prophets
accurate
are
and judged by an assembly.
not chosen by themselves. They don't put themselves and say, I am a prophet. They are chosen and selected by God. And prophets are not free from doubt or struggle. So I think it's important to note that when we're talking about what a prophet is and what a prophet isn't, and you're saying, all right, everything has to be falsifiable and everything has to be by the witness. Let me ask you, how would you say you know the Bible to be true then?
Actually, here's my response to you. Could you pull up Deuteronomy 18:20 through 22 and read for me what it says out loud, please?
About how to judge
I've got
a prophet.
it right here, but the prophet, and we're changing though, because I asked you how you know the Bible is true, but the prophet which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or shall speak in the name of other gods, even that prophet shall die. And if thou say in thine heart, how shall we know the word which the Lord hath not spoken? When a prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord, if the following not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord hath not spoken, but the prophet hath spoken it presumptuously. Thou shalt not be afraid of him.
So, what Deuteronomy is stating here, and
You know, Gorilla Biscuits. I hate to sound like a Mormon, but I can almost get on board with Bigfoot is Cain. No, I'm just kidding. Because there's multiple Bigfoots. There's Sasquatches, there's albino snowmans, abominable snowman, there's Yeti, there's skunk ape. There's different breeds of Bigfoots, and there's a lot of Bigfoots. There's only one Cain, but I do believe Cain is still wandering around somewhere with the mark of Cain on his forehead. He was a really good swimmer. So when the flood happened, he was just swimming because he can't die. He's been cursed to wander the earth forever.
I wonder if we can come to agreement on these terms, that if you speak prophecy in the name of the Lord, it better be true. And it not only better be true, but the way that we know that you're speaking on behalf of the Lord is that the prophecy comes true. That's what's being stated there, yes?
Yes, however, caveat. When we're talking about prophecy, there's three basic types of prophecy, or how to interpret prophecy. There's the film. Now, I'm getting this from somebody else, so I would give credit where credit was due if I could. But this is how he broke it down. I think this is fair.
Well, they believe in a doctrine called white and delightsome, which is that once you become Mormon and you're a true son of God, throughout each generation, your skin will get more whiter, and white is purity. Dark skin is a curse. But they've already like repealed all that stuff. Like they used to not allow anybody except white men and no gay stuff allowed anywhere near the Mormon church. And now they've gated up. They got Mexican bishops and black bishops, and I don't know if they have women bishops yet, but they're pretty dang close.
The film reel model, which is no matter where God looks on it.
I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying if you're gonna put that, if your church fathers of Joseph Smith and Brigham Young are gonna put that in the doctrine, hold to it, stick to it, be real. That's why they say FLDS. FLDS means Fundamentalist Latter-day Saints, but some people say it means false Latter-day Saints. The FLDS are actually the real LDS. It should be the modern LDS are the FLDS, which means false LDS. And the ones that are polygamous living in the deserts in Texas and freaking Utah, they're still around. They almost look like Amish people, the way they dress and the way they live. They have sister wives. They have multiple wives. The guy's always a cowboy, and the women always wear the weird poofy shoulder dresses and the weird hats. Those are the real Latter-day Saints. These modern freaking people we got in Salt Lake City that got gay flags and, you know, they're letting different races into the church and stuff. Those are the false Latter-day Saints.
That is what it is. He can fast forward, he can rewind. That's just the prophecy will happen no matter what. It's a Calvinist point of view of predestination. And so I don't think either of us necessarily believe that. You're not a Calvinist. You're an Orthodox and don't believe that.
He's being disingenuous right now. For some reason, he's attacking Calvinists. Mormons don't believe in free will either. They believe in agency. They don't believe in free will. Actually, on the free will stance, Mormons are a lot like Calvinists. So I don't know why he's doing this right now. He's just trying to I don't know why he's attacking Calvinists when Mormons agree with Calvinists on the predestination front. They believe in they say they call it agency, but they don't believe we have free will.
There's no consequences to our own actions and things that will happen with our own, unless I'm wrong. Please correct me. There's the weather forecast model, which God makes a prediction of the present circumstances through prophets, right? So here's the circumstances. If everything goes this way, this is what should happen and how we should follow.
Yeah, you're talking about a conditional prophecy where it's like if
Yes.
action A happens, then this is what will happen based on action A. However, if action B happens, this is what will happen based on action B.
That's actually the third one that I had, the plan model. If A, then B. Yes. So, yeah. So you're going to have
this doesn't negate anything, though. I could actually agree to the terms of this.
Okay.
But to be fair, I will give you my definition of a prophet as well. But right now, I just want to make sure that we're on clear ground. The prophet who presumes to speak a word in my name that I have not commanded him to speak. We know how to verify if they're real prophets based on Deuteronomy 18, 20 through 22.
I've brought this same verse up to the missionaries. They dodge it.
You just read it. When the prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, and you would agree with me, Joseph Smith was claiming to speak in the name of the Lord when he gave prophecy. If the word does not come to pass or come true, that is a word the Lord has not spoken. Can we agree that that's true?
The problem with that is what I like to call the Star Wars theory. When Anakin came out, they were all saying, oh, the prophecy says he will bring balance to the Force. And all of the Jedi misread what was said. So when we're talking about what our interpretation is, are we talking about, hey, we know this is the exact wording. We know exactly what was said. This is the exact meaning. Or are we saying, well, this is what we think it means.
I think that's a better.
Yeah,
I think that you could make an easier case for this, just like in the Star Wars model that you point out. Remember that the Star Wars model, just like this, you were removed by thousands of years for this prophecy, right? It's much more difficult to verify these things after 1,800 years. This was not ancient history, dude. This did not happen very long ago.
No.
Okay, so making a verification here in his own words, we had the printing press, we had everything. This guy was able to record what he said, and he didn't just have to rely on people to pass it down. Very literate men were around him, writing down his every word and discussing exactly what he meant by what he said. In this case, he presumed to speak words in the name of God, and what are we instructed to do via Deuteronomy? When a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, which Joseph Smith said in both these prophecies, and I'm going to cite that these were direct revelations from God and Jesus Christ.
So you can get a lot of stuff about prophecy also from 1 Corinthians 14. I'm not going to read all of it, but it talks about how you determine if a prophet's true and if speaking in tongues is true. If somebody's speaking in tongues, let 2 or 3 be there to interpret. Let the prophets speak 2 or 3 and let the other judge. So when you prophesy, just like when you're speaking in tongues, there needs to be someone there to interpret. If you're prophesying, there needs to be multiple prophets there, and they all need to judge your prophecy. They assemble and judge it. In verse 37 and 38, if any man think himself to be a prophet or spiritual, let him acknowledge that the things that I write unto you are the commandments of the Lord. But if any man be ignorant, let him be ignorant. Wherefore, brethren, covet to prophesy and forbid not to speak with tongues. But it has to be real prophecy and real speaking in tongues. And that has to be determined by other people who are prophets and can speak in tongues. And your prophecy needs to be true. You go back to Deuteronomy for that.
And how are we instructed to interpret this, to know if the veracity is true? When a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, if the word does not come to pass or come true, then that word that the Lord is a word that the Lord has not spoken. I think,
James, whether it says he gave David wives or not, you know God gave people hemorrhoids too. And that's not a joke. He gave thousands of people in 2 different tribes, all of them hemorrhoids. Sometimes God gives people things that are not good.
we have to come to an agreement here before we can even move the debate on. I don't know how you can possibly misinterpret that.
Well, again, I'm saying that when we are interpreting what was said. So let's, for example, let's go back to your first example of the Civil War. And you said, well, that's just Joseph coming up with his own
Yeah, God gives all kinds of bad things to a lot of people. God gave Pharaoh a hard heart.
understanding and his own analysis, and therefore, that's good to go. Well, okay, but what if it wasn't? What if it actually was inspiration? What if it was revelation? What if it was a prophetic statement? Are you saying that there were lots of people who were saying very specifically in 1830 that around 1860 that South Carolina?
But I don't think it says God gave him any
as well.
wives.
So you can't say that Joseph Smith was.
He wasn't saying around 1860. No,
Well,
I'm just saying
that was not part
states,
of what Joseph said. What he said was that there would
hot
be
in
a war
here.
which started in South Carolina, which would encompass all nations. At the time that this was going on, there was all sorts of British involvement with trade, and that's exactly why he thought all nations would become involved. Now, we can look at this one of two ways. Mm-hmm. Either it's really super highly convenient that it just so happened that he was part of the political sphere at the time while these events were going on, that this was everything everybody was talking about, including the newspaper articles, which I can show you, which predate this by just 10 days, where Jackson is saying that this looks like rebellion to him and he'll quell it and put it down. Joseph Smith talks about this in depth himself. So he's intricately involved in the nullification process, which is going on, gives this prophecy based seemingly on the standard events of the time. Is it more rational or reasonable to you that Joseph Smith, based on the things which were going around at the time, which he was politically involved in, happens to make a prophecy about said things, which then didn't come true? Or is it more reasonable to think, well, this was divinely inspired by God, even though it didn't come true? Which thing seems more
James over here eating some Hebrew nationals.
more rational to you?
Well, it's not about rationality per se.
Wait. Hang on. It's not about rationality. We know when a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord and the word does not come to pass or come true, that is a word the Lord has not spoken.
So, Andrew, you said that the prophecy, Joseph Smith's prophecy, said the Civil War would involve all nations. Well, not literally. The war was primarily domestic. It was fought northern and southern states. No other country formally declared war, right? But it's possibly symbolic or economically that the war had global economic consequences, especially due to the cotton shortages. Many nations were diplomatically involved and entangled. France was on one side, England was on the others. There are some things that go back and forth when we're
That
talking
is
about
not what the prophecy says. That is false. It says all nations will come under war themselves. All of them themselves will become embroiled in war. That's not symbolic. That is a statement of fact. He's creating and drafting a statement of fact that all nations will be embroiled in this war. That was what the prophecy said.
Did it say
read it? Actually, pull it up and read it. It's not that long.
Did it say in this war?
Yes. Yes.
War? Okay.
It said in this war. Yes. Read it. Read it out loud.
I'm gonna look it up here. Let's see. But again, I think all prophecies do have that standard of. I hate to use this because this is going to make noise. Is this bad? Worse than it was?
No, it's perfectly fine right now.
Okay. All right. DNC. Oh, we're talking about DNC. Oh, no. Are we going directly out of the DNC, Andrew, or were you coming off a different source? I'm just curious.
You can use that. That's fine.
Okay. And of course, my DNC is
Doctrines and Covenants.
Well, let's go to DNC 87, and we can read it together. Verily, thus saith the Lord concerning the wars, plural, that will shortly come to pass, beginning.
Hang on. Hang on. Let's dissect this. Did those wars shortly come to pass?
Define shortly because you had World War I, World War II. You did have multiple wars within.
This was. I'm sorry. This was 1832, wasn't it?
Yes, 1832, December.
Yeah, 1832. World War I happened when? that was not shortly, but anyway, keep going from there.
Beginning at the rebellion of South Carolina, which will eventually terminate.
What did he say? DNC 82 or 87? I think you said 87. Verily, thus saith the Lord concerning the wars that will shortly come to pass, beginning at the rebellion of South Carolina, which will eventually terminate in the death and misery of many souls. And the time will come that war will be poured out upon all nations, beginning at this place. For behold, the southern states shall be divided against the northern states, and the southern states will call on other nations, even the nation of Great Britain, as it is called, and they shall. Yeah, he just friggin' reading the newspaper. Alex Jones could have made this prophecy.
In the death and misery of many souls.
I could have made this prophecy if I was alive then.
The time will come that war will be poured out upon all nations, beginning at this place. Again, at the time.
Beginning at what place?
South Carolina.
Beginning at South Carolina. So read that part again. It's very important.
So the world war is a result of South Carolina.
That the war will be poured out. That war, I'm sorry, not the war. Again, it says war. Let me restart. And the time will come that war will be poured out upon all nations, beginning at this place.
Mm-hmm. Beginning at South Carolina.
Sure.
And has war been poured out beginning at South Carolina?
It was in the Civil War, and then since then we have
keep reading.
Multiple wars.
Okay. Yeah, keep reading.
For behold, the southern states shall be divided against the northern states, and the southern states will call on other nations, even the nation of Great Britain. And as you said, there was already some economic things going on and back and forth, as it is called. And they shall also call upon other nations in order to defend themselves against other nations. And then war shall be poured out upon all nations.
On all nations, all of them. So he's very specific. What he claims is going to happen, and this is exactly what we find in the history of the time with the various newspapers I was able to go over, along with Jackson's own predictions, that if South Carolina had a rebellion, the southern states would likely rebel with them. This was known at the time, including by Smith, and that the South would petition because of the cotton trade to Europeans, which they actually did do in the Civil War, for aid. That right? This was well known and established fact in the 1830s already due to nullification. So what's really interesting here, though, is that he takes it one step further and says that based on this, that all nations are going to become embroiled in this war, which takes place starting in South Carolina. That most certainly did not happen at all. And he said shortly,
They say he made prophecies of trains because he talked about iron carriages drawn by iron horses snorting fire and smoke. It has been interpreted as prophecies of trains. But I think they were starting to make trains in the late 1800s. So
even made the caveat of shortly. So this was actually a very specific prophecy that's very easy to point to and say that it was wrong. So how is it possible that we know politically exactly what was going on at the time? We have the benefit of that because the printing press and all of these documents survived. I know, I went through and read them. And it turns out that exactly what the water cooler gossip of the time was and exactly what everybody was discussing at the time was
war.
This. And lo and behold, in late December, Smith comes out with this prophecy that this is going to happen in South Carolina, which, by the way, it didn't happen until much later. It is true it happened in South Carolina, but the prediction was that it was going to happen in South Carolina. That was always the political prediction. So which is more likely to you? Did war take over all nations? Obviously, that didn't happen.
What's more likely is he was probably listening to his time's version of Alex Jones on the radio. Said they're turning the freaking frogs gay. It's not a prophecy. It's just being observant and paying attention to the political temperature at the time.
The fact of the matter is his prophecy seems to be based on events of the time, which he's just self-interpreting, not revelations from God.
But again, it says wars, not war. It's talking about potentially all the way through until the second coming. No,
it doesn't say that at all.
The entire Doctrine and Covenants is about how to prepare ourselves and be ready for the second coming of Jesus Christ. Everything is about it. When you're talking about short-term, long-term, you have lots of things in the Old Testament where it says, hey, this will come to pass, and it didn't come to pass for centuries. Daniel's 70-week prophecy in Daniel 9:24 through 27 describes 70 weeks of years of interpreted as 490 years until everlasting righteousness is brought in. And many expected that would be the messianic rule and peace. And what actually happened was Jesus came and he fulfilled the messianic part, but it certainly wasn't peaceful after that. So there's different things, and there's a semicolon in there that, kind of separates the first verse from the second verse, and it does say war versus wars. And that goes, to me at least, I can understand you're saying, look, literally this is what it says. And this to me goes back again, though, to, are we talking about literal words? Are prophecies ever symbolic? Are they ever misinterpreted? And the answer is yes.
He was alive.
Mm-hmm.
Do you realize that? Like, this was not open for misinterpretation. He was not dead, and then we found the documents. He was alive when he gave this revelation, and it was not published by the church until much, much later, okay? And he basically did not want it published because it was wrong. I mean, it was incorrect. It would have made him look really, really bad. So the thing is,
just destroyed it then?
Yeah, the thing is, it's so interesting about that. Well, the problem is like, wouldn't that be if it was the case that he told people about this prophecy, let's say, and they knew about it, but then he destroyed the documents, that also would have looked bad. So the thing is, though, that's interesting is he was alive. He could have clarified any of this, okay, any of this. And interestingly enough, some of the people around him have tried to clarify this post hoc and give it a justification. But why not just clarify these things then if that's the case? It never happened. It just never happened.
He never preached about that prophecy or what he said in Doctrine and Covenants at all?
Not that I can find. Not saying that never happened, but if it did, I definitely can't find the caveats to it. And the thing that's interesting is that this was published and canonized by the Mormon Church much later. I can pull up the date on that as well, but he was alive to give clarification for this. It's very strange to me that he gives all of this presumption prophecy based on cultural events going on at the time, and then they did not come to pass. Now, if you're fine just saying, well, we just interpret it in a different way because we do, even though that's literally not what it says, I would ask you then this, and tie it off with this so we can move to the next section.
Sure.
Deuteronomy, when it's saying, when a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord and the word does not come to pass or come true, that is a word that the Lord has not spoken. How would we verify this in prophecy except by reading what the prophecy says and seeing if it plays out as it says it's going to play out? That's how we would do it. We would have to use rational thinking and logical induction in order to figure this out. It's very clear here that Smith, who wrote this prophecy, that this prophecy did not come true.
Okay, so Andrew, let's go back to Deuteronomy 18, like you just said. But the prophet which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or that shall speak in the name of other gods, even that prophet shall die. What's the timeline on he shall die? If Joseph Smith wrote this and made it up and said, hey, I'm prophesying this in 1832.
Well, he did die, didn't he?
Well, but again.
And he was, I'm sorry, remind me, how did Joseph Smith die again?
He was murdered.
Yeah, he did die.
Yeah.
Even he shall die. They give the false prophecy, you're going to die, right? That's how it works.
Okay. I'm saying, though, like you're talking about, right, time frames, right, though? Wouldn't you think that if God was saying, hey, you made this false prophecy, you're done. I mean, I'm not going to let you continue for another 10 years and keep falsifying in my name. Like, if we're going by that. But I don't know what God.
It wasn't canonized in his lifetime, was it?
So
yeah, so the thing is like he wasn't giving that prophecy publicly at the time, but what happened is it was definitely canonized as a legitimate prophecy from Smith himself. So the thing that's so interesting about this is like, isn't it funny that this prophecy, which he could have, which now this is something falsifiable, doesn't come true, and Smith's like, well, I ain't showing that to nobody, right? Isn't that kind of strange, dude? Like, oh, I wrote this prophecy, I said.
Hold on one second. It's too hot. I gotta turn on my other air to close this. I'm gonna turn on my other air conditioner and close this hallway door. Okay, if we have both those air conditioners running back here and we have that door closed, it should cool this whole back area off over time. It's hot in here. Only thing that can help right now is a beer.
Literally, it's from God, right? I wrote it all down, but it's actually falsifiable, so I better not show that to anybody because it actually didn't kind of come true here, right?
Well, okay, so again, the Doctrine and Covenants was canon when it was written. It just wasn't combined into one book until later on. He did show it to people. He showed prophecies.
Yeah, that's true. He showed it to people.
Yeah.
I agree.
Right. And so it wasn't like he was hiding it. But again, I think you're right in terms of if he had said, hey, you know what? I think I misinterpreted that. I think I was wrong. It would have been the easy way to turn around and say, hey, you know what? Ah, man, that one, I think I really screwed the pooch. I must have misinterpreted that from God. It's the same idea of, well, he didn't tell anybody, he hid it, it didn't come out, and he didn't preach about it, which I might
okay, well, let me ask you this.
Spoke about it, but,
can you see how it could be that a rational agent, a person who uses logic is found, you would agree that logic is part of the nature of God, right? That it's a great gift to us, actually, that we are able to utilize logic. Do you agree with me that inductively, if I were to go over to a stranger, sit down with them, show them American history from this period through the Civil War, and then hand them Joseph Smith's prophecy, that they would agree that that did not come to pass? Do you think that most rational people would agree that this prophecy did not come to pass?
I'm not sure because,
You're not sure?
again, when because you're asking me to put myself in somebody else's shoes, right?
Well,
so
I mean, people ask you to do that all the time. But you're an army chaplain. Your whole job is to put yourself in other people's shoes.
Well, it's to show empathy, sure, of course, and try to help people with their own religion, their own faith. I have never told any person that their religion was wrong, because that's
not even the
my
Muslims.
Job. Nope, my job is to support the Muslims. I have been the chaplain that supported one of the Wiccan services that I was responsible for helping them out and getting their
that's
what
fair.
they needed
So
for
let me
theirs.
ask you.
So
let me ask you
my
this.
job isn't to say you're wrong.
I can't tell you, of course, your job. You know your job, right? And if you don't want to answer what you think most rational people would say, leave that up to the audience. I think that most rational people, of course, are going to look at this and say, hey, this never happened. It's false. You compare it to Deuteronomy, and that's it. But the thing that's interesting here that I would ask you, how is Muhammad a legitimate prophet of God?
See, I was going to ask you that as a gotcha question as well, because I don't think either of us want to answer that question and get the Muslims on our butts.
No.
Andrew's not scared of the Muslims, but I've brought this up with the missionaries. Joseph Smith is a lot like Muhammad. They're very similar in what they did. And this is why I would say, this is how I would define a cult. Muslims and Mormons are a cult because they've taken from an established religion and they've altered the holy book, the scriptures. They've recreated it and made their own changes to it, and they've corrupted it.
That said,
no.
That said,
here, I'll just answer no.
Okay,
no.
I don't believe he was either. I honestly,
how would you falsify that Muhammad was not a prophet of God?
Well, you run into the same problem with how do you prove the positive that the Bible is the word of God? if the Bible is true and the Bible is the word of God.
That's not what I'm asking you, though. How would you demonstrate that Muhammad was a false prophet? How would you go about doing it?
I don't think that I need to.
Yeah, but how would you go about doing it?
It's not my job. I don't care. Honestly, I don't care.
I don't care is not an... Look, is Muhammad a false prophet?
I don't believe Muhammad was a true prophet because true prophets preach about Jesus Christ and the divinity of Jesus Christ.
Don't Muslims say that Jesus Christ was divine?
No, they say he was a prophet, but he was not divine, and it is absolutely against their teaching that Allah would ever deign himself to go down and have any interaction with humans, especially having a child.
Now, can you tell me, a true prophet, you would agree with me that prophets are to pave the way for Jesus Christ, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we are in agreement on that. But do you think that you could demonstrate?
But he doesn't believe. So the Mormons believe that we are all, that we were all spirit children before we came to earth. We were already born in heaven and we lived with God. And then we come down to earth. I don't know, just as like a test or something. But it's in that pamphlet. It's something I highlighted and I took notes about, and I asked the missionaries about it. They say that we were spirit people before we were put into bodies. So he's comparing Allah, saying like the Muslims don't believe that Allah would come down and interact with a woman to make his child. He doesn't believe God did that. He believes that God and his spirit wife made Jesus as a spirit child, along with Satan, along with the angels, along with us. We're all brothers and sisters, spirit children, and that we are put into bodies.
Demonstrate logically that Muhammad, if he made prophecies which did not come true, wouldn't you point to those as strong and powerful evidence that he was not a real prophet?
Depends on the level of prophecy. And was he being a prophet? And was he saying in the name of the Lord? And was that prophecy something that, yes, like you said, it's got to come to pass? Was I correct about the interpretation of that prophecy or not? There's a lot of things. And it's very difficult because what you're saying right now is you wanted me to prove a negative. So it's
you can't
impossible.
prove negatives. It's not raining in my house right now.
Prove it. Might not be raining in that room. Are you sure it's not raining in one of the other?
So did I prove that it's not raining in my house? Or I'm sorry, it's not raining in my room right now.
Oh, okay. Well,
did I just prove a negative?
It's
often the case that people who don't have logical training don't understand this. They repeat it often. You can prove negatives. It's a silly thing that people often say that you can't, but you can. And it's just something for future reference for you. When somebody says you can't prove a negative, they're wrong. You can prove negatives. I just did. So pointing this out also, I would like to move. So I think we've established as much as we need to on this one, I guess. Let's move on to the second, which is the false papyri, which was written by Joseph Smith, which he claimed. If you can pull up the book of Abraham, the Mormon book of Abraham for me, I would just like you to start at the very top with the very first thing it says.
Sure.
We just read some of it.
I believe that's
it's so bad. Look, my note had fallen out, so I didn't read this to you guys, but I have a note on this one. So this is the book of Abraham, the first part. In the land of the Chaldeans, at the residence of my fathers, I, Abraham, saw that it was needful for me to attain another place of residence. So this is Abraham wrote this, according to Joseph Smith, based off the papyri he found, the Egyptian papyri that nobody knew how to translate at the time. He knew how to translate it, and he said it was a handwritten testimony or gospel testament book of Abraham, that Abraham wrote this papyri, these hieroglyphs. And this is one of the images of it that he says, Joseph Smith says, that's Abraham and Isaac in Egyptian papyri. Now, this later became a famous image once they got the Rosetta Stone and they learned how to translate hieroglyphs. Egyptologists figured out how to read the hieroglyphs using the Rosetta Stone, and the Namaru tablets or whatever they're called. These things helped us learn how to decipher hieroglyphs. This became a famous image because this is demonstrating embalming practices in honor of the god Anubis, who was one of the gods of embalming. So they would make mummies and they would embalm mummies for Anubis. That's what I have wrote on this note here that fell out. This is not Abraham and Isaac. This is for the god of Anubis, the god of embalming. This is embalming procedures. What Joseph Smith was translating was an Egyptian book of the dead. In the tablets, in the hieroglyphs, he found this symbol. This is a drawing of the coin that they would put under a mummy's head to guide them through death, through the afterlife, and to keep their bodies warm with magic. And that's what Joseph Smith said he was translating. He was just making stuff up. And it was all debunked.
The introduction. Oh, not the Doctrine of Covenants. We're going into Pearl of Great Price. The introduction. Is that where you want the title page?
Or verse 1.
Just, just right
on.
Oh,
Book of Abraham. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the Book of Abraham. Yep.
Okay, let me click on that.
He doesn't have a dang Book of Mormon in front of him?
But this is, I think, the part you wanted me to read. Translated from the Papyrus by Joseph Smith, a translation of some ancient records that have fallen into our hands from the catacombs of Egypt, the writing of Abraham while he was in Egypt, called the Book of Abraham, written by his own hand upon papyrus.
Written by whose own hand?
Abraham's.
Whose own hand was it written by?
Abraham, the writings of Abraham while he was in Egypt.
Was that papyrus written by Abraham, sir?
I don't know, was it? I haven't gone on, and I have not gone in and gone down to the Metropolitan Museum of New York and verified if the papyrus was there or not.
Well, great. Egyptologists already did this for you. And what Egyptologists said after they translated it was that it was just very standard runic writing for the Book of the Dead. Very standard. They find them inside of mummies all the time.
Embalming practices.
Papyrus to this. Now, did not Joseph Smith pin that this was written, this papyrus was written by Abraham himself?
The saying it is written by Abraham's hand does not mean that it wasn't handed down and written, translated that way. When you're talking about the Gospels, several of the Gospels were written by someone else and then included into the Bible.
Do any of those Gospels start with "in my own hand, John"?
No, but many.
No.
But every single one of the letters of Paul is written by Paul. Do you think we have the
which
actual
ones start
of
with "in the hand of Paul himself"? X. None of them, right?
Andrew, what I'm saying is, the papyrus that Joseph Smith is saying he had could have been written, transcribed down to down to down, and all of them would have started with, "In my own hand, I am Abraham. I'm writing this in my own hand," and it's going down between each person. Is that
so? Did Abraham write the Book of the Dead?
That's not even how hieroglyphs.
Is that what you're saying? Because here's the thing that's interesting. I'm willing to even grant it. I'm willing to grant that Abraham originally by his own hand pinned.
You couldn't translate hieroglyphs like that. It's just symbols that you put together to kind of make an idea. You can't write a narrative in hieroglyphs like that. If you wanted to say in hieroglyphs, there was a battle, many people died, this king won, you'd have a picture of a bunch of soldiers, then you'd have a picture of a bunch of soldiers with their spears and people, then you'd have a picture of a king standing with his hands up over two left hands over a bunch of soldiers. Oh, I just turned on my motion tracking on accident. You couldn't write, "In the days when King blah, blah, blah reigned, there was a battle with 500 men, and the men went into battle in the dark of night, and they hid around the corner, and they placed themselves around the bear." You couldn't write that in hieroglyphics. That's not how they work.
This document, which then other people in Egypt pinned and ended up putting it in a mummy's tomb. But then that would mean that Abraham wrote the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Does that sound right to you?
No, I don't.
No, it doesn't sound right. Not really. It doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound right. So
He said, I'm not real familiar with the Egyptian Book of the Dead. If you know anything about the Pearl of Great Price, you are very familiar with the Egyptian Book of the Dead because that's what that is.
This was the papyrus translated by Joseph Smith. We actually have, again, a thing which can be falsified. You have just now read, and I'll read it again, translated from the papyrus by Joseph Smith, the Book of Abraham. The translation of some ancient records that have fallen in our hands from the catacombs of Egypt. Now, to explain to the audience, and if you're not familiar with this tale yourself, sir, they bought the papyrus, the Mormon Church bought that for $88,000, which now this is modified and adjusted for inflation, right? So it's $88,000 in our dollars. I think at the time it was $3 or $4 grand for the. It was still an outlandish amount of money. Okay, so they bought this thing. Now he's got an investment. Now he's
Joseph Smith bought it with the tithing money from all the other Mormons. Like, I don't know if they really had a choice. Like, he just wanted it, so he spent all the money that they were giving him so that they could have multiple wives. They were paying a lot of money to get those multiple wives and be part of the church. The Mormon church, you have to get into the temple, you have to be a card-carrying member. To be a card-carrying member, you have to pay most of the Mormons have their tithe taken out of their paycheck before they ever see it. You can actually set your tithe up with your job here in Utah. I think you can do it with other churches too, but it's not like a requirement. Here in Utah, if you want to be a card-carrying member and go into the temple, you have to, they'll take your tithe out of your paycheck before you ever see it.
He's invested. Okay, we got an investment now.
Sure.
I just got to spend $88 grand to do nothing with it. So he, at the time, of course, there was no Rosetta Stone, so they weren't able to translate these Egyptian ruins, and so it was unfalsifiable. Isn't that convenient? So what happens here? Abraham, he writes this and says, the writings of Abraham while he was in Egypt. So he says, these are the writings of Abraham while he was in Egypt, called the Book of Abraham, written by his own hand upon papyrus. Now he says upon papyrus. Sure. Now they were translating it from the papyrus. I would infer that he means that papyrus. But even if he didn't, this would still mean.
Oh, shoot. VK started? I thought it started at 9:30. It started early tonight. Dang. I wanted to get in VK early so I don't miss my chance. What do we do, chat? You want to keep watching this, or should we come back to this after VK? Or maybe in between, if I get put into any one-on-ones, we can check in on this. We're currently an hour behind. There's still an hour more to go. And they're still going. What should we do, chat? Should we go jump in VK? I'm okay with both.
That after these writings were translated, that we either have one of two conclusions. Either Joseph Smith was really wrong, or that Abraham wrote the Book of the Dead. Which one do you think is more likely?
There's actually a third possibility here.
What is the third one?
The third possibility is, as you said, there was a fire, and when fires happen, things get misplaced, moved around, destroyed. And it's very possible that they grabbed this and said, hey, this is actually the papyrus that was owned by the Mormons. And
the pictures are in the Book of Mormon. There's a picture of an embalming practice for Anubis in the Book of Mormon, and they say that it's Abraham and Isaac. It's obviously not Abraham and Isaac.
This is what it is. So, hey, we better save it. It's very possible.
This was a fantastic, what I call cope argument from Mormons. But here's what's really funny. We have good record keeping now in the 1800s.
Come back to this after VK. Yeah, I think we could do that. Let me, all right, give me a second to figure some stuff out.
all public spaces should be video and audio monitored. I'm in favor of this because us as a society, we want to reduce crime as possible. And if there's places that there's public video and all this shit, we have all the evidence there. So
Define
it's
a
not
public
only
space.
not only does it lead to more convictions,
Define
but
a
also
public
keeps
space,
areas.
bro.
Yeah. Okay, so like any spaces that's not private property.
So when you're taking a picture from the street and you see in my window in that picture, is that not privacy? Is that not is that
that's looking
space?
that's looking into private property, yeah.
But the fact of the matter, it works the other way as well. So when it comes to it, when everything is said and done, especially in today's day and age,
it's not talking about putting cameras in your house.
Hold on, let me finish my point. The fact of the matter is, when it comes to today's day and age, so much shit can be fucking faked. We see likenesses of celebrities made to look like they're in fucking China when they're actually still in their fucking house.
Yes,
AI.
Okay, we're going into other topics
public,
other than the actual prompt.
Public space, it doesn't.
I'd
fucking
run away from this prompt too if I was you.
I'm not running
away. Like I said, so like when we talk about like public space,
okay, then
like
what's your definition of a public space? What is your definition of a public space then?
So you're trying like any property.
Okay, 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay, so a bathroom is a public space.
All this shit.
Okay, so a bathroom is a public space. Thank you.
What are you talking about? Like
a bathroom, in a mall.
You're trying to,
you're
trying to blur the lines. You're trying to blur the lines between public and private. What I'm saying is simply
because if I am in a mall and I go to a bathroom in that mall,
do you think that there should be cameras in the public car park?
Is technically public space, bro. That bathroom is public space by your definition.
Do you think? Can I ask a question? Do you think that there should be cameras in a public parking lot, for example?
No. Fuck that. You should have your own fucking cameras.
If there's a crime, there's gangbang shit going down this public park, you wouldn't want to put cameras in place, no?
Bro, it does not matter because police should be doing their job.
Yeah, you're perfectly fine.
You're
perfectly fine with you're perfectly fine with gangland crimes, all this kind of shit. And you don't want putting a measure that would prevent that crimes. So, for example,
hold on. If they would stop spending over $10 million annually on AI and facial recognition and put that money into having more police on the streets, we would not have this issue.
There's no avoiding AI. AI is already on its trajectory. You're not going to be able to pull the plug on that shit unless you start blowing data centers, which is
they're in a 1v1.
So this is the same.
If there's only
that
two
led
people
to
there,
the,
it might.
Like
I gotta go to the bathroom real quick.
With the whole gang rape that was going on in England, there was legislation before that we should put cameras in these taxis.
I'm still arguing your definition. Your definition of a public space was somewhere you do not own. If I am in a mall bathroom,
answer the question.
That is a public space in your fucking circumstances. Why would you want somebody to take a picture of you in public spaces?
Would you mandate there to be cameras in those taxis?
No. I've already answered 3 of your questions. Answer my one.
I've already given you the definition.
No. I just asked you a fucking question for the 3rd time that you are avoiding.
What are you talking about?
By your definition, anywhere
what is the question? What is the question that I'm
is
avoiding?
Public fucking space. If I am in a mall bathroom, by
spaces,
your definition, that is public space. Why would I want somebody to be allowed to video camera me when I am in the bathroom, dog?
You do realize that you can have a camera where it doesn't look over the stalls, correct?
You do realize anywhere in a bathroom.
This is how ridiculous your point is. So back to my question.
That is illegal. They can only use infrared. They cannot video camera inside of a bathroom.
Putting cameras in those taxis in England.
No, fuck that. They should have to pay for their own.
So you want the Islamists to gang rape all England's daughters. You're perfectly fine with that,
bro. You're trying
to
go
with it. Just say you're fine with it.
You're trying to go with these extremes.
You just said that you wouldn't put cameras in it,
bro.
You wouldn't put cameras in the taxis,
bro. Dude, you're trying to
just let them do what they want to do to the daughters. We don't need evidence or anything like that.
The majority, dog. I am talking the majority, not the minority. Stay on point,
the majority. How are you talking about the majority?
The majority is when you're focusing on those few instances where public crimes happen. I am focusing on the majority where nothing happens and it is a waste of money.
Happen in public. Yes, correct. Most crimes happen in public. Yes, correct.
No.
My solution is put a camera in there so you can see the full picture, and when shit goes off, you actually have physical evidence you can put forward. Yeah.
I knew you were a leprechaun, but do not be a straw man, bro.
Okay, yeah, we're just doing that on. I haven't straw manned your argument. All I'm saying is that. Yeah, so in terms of the prompt,
no.
In terms of the prompt,
let me finish, because
public spaces should have video and audio monitored, because when shit goes down, because majority of the time when crime happens, it happens in public spaces.
I said that most crimes happen in public. I did not say that. Stop trying to straw man me. Argue the point.
I actually did not go near your point of view whatsoever. I'm just stating my position.
You tried to put words in my mouth.
How am I straw manning you if I'm stating my position?
Valid.
How am I straw manning you if I'm stating my position?
You have not answered my question about public bathrooms, bro.
Yes, I did.
No, you did not.
Yes, I did. And how am I straw manning you if I'm stating my position?
Bro, no, you tried to say
how am I straw manning you if I'm just stating what my position is?
My point.
You know what a straw man is?
Oh my God, bro.
A straw man is when I take your position and misrepresent it, but I wasn't talking about your position. All I've been talking about is my position. I'm in the positive here. And I'm saying in public spaces, they should be videoed and audio monitored because crime happens in these public places. Would you agree that it's a good idea to videotape areas that there's a lot of crime in?
Bro, no.
So you don't want to monitor crime.
You're trying to avoid the fact that you're putting words in my mouth.
You don't want to videotape or monitor areas where there's a lot of crime. Why?
Bro, we should not have to videotape in public crime.
Why don't you want to reduce crime?
Because if they spent half of the money they did on that, look at the budgets, bro. The fact is, it actually
look at the budget. Answer the question. Okay, so rather than have question, answer my question. Which is going to be more cost efficient?
Stop fucking talking over
me. Which is going to be more cost efficient? The camera or the person? Which is going to be more cost efficient?
Bro, see, now you're not even going to let me try to talk, bro. Like,
I'm asking you a question. I want to make sure that you answer the question.
Harriac, why are you so bad faith, bro?
So I'm not being bad faith. I'm going to ask you, which is going to cost more?
Faith, bro. You asked me a question. I try to give you the fucking answer, and you will not shut the fuck up while I'm trying to answer.
Which is more expensive? Camera place, hiring someone to patrol the area.
You're not even letting me fucking talk.
Which is
every time I see again. Bro, every time I fucking talk, easy, solo judge. I'm going into PayPal right now, solo judge.
And I get an answer. Which is more expensive?
I'm going to play some Wukong while we do this, I think. Maybe.
You going to answer? Hello?
Hello, McFly.
Can you hear me? Yeah, which is more expensive? Hiring a dude to patrol the area or having cameras in place? Which is more expensive?
Bro. You're being so bad faith. Every time I try to talk, you just talk over me. Again. Every time I'm trying to state my opinion,
more expensive?
Bro.
That's all I want to know. Which is more expensive?
And you will not let me get to my point, bro. Because
which is more expensive? That's my question.
We would rather have real cops who are monitoring these cameras at
but which is more expensive?
Not
which is more expensive,
bro.
Which is more expensive?
Bro, stop fucking trying to.
Is it more expensive to have the cops?
Stop trying to overtalk me.
Is it more expensive to have the cops?
You're so bad.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Bro, you're the one who brought up money. You're the one who brought up budgets. Let's go there. Let's go with the budgets then.
Bro. No, because the fact of the matter is, bro, you've been over talking me every time I've tried to make a point, bro.
Yeah, which is more expensive?
You will not let me talk. How am I supposed to answer your question where you will not let me talk, bro?
I gave you plenty of time. I was there singing. I was trying to serenade you into an answer, but you still won't answer. Which is more expensive?
You're so pathetic, dog.
Which is more expensive? Yeah, I get that. Ad homs, all that kind of shit. Yeah, but which is more expensive? You haven't got shy on me now, Beaver, have you? Because logically speaking, it's more expensive to pay someone to patrol an area than to just have cameras set up and monitor the situation. So this whole thing of like, I want a policeman there, which would stand to, yes, I want to get rid of the crime in this area. But when you think about it logistically speaking, and in terms of the budget, far more cheaper to just put cameras in place rather than have an actual person in place and have a patrolman actually patrol the area. So to your own logic, it actually makes more sense to just have them video recorded rather than actually have a person in place.
Oh, I was muted. I let it get to 11 minutes and 30.
Spotty's dumb, yo, didn't he?
Yep. Don't worry, it's already done. I win. Fuck you, Teriak. You want to be bad faith?
That's all I need to. The fact that you had the solo judge, it already tells everyone here that you knew you were going to lose. You would have just left it up to the audience if you knew you were going to win.
No, you would not stop over talking me when I was trying to make my point, bro. You were being bad fucking face.
The behavior speaks for itself, boys.
No.
Go ahead. I don't care. Like, you're supporting easy either way. It's an extra $60 for easy.
You will not stop talking over
you just told everybody. You just told everybody you're a bitch, man. You know what I mean?
No, because you will not stop trying to overtalk me while I'm trying to make my point.
Yeah, this is Verbal Combat, bitch. This is Verbal Combat. Zero moderation.
Loud noises, loud noises.
Yeah. The fact that you had to pay to solo judge, just it speaks volumes.
Bro, I'm here to cause chaos and be a villain. Eat my ass.
Tell everybody in the chat where we can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $250 prize.
If you want to bring me back just to make Beaver uncomfortable, because like we all seen, you seen him put it forward, solid judge. You know where I'm at. So like I said, and either way it works out. It's like more support for our boy Easy. You know what I'm saying? So appreciate you having me on, Easy, and like I said, bring me back because I want to piss Beaver off, essentially. You know?
Bring back Teriak. Bring him back.
Fucking go. Always a pleasure having you. And if they bring you back, you know you're more than welcome.
Don't worry, Teriak. I'll piss them off now.
Friend.
I'll piss them off now.
Appreciate it.
Your soul is mine. No!
Another soul added, or the first soul, sorry, of the night added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. And yes, the mods shared Teriak's channel in the chat too. If any of you guys want to go find Teriak, that's where it's at. All right. And also, we got 2 more fighters to bring to the stage. I was wrong. 3 more. JS Urban Adventures. Welcome to the show.
Yo.
Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
Animated Effigy, welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
Let's fucking go. And Elder Lion, welcome to the show.
What's up, boys? Anybody got some NyQuil?
You better be careful, right? Because if you hurt
anybody got some
NyQuil? You want to get fucked up? You want to get fucked up? Elder Lion, Puffy got NyQuil.
He's on his periods. The bleeding angry beaver.
I wouldn't have solo judged if you would have let me talk without over talking me. That was my annoyance right there. Just to be clear.
Jay just wanted to kick him in the fucking
you
mouth.
have to do that. This is verbal combat.
Yeah, and I'm a fucking and I'm the villain of Verbal Combat. Come the fuck at me.
Yeah. I'm the villain.
He's the angry beaver.
I'm gonna take me ball in and no one can play the game.
Bricky, you forget he's the angry beaver. He wanted to kick him in the face, but he couldn't, so he did it with his money.
Bro, he's too short to kick me in the face, motherfucker. Yo, he has to grow at least another foot before his fucking foot touches my face.
Yeah, I can just hurt your feelings. By the sound of it, I can just hurt your feelings from a distance.
He made the beaver angry. You don't like the
Actually, no. I am in a fucking phenomenal mood.
That's a nervous laugh.
Oh shit, Ricky, we got another one.
You're just nervous when I'm nice.
Tired.
James Life Talks, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Let's fucking go.
And honestly, Chase, that sounded like you was getting your fee-fees a little bit there.
No.
Because you saw Judge.
shit,
You didn't
James
like
wants
to go.
Bro, James, y'all can think whatever you want, but in my point of view, he asked me a question, would not allow me to answer without screaming. Hold the fuck on. Now you're doing it? Bro, do not make me do it.
James wants to smoke.
James wants to put me in a 1v1 versus James right now. 1v1, me versus James. Let's go.
You've got Messiah complex tonight by the looks of it. So.
No. I came to cause chaos, motherfucker. That's what I'm here to do.
For a very tall man, you've got little man syndrome at the moment. I'm just going to say that.
Coming from the littlest man of the group.
I mean, Puffy's only 2 feet.
God, 2 people gave us the same name change. That's too good.
Back in my day.
Oh.
You
Bro,
started.
I gotta fight before I fight tomorrow. That's why I'm here. Let's go. Somebody come at me.
Well, where is everybody else on the topic of here? Let me bring it back up for everybody again, quick here. All public spaces should be video and audio monitored.
I'm like, no.
James, don't you, bro. I'm trying to be the 1 versus 7 tonight. Let's go.
No, I'm like a no. I don't want to be video and audio taped in the bathroom. Are you crazy?
You actually addressed my point.
James
gets
it.
like
James
that.
fucking gets it. Oh, well, I'm on your side on that one, but you were still kind of your fee-fees when, you told Josh instead of letting the...
No, dude. No, it's because I really don't give a fuck. I've been drinking since I got home from work, dog. You really think I care? I have no feeling. I'm an angry beaver. I'm here to cause chaos.
Clearly, solo judge.
So
that's not true. I've had people fucking fatality me while on panel rather than 1v1ing me. Shut the fuck up, James.
James, the people gonna eat your fucking face. You need to calm down.
I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet,
so,
right?
Considering most public spaces are constantly surveilled by people with cell phones anyway, is this a really big deal of a question to anyone?
Yeah, but that's private.
But see, again, that goes to one of the points I made versus Teriak that he refused to answer. When it comes to the law, if somebody takes a picture of me without my consent and posts it online, that is against the law.
No, it's
not. It is against my privacy rights.
It's easy to sue.
No, it's not.
But you can't do shit if the government's taking pictures of you. So wait a minute. You can sue the government. Wait a minute. By that logic, can people not live stream out in public, Chase?
Yeah, people do it all. I mean, maybe in Canada. I don't know how it is in Canada, but in America.
But the thing is, listen. If a private person records you, that's one thing. If there's cameras everywhere, that's the fucking government, you assholes. There's a difference between private and government.
Go on, Puffy, let them fucking tell it.
No, in public spaces, though, you have no privacy in that way, right?
By your
definition,
by the Teriak definition, that literally means any space you do not own, which includes bathrooms. It includes changing tables for your fucking kids. Like, bro, that is a rabbit hole you do not want to go down.
Not if bathrooms are considered private.
Jazzy putting up 10 towards the Teriak Revive Fund. So Teriak
have protections against
left.
that, where we would already have like cameras in bathrooms all over the place.
Yeah,
right?
bathrooms would be considered private.
Those are private areas, yeah.
Oh, how do you know that? Because any fucking dumbass can walk in the door. Any fucking dumbass can walk in there. Well, not any.
Okay,
James. If they walk in there with a camera, they're breaking the law.
James, a very simple question. Let me ask James a very simple question. James, if you are self-conscious as a person, I know you. This is if you were out work at the gym or somewhere else, which is classified as a public space, do you want somebody to be allowed to videotape you and then put you online mocking you?
I'm pretty sure a
because
gym would
this
be
is
a
what it would
Gym would
business,
not
right?
be a public place.
Yeah,
It'd be a private
whoa,
business.
wait a minute. That is literally a public space, for fuck's sake.
No, it's
Exactly.
not.
That is literally a public space. That is a public space. That's why these
No, it's
OS
not.
girls get
No.
away with fucking going into a gym because it is open to the public. That is the definition of public space.
No,
Right,
it's
and
not.
those- and those-
You can say it really
Oh.
slowly and exuberantly, and it
Made them
doesn't
not
make
able to
it
do that.
true, Chase.
Yeah, that's not true at all. And anyway,
No, it
let's just-
actually is, bro, because we have thousands of people who go into gyms, they'll video camera other people, and then make fun of them.
because
Can I
that
go
private
into
gym
Planet
allows
Fitness
that
by,
in
without
their
a
by
policy.
membership?
your definition, it is a public space because it is it is open to the
No,
public.
Chase, they're
No,
cool with those
it's not.
e-thoughts with the tight
literally
fucking ducks
not.
sticking
The
out.
gym
their
that I go
fucking pants
to,
and
you
their
have to
Do
Lululemons.
better.
The
Do
gym I
better.
go to, you have to swipe a card to get in because it's a private gym.
Yeah, I've
It
seen
is
that.
open
You have to have a
anyone.
membership. You have
Hold
to
on,
pay
is it
a
open to the
membership
public?
fee.
Hold on.
Is it open to the public?
If
No,
they
you
once
have
they
to
become
swipe
no, it's
card.
open to members.
Right. Hold on, hold on,
only you can
hold
go
on,
in
Puffy,
there.
Puffy, let me ask. Can
If you're a member,
anyone
What the
hold
fuck?
on, JS?
Are you guys
Can
seriously
anyone-
think Planet
hold
Fitness
on,
is a
JS,
public?
JS, let me ask.
My mic sounds hollow. Hold on, I'll fix it.
Abe Dinkins, welcome to the show.
Check.
Let's fucking go.
What up,
Hey.
President?
President Abe is here.
Not too much. How we doing, gents?
We're
Cheers,
doing
Johnny.
okay.
Check. His periods and he's just telling me.
We're
about his,
trying to find out why all these perverts want to set up cameras to look at my booty hole.
I thought you didn't have any genitalia. You were a cloud.
All it takes is looking up.
Check. Does this sound better now?
Only thing I'll see in a cloud is a puff of smoke.
You calm down, James. I'll fucking throw lightning at your house. I know where you live. I'll throw lightning at your house.
Abe Dinkus, you
you're
can bring
hurting
us
my
back
feelings.
to the topic with your opinion quick. All public spaces should be video and audio monitored.
No.
Can't hear you that well, or is it
Yeah, you're a little low.
Hold on, let me adjust.
Yo, do you know what's funny? They're like, oh, if you gotta pay to get into a place, it's not public. Have you seen how if you get into a fucking public park sometimes or in a nature
No.
reserve, you gotta pay? You fucking assholes.
Is my mic
It's
better
an
now?
outside place you gotta pay for.
Yeah, I
Okay,
can hear
Puffy.
you.
JS, answer Puffy, and then I have one single question that you did not answer. I want an answer to that after you answer him.
I didn't hear what he asked. I was trying to fix my mic.
Literally, if you go into a wildlife reserve, you gotta pay, and that's outside in fucking nature, you asshole. Just because you gotta pay don't mean it's not public.
Okay, but
Fucking right.
a
Fucking right.
private business is private.
But
It don't matter if it's open to the public. The fucking
okay,
prompt says
okay.
every public space needs
So-
to be monitored. Everywhere the
Puffy,
fucking
hold on.
public gathers
Puffy, hold on.
needs to be monitored.
That's what's
Puffy,
public about.
no.
Walmart
Whatever, bitch.
Walmart is open
That's
to the
what's public.
public.
No,
Do you think
thank you.
Walmart
The
is
prompt
a
says
public or a
every
private?
public space. The prompt says every
will
public space. Can you
pass.
fucking bitches
Yeah,
read?
talk again for a sec.
Check.
bathroom.
There you go. I turned you up on this side, so it sounds better.
I think I was on the wrong mic. But
Low.
streamer cope.
I haven't even answered the prompt.
And Kat just wants to add in quick. How do y'all feel about dash cams then?
Yeah,
Well,
that's
dash
personal.
cams are not
That's personal
bathroom.
recording. That's personal recording.
That's
That's
the main
not for the
one.
government.
Concerned about. There's no
I mean, I think
cameras
as long as the space is designated public and we're allowed to record in that public space, then that's fine.
Okay, so Planet Fitness is a public space. Let's go with that. Planet Fitness is a public space. Are they allowed to put cameras in their gym?
Is that
As long as they are not used for outside the business, that is their prerogative. But if you mandate it, that gives government access.
What if a murder happens in
Canada
there? Are the police allowed to come?
Bill C2, we are about to be a police state.
Are the police allowed to come and confiscate the
cameras? What would the police do without cameras? Oh no, like that's been there forever. Oh no, oh no.
Oh no. Anywhere open to the public is a public space.
Fucking cameras on you though.
Even if you have a membership pass, if anyone can go for that membership, you are most definitely a public fucking space.
You made me do this.
Name change.
Wait, you got a video even for name
Let's
change
go.
now? Wow.
Yeah, he records you in public spaces to get all these videos.
Yeah, James.
Hello. What? I didn't even answer the prompt yet. Do I think there should be audio and video recording in all public spaces? No, probably not. But is it the case that it already is? Yeah. There's already satellites that can zoom in on your eyeball.
Okay, so you're telling me there's a satellite that will zoom in and watch me taking a piss at a urinal?
No, there's not.
That's not a public space.
Exactly. Like, come the fuck on, bro.
Yeah, better not be, because I don't want no one to see me taking a piss at a urinal.
That's not a public space.
What the fuck?
Oh, really? You have public bathrooms at a fucking park, you asshole.
Yeah, but you can't walk into a bathroom with a camera recording.
Literally, a fucking dad can walk in with his daughter.
No, you can't. That's against the law. That would be a lewd and lascivious act.
Hold on, Puffy, hold on. So you're telling me you don't know about the Planet Fit? You, as a Planet Fitness, you brought this in. There was a fucking case where a trans man went into the woman's bathroom and was fucking video recording and taking pictures of all the fucking women in there.
And
you're
telling
me it's against the law?
There was a case on it. Why was
nothing done against that?
Why was there a case brought? Yes, there was something done about it. There was a case made about it.
He didn't even get kicked from the gym, dog. Like, come on, go fucking learn your shit.
Yeah, but that's woke culture. He should have been kicked in the fucking face and the balls for it. Let's face it.
Now, the problem is that we said was right.
Let's
the problem is you would have to distinguish between private property, public property. But the problem is, anyway, the public address is technically public. It's open to the public.
That means Planet Fitness doesn't count because Planet Fitness has to have a membership to be there, so it's not technically.
But hold on, James. But the membership is open to anyone who pays the
invasion of privacy that can lead to criminal charges.
Not anyone gets the membership.
Bathrooms are considered private spaces where individuals have a reasonable expectation of privacy.
Yes,
it is a crime.
Hold on, and outside of a personal stall, that does not apply. Otherwise, everyone who takes pictures in bathrooms with somebody else in the background would have been arrested. There have been thousands of fucking cases about this where it does not happen and nothing is done about it.
Have you ever been in a locker room before? They have signs on the wall that says no selfie area, no cameras or recording devices allowed in this area.
And it is not enforced because, as I stated, there are thousands of cases of people video recording inside of a bathroom.
You're just making shit up.
No, I am not. Go and fucking look.
Jeremy, welcome to the show.
Ooh. All states have made it illegal to record in bathrooms. So you're saying some people. You're saying some people.
Some states.
You're saying some people got away with it.
Thousands of cases where it does not happen.
In the U.S.
Wait, let me see if I can hear Jeremy just real quick.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Oh yeah,
yeah. We can hear you. He just didn't want to talk over them. He wasn't trying to interrupt them.
Oh no! Hang on, no, it's on the wrong microphone. Give me a second.
Just because there is selective enforcement on a law does not mean the law doesn't exist.
There we go.
You're saying because some people got away with it.
No, because in a huge amount of these cases, nothing is done. As I stated, I have seen thousands of cases online where
Thousands
a
of
man
cases,
who is
that's bullshit.
who is identifying
You have not
as a
seen
fucking-
thousands of any cases.
Yes, I actually have.
No, you haven't.
I can fucking leave the panel and I can send you the fucking documents, bro. There are fucking many cases where
Dude,
people are in bathrooms
What if you've
taking
seen thousands
videos
already?
and taking
I watch
pictures.
criminal
and nothing
interrogations
is
for
done about
hours
it.
every night, and I haven't even seen thousands of murder cases.
So,
So
hang on.
you haven't
That-
seen
that's
thousands of
code.
cases.
That's because you sleep. I do not.
Yeah, JS, you're totally allowed to walk up to a celebrity and record their fucking license plate number and dox them. Yeah. Do you know what TMZ is? You know what TMZ is?
There's a few points I want to put in here. One, just because they don't actually get charged, or even if they win the case, that doesn't mean that it's legal for everybody to go and do those things. So just because they get off on the charge, it doesn't make it right.
No. Because in most
however,
of the cases
Chase,
I have seen, they
hang
do
on,
not even
motherfucker,
try
listen.
to charge.
However, bathrooms are actually considered protected space, even though they're accessible to the public.
No, it's
by
not.
Federal law.
Yes,
in the
they
state,
are.
it's considered protected space. The
They
same
not
as-
Canada.
I just
Hold
read.
on.
I just
Hold
read
on.
it to you, Chase.
Hold
Same
on,
as-
then why? Hold on.
Chase.
Hold on. I have 6 people attacking me right now. Everyone, one at a time.
Well, don't say dumb shit.
Hold on. I have multiple people coming at me. Jeremy, the fact is, there are many cases where nothing is done about people taking videos in fucking bathrooms.
This is
There
irrelevant.
are thousands of cases, and you see tens of thousands of videos on TikTok and shit in a bathroom.
Angry Beaver.
Nothing is done. It is not a protected
Right.
space.
We need to enforce the law. I agree. We need to
I've
enforce
seen
the
them
law.
all run
And
up
I'm
and
not-
down
I'm not-
Canada.
Oh my
And
god,
the cops
yo,
never came
I
for
have
him.
5 people coming at me and no one will let me answer a question, bro. Like, come on.
You're bringing up stuff that's irrelevant to the topic.
No, I am
Angry
not.
Beaver, Angry
No, I
Beaver.
am not. How are you saying it's irrelevant when these are cases
We're
directed
asking-
at your issue, bro?
The question is, should audio and video recording be allowed in public spaces?
Absolutely
Also,
not. Because a bathroom that
and then you
do
bring
not
up
own
bathrooms,
in
which
a
are
public
private spaces.
area
This is why it's
is
irrelevant.
a public bathroom.
They're protected areas, you dumb fuck. The same as
They
going
obviously are not when there are thousands, there are tens of thousands of pictures of people in bathrooms.
Hold on, give me 1 second.
Like the code.
They still have protected areas, the same as a fucking bathroom. You
Give
are
me
a
1
dumb
second.
face.
Give me
I
1
stole that
second.
from
Hold
you,
on,
Izzy.
hold on. Give me 1 second to everybody that's advocating for the public recording. So you're all cool with the pervert filming your child walking outside in the street? You cool with the fucking pervert filming your child while it walks outside in the street? Huh?
Yeah, because
Fucking
laws
answer the
don't change
question.
that. Laws
You
don't-
weirdos! You weirdos!
That doesn't matter. That actually doesn't matter. You don't have to be cool with it. The simple fact is if he's out on the public street, he's got the right to do it.
Oh, that should be legal.
Can you hear me?
Honestly, I'd rather him record my kid and go home
Yeah,
and do
we hear
something
you.
with it than be jerking off in the bush.
What the fuck?
Oh my fucking god. Oh,
I'm just saying.
no, hold on. Did JS just agree he would let his kid be masturbated to behind fucking closed doors? Are you fucking retarded?
I am no longer taking any part in this conversation, mate.
Jesus fuck.
Game over.
That's it. I think there are protections that are afforded to children for particularly that instance.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can't.
they
You
should
can't.
be. They should be.
Not okay.
Yeah,
But
they
the,
should
but the
be.
sheer point is like
But
whether or not you like it does not really indicate whether or not you can, right?
It's not about liking. Should it be legal or not? That's the prompt.
Yeah, and I don't think that is legal for them to just sit outside and record children. I think there are.
It is.
At
It's
least in the
also,
state, I believe there are protections that are afforded to children for that.
Then why are there tens of millions of videos online of people sitting outside of a
Tens of
store
millions
live
now. It was
streaming
thousands.
with
Tens of
children
thousands.
walking
You think-
outside?
Are you saying that just because something is illegal, people don't do it?
No, that is not what I'm saying. But you're
That
saying it's
sounds like
enforced. I'm
That
saying it
sounds
is
like
not.
that's the
That
exact
is the
fucking
difference.
argument you're making.
It
People
sounds
break
exactly
laws all
like
the
that.
time.
It is
Eating is
not
illegal because
enforced
some people
like
get-
you try to claim, bro. That is my statement.
Much like every single law.
It's also two separate questions because
so what's your point?
audio and video legislation are two different things. So most states will allow video, like if it allows video recording, audio is a different thing. It won't. Some states you can do video recording, but you can't do audio recording. So it's two separate issues. But
that's not entirely, like I said. There are many videos online of people in public areas where
this
they
is
have
not an
audio.
argument, dude.
Dude, you're saying
There are many examples of murders.
Again, every time I speak, I have 7 people speaking at me.
Look, Chase, there are
Y'all are
many people
coping.
here in the state that I live in that smoke pot. Guess what? Pot's a fucking felon here.
Yeah, that's what he's.
It's still a felony across
You're
the
a dumb
United States,
fuck.
period.
That's what
No,
you are.
I am
Chase.
not a dumb fuck. Y'all are just all spurging at the same time. I try to have one conversation. I'm having 7.
You're spurging nonsense. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Bro, yes, I do know what the fuck I'm talking about, Jeremy.
You clearly don't.
And this is the thing.
Bro,
this is a valid.
again,
point, 'cause we're
difference
not
of
arguing
countries
what's
does not
legal.
mean I do not know what I'm talking
We'll be
about,
allowed to
because
We'll be able to
there's
report you.
dozens and thousands of cases and many examples online of people filming in places they're not supposed to. It is never fucking enforced. You still have not went after that first point I made 7 fucking minutes ago.
Most of those states are probably single-party consent states where they're allowed to do that.
What is enforced?
Oh my God, cope.
He was found
Fucking
innocent.
cope.
Whether or not it's a law or not.
How
What
is that a
does
cope?
enforcement have to do with
You can't just say cope to everything. That's not an argument, dude.
No, because you're not actually engaging, bro.
2v2.
I said most of those are single-party consent states where that's allowed. That's why it doesn't get prosecuted. If you made a YouTube video where you're recording people in a 2-party consent state, your video would get taken down. And the person could press charges.
Bring the sword, boys.
Chase, Jeremy, James, and Puff.
Should have put me in there. I could have actually made.
Oh, I gotta move Teriak over here to the soul room. Everybody, don't forget. All right, Teriak only has 80 left to bring him back. Okay, so you can work on that if you'd want to. All right, we got a 2v2 though here, so let's get everyone else into the back. All right.
Oh boy.
Damn, if you got buff.
Yeah, it's working on the zoom up.
I didn't
How
even
did you get so buff?
finish my beer yet.
Okay, so here we go. And this was the same side, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think me and Jeremy were on the same side.
Yeah, okay. I was just making
I
sure.
don't know, James. You were saying no in the beginning. Same with Puffy and me. So what? Wait a
minute. Wait a minute. So what are you talking? What are we talking? Well, what are we?
Oh my God,
James, you like if you put butter on both sides of the
Hold up. Let's not debate yet. Hold up, James. What side of this are you on?
I want no cameras.
Again. So it's 3v1. Change topic.
I was confused. Talking about because I didn't know.
I don't get why you were coming after me when I'm a nay. Like, come on, bro.
I'm not an
We got 2 minutes added, so that brings it up to 10, and then we got another 2 minutes added, brings it up to 12 to start. Oh, nice. Okay, so let's let me get that going across the bottom. But let's get a topic for you guys. One of the topics I brought up earlier, let me see where you guys stand, because I don't think you guys were on when I brought this up. It was the first topic, and it was just Teriak and Brick at this point. Where was it? Here. Internet censorship is more positive than negative.
No.
I would say yes, depending on what you're talking about. Censorship.
Oh.
No.
So Jeremy says no. James says yes. Chris, Chase, are you guys there?
Bro, I'm waiting for them because I'm here to advocate, bro. I'm here to get better. If they don't want to, that's up to them.
It's difficult. It can go both ways for me.
All right, so this is going to be a 3v1. Let's go.
No, wait. What did you say? What did you say? Puffy?
Yo, no, it can go both ways from Puffy. Puffy.
Chris, that's a bad engagement. Look, they're not saying that positive can't come from it. They're saying more positive than negative.
Right.
Which one do you think is more?
Nah.
Yes, there can be positive, there can be negative. Which one is more? Which one outweighs?
Right.
Oh my God!
What happened?
I still haven't eaten my pizza. Y'all wasting my time. Let's go.
I'm a little bit fucked up. Calm down, Beaver. Calm down.
No.
Yeah, don't get wet. Don't get the beaver wet.
Bro, I want to eat my pizza.
Yeah, eat this ass.
Eat this ass.
You made me do this.
Name change.
So eat your pizza.
I can't. I keep getting in fucking arguments. I
Yeah,
can't.
because you're yelling at everybody.
Do you guys not have an answer, or what's going on?
I'm waiting for a majority, bro. It can be a 3v1. I do not care.
Wait, the last one you just said new topic because it's a 3v1. Now you want it to be a 3v1? What is that?
No, the reason I
Come on,
said
dude.
new topic was because me, James, and Chris are all on the negative. Jeremy was the only one on the positive by their own states.
Yeah, and he doesn't
Yeah,
care.
that last topic, but this topic, in this topic, you or Chris, you guys are doing a grumple right now. What are you guys doing?
Okay, wait a
You
second.
guys just
So,
say yes or no
Pulling a
to the
grumple.
prompt, or
I'll argue either
you guys
side.
can't do that?
I gave you a no to this prompt, so I did
yeah,
not.
it's more positive. Yeah.
Well,
it's
no,
more
I know
positive.
Jeremy and
Yeah,
James
it's more
are the
positive.
fans here, but I don't know why.
Yeah, it's
Bro.
more positive. It's more
No,
positive.
It's 100% a positive.
Okay, so now it's okay. So Jeremy's the only one on the other side. Jeez Louise.
This is kind of the issue. Just make it 3v1.
Well, why don't you just
Yeah,
play
well, we've only went through
then,
2
Jay?
prompts. The issue was you guys wouldn't answer. What are you talking about, man?
You can take either side.
James
Jay.
keeps
Don't
flip-flopping his statement.
Just to be clear,
Whistleblowers should not be protected.
If you go outside your door, it's a public space. Bathrooms are a protected space.
Oh, they should, yeah, for sure.
No.
Okay, then that's our
Okay,
topic.
Here we go. See how easy that was? That's great. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Advocate everything. That's my statement.
You made me do this.
Name change.
That's dirty, cat.
All
That's
right,
dirty.
chat, listen up. Listen up, chat. We are starting, okay? We are starting at 12 minutes, okay? If you guys want to add on a minute, it is 10 to add on a minute. It is 60 to solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the chat poll, and the 2 lowest on the poll will lose their souls. Fighters, good luck to all 4 of you. Let's get it.
Well, I think this should be protected because, first off, they're whistleblowers, and they should be protected because they're doing a service to the country, and they're also trying to, get all the corruption out by, whistleblowing on the corruption.
Well, I mean, it's plain and simple. The simple fact is whistleblowers should be protected because if they're not protected, then that in itself is a discouragement for coming forward and actually exposing the wrongdoing that is happening, right? So you should be afforded some protections, even just simply anonymity when you come forward is a form of protection. You should be granted.
Well, no, that's not how whistleblowers work. If people come out and say things
The heck
that are
is this
wrong,
hat?
that just goes up the chain of command. A whistleblower is somebody that defies their fucking upper people and shares information they're not allowed to share to people like Brace.
Yeah, but it's corrupted
That's
information.
communist
It's not
bullshit.
valid. It's corrupted. It's not corrupted, but
If there's information they're sharing is valid, they should be protected to do so.
Oh yeah, they should just give
Exactly.
out Morse
Okay,
codes
hold on,
and
hold on,
nuclear
hold on.
codes and all this shit. Yeah.
All right, answer Puppy, and then I have a question.
Shouldn't you have a right to know of bad things that are going on?
No, you don't have a right to know shit. No,
Okay, I have a question. How many of hold on, Puffy. How many of you have ever had a job that have made you sign a non-disclosure agreement while signing up?
Well, that doesn't mean that I would listen
A
to that
non
agreement
hold
if
on, James. A non-disclosure agreement, if you do not know, means you do not talk about it the entire time. Everything is done in-house. You take nothing private.
Yeah,
that is
take that agreement.
But the NDA is generally protected about like trade secrets and things like that, right? They're not going to protect from exposing
anything related to your job is technically a company secret.
There are no agreements that you would sign that would block you from exposing anything that the company
Jeremy,
there 100% is.
Jeremy, hold on, Beaver, hold on. Chris, hold on, Beaver. Chris worked on a Marvel movie. He couldn't even say shit to his own family about it. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong.
They can block you from saying you're working on such project.
Yeah, you're not allowed to share any fucking information. No information can be shared.
Not only can they not block you from exposing the wrongful acts they're doing, you actually
you guys don't understand NDA.
Y'all have obviously never signed a non-disclosure agreement.
They don't know
Because
shit
a
about
non-disclosure
NDAs,
agreement
Chase.
means nothing about your job can be talked about outside of the company. So you're saying
secrets.
Well, okay. So if someone then took someone else's life while on the job, does that therefore cannot be disclosed based on it? Like a non-disclosure agreement?
hold on. It is up to the company to disclose it. If you are under a non-disclosure agreement about what goes on at work, you cannot speak about it unless it is public knowledge.
Just vanished from the
No,
planet.
it is not BS. I've had to sign dozens of fucking non-disclosure agreements, bro.
God, he over-exaggerates everything. I guarantee he has not
obviously do
signed
not understand
dozens
what
of non-disclosure
means,
agreements.
because when you have to sign the non-disclosure agreement of a company,
NDA
it
does not restrict you.
Well,
anything
maybe,
that
depending
is
on his
on
job, I don't
company
know.
grounds has to
It
go
cannot
through the
protect
chain
you
of
from exposing
command. Otherwise, it cannot be discussed in public.
Okay, so you guys think if I work for Lockheed and Martin or fucking
Oh, is that
BlackRock
one
or
of,
any of these
what's his
companies
name's
that make fucking
punk-ass alts?
weapons,
Watch
I should
this.
just be able to fucking talk about it. Are you guys retarded? You guys
If they're breaking the law, you have an obligation.
Stop making alts and come to my channel. Go away. Nobody
Yeah,
likes you.
great. If I
You're a
work
loser.
for the military, I'm just allowed to tell everybody what I'm doing.
I gave you multiple chances. You still act like a
Laws
child.
in what country?
Grow
Because
up.
the fact of the matter is, when it comes
Get a
to
life.
BlackRock and everything, they have to go based off the country they're operating in. Pardon, Jeremy?
I know you don't know the difference between an authoritarian and a
They
communist,
you are
but
operating. You
it's not my
realize
fault
that.
you're a retard.
But a non-disclosure agreement means hold on, but a non-disclosure agreement signed by a fucking somebody who works in a company.
Oh, I need to change the thrust stance.
Literally means you cannot discuss anything about said company outside of company walls, dog.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. I've signed dozens of these, dude. I have to sign one on a lot of job sites I've worked at in the past. Again, you're using your hold on, y'all are using your narrow identity of United States. In the majority of the world, a non-disclosure agreement cannot be talked about outside.
They say I should use thrust stance.
For me to go against.
Oi, listen here. How did Elon listen allowed it. Elon Musk made his spouses sign non-disclosure agreements. They weren't fucking working for him.
Was he breaking the law?
Well, did they sign non-disclosure agreements? Did they sign non-disclosure agreements?
God, that voice is so annoying.
Fuck's sake. You guys retarded.
Y'all are dumb.
Because
you obviously don't know what a non-disclosure agreement is.
Non-disclosure of anything.
They're covered, so if they're breaking the law, you have an obligation to expose that. NDAs don't cover that.
Illegal.
All right, yeah. 3 of you talk at once, bro, because that makes it so much easier to hear. It's okay.
No, they still need to say why fucking people should be able to give out military secrets that work for Lockheed and Martin. Just because they assume something is illegal. The whistleblower dictates that it's not done through proper protocol. That's how what a whistleblower is. If you have a fucking complaint, you can take it up. There's a chain of command. That should not be abrupted. That should be followed.
I don't think they assume that it's illegal. I'm pretty sure they do their research before they
there's a chain of command to go up as well, but if the corruption goes all the way up, then there's got to be a way beyond that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's like conspiracy theorist bullshit.
Hold on. By your definition, there has to be a way around it. That is whistleblowing, which is breaking a non-disclosure agreement, which opens you up to charges by the court for breaking your non-disclosure agreement.
If there are criminal actions being done by the organization.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe in America, but not in the most of the world. If you sign a Bro, let me finish my statement before y'all interrupt. Y'all are being fucking dumb right now. Let me finish my statement.
You've been being dumb all night, Chase.
Bro, I'm always fucking dumb up here. Change my fucking mind, dog. Like, but y'all are being fucking so dumb.
No, we being so dumb.
Bro, because you're not understanding what a non-disclosure agreement is.
You guys literally don't know the difference. You guys literally don't know the difference between a restriction of trade and a fucking NDA. Who's the retarded ones?
Okay, and you're saying there's not Hold on, and you're saying there is not anti-retaliation laws in place in America against whistleblowers?
Oh, that's far as I know.
There 100% are, dog. So the fact of the matter is you're wrong.
So then prove it.
Anyone who breaks a non-disclosure agreement signed for by the employee who a company goes outside. Dude, there's many occasions of this.
In the law that says it's against the law.
Everybody should just be a bunch of tattle-tailing bitches and have a fucking subjective determination of when they think somebody is being a fucking bad man.
Hold on.
And then they just allow to fucking cry about it.
It's not if they think. It's if they're actually right in what they're saying. If the company is actually breaking the law, then they should expose that.
Okay, and when they get hold on. When they get fired, hold on. You just made a point. When they get fired for breaking that non-disclosure agreement and gets charged because they talk about company. James, you're 100% dumb because this actually happened to me. I broke a non-disclosure agreement for a company. I was fined $15,000. You're an idiot, bro.
In Canada, I'm pretty sure
we're talking about the majority. Y'all are only talking about the states. I'm talking about the world, bro.
Wait, Angry Beaver, where in the prompt did it say America? Wait, excuse me, where in the fucking prompt did it say America? Where did America stand in the prompt? Fucking nowhere, that's where.
I'm not.
I think we got him, boys.
Y'all will not leave. My America does this, but we are talking about globally, bro. We are talking about the majority versus the minority.
We could use American law as an example to justify the should, you dumb shit.
But the fact of the matter is, most countries If you break an NDA by any means, you are. Oh my God! See, so bad faith. We are talking. Hold on. We are talking about globally, and y'all are saying only in America. That is so bad faith, and y'all don't even realize it.
You know what the problem is? Do you know what the problem is? They don't understand the definition of a whistleblower. Whistleblowers go to the media, you fuckers. They don't go to the police. If you go to the police, you become a part of the investigation. That's not a fucking whistleblower. A whistleblower is somebody that talks to the media.
He got his head back.
I don't care who you expose the wrongful Lewis.
Oh yeah, you can just fucking yeah. No chain of command.
I don't give a shit if you put it on a sign in front of the fucking building.
Yeah, if things are illegal, you need to go to the fucking police. You don't just fucking talk to the media. Don't go talk to CNN when people are doing illegal shit. You talk to the fucking police.
But when they do something against the law, you can totally whistleblow.
That's an informant. That's not a whistleblower,
No,
you
that's
tards.
a whistleblower.
That's a fucking informant, you tards.
I'm pretty sure.
No,
Oh
you
yeah,
do
the people that
realize
snitch
that
on
a
drug dealers
whistle.
are fucking whistleblowers.
Hold on, Puffy, hold on. You do realize every time the word whistleblower is applied, it 98% of the time it requires a company secret being outed publicly, which they have a non-disclosure agreement saying they will not talk about any company secrets, any company methods, any company training procedures, or any company fucking expectations.
NDA covers other stuff too. It covers like upcoming products and shit like that too. But if there's part of the NDA is allegedly to cover illegal practices that the company is doing, that would not be something that the NDA would be allowed to be restrictive of. So
Okay,
yes,
it 100% is because because if it discloses company practices, company training methods, or company secrets, that is 100% covered under an NDA, whether it is against the law or not.
Discuss information about wrongdoing such as fraud, waste,
Chapter 2's over.
abuse, or mismanagement within a government agency or a government contract.
Hey, we're not talking about government, dog. We're talking about the majority versus the minority. Stop leaving the goalposts.
Don't go to government.
Yo, you're explicit. Hold on. You are explicitly stating government and government only. We are talking about the majority, not the minority. 80+% of jobs are private jobs, bro. Stop leaving it.
Wait a second. How did you guys figure out? How did you guys figure out there was government?
Stop motion animation is creepy.
Through a fucking organization that was done by Elon Musk. It was called Doge. Doge figured it out. The whistleblowers didn't do shit. You gotta follow proper protocol to resolve fucking issues.
If the protocol
That's a naked claymation woman.
Corruption can go all the way.
Well, you said
you guys are just promoting anarchy.
You know, I gave it.
No, the avenue is there. I think the avenue is fine if there's the corruption goes up.
Yeah, if the proper channels.
But you have to be right.
That's not whistleblowing.
You have to be right. If you're not right, if the wrongful acts are not actually wrongful.
Okay, then hold on.
Yeah, you guys keep talking about illegal stuff. What if you go and say, "Oh, my boss is racist or sexist"?
Because I actually lost a job because I disclosed unsafe work practices. And when my government tried to fucking, they fired me, like the company fired me, my government did nothing. They found the company in fucking guilt. They found they were 100% correct. But I did not get my job or any reinforcement. They did not help me. They did nothing. Again, you are talking specifically about America. I am talking about the majority. Y'all refuse to leave. I live in America. America is the only country that matters. Oh my God.
We're not talking about Canada. We're talking about America from our perspective.
Nowhere in the prompt. Hold on. Nowhere in the prompt did it say in America. Nowhere in the prompt did it say America, James. You're fucking dumb.
Anywhere outside of Canada.
Nowhere in the prompt did it say only in America, bro. Where in the prompt did it say only in America? Where? State it.
That's not only in Canada either.
So you're fucking dude. In most countries, hold on. In most countries, you break an NDA. That is it.
Real quick. Chat. I am putting one sec, guys. Hold up. I'm putting the poll into the chat right now. Okay, guys. So listen, if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Angry Beaver on the poll. All right. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Puffy McCloud on the poll. All right.
What's good with it?
If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Jeremy on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for James Life Talks on the poll. Everyone in the chat, get your votes in. I'm starting this timer over. You got 2 minutes.
With the wind and sand you've endured here, did you
Yeah, Jeremy won that debate.
Right? Come on.
Jeremy won that debate. Because
People shouldn't just do whatever the fuck.
I need 2 minutes. I need 2 minutes of silence to repair my ears from that cacophony of 15 minutes of pain.
The death of
I mean, didn't I help already on that debate? I mean, I thought I did pretty good.
Yeah, you represented America, James.
I couldn't hear a thing. It turned into noise.
Well, James represented Canada, so we're gonna follow that logic.
I went to college with those 3 dudes. We had a good time.
You had a good time in college,
Yeah,
Puffy?
we fucking with
Wait a minute,
dollar
what was
all
college
over the
like for you,
place.
Puffy?
Yeah, we
I
were
mean,
dollar
it must have been clouded.
You.
Okay, that's nice.
And just to be clear, by the way,
Hey,
on
that was a silly comment. I don't
40
know if I can silly
seconds to vote,
comment.
chat.
just to be clear on the previous topic, I never actually stated a position on that. The only thing I came up for was literally to correct the wrongfulness that Chase was spouting on where you can record, right?
Again, you are going off of your limited view based off of America. I am going off of the majority, which was what the prompt was.
I mean, you can win.
We have a limited view because we live in America, but you have
Hold on.
a broad
Where
view
did it say in the
because you live in
prompt only in
Canada.
America? Where did it say in the prompt only in America?
I never used America as an example, just like you used your fucking anecdote.
I wanna
about,
be in
No, but the
America.
fact of the matter is, Canada does not have. Hold on. Canada, Amsterdam, Germany, fucking Switzerland, NDAs are NDAs, bro. You cannot talk about them outside company.
Motherfucker. All right, listen. 54 votes. Thank you to everyone who voted. And if you didn't vote, you're probably a furry lover. All right. Just saying. 54 votes and 31% voted that the winner of the 4-way battle is Puffy McCloud. And coming in second place with 27% was Angry Beaver. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up.
It's 20 or 28, wasn't it?
Wait a minute. No. So what's happened here is we have a tie for second place at 27% between Jeremy and Angry Beaver, and James Life Talks came in at the very bottom. So first off, we're gonna start off with this. James, tell everybody in the chat where they can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $250 prize.
Well, chat, I thought I had a great argument with that one. I thought so. But
You didn't.
Didn't think so.
You didn't.
Do what?
Don't worry about it, James. Just do your
He's saying I didn't have a great argument. Okay, whatever, Jeremy, whatever. I was on your team, whatever.
Just do your outro. You're good.
At this point, it's just your signature
you have to
goodbye.
find me James Life Talks. And all my links are there and everything for y'all to find me on all the other places as far as James Life Talks on YouTube. So just look up at James Life Talks on YouTube.
Word. James, it's always a pleasure having you. And if they
Love you,
bring you
James.
back, you know you're more than welcome. But until then, my friend.
Fatality.
Another soul added into the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Yo, can
Now
I please
listen.
get a chance to eat my pizza?
No, you don't have a chance to eat your pizza because there was a tie for second place. What we're gonna have to do here now is put everyone else back into the back here. Okay. So we're gonna throw everyone else back into the back. All right. And we're gonna have to figure out who has second place. Okay. So I see. Okay, let me see if I can bring you guys up yet another topic. Just
Easy. We've already got one.
oh,
That
what is it?
That internet censorship topic. We were already on other sides.
Oh, okay. Well, perfect then. Just so everyone in the chat knows, it's the let me bring it up here. Internet censorship is more positive than negative. And so you guys are already on the opposite sides of this, which is great. Chat, let me tell you how this is going to go. Because this is a tiebreaker, okay? There's not going to be any adding time, okay? We are going to go straight through 6 minutes. If we don't get a solo judge, we will go to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. So fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
All right, Chase. So since you're the affirmative, I'll go ahead and let you open up with why you think censorship on the internet is a good thing.
Because when it comes to censorship of information, especially on the internet, that includes diagrams and recipes on how to build some of the worst weapons known to mankind, including IEDs, up to nukes.
No such thing, but that was a good argument. Also, personal information.
Not let's go back. Fucking state your opinion, bro. Because you're trying to say censorship is okay.
Like, that's fine. I can grant you.
Sorry, censorship is bad. I'm saying it's okay because of
but it is information, and that information can be used for good in certain cases. But
I'm sorry, when in human history, hold on, when in human history has human beings having access to a nuke good?
I try to like Chase, but in a debate,
a good thing overall,
he's so annoying.
Because we can go back to say 2020, you know, when there was this this thing going on.
Okay, go after my point, not some other point, because you're shifting goalposts.
That were shared, that were censored, and people were given bad information because of the censorship, and they went and proved that what was being shared and had been censored out was actually correct, and the censorship prolonged us finding those things out. The other thing is censorship on certain actions and things that had happened by certain individuals.
We're in the snowy mountain now.
An election that happened had that information not been censored. So it's a really good
elections are rigged from the start.
That those happen.
But again, you are now stating your position without actually going after my point.
I did
give me one human. Hold on. I asked you a question. Give me one instance in human history where a human having access to the information of building a nuclear device is a good thing.
Censoring and suppressing information stifles progress.
Okay, so you're saying you want every backwoods hillbilly to have the knowledge how to build a nuclear device to a government capability? Bro, thank you. I just won. You lost. Have a good night.
Actually, that stuff would be that's probably patented and would be public information anyways.
No, because patent laws only last so long. The fact, like what year was it? fucking 1943 when the first nuclear patent was done. If you disclose it
These damn
online,
nuke
there is literally the only thing who will stop you from disclosing it online is the fact that the governments will censor that. If there is no censorship, if I post a diagram how to build a nuclear device online, no one will stop it and everyone will have access to a nuclear device.
Case, patent law requires it to be posted. It's got to be publicly accessible for the patent. That's how you protect it.
Bro, only certain elements, but there is key elements of most designs that are withheld from the public until after the copyright has done. We have seen this in medication. Hold on. We have seen this in medication, where medication recipes are actually censored, and you are not allowed to know what the recipe of an actual medication is until a certain amount of time after the recipe has actually been copyrighted before the generic companies who are making all of the medicine will actually go near it.
That would be a trade secret.
A trade secret again is something that is copywritten, bro. So you're telling me a trade secret where I have a recipe for X device is different than a copyright. Meanwhile, copyright is for the technology used to make said recipe.
And there would be a trade secret.
You're shifting goalposts, bro.
That would just be private data. Yeah,
bro,
private
you're just shifting goalposts.
It's not even suppression. That would just be holding it. That has nothing to do.
Again, you have not argued my point. You're saying censor. Hold on. You have still not argued my point. Where I said censorship is good because it stops everyday Joes like me from having a proper fucking recipe to build a nuclear device. And you're saying it is negative. Please combat this point.
That's not censorship. That's just withholding.
And me posting online how to build a nuclear device that is not fucking blocked would literally hit thousands, bro. Like, bro, stop being bad faith. Like, tell me where it is a bad thing to censor people who are trying to build nuclear devices or share nuclear recipes online. Where is it bad? Even with most medications, a lot of medications that are in development are trade secrets. They are copywritten because we know if a regular everyday person tried to make this, it would be
I hate when he talks like this. Stop talking like this.
No, censorship is
everything is a damn
required.
Course.
You still have not argued this one point.
It's like he's in damn speech class all the time.
It doesn't matter. Copyright isn't part of censorship. Copyright protects you from
patents are part of
I'll let it get to
censorship.
7 minutes, see if we have the solo judge.
Devices, bro. So you're okay with my patent for a nuclear device becoming public so everyone can build this nuclear device with no oversight?
They would not be able to build it. Because the person who owns the patent would actually be able to police whether or not you could build it. It would be illegal to build it.
Boom.
So again, you don't know what the fuck you're speaking of.
It is not illegal, dude. The fact, how many things are done every day that are illegal but are not prosecuted? There are tens of thousands. But you're saying you are okay
real quick, guys, real quick.
Thousands of people having access to a nuclear recipe.
Beaver, hold up. Chat, I'm putting the poll in right now, okay? If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Angry Beaver on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Jeremy on the poll. Chat, get your votes in right now, okay? I'm restarting this timer, and you guys have 2 minutes to vote. And the people in the back, don't worry, I'm going to get you up in just a minute. We have room for another 2 right after this. So, yeah, just give a few minutes to get you guys on here too.
I have a question for you, Jeremy.
Sure.
Say that there's a country out there where something like CP is legal, right? And they start uploading it to the internet. Should we censor that?
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know why he couldn't move off the nuke argument. There's plenty of arguments.
My point wasn't that there can't be good in censorship. But my point is
it does
overall,
more.
I think censorship is more negative than it is positive.
Where's the facts? Because, like I said, there are thousands of technologies that are not allowed to be public knowledge because they are damaging to public fucking interest.
Sure,
Again, you have not argued the actual point.
Again, I can grant you that certain things can and should be censored. That's fine.
Again, so you're okay with censorship. You literally
He's saying
the debate.
No, he's saying it does more harm than good.
Right.
Bro, that's not what the prompt was.
That was what the prompt was.
Whether it is net negative or net good. The fact of the matter
Yeah,
is,
that's you
there
just
will
said the same
never
thing with
be
different words.
an instance where
You know
a
how words
fucking
work?
regular person having a fucking nuclear device is okay.
Oh,
No,
Lord.
that's a straw man. You're
chance of running that prompt
I think the distribution of CP
I'm
is
staying
pretty
on
fucking
hold,
horrendous.
bro. Censorship is good.
In moderation.
Censorship can be good in certain
But
instances.
you were
I agree.
arguing that.
All-
agree with that.
What you're doing is
arguing
giving
that it is a negative.
Chase.
You
You're giving
saying
one
you
example
agree
where
to
it's
me
bad.
right now literally states
Or you're
where
doing- you're
you
giving-
conceded.
All right. We are at 2 minutes for the poll. We had 50 votes. Thank you to everybody who voted. All right. 50 votes and 62% says the winner of the 1v1 is Jeremy. Angry Beaver, tell everybody in the chat where they can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $250 prize.
Bro, I'm the villain of VK. I do not care. Y'all are saying censorship is bad, but I am proving cases where it is good and y'all are not arguing against it. Chat voted for Jeremy. That means chat is fucking dumb. I do not care. Have a good night.
I thought you were
Hey,
for censorship, bro.
always
I
a
thought you were
pleasure
all
having
for
you,
censorship.
Angry Beaver. Always a pleasure having you. If they do bring you back, you know you're more than welcome.
Bro, I'm going to
Until
drink more. I don't care.
then, until then, my
He's a
friend.
fucking legend.
Your soul is mine.
Fatality.
Another soul added into the safe of souls. And that's how it goes. On Verbal
Hallelujah.
Combat Friday, baby.
Baby.
Double combat.
Shut up.
You made me do this.
Name change.
Yeah, there's an example of good censorship right there. We censored Chase so he can go eat pizza.
For his benefit.
And we got 2 more to bring up, so let's bring them up. Marte Rails, welcome to the show. Oh, you got yourself muted on there.
Chat? How's it going?
Welcome,
You guys probably
welcome.
seen me before.
Oh yeah, I've definitely seen you before. Yeah. And Emmett, welcome to the show. You're muted as well. Oh, there you go. Oh, you're still not talking.
Yo, what's up?
Oh, there he is.
No, what's
welcome,
up?
welcome.
How's it going?
Let's fucking go. All right, chat. Let me see. Make sure I'm
Can you
caught
guys
up.
hear me, just to be sure?
here.
Yes, we can hear you, Emmett.
I can't hear him.
What? Are you deaf?
Speak up, Emmett. Speak up.
Y'all got
Emmett.
silent now. Are y'all scared or something? What happened?
I'm not gonna bite you.
You made me do this.
Name change.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but the dude got chat written on his back and everything. That shit's fire, bro.
So sick,
I'm sure
How
we'll
you
see.
guys doing? I'm new here. Never been here. First time here, but not to debate. So.
Wicked. Yeah, verbal combat. It gets a little crazy sometimes. It's an open panel blood sport debate.
Good,
The
I
only
like that.
rules is
Bring it.
like no attacking people's children, no doxing, and YouTube terms of service, obviously. But other than that, you just butt in when you need to speak. And so let me see the next topic. Where does actually let me see. What does everyone think about the government should have access to personal data for national security?
Well, I think the government already has access to personal data. I don't
Yeah.
know that you would.
Well, I mean, should they though? Like,
Yeah, if they're
mean-
gonna
do you
have it
mean more
anyway,
than they
that's the
already
best.
have, like,
Well,
for
it's kind
tax
of
purposes.
it's kind of hard to say considering like they're the ones who give you some of that data, right? Like your
Like a
birth
social
certificate.
security
They've already got-
number.
They've already got your name and birth date. They've already got they issue your whatever your government
Social.
ID is. They issue that. So they're literally issuing you the data that you would be protecting.
Whoa, what the?
You want
Oh,
them in
okay,
every
so-
form of data?
How do you restrict access to something that they're literally issuing you?
Okay, so that you understand that means all fucking personal data, not your birth certificate that the government owns, bruv.
That's all considered personal data.
Yeah, so all your personal data, so they should know what your fucking
You made me do this.
Name change.
The government doesn't know all your personal data. They don't know what your body count is. They don't know what weird shit you whack off to at night.
And what would my body count have to do with national security?
I'm saying
Even
you're
if they
saying they
did-
should just know all your personal data.
and
because
Marte,
they do.
you got a 2-minute mute. And you have
That's not a
yourself
good
muted
argument.
already, so the timer is at the bottom there.
Got it,
When
got
it
it.
hits 2 minutes, you can unmute.
Well, to be fair, Jeremy, every time we have allowed the government in some way to have access to mass amount of data, there have always been things that have proven that jackasses get a hold of the ability and then go like look up their girlfriend or something like that.
It's
It
literally
happens
Edward
over and over.
Snowden and the Patriot Act. No,
Yeah,
it's
Snowden
fine
had a
if the
lot of those
government
accounts in
does
his
that.
shit.
Well,
yeah, they say
Yeah, I have
it's
no
fine.
issue with terrorists having their personal data kept.
Even if
Even
they
if
have
that
all
includes,
your-
even if it,
No,
even if you have
shut
to
up,
include
new
me in
guy.
that.
Yeah, I mean,
Even
my
if you have to
point.
include every average person, I think that it would still be better and more beneficial for the government to have that data. I don't necessarily think that they should give it to people, and I don't think it should be easy to access from the outside. But for
Right,
the most
that-
part, I think it's
They
fine.
can get a warrant for that.
Right, Effigy. The point you were making is
Warrant for what?
whether or not the public should have access to the information that the government has.
For access.
That information doesn't have to be publicly accessible. But
Where's the data?
is, if it can be justified as for national security, I have absolutely no qualms with the government having that data.
Oh, so
Yeah.
then it's just dependent on who the
That was
person
kind
is
of
I
acquiring
do.
the
the
loophole
data
they
to
got
give
in
the
around after
justification for the
9/11, right?
data.
They just
I do
made
think-
giant data
Exactly.
centers to copy the entire
Well-
internet slice by slice, and they
Well, but
weren't
here-
accessing
here's-
at the time, so they
here's
still
an
got,
easy-
could copy it.
Here's an easy thing I think you could be able to do is I think if the government is keeping tabs on your personal data, you as the owner of said data should have a right to actually query that and know what they know about you.
Yeah, but I would say use some equitable reasoning. Do you have the right to any privacy whatsoever? Period.
I'd like to think I do when
And I'm not
shit,
saying like
you know
rights,
what I
right?
mean?
I'm saying, do you want your privacy?
It's in the Bill of Rights.
You made me do this.
Name change.
Yeah, yes, I think you have a right to privacy, but
You
again,
can unmute now, Marte.
If you believe you
Okay, I
should
can
have
unmute.
privacy, if you believe you should have,
Yep.
you should
I
stand
actually missed
against.
the original question, by the way. I didn't hear it.
Oh, the original prompt
Debate
here
prompt. I didn't
is,
hear that. That's why I was like kind of silent.
Yeah, no worries. It's the government should have access to personal data for national security. So I usually prompt it in a way that you you either disagree or
I
agree.
see it. I see it on the screen. Gotcha.
Wouldn't they have to have a reason to say that it's for national security?
Sure.
Yeah, as I said, if there's a
Yeah.
justification that it is for
Unless
national
it's public-
security,
unless it's
I have
public.
no problem with the government having that information. And to
I mean, your
engage
information is public on this website, anyways.
Because the way the prompt is, they should have access to it for national security. So if there's a national security issue, then they get access to it. Not that they just
Yes,
always
I
have
agree.
a.
They should have access to this for national security purposes because if they have any other nefarious purposes for this, it makes no sense. But for the prompt, I agree with the prompt 100%.
If you're not doing anything illegal, they don't care about your sex life. They're not going to be like going through your Facebook if you're just some
Well,
guy.
Show me ads, man. Like,
Well,
no.
no, that's not true. They will. This is why you have to look at their requests and make sure they're not asking you for blanket requests that allow them large swaths of data. Always make sure that their requests are like really specific.
Well, the thing is, you're giving your data to a website, a social media website like this, right?
Okay, but we're also
Yeah, and that's not the government.
There's also
if you're
phone
giving it
calls,
publicly,
text
that's
messages,
not
there's
really
emails,
private
there's
data at
different-
that point, right? So
Yeah,
anybody
that's not the government.
I mean, that's a whole different discussion, right?
Right, these are separate
Having
companies.
a
You
bill of
bring-
rights for
you
your
bring your
Mike,
data that
tweet
you
on X.
if you're sharing it publicly, you can't call that private data.
Well, I think that I don't even know if it would be private because it'd be public information if it's accessing your IP address and all the other shit. So public would be a different definition, whatever that falls on. So we need to flesh out what private data is.
Yeah, but the problem is in order for, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I would feel like if you're going to call it private data, then you would protect it yourself, right? If you share it openly, you can't really call it private at that point.
Okay, so for
Sure, definitionally, it might qualify as private for some people, but if you specifically are openly sharing it, you can't really classify that as private, right?
I'm glad you
most
said
of your
that, but
private
what
data
would
is
your
going to be through
definition
private
of private
companies,
be?
right?
Because that can vary
Yeah,
from person
they
to
can't
person.
see my diary.
Yeah, or your
Right,
private
do you want them knowing that you watch
TV cameras at
Shades
home.
of Grey, or do you want to keep that to yourself? Right? Example.
Which is access through the public internet.
What is?
The camera.
It doesn't have to be. You could have closed circuit. It would still be private data. That's my point. If you're talking data, why not everything? All the paperwork in your house, all the every form of data.
First off, let me apologize for my notifications not being turned on. My phone was on silent mode. First off. Second off, we have a 1v1 request. All right. Or wait. No. A 2v2 request, actually. And it's for JS, Bricky, Abe, and Effigy. So we got to get everyone else here into the back.
Good luck.
JS, Bricky, Abe, and Effigy. So Jeremy, Emmett.
Just going to warn
All right,
anyone that I
perfect.
end up on their side, right? Okay, if you fuck up.
My sincere apology for missing that. Well, I didn't miss it, but I mean, getting to it late because I didn't have my phone notifications on. If I'm not on streaming, that shit's never on because I don't want to hear it.
But it's better than last week. You just let it die altogether, didn't you? So you couldn't.
Real quick, let's see where everyone is on the current topic, and then if it's not the two people on opposite sides, we'll look for a different topic for now.
The national
You guys-
security data one.
Yeah, so like let me bring it back up. Government should have access to personal data for national security.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, if argued in front of a judge, yeah.
If it's tailored, yeah. If it's tailored, I don't. It's just a wide open access that I don't agree with.
Okay. Okay. So you guys are mostly on the same side here. So let me bring up another topic here. And wait, okay. I wanted to wait a little bit to get into this, but it's okay. It's okay. We can do this for the four-way maybe. National security is more important than individual privacy.
Yeah.
Not a similar. It's kind of a similar question. Yes.
Overall, yes.
Security over privacy. Like, I am gonna have to say the national one, but if it was security and security, you know, like, fuck you, I'll look after myself, kind of thing, you know. But
Where did you say, JS?
I'd take national security over privacy.
Oh, okay. Okay, so most of you are on the same side for this one too. All right, let me bust out my other list here.
Like, I don't see how you could even have privacy if you don't have national security. So
We could argue on the line, though. I mean,
we could, but
there are definitely things that, you know, a dystopian state would say, like, I have to overly secure you so that we can all be safe, you know.
that'd be, yeah.
But
That'd be
in
XCM,
like
though.
a singular matter, can I look into your private information to stop a nuke from going off or something like that? Yeah. I mean,
And that's part of the
national
problem I
security
had with the first one too. Is like, who is controlling the national security at the time?
Exactly.
What are they
It's a
looking
trust
into?
issue.
Like, there's all these.
Yeah, I don't know. You guys are kind of in the same area here. Okay. Actually, let me see this. I'm just gonna read this before I put it on the screen because I have it over here on my other computer where I was working on it. Is online anonymity or anonymity? Fuck me.
Anonymity.
It's bad.
Is being anonymous online? Fuck you guys. All right, I'm changing my question. That's what happens when I smoke. All right. Is being anonymous online essential for free speech?
No.
No.
yes, I say yes, man. But I probably could. I definitely.
Wait,
I'm gonna say
did
yes
all of
too.
you?
No,
I'm gonna
no,
say
the
yes too.
refugees on.
You're gonna say yes
on this
too?
one. Yeah.
So it's me and effigy against these two.
All right. Let's do it then. Look at that. This is the team y'all weren't expecting. All right, Chad, listen. We are starting out. Oh, let me see what's going on here in the chat. Sorry, guys. You guys are getting all ahead of me here. Blood sports debates means you take the opposite when needed. Y'all are terrible, Angry Beaver says. And then name change easy to I'm too young to charge stuff. What the fuck? Yes, it's true. If my wife doesn't plug my phone in, it doesn't get charged, okay?
Or take it off, or take it off silent.
It stays and dies is where it is.
If it dies.
Thanks for the reminder.
Chat. Yeah, see? Exactly. Chat. We are starting out at 8 minutes, okay? If you guys want to add on a minute, it is 10 to add on a minute, okay? If you guys want to solo judge, it is 60 to solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the chat poll, and the two losers of the poll will lose their souls. Fighters, good luck to all 4 of you. Let's get it.
All of our rights come with responsibilities. Can I make a statement? Shut up! Don't interrupt me, Brick. It's going to take me 10 seconds. All of our rights come with responsibilities and accountability. Accountability will be dodged if you have anonymity. You don't get freedom of speech to go in the town square and stand on your soapbox with a mask on. We will drag you through the streets, tar and feather you, and throw tomatoes at you. When you go on your soapbox in the town square, you need to be known. Your freedom of press as journalists, you're accountable.
Taking over your fucking soul.
You have to tell the truth
and
be accountable.
JS? Is one of those rights privacy?
And the First Amendment and freedom of speech, no. It's freedom of press, freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom to petition the government, and freedom to protest. It's a freedom of assembly. There's no freedom of privacy. Where'd you get freedom of privacy from the First Amendment?
Speech is not a right to privacy. I didn't say First Amendment, but when you said the rights that
we're talking about free speech, which is the First Amendment.
You don't need anonymity to speak. And the consequences of speech.
The internet is not just the First Amendment, by the way.
Right, Abe.
I'd say if you have anonymity, you shouldn't have free speech.
Hang on, JS, you fucking spoke, right, kid? This is turn seats, right? This is how it works.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, but you don't have freedom of speech, so you don't know. So just chill.
So there you go.
Oh.
So in my case,
I'm talking about Bricky. He doesn't even know what he's arguing for because he doesn't know how it works.
It is better
Right. Yes. Wouldn't you say that our right to protest is our right to have free speech anonymously?
No, I don't think you should be allowed to wear masks at protests. We used to have laws against people wearing masks until the COOF came along.
I'm not identified to anyone.
You're out in public. You're out in public with your face showing. Anybody can walk up to you with a camera and record you when you're in public protesting.
No, how can you prove that it's necessary to have
Do you
anonymity?
think that people should have a record of everywhere you go at all times?
No, but if you're going to say something, you need to be accountable and you need to tell the truth. There's responsibilities that come with our rights.
But if you have to log in everywhere you are, then everyone will have a record of everywhere you go online. You won't
Yeah,
be
and
able to
I
go
mean,
to a website at all without someone knowing.
And
without
really,
the
we're
government
talking
being
about
able to
the
track you.
internet. The internet is private, so it's not even a free speech issue.
Well, no, that's what
I
you're
just
talking
don't
about.
like
You're talking about
anonymity
not
on the
being anonymous
internet.
online. Not being anonymous means you have to log in everywhere. And so if you have one major
But if
login, then you're going to be able to be tracked everywhere you go, every single website you go to.
If you believe you're not anyway, then I don't.
If you're one person, dickhead, go on, you fucking bunch of fucknutches, right? One person has information on all of yous right now, right? Okay, is it dangerous, right? He gives that bit of information to somebody. You know who it is that give you it. You can go after him and get him, and then if he does it anonymously, right? Is that more beneficial for his safety?
I'm sure Abe will grant you that, but right now the only person that essentially has that information on you is the gatekeeper of the person allowing you to bridge onto the internet, your ISP. They're the person who obviously would have that data. And the fight has been to not allow other people to have that data.
But if you just did,
if you're putting
gave the same
another
information with your actual
layer,
if you're anonymous,
to get onto the internet,
if you're anonymous and you're violating a law, you can't be held accountable. So you should not have free speech.
That's not what the prompt's about.
And effigy,
that is what the prompt's about.
No, it's not. No one said about it for personal security.
Between the platform and people
if you're
outside.
whistleblowing, say for example, if you're whistleblowing, and you can give that information where someone can check it, look it, see it's fact.
No,
But if
the
you've
question
done it,
is-
give your actual details, then the people that you give it about could then come and get you. Right?
Also,
The
would
prompt
you agree
is-
that
it
being
does-
anonymous online protects you from people who would otherwise not be able to know who you are or where you are?
So what?
Like,
Then
don't you
to
think
get
that
off
there's
the
a lot of
line.
people-
Then get off the
Don't you
internet.
think there's just a lot of crazy people who they would just be able to have a whole lot of information that you wouldn't want?
Yeah, and those crazy people shouldn't be allowed to be anonymous
Don't you
either.
think you would be more at risk of identity theft, phishing, or cyber crimes and stuff like that if you?
That's because
your
those
real
people
name
who
was
are
attached
doing
to
that,
everything?
those people who are doing that identity theft
I'm
are
just
anonymous online.
I'm just gonna say now the frees are fucking gay, right?
If they weren't anonymous online, and if you didn't want to be online, not anonymous, then don't go online.
Right, GS, you change your mind as often as I
The
change my
issue
fucking
is-
socks, mate. Right? Okay.
It's real
Abe,
easy
you sat there
to
when I
hide
had
behind
a
an
full game of
avatar
This is
and
the
say
same
whatever
argument.
you
Aren't
want and
women
do
doing
whatever
my
you
fucking
I'm
want.
controlling what people
women
have
have
as
a
far as
fucking
information on
right?
me.
If we didn't have anonymity, if we didn't have anonymity on the internet, we wouldn't have so many Indian guys robbing
that again.
grannies
Say
of their
that word again.
pensions.
I bet
The
you couldn't
question
say that
is it
3 times.
essential?
Say
And it's not
anonymity 3
essential.
times.
You can't prove essentialism for the fact that you need anonymity on the internet. You can't.
But you can't prove it
It's not
otherwise, though, Abe.
essential. That's what I'm saying. It
You
is
just
not,
want it. You
by
just like it.
definition, essential. You could use it.
Do
It
you
could
like the
help
fact
you, but it's
that
not
people use
essential.
your information of how you move on the internet to make them money? Like when you go on like Facebook and they sell information.
Yeah,
about
I don't
you.
care if I'm gonna partake in the internet, dude. Ever since we had cell phones, everybody had all our data. If you have a Facebook, if you have a YouTube, I
think
don't
you should
care
have the
about
choice on
privacy
whether or
in the
not people
data.
make money on you
I
that
try to
way?
live my life in a way that I don't need to really be worried
Is it a
about
zero-sum
privacy.
game?
Is it wrong for people to use VPNs to block access to that information?
Is it wrong
I
for
don't
people to
think it
use
has anything to do
VPNs?
with you being
Dude,
anonymous. It's not essential.
Sure it does.
It's
I
not
mean-
essential.
You have spent all this time
It depends on
arguing
what you're
the
trying
same
to do
shit.
yeah,
Can
I
you
don't
move
think
on to
I don't
something
think
more
they should be
substantive?
using VPNs, but also VPNs are like whack. That they use the VPNs to steal your
well,
identity.
there's a
You
very
can say all these
terminology
things
for
are
fucking word
useful,
in
but
this
they're
one.
not essential.
Eh.
Like nothing that you've said proves it's essential. You could say
Yeah.
they're useful, but they're not essential.
And if we took those things away, it would not be a violation of free speech.
So it's useful but not essential.
So do you think there's
I'd say
any-
it's a violation of free speech to have anonymity
In
on
what
the internet.
circumstance?
Do you think
In
there
what
would be any kind of
circumstances?
essential
Because in
situation where
certain
like a
circumstances, it
whistleblower
is
or an
essential.
activist, a journalist, or any marginalized group
Just gave you an
who
example.
would face like something against them would need anonymity for speaking out?
Gave you all an example before. But you
Whistleblower would
They
need
should
anonymity.
choose wisely where they go.
Get your arguments with each other.
We don't like. There's a whole lack of wisdom that has happened because of not having people be who they are. In fact, if you can just run around doing all kinds of crazy stuff under the veil of anonymity, then how helpful is that to anyone?
Well, you could give me an example because I gave you an example, a specific one where it was.
Your example
Now,
fits your own thing.
Listen, granted, certain circumstances, people that have anonymity or hide.
I'll say if you're going to be a
But in the
whistleblower,
there
if
is
you're going to be a
circumstances-
whistleblower,
there
you
are
shouldn't get
circumstances
anonymity, but
where
you
it
should
is
get protection.
essential for the fucking protection of that person because the information given out by that person.
He left. Whoa, Brick's gone.
Brick.
Self-fatality.
Brick just teleported out. I
Yeah.
don't see the essential aspect of anonymity, and it wouldn't be a blanket anyway. So like,
If you're going to be a whistleblower, then you have to come out publicly with your face and you have to say it, and then we will protect you. We will make sure that they can't get to you, and we can post hoc change your identity to keep you safe or put you in some sort of
Why would you
program
need to
where we
change your
keep you
identity?
safe. Because you're going to publicly come out and blow the whistle. But if you can
Right.
do it anonymously, you could lie.
or do it through third party. Like that's not.
But
it
you agree
doesn't
that their
prove-
identity could be
but it doesn't
a
prove
problem that
essential.
if people knew what they did, right?
Right, but it
So
doesn't
doing it
prove
anonymously would be good, right?
It's going to be
to-
risky.
Who
There's a
just-
risk. There's a risk to exposing people, but you gotta take accountability for the good things you do and the bad things you do. So
The statement is that it would be essential, which would mean it would be a blanket
'Cause,
across everyone.
otherwise, we see what we see in media now, and this is why journalism and press is so garbage now because there's no accountability. They'll say we have an anonymous source that said, I don't know if that source is legit. What is your source? They don't even tell us the sources anymore.
yes,
They're all
okay,
anonymous
yes,
sources.
But can you understand that someone might
It's
like
usually
get
bullshit.
an interview on a newspaper and say something, but they're still working for the person that they're whistleblowing on, right? You like retaliation's a real thing, right?
Yes,
So
that's
if you
why
find out-
we
if you-
protect
yes,
them.
But what happens if you look at that information?
Same way with witness
and it
protection.
does come up. What about in that case?
Like I couldn't anonymously come in like a witness protection situation. I couldn't anonymously say, "Hey, I saw this guy murder somebody, and I need protection." You're gonna have to go up on the stand and testify.
And this is also arguing from
Witness
the exception.
protection
It's
would
not
argue for
the
our
whole of
point,
the-
though, right? That they would need the
But
ability to.
the reason that you get
who
witness,
they are, where they are.
The reason you
But
get witness
opinions-
protection is
opinions
because
can
you
be
publicly
taken-
make a
but
statement,
people's opinions, Jez.
and
People's
then they
opinions-
protect you, and then they change
when
your
you have an
name, and they
opinion,
change your
you have an
identity
opinion
because
that
your
goes against the narrative,
identity
Jez,
has
right?
been
Sometimes to be able to say it, you have to be fucking anonymous, right? Some of the shit people want to say, they can't because then
Right.
you know.
A whistleblower is not anonymous to the person, to the people they're actually like whistleblowing to. You understand that, right?
It's that's also cowardly. Like, oh, I can't say what I want to say unless I say it anonymously. But then you're not really saying anything.
No, because the people, it's a David versus Goliath situation. David is coming out, and this little person is saying, "I'm trying to step up to this enormous power, and the power can smush me. So I don't want them to know who I am." That's usually
David won.
No, that's not
the fuck are you talking about?
The point is that you can be.
Sure, and we want the whistleblower to win. That's why we don't want them to be retaliated
But
against.
David didn't hide. David wasn't anonymous. David became a
11
king.
minutes to see if we have a solo judge.
I'm not trying to jump into biblical lore, JS. It's
Well,
a
you
fucking
brought it
metaphor.
up. You brought it up.
Yeah, because it's a fucking colloquial fucking saying.
Well, it was a bad one. It was a bad example.
No, small versus little. It's really simple.
Small versus little.
Or
You should have
small versus
said
big. My bad.
You could have
I'm
said
talking too much, too.
you
I'm
could have
with
said
Easy.
Jack and the Beanstalk. Oh wait, Jack won against the Giant too.
Small versus little.
You made me do this.
Name change.
Yeah, that's right, Chad. I'll put you guys in every.
Maybe
animation
you
going
could have
forward.
said the tortoise and the hare. Oh wait, the tortoise won too. You could have said Jack and the Beanstalk. Oh wait, Jack beat the Giant and the Beanstalk.
See, William gets it. William gets it.
Well, individuals
And
don't
none of them
often
were
beat
anonymous.
corporations.
Shut up, Jess. You don't even know who I really am, man, do you?
So you don't think there's
Anyway,
any reason for whistleblower protections at all?
anonymity on the internet is gay.
Well, the thing is, it's like, so you are granted anonymity on the internet. You're not granted anonymity off the internet. Why do we need the internet to grant you a thing that you don't have outside, right?
Yeah, it's also not even a it's not even a First Amendment issue, but so
Right.
so it doesn't violate your First Amendment to have or
He's all have to bear in mind. I'm looking at this.
I mean,
fucking
Abe has a
thing
great
being
point.
written,
Abe
right?
had a great point about, you know, it is useful, you know, just like, but it's not essential, right?
I don't know. I think it might
It's
be
fun.
People can hurt you anonymously as well. So for like privacy,
it
free
can be
speech, and,
fun.
like digital safety, you need anonymity on the internet because people can.
You
also
don't need
hurt
it.
you
You
anonymously.
don't need
Alright,
it.
real quick. Hold up.
Go ahead.
I'm putting the poll in right now, chat. Okay, so listen up. If you guys want to vote for, this man right here, you're voting for Abe Dinkus on the poll. All right. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for JS Urban
for the
Adventures.
chair. I'm going to the bathroom.
on the poll.
Vote for chair.
If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Animated Effigy on the poll. All right. And if you want to vote for, I thought you left again. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Bricky on
And
the poll.
I didn't leave, by the way. It was a computer glitch.
Yeah, I
happening
figured
on the-
that's what happened. Good thing a couple minutes got added, anyways. But chat, I'm starting the timer over. Put your votes in. And if you don't see the voting poll, refresh. You'll see it.
Yeah, right. I mean, so effigy, you can make steps to give yourself anonymity, just like in off the internet. You can do things to try to conceal your identity and all those things. I have no problem with you putting forth the effort to give to have identity, but to simply say it's essential, that means that you're granting anonymity out of the gates, and I don't think that that's essential. If it were essential, it would be something that we'd have to grant you off the internet as well.
Well, would you say that it's essential for everyone to be logged in everywhere at all times right now?
Not essential, no.
No, you can go live in the woods. You'd be all right.
If anonymity is not essential and non-anonymity on the internet is not essential, what is essential?
Look at again. I'm just looking
Food,
at it
water, shelter.
from the poor woman
On the internet,
that's in jail
JS.
now for the Facebook
Access.
post, right?
Nothing on the internet is essential.
Right.
So there you go,
if she
just
had been
people.
anonymous,
Yeah, the internet isn't essential purely by itself.
And so how did we
I
get
agree.
them all on the internet? from allowing them to be anonymous.
Usefulness.
No.
Yeah,
There's a lot of people who have never been anonymous on the internet, and the anonymous people are the ones who are usually scamming you.
I think almost everyone has been anonymous on the internet.
And plus, I just don't like trolls.
Yeah, I bet you if we look through your internet history, GS, I bet you're on a few sites where you're anonymous. Yeah, there you go, people.
No, I mean, well, like I might have a username and I might not have any pictures on a site, but
Yeah, let's not go through that internet history because there'd be some dark things on there. So just move on.
Well, I mean, wait, hang on, wait.
So should we post everyone's internet history in the town square in our towns?
That's not the same thing.
I know.
You're making a
put it out there. Go on, put your internet history out there.
That was sly, but it's not the same thing.
If I had had a chance to speak through the fucking debate, right, would
Well-
have dropped in. But you're all little bitches.
Well, if
Three
you're-
years. So I just sat and drank with.
Hey, what's the First Amendment in the UK?
Real quick.
Real
quick.
My point exactly.
That's why I didn't let you talk, Britt.
Votes. Thank you to everybody who voted. Most of you are furry lovers, all right? But to the ones who voted, you're the best, all right? But 43 votes, all right? And 37% says that the winner of the four-way battle is JS Urban Adventures. And coming in second place, oh, wait a minute, a tie for second place once again between Animated Effigy and Abe Dinkus at 27%. And then we got Bricky at 6% coming in last.
That much.
Yes. So first we got to start here. Bricky, tell everyone where we find you and why they got to bring you back for another shot at the $250 prize.
I just want to know who the 6% were that voted for us because, like I say, everyone else knows I just want to sit and drink whiskey now because my head has been pounding this whole time, right? And I needed
I was wondering why you were extra quiet.
Oh, my life. It's boiling hot over here, man. Easy. It's fucking 30 odd degrees in that, man. It's no good. It's sweating like
30 degrees, that's freezing.
Fuck off, you dickhead, right?
That's below freezing point. What are you talking
God bless
about?
you all. I'll be sitting listening. Right, okay.
Hey, always a pleasure having you, Brick. And, you know, if they do bring you up, you know, you're more than welcome. And until then, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Fatality.
Another soul added into the Safe of Souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. And because we had a tie once again had a tie for second place, what we're going to have to do here is once again put everyone to the back. All right. All right. We got everyone in the back here. Okay, we got everyone in the back here. All right, and now we gotta, you know, I think instead of continuing on the same topic, we will actually find a new topic for you two. I think that's a good idea. The chat deserves some extra blood. They've been coming in hard. How about this? Should private companies be allowed to sell user data?
No.
It depends on if there's an agreement at the beginning and you agree to it and you signed the paper that
Do
you
you
didn't
say
read,
what you-
then
Oh,
yes.
no,
They just need to tell you that they're going to do it beforehand.
I might be a no without consent.
Right.
what
no without.
exactly what I would say. If they have consent, it'd be a whole different ballgame. But
And they usually do. You usually sign an agreement.
You're both on the same page for this one. What about this? This is one of the topics for tonight. Let me see what you guys think of this. The privacy-focused technology like VPNs is more of a negative impact.
Well, it's negative because they use it to steal your identity. It sets different. Basically, instead of just logging into the internet, you're logging in through a portal that logs you into the internet. So there's more links in the chain that can be broken of privacy. And so then they can actually.
It's just.
All the big tech guys are like, don't
IP
use a
to make
VPN
it
anymore.
trick
There was a time where it was
the web
decent,
that you're somewhere
but
else
it's
in the
not.
world.
It's not good anymore. It's a
I could argue the negative
scam.
on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it. They cause more harm.
When I was setting up my computer, I was watching
All right,
videos.
chat.
And
Because
everybody
this one
was
is
like,
a
"Don't get a
tiebreaker."
VPN."
Okay, this one here is going to 6 minutes, no time added. All right, so you can't add time. You can solo judge still. And if we don't get a solo judge, it's going to go to the chat poll. And the loser of the poll will lose their soul. So, fighters, good luck to both of you. And let's get it.
So I'm a big proponent of VPNs. I feel like this is the third debate in a row where I'm gonna say this, but they enhance your privacy.
No, they don't.
stop places
They
on the
actually
internet from
weaken your
knowing
privacy.
particular IP, which is what a lot of
CFG don't even know what he's talking
malicious
about.
sites and actors
All
can
the
use
biggest
to,
tech guys
attack your
disagree
computer
with this.
specifically. They improve your security
Like I
overall.
specifically looked into this when setting up my
And
computer.
they also allow you to avoid
Linus Tech
being
Tips, all the
discovered
biggest ones, they're like,
when you're
don't get a
doing nefarious
VPN.
actions.
They're
Yes or no?
scams.
Oh, sure. You
Now
can
maybe
you can use any tool
if
in a
it
bad
wasn't
way.
a scam, but
Sure,
how
I'm
do
just
you
saying
know?
that if you're going to commit any kind of digital crime, VPN is a great way to cover your tracks, steal from people, harm the public, possibly evade governments when you're being sought out. I could imagine that actually is a net negative in the long run for society, all because some people want to watch Netflix from a different area.
Wait, do you think VPNs exist just because people want to watch streaming services
No,
from a different
no,
area?
I'm just saying that I bet you
Although
that they're
I would
primarily
think that
used
even
for
even
those
though you're
purposes.
being flippant about that point, I would say that the entire point of the internet is that it was supposed to link us all worldwide, and for a short amount of time we had that, and then they've been slowly sectioning off the internet back into small pieces of the world that we
I would
can't
debate
access
that.
anymore.
I think that the internet was not created so that we could all connect with each other. It was created so that governments could communicate with each other, and that government interagencies communicated with each other.
I don't know
easier,
about
share
that.
information
I
easier.
mean, it's called the World
as well
Wide
as the
Web.
scientific community, but not the general public. This is like a
Well, when it
monstrosity.
was rolled out to the public, right? Sure, I'll agree. DARPA had a different use for the internet before it was rolled out to the public, but when it came to the public, we basically started using it as a mass like communications web that linked us all. And there are people who are trying to put walls back on it because there was a time, I don't know if you remember this, but there was a time where we didn't have so many walls between, and we could access things from different countries really
I
easily
remember.
without, yeah.
I remember.
And it's not just
Didn't-
Netflix now, and they're trying to, the same way they've commodified everything, they want to split it apart, offer people different things in different places.
Sure, and
they'll
that's the
just not-
prerogative as private businesses. The problem that I would say, again, is that if you create such a shield of anonymity that you can get away with anything all over the place and not be trackable, depending on how many bounces you can create the VPN to utilize, then you've, in essence, created the perfect way to get away with all kinds of digital crime.
Can't that be an argument that it's made for tracking human beings in the real world?
This is
then?
gonna be a
If I don't
boss
know where
fight.
you are at all times, and I can't know what crimes you commit. Does a government
So
have a
you-
right
so-
to
so
know
we
what I'm
should-
doing at all times?
No, but what I'm saying is that it makes it possible to do it without even noticing that it's being done, regardless. So, like, if it's something that would obviously
The
be
fuck
noticed on
is
a daily
that?
basis, your VPN is going to allow you to continue to do these things behind
So
the veil of
if there was
anonymity.
a car that someone made that
What the
by
fuck?
its characteristics allowed someone to break laws really easily with it, should we not sell that car because it can be used to break laws with?
I don't think that that's analogous.
Sure it is. VPNs
No,
are, it's
because
just a
we're
tool,
talking
right?
about-
I'm just
we're
trying to use it
talking
to
about-
do something. And you're saying that it can be used to do something bad. If we can
Oh,
make
we're a
that argument
bird.
to say, then I could use that argument for everything. I could say
because the car
guns
can
are
be
being used to
seen
be
from
bad,
the
right?
side of the road. They can be watched. They can be followed. That's exactly the opposite of what a VPN does. It,
I mean, a VPN is
it
just a
covers
program.
the
It's
ability
just
to
a
be
tool.
tracked. The car is the travel device. The VPN blocks the travel device's ability to be noticed or seen. Your IP traveling through the system, or your connection being tracked through the system, is the car. The VPN is blocking the ability to track the car. You'd be more talking about like some invisibility
completely
cloak
right.
that allows
your
your car
ISP
to
will
travel
always be able to
places
track
without
you,
being
right?
noticed.
So it's
and
not
do illegal
complete
things.
anonymity, right? Your ISP will always know what you're doing. It's just from whatever you're connecting to on the other end.
Well, that's the point. If you're multi-linking and bouncing enough times, you're still creating a veil of invisibility over that car. So it's disanalogous. I don't think that the car allows you to travel places without ever being seen, like the VPN basically does. Do you think that the car is the VPN, or do you think the VPN is covering the car to keep it from being seen?
Well, no, in my analogy, it would be this car is made to go faster than all other cars can be made, so they could outrun cop cars. Therefore, it's illegal. It can something illegal. Therefore, we shouldn't sell it, right?
I still don't think that that's
It can do
analogous.
that with it, but you don't have to use it to do that. Or are you arguing that just the idea that it can go faster than a speed limit itself makes it bad, right? Just the idea that a VPN enables anonymity on the internet makes it bad intrinsically.
That it makes it invisible and capable of
I know, but
doing
I don't have
things
the.
that
I'm
are
trying
nefarious.
to use an example that has an actual capability in the real world. Sorry, that's why I'm not
Well,
making
that's
up
what I'm
invisibility
saying.
cloaks to make it sound better.
That's what I'm saying. That the car
Because,
doesn't.
well, I
make
mean, the
sense because it
utility
can
is still
be
the same. We're
tracked
still
by a
talking about the
helicopter. It can still
utility
be
of a
tracked
tool.
by all kinds of things. You could track it with thermal. You could. There's a ton of ways that you could track a vehicle that you're not going to be able to track the same way with a VPN.
You're getting caught up in the minutia of the analogy instead of seeing what the analogy is. You're doing the forest for the trees thing. Like, it's just a tool that does a thing. I can use that tool for good or bad. Why is the fact that I can possibly use it for bad mean that it has to be treated as bad? Because I hear this exact argument for guns all the time.
Because I would say that the net negative aspect of it comes to a point where people in or outside of countries that do or do not allow things in those countries can then exploit the system to gain in substantial ways that harm the public in general.
So
I'll let it get to 7 minutes. See if we have a solo judge.
But the ways that you're saying that they can use a VPN to harm me, I can use a VPN to protect me from that, right?
Well, it's not the same. It's, again, that doesn't make sense. The VPN is making that person untrackable. It's them funneling money through a certain route that is untrackable. It's conducting planning. It's all kinds of things that it could be used.
It allows them to do bad things through the internet.
They don't
Doesn't a
even
VPN
work.
allow me to protect myself from bad things on the internet?
No, all they do is make more links in the chain that are easier to break. So you have multiple points of access. Every tech guy that I watched when I was setting up my computer said, don't get a VPN. They're scams.
Oh, weird.
Wait, but
all right, real quick, chat. I am putting the poll. I just put it in there for you now. Okay. So if you, want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Abe Dinkus on the poll. All right. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Animated Effigy on the poll. Chat, get your votes in right now. I'm starting this timer over. You got 2 minutes.
So it was this topic.
And yeah, I want to watch my streaming that I can't watch because only British people get to watch it. Fuck that shit.
Was this topic solely on the VPN services that the average Joe is using to reroute his traffic for streaming and stuff like that, or does this also extend to the utility of organizations using that to extend their network to other data centers or cloud and things like that in a secure format.
See, Jeremy, this is why I do the prompts the way I do them, because
He
you
leaves
could
them vague.
extend it to this, right?
Yeah, he
Well,
leaves
that's
them
why I
vague
was
enough.
asking. I wasn't sure if the prompt specifically.
It wasn't specific. No, it wasn't specific.
He's giving
It
us room for us to argue out and around in that idea without limits.
Yeah. See that. So I mean, I use a VPN all day, every day, 7 days a week. I'm connected to a VPN for work.
Well, you're fired.
Stop.
You're fine.
No, the truth of the matter is, I actually don't have a strong stance on this.
Is that your
at all.
company? That's through your company though. That's not a personal. Maybe there's a difference between like. Maybe those tech guys were just talking about like they said NordVPN, McAfee. Those are all garbage.
Well, there's different arguments to be made, but that's why I was specifically asking the question if we were arguing the use of VPN for like the average Joe just to reroute his traffic for nefarious purposes, such as changing his location for streaming or for putting on an eye patch and downloading things. Or does it include the utilization of corporate networks and things like that to extend their local data center to having a private secure connection to a cloud provider, or to their employees connecting in and using the internal resources in a secure way that's just not over the open internet?
Yeah, we didn't even get into
All right,
that.
real quick.
Arguments.
We got 40.
Go ahead.
Just one sec. We got 46 votes. All right. Thank you to everyone who voted. I appreciate you all. 46 votes, and it was a close one. But 56% said that the winner of the 1v1 is Abe Dinkus. So, Animated Effigy, tell everyone in the chat where we can find you and why they got to bring you back for another shot at the $250 prize.
I'll be in the back waiting for a revive. Bring me back for more blood. Until then,
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure having you, Effigy. If they bring you back, you're more than welcome. And until then, my friend.
You are so fatality.
Another soul added into the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. So, we also, before we bring up the next people, we also had a 1v1 request. John Cena versus the winner. So, Marte versus the winner. That means Abe is going to be put through the ringer here, too, because this is 3 in a row. We got an initiation.
Was Abe the winner or was I the winner?
1.3 in a row. What?
Did he send it during the 4?
Yeah, the winner of the tiebreaker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we're going to get everyone else into the back. I got to move Effigy to the soul room for now. All right.
It's a new topic. Are we saying 4 before the VPN? Are we still on that?
No, we're gonna bring up a different topic for you too.
Okay.
Just because Abe just went through that one, so it'll be more fresh for the chat. Let's see where you guys stand with this one. Torture is justified in the name of security.
I would say yes.
I think I've argued yes on this topic before.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have. Yeah.
But can you argue
so
no?
You're both on the same side of that one. So
Yeah,
let me
I'm on the
see
yes.
here. Where do you guys stand on the company should be stopped from selling private data?
I'd say yes if permission was not given prior.
Yeah, same here. Hate to agree.
Hey, thank you, Stochastic
that's
Decay. Shout out.
No,
Thank you
that's
for the
okay,
super
that's
chat.
okay.
I appreciate it.
Let me see
ain't
here.
got the
Let me
answers, man. I've been doing this
bring
more
up
than you.
my
You
list
ain't been
over
doing the
here.
education.
I got to
Good
get my
luck, Abe, by the way.
soundboard set up.
Thank you.
I got the
Same to you.
soundboard. I got to get the super chat
Oh,
sound
this one here is always
on there, but I haven't set it up
a
yet.
lot of the time we get separate sides here. National security is more important than individual privacy.
I agree. National security is more important than individual privacy.
Okay. I think you stand on that side too as well, Abe. All right. Let me
Hey,
see
you know
here.
you can play devil's advocate anytime, right?
I do. The problem is I don't want to argue certain things outwardly that I do not believe in a way that will be used.
Fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I have certain topics I'm the same way on, so I get that.
That does not stop fall damage.
Would you guys okay? Is government surveillance effective in preventing crime?
Is government surveillance good? In
Oh
preventing
shit, he's
crime?
under the ice.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Boss
yeah,
fight.
Is it effective? Yeah.
I don't
I'd
think
say
it's
yes.
effective.
He's underneath you, Wukong.
And what'd you say, Abe?
I said I don't think it's an effective deterrent.
So you are on the opposite sides here? Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
Okay, cool.
Perfect. All right, so let's chat.
Little Buddha,
Let me give
little
you
fat
all
Buddha.
a
We gotta kill the
reminder.
little fat Buddha.
Okay, this is actually let me because I heard a couple things come in, so let me check chat, make sure.
He was all about beating and begging.
Well, we got one of those.
He led all you younglings right to me.
You made me do this. Name change.
I name you dead, moron.
Too good. that animation slaps too. Okay, chat. We are going to
dragon
a
fight.
5 minutes to start. Okay, chat. if
My
you
health
guys
is
wanna
low. I
add
don't know if I
on
can beat this guy on first
okay,
try.
It is 10 to add on a minute.
Kang Jin Long.
It is 60 if you want to solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge,
Dude,
it will
Wukong is
go
such a
to the chat
gangster,
poll,
dude.
And the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Let me actually make sure I got the right ticker going across the bottom for you guys as well, because that says 10 minutes. That was
Oh
the old
shit,
one.
he got me.
All right.
Oh, I'm dead already.
Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
So, Marte, I would say you took the affirmative, right? You said it is.
We need
effective.
anti-electricity.
Why is it effective?
It's effective because we have systems in place. If you look at a body has what? An immune system. Absent immune system, we have allowances. With allowance, you just have things that you just allow to continue. We do need to have deterrents in play. Absent these deterrents, can you tell me any justification why we don't need a deterrent?
No, I would actually argue that it's not a deterrent, but an after effect, and it's reactionary.
Well, I think approach determines response. So if you're talking about like the FBI fan outside the place, nobody notices this. So it doesn't need to be visual deterrent. Also, we can also have deterrents that are physical. So one of the first uses of force is presence. Would you agree on that?
In some cases, yeah.
So
Yeah.
I would say in most cases, I would say one of the first uses of force is maybe officer presence, things like this. They'll use this on the use of force continuum. So the reason why they use this is you could argue and say, well, no, it doesn't deter everything. No, but the only way to prove this is Chris Brown can have a bodyguard with him, right? And this would represent government security. If you have this bodyguard with him, if nothing happens, that would be a static mode of insurance that you can't see as that's protection that doesn't even need to be activated, constantly present. And everybody just acknowledges that, hey, I'm not going to go ahead and screw with Chris Brown because
Sure, we're talking about surveillance. We're not talking about presence. We're talking about surveillance. If you have surveillance, that doesn't mean that people, one, know that it's there, or two, care that it's there. They see cameras in every McDonald's. They still do illegal things there. They see cameras all over the world all of the time. They're so desensitized. I don't think it's a deterrent. I think it's a response tool, but I don't think it's a deterrent to anything.
I think it's a good deterrent. If you look online, you'll have deterrents online. There'll be fake dummy deterrents. Case in point, matter of fact, the sales are on the rise of these things, posting stickers outside of houses, fake car alarms, things like this. There's even a category online that where you can buy fake deterrents.
Sure.
So I think that even if you have fake deterrents, they do work. I would also presuppose that the sales indicate this too as well too. So this is universal, not just with national security.
I would say that I would agree on the home deterrence, but I don't believe that it works the same way when you're talking about government deterrence, because you're talking about what satellites, you're talking about tapping, you're talking about the ability to use cameras from places that people cannot see. These things don't work as deterrents. They are like you said, immune system. The immune system doesn't do anything until something is detected. First, it has to be detected. So I don't see it as a deterrent, more of a reaction.
So one thing I'll tell you is that when you log onto a site and it says FBI or something like this, and it'll say warning, do not proceed. Do you think many people try to just do this? The random layman will just go ahead and try to continue to break into a system with this visible deterrent that's present. Do you think that people look at this, it's like, oh, this is a fun time, let me go ahead and crack the code?
That's not the Surveillance Act. That's literally a warning. The warning is a deterrent, sure, but the surveillance itself isn't. Just because they can track what you're doing on that website doesn't mean you're going to be deterred. It means
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why do people cover up their cameras on computers?
Because they don't want people seeing their faces.
Oh, so they're presupposing that there is a deterrent, even if they're not actively being watched or anything like this. People actively have behavior that's indicative of, I just don't want to be watched or surveilled, right? Wait, hold on. I thought it was reactionary. Nothing has happened yet.
Privacy
they're covering their camera.
That's also, again, a privacy thing. That has nothing to do with the deterrence in say, the general public. I don't think that cameras or surveillance or any form of government surveillance actually deters people from taking actions. Otherwise, we would see a huge stifling in all kinds of actions that we don't see, where we know surveillance is.
Did you know last year they went ahead and implemented something where you can go ahead and swipe something on your computer and just, they changed laptops as a whole. So that way, government man with with people with tinfoil hats will say, well, no, the government's spying on me. Do you think that this populace exists that integrated a whole new model of computer laptops where you can go ahead and move this thing over and it covers up your camera? That's what I mean.
Do you think that's a cry for privacy, or do you think that's a deterrence to something being done wrong? Because deterrence, they're not deterring anything. All they're doing is stopping them from looking
in. This is your counter to saying, no, it's a reaction. How is this happening before a reaction? You're saying it's a counter to a reaction when nothing has happened, right? Nothing is indicated that you're being spied on or anything like that by any government entity.
Anything then.
Yet they voted for this to happen on laptops as a whole.
But that's still not a deterrence then. People are covering their cameras. It's not deterring crime. It's not deterring.
Well, covering your camera is a deterrent. You're deterring some behavior by action. Approach always determines response, and their approach is determined even before a response is happening. So this is to your counter to say that, okay, well, because this is a response happening, what I'm saying is countering that, saying that people are doing this before anything has happened, before they're even thinking they're being surveilled. Do people act in a way where they're saying, I'm just going to prevent government surveillance and just do all these things, get a deterrent, cover up my camera and computer, do all this other stuff? Why do people do this if you're saying it's just a response? They're doing this pre anything happening.
Because that's not the act of surveillance. The act of surveillance that would actually prompt the stopping of things.
What are they avoiding?
Isn't happening. They're keeping privacy. More people than not will just keep privacy. You can also hack that camera. Somebody else could hack
privacy from.
It doesn't have to be the government. Anyone could hack into somebody else.
Maybe not the government, but they're doing this in general, right?
Yeah, sure.
This in general, right?
They'll cover their.
So this could be government. This could be anybody else. Meaning, I'm on a government site or anywhere else. I want to go ahead and just cover up that camera no matter what.
And what's that deterrent?
Integrated in all computers last year.
Where's the deterrence? What is that deterring?
This is changing behavior. This is indicating that you want to use a precautionary measure to avoid surveillance. This is what we're doing to duck and dodge and avoid surveillance. Case in point, the VPN issue. We're doing this to show that we're not in Jakarta when we're going ahead. In case in point, when we go ahead and watch movies, there's always a thing saying government, whatever this and that's a federal crime to record movies and do these other things. Well, people use VPNs to avoid what? government exposure, business corruption, all this other stuff from being found out. People
But you
do this
just
all the time.
proved-
It's actually
you
ruined
just
the
proved.
movie industry. It's ruined people's careers and lives with jobs, things like this.
So because
You
they have
literally
VPNs,
trusted by the government for doing this.
because they have VPNs, that's not deterring them from doing things. They'll do it anyway. They'll just use a VPN. Just
The
like
VPN
anything
is
else,
a
they will
deterrent.
find a
People
way to
purchasing
not be
this to
deterred.
evade deterrents. Can you
Evade
tell me how they're not
deterrent.
avoiding deterrents by buying VPNs, covering up cameras?
That means
doing
they're
all
not
this
deterred.
human
Evasion
behavior of doing that?
deterrence is not being deterred. Evasion of deterrence is not being deterred.
That's so evasion is a form of counter to deterrence. Would you not agree with that?
What I'm saying is, if you have evaded, you are not needing to.
But you're assuming that people have evaded.
It's not
Obviously,
deterred.
there's a reason why VPNs exist and camera coverings for laptops exist, because somebody has gotten caught before. People are avoiding government surveillance and other forms of surveillance by this. So why do they exist?
I'll let you get to 8 minutes and 30 seconds to see if we have a solo judge.
That's my point. It's not deterring the behavior. They'll just find ways to get around it.
So what you're
Well, they're
talking
not
about
deterred.
is that there is a deterrent that's happening and you're avoiding this. You're saying, oh, people are just deterring by finding other methods to avoid, to use avoidance, mitigation, things like this, and limit.
You made me do this. Name change.
Oh, you have yourself muted there. Oh, okay.
Dope animation, by the way. Yeah.
It's badass. It,
Yeah,
like,
after
tells me
the
everything.
killed that for sure.
Yeah,
I
but
would
I
say-
think just the purchasing of evasion tools indicates that there's something that we're going ahead and avoiding. Because it's a deterrent, we're going ahead and finding ways around this. You're gonna go ahead and dig a tunnel under walls because the wall's a deterrent, right? Just saying, pointing to the hole in the ground around the wall and other evasion tools is indicating that the thing that we're avoiding is creating a deterrent so that we can find a ways around it.
That's what I'm saying. They're not
it's a
deterred.
deterrent, it just may not be good. Like dummy cameras may prohibit people from breaking in a building. It just may not be a good deterrent, but it's still a deterrent nonetheless. Which
Well,
is why
that's my-
people still buy.
All right, real quick.
things like that.
Chat, I'm putting the poll in right now. Okay, so if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Abe Dinkus on the poll, and if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Marte Raylis. Is that how you say it? Raylis?
Yeah, it's Marte Raylis.
Okay,
Raylis,
perfect.
yeah.
Marte Raylis on the poll, guys. Put your votes in right now, chat. If you don't see the poll, hit that refresh because I'm starting the timer over and you got 2 minutes.
Yeah, so what I was saying is that people are buying items, they're buying materials to go ahead and evade deterrence. Why are people evading these things if they're not a deterrent? People always find ways around certain structures, designs, things that are built and implemented to go ahead and get around things. They're using evasion, avoidance.
Can I ask you a question?
Because it is a deterrent.
If you evade the deterrent, are you undeterred?
If you're evading deterrent, people, so you have something that's the delayed onset. We'll have technology that's constantly trying to keep up, right? Hence, downloading movies from VPN. They're going to find something to counter that. It's always going to happen. So this deterrent is always going to be 1 foot ahead. So it doesn't mean that it's not a deterrent. It still means it's a deterrent. It's just
Hang
behind.
on,
It's just
hang
a
on,
cat-
easy,
mouse,
easy.
cat mouse game,
What
that's it.
was the topic here? Wasn't the topic is surveillance an effective deterrent? Right? That was the topic. So you even conceded the point that it's not a good deterrent, but you're arguing that it is a deterrent. We can easily.
Yeah, I was
grant
arguing
you
that it is a deterrent. I might have not heard the prompt all the way, but yeah.
It's not an
Might have- maybe
effective
not.
deterrent, but
That's
it
how
is
it
a
happens.
deterrent. We
I
grant
constantly-
that.
I always wish that the prompt was still on the screen too, because I do that too. I'll like forget what
Yeah, I
words
kind
were in
of
it.
got lost in the weeds, and I was like, okay, is it a deterrent?
I thought that's what was happening too, that they both started moving a little bit away from it, but I was enjoying the debate, so I was like, oh, fuck,
Yeah,
this is
I just
cool.
had a debate with Lisa Wilson as a partner. We were saying that capital punishment is a deterrent, and I just got that in my head for some reason. It's weird. So
It's that debate brain, man. It takes
It
over.
is a deterrent. Capital punishment.
Right, we'll all grant it is a.
Hey, I'm gonna agree. It's not a deterrent. It's just not a good deterrent. It is a deterrent. It's not good.
Yeah, I mean, you said the second the debate was over, that was the first thing you said is it's not a good deterrent.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I thought the prompt. And my listening skills are fucked tonight.
Oh wow, you conceded.
Well, we have the votes locked in. 48 votes. Shout out to everyone in the chat that voted. By the way, you're all amazing. Okay, and they're super close here. 48 votes. 52% says the winner of the 1v1 is Marte Reyes. Abe Dinkus. Tell everybody in the chat where we can find you and why they got to bring you back for another shot at the $250 prize.
Well, you can find me at Abe Dinkus. Bring me back if you just want more of the top hat, I guess.
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure having you, Abe. If they bring you back, you know you're more than welcome. Chat mods, make sure you share Abe's channel in the chat. And until next time, my friend.
The clip didn't play.
Your soul is mine.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the Safe of Souls. And I'm sorry, Abe, I had to do that. I've always wanted... I always wanted someone to get into a position and then I wanted to leave it there. I finally got to do it. That was great. But make sure you all go follow Abe. Abe's amazing. All right. And that was a great 1v1. But before we can even move on here, before we can keep going, we actually have another 1v1 to get into right away. That had sent in 20 for Jeremy versus Winner Fund, okay? And we got another 20 via Cash App. So let's get everyone else again into the back. Gotta move Abe over to the soul room.
This dragon is not that hard to beat.
Put you back, and then let's
He's just
see
freaking
here.
hard to hit. I can't
Let's
freaking
get,
hit him
let's
sometimes.
get
I waste a
new
lot of my
topic
spells
for you two.
and my attacks.
Oh wait, hold on. My name changed.
Because I'm missing.
Sorry, I'm new to this.
Wonder if there's a better.
Yeah, that's one of the moves they do. Is name changes.
All right, man, I'm with it.
Easy just wanted to claim a president's soul. Hey. He came out of the grave, I had to put him back in, you know? All right, let me see here. This is kind of like the VPN's question a little bit, but it's a little bit different as well. So, should individuals be able to encrypt all their online communications?
Should they be able to?
Yeah.
Sure.
Should they be able to encrypt all their online communications?
Sure.
I'm just gonna
I
die.
agree. I don't have any quarrel with that or debate against that.
Okay.
Polka 081, shout out.
Is Jeremy, I forget, where are you on the national security versus individual freedom?
National security. Oh, you talking about is that the personal data topic or?
No, that national security is more important than individual privacy.
I wonder if staff stance would. Nah.
Yeah, I think your privacy can be forgone for the sake of national security, but you'd have to be able to justify that privacy was essentially violated in the name of national security. Like it wouldn't just be a blanket, oh, national security, boom, we got this data. Like you'd have to be able to
see that didn't
Yeah, I
hit.
agree with that. That's fair. Same.
Okay. Let me go down my list over here a little more.
Speakeasy, how big is this list?
Oh, I got a huge list here, and some of them are like a little similar, so I know you guys will be on the same side of them. So I'm trying to make sure we don't do those. Should citizens have the right to know when they're being surveilled?
No.
Not when, no.
Beaver, no devil's advocate tonight, bro.
I don't do devil's advocate. I only
Oh
argue.
man, you can't even cosplay tonight, bro. What's up with that, bro?
I'm not Beaver, by the way.
Oh, okay. Jeremy, my bad. I saw Beaver. First thing I saw. Okay.
That's funny.
Trying to fix my reading and comprehension skills from the previous debate. Go
ahead. Should biometric data be protected as personal privacy?
You mean like fingerprints?
Like
I gotta go pee. I got this guy. I
yeah,
just
that should be protected.
Yeah, biometric data is PII, so yes.
Yeah, you could be a patient somewhere and that could leak, things like that.
Where do you guys stand on should whistleblowers be protected?
Oh, they should be protected.
Yeah, well, I mean, I literally debated that they should be.
Yeah, I was just seeing if maybe he was going to be on the opposite side of you there. What about torture is justified in the name of security?
Justified.
To a certain degree, yeah.
Okay. Shit, you guys are on the... It really does, though.
I mean, you know, if you want to engage on the torture one, like I don't think like
speak easy. What's your 3,293 topic?
I think I have a skill or two I can spend. Actually, let's do that.
Shit. But tonight's theme is also about like privacy and security. So like that's where I'm trying to keep it. But if I have to go into somewhere else,
I mean, you
will.
can do something like, can a boyfriend look through his girl's text in a relationship? It's things like that. This could be varied topics like that. Things like that.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, it's exactly right. Like we could go into relationship privacy, anything like that. Let's actually think. Where do you guys stand on that? Should couples have access to each other's phone?
I'd say yes. You should have access.
Yeah, I'm not opposed.
Damn it, Jeremy. One devil's advocate. Can you just tell me one, bro? do I got a super chat you to?
All right. You know what?
Like,
Maybe we're gonna have to take it out of security and privacy for a minute, just to maybe get this rolling here. Where do you both stand on the death penalty?
I'm against it.
I'm according to my religious beliefs, I have to be against it, but it is a deterrent.
You don't have to.
I'll say that.
Why do you have to be against
It's not
it?
the prompt, but okay.
No, I just had to throw that in there to see if I can pull you in a little bit. Come on, bro. Bite.
Well, you could argue anything would be a deterrent. Like that.
Oh man, you just don't want to take the L. That's fine. I would do the same if I was debating myself too. Go ahead.
All right. Let me see.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't care to lose, but I only argue my stance.
I care to lose, and I'll argue my stance.
Why don't you play devil's advocate?
Well, just like Speakeasy, I don't want to concede to belief systems that aren't mine.
Where, where do you guys? I didn't ask you guys this. Like while you were both here, where do you guys stand on the all public spaces should be audio and video monitored?
Yeah, I would say no. I would say it doesn't. I would go against all. I'd be anti that.
Well, I don't care about the should. I don't care if they are, but I don't advocate that they should be. That goes to the. I'm not going to argue that, but I'm. Yeah, I don't.
All right, William. What's the topic?
I don't care if they are.
William says he wants to force his topic because he paid for this the other day. He said he was going to pay for a forced topic. What is it, William? Let us know.
It sounds like sudden death. I like it. Let's bring it.
I'm wondering where he's going to go.
I like that it was a William that picked this up because it's a W for his first name. So I'm all for that.
The religion one. I don't remember which religion one. Which
he couldn't
religion
type
one?
what the religious one is. He said the religion.
Which, or you want me to just come up with one of mine, like from my list?
Hey, Jeremy, are you just trying to get anonymity? Is that why you have your dog there, or is that what this is?
I'm literally my face is literally in the intro. The dogs are up here because the chat wants to see them.
Ah, okay.
He's cheating.
I gotcha. I thought this was the whole anonymity thing that you're just gonna fully commit to it. All right, cool.
I'm not the one who argued.
I'm just waiting for William to tell me if there was a specific one, or
I don't like.
if
Okay.
it was
The rat sucks.
Speakeasy. You know what'd be really cool right now is if you play the loading music to Mortal Kombat right now. This would just be maybe just a little hint.
It's actually not a bad idea.
Yeah, the loading music, that'd be great. The theme for that would be perfect for this.
Actually, that would be a good idea.
Loading music would be trash because it's verbal combat. So the loading, you know how they have the loading theme? That would be perfect for this.
Do the religion one. Oh, you guys are fucking with me now.
Oh yeah, they're memeing you, bro.
You
You
guys
get
are just
memed into the
playing
dirt
fucking
right now.
games with me now. It's okay. You know what? How about this? I'm gonna bring up one of mine because you guys are just fucking with me. All right, guys are just fucking with me now. Is religion necessary for moral development?
Yes, for a standard of truth, I would say yes.
Well, I mean, I agree with that argument. I mean, I think you could have subjective morality, so
Yeah, relative moral relativism. Other than that, but I mean, yeah, that's very broad. That's extremely broad.
Is atheism a valid belief system?
It's valid. People believe in it. I'll say yeah, it's valid. According to them, it is. So I can't refute that. Hey, can I?
I hate that I agree with the way you framed your answer.
What's that?
I said I hate that I agree with the way you framed your answer.
Yeah, because I'm right. Anyways, Speakeasy, can I give you a debate prompt myself?
Yeah, you could suggest something if you wanted. Yeah.
Cool. Female friends do not exist. It's not a thing in society. It's disingenuous.
What if you're single?
Female friends don't exist.
Yes.
Like, do you mean men can't have female friends?
I'm saying
What do you
either
mean?
sex. You can't have friends with either sex because it's not good. There's no purpose to it other than like acquaintances. That's about it. You know, the whole BFF thing does not exist. It's not a real thing. Go ahead, Jeremy, bite.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think they can exist. So I am on the opposite side of it.
Good. All right, then get ready.
Wait. Okay, so just to be clear, so we just repeat the prompt again so everyone knows.
Good, I'll repeat the prompt right now. BFFs of the opposite sex is not a real thing.
And
It's
you
not
disagree?
genuine, not a real thing.
You disagree with that, Jeremy?
Yeah, I think there can be friends on the opposite side. I think that is a real thing.
Okay. All right. So chat, we got one. All right, we got one. Listen, chat. We are starting out at 5 minutes. Okay. If you guys want this to go longer and add a minute, it is 10. To add a minute, all right, it is 60. If you want to be the solo judge, all right. If we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the chat poll. And the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
So I'm gonna ask you a question real quick before we even start, and I want an honest answer from you or a dishonest one, whichever one you give me. Doesn't matter for this debate. Do you agree that I'm gonna ask you a question? Did your father have female BFFs growing up? Did he have a bunch of them?
I have no idea if he had female friends growing up.
Right. So in society, whenever you looked at dads, did you think that they grew up
dude,
with
I had
female BFFs? Did they have a lot of them around them at the time?
I don't go and research the friends that my dad had growing up, or that I don't research the male friends that my mother had growing up. But
No, I'm
the
talking about, like,
simple,
next door neighbors.
argument,
Just bring
the
up
simple argument of whether or
coworkers,
not that they could have
bring up single men,
friends of the opposite
developing
sex,
friends in order to find
is,
relationships.
I think, a very absurd claim. Now
He's
if
thinking
you
about
argue-
married
You ever
men.
observed
That's
this?
not in the
What I'm saying
prompt.
is, have you
Just
ever
bring up
observed this
single
outside
men.
of reality, your own reality, even?
I
even
have,
from
I have,
anecdotes
I
in
have
society?
yes, I have friends that are females.
So like your dads. No, I'm not talking about now, because in modernity that's changed a little bit. It's manipulated. I'm talking about like your
Well,
dad's
no,
era,
it doesn't
his
matter
era.
modernity or not. The prompt is, can they? Can they, at any point in time, can they? Yes.
Great. I'll give you another question. I'm married in a relationship and I have a wife. Name something that another woman can offer me that my wife can't offer.
That's irrelevant. Jeremy's single. Why would you not have girlfriends if you're single?
Literally anything that a friend can offer you. You can have companionship of either
Like
gender.
what?
Just bring up single men,
That
Jeremy.
you
my
should.
wife can't offer.
So when real easy. When I was in college, I had female friends in college that we studied with. If I were married or dating somebody who had nothing to do with anything in college, I can't study with her. She don't know fucking jack shit about it. But I could have female friends that I could study with that were in the same courses.
So
I
I'm
made
talking
friends
about-
with
so
people
if
I
you're
was in
married,
college with. That
so
had
you're
no
saying that your
romantic,
wife can't help you out with this, right? Your wife can't help you out with this.
No, she don't know shit about computers.
Great.
If I had a
Okay,
wife.
great. Which leads to my next
But
question.
the thing is if I were married, there's no guarantee that she was a technical person, but the person I'm going to class with that would be an opposite gender totally would, right?
Great. Do you think that a male could be more superior at this than a woman?
I think a male would be preferable, sure, as being a male.
Oh, okay. So it's
That
preferable.
doesn't mean that
So
does
you
not
already have a
mean
preference
it's
leaning
not
to the male sex
possible.
instead of the women.
You're arguing. You're arguing the
So you have a
should.
preference
I'm
for
arguing
over
the
that. Go ahead.
possibility of
I'll let you continue.
You're not making the right argument. You are evading the prompt
he's not.
again.
No, I'm
The argument
asking you this, and
can
you're
they?
leading to
Yes,
preference, but
they
I'm
can.
asking you a direct question.
You're arguing whether or not it's optimal. I will grant you it's not optimal, but at the
Okay,
same
great.
time,
So we
it
know
is
it's
That's
not
not the
optimal.
prompt.
Is that which means okay? would
Optimal
you
is
think
not
that would be a
possible.
genuine choice for
Optimal
you?
is not arguing whether or not it's possible.
Cool. Would that be a genuine choice for you because it's not optimal? Would that be more genuine for you to have a female friend?
It
Do you think that
wouldn't even be
exists?
preferential. I'm granting you, it's not even the preferential approach. But
Okay,
that does not make it
great.
impossible.
Great. Okay.
Why don't you
here's
engage
the,
with
here's the
your
thing
own
I'll ask
fucking
you.
prompt?
The reason why I don't believe it's possible is because there's a whole difference. You have an asymmetrical relationship that happens. You're going to be giving somebody something that you can't
Single
afford to
guys.
give when you have male friends. Case in point, I go with my friend to a coffee shop. What do I have to do? Walk her to her car. I probably may have to die for her while she's getting mugged. If I walk you to your car, I don't have to do this, right? I'm not going to protect another man. And if I do, it's two guys versus another thing. There's an advantage there.
You don't have to do that with them either. There's no requirement to do those things.
No, there's no requirement, but you're going to open the door for a woman. You wouldn't do this for a male friend. There's a lot of things you're going to do. It's lopsided automatically from the get-go.
I don't differentiate gender to open a door. I'm just a nice fucking person.
Great, so you're pleading to egalitarianism. You don't use chivalry with women, do you?
Depends
you don't
on the
use
woman.
any
If I
chivalrous
have a
activity
romantic
with women compared to men.
Sure. If I don't, not particularly.
Would you agree that women are the more vulnerable sex?
Yeah.
Great. You're not walking to a woman who's more vulnerable to her car at night when it gets dusk out at night.
I'm not compelled to do so.
You're not compelled to do. Great. That's my answer for that too. I just wanted to hear that you'll never walk a woman to her car. Great. Okay.
That's a straw man. That's not the argument.
Yeah, a lot of straw men.
No, it's an extension of
Saying
what
I would
I just wanted to get an
never,
entailment from
saying
that.
I would
That's about
never
it.
does not mean if I say I'm not compelled to, it doesn't say that I would never do it, right? That's
So here's my next question.
You're literally straw manning arguments.
Yep.
No, I'm not. I'm
Lot of
giving
straw
you
men.
the entailment of what I'm
First,
asking.
you give a
Straw
prompt, you
mans
don't
and red
engage
herrings.
correctly with your own fucking prompt. Then you give
He's
questions
arguing.
and straw
We're
man
going back to
arguments
the
out of
prompt.
that are
We're
wrong.
going back to the no. I'm just doing fact finding. That's all I'm doing.
You
I'm
need
just
to
doing
go.
some fact
You need
finding.
to take debate university.
finding.
You're fucking bad at this.
Just telling somebody's bad is not showing them that they're bad at debate.
I've shown how you're bad.
Let's go.
You're not showing me that I'm bad at debates.
I pointed out, literally, you didn't engage with your own fucking prompt. That's example one why you're bad. Two,
I'm
you
just
went down a line
asking
of
questions to
questioning,
dive deeper. That's
specifically
all I'm doing is I'm
derived
asking
a
questions
straw
around the
man
topic.
argument.
That's it.
That's point two on how you're bad. So in that, there's two pieces of
I'm bad
evidence
because I
right
asked
here.
follow-up
You're bad at
questions. That's not. That doesn't say I'm
argue your
bad.
own fucking prompt.
Look, we can go ahead and ask side questions around that to dive
The
deeper and to
argument-
find out
the
somebody's
argument
understanding of their
is,
logic. That's what I'm
can
doing.
The argument is, can they
I need to
have
not
friends
get
of
grabbed
the
by
opposite
that. That
sex?
fucks me up every time.
That's
Okay,
your
the
prompt.
argument is,
That's
can
your
they
prompt.
have friends of the opposite sex? I'm saying it doesn't exist because of this. Because their liabilities.
Exist.
So because
Because
they're a
I
liability
stated-
and because there's an
stated
asymmetrical
that I
relationship,
said that
there
you
is
said,
an
oh,
can.
that's modernity. Modernity doesn't count. No, it does count. That's simply.
I
an
didn't
example.
say modernity
And you're
doesn't
ruling
count.
it
I never
out
once said that.
because
Never came
your
out of my
own
mouth.
argument.
What I'm telling you, what I'm showing you through my entailment is that they're a liability. It's disingenuous. And if you have this, it's the equivalent of me interning for a job that I'll never get, that another guy gets on the 5th year. That's all that is.
I
It's
can
not
agree
a
with-
thing. It's
I
not
can
genuine
agree.
and it's not
I
real. It
can
doesn't
agree.
happen in
All of those
society.
things, they're not optimal. They're not preferred. I give you all of those things. That does not mean that they're not possible.
So it's not possible because you haven't named one thing that a woman can give me outside of my wife. There's no purpose.
You
to
don't
that,
have a
which means
wife.
it's-
What if
it's
you
not
don't have a
real
wife?
There's no
relationship.
guarantee that my wife knows the shit that I know, right? But a friend, even of the opposite gender, who's in the same field as me, she would know stuff. She would actually be able to provide me some guidance in that, right? So
Right.
they
So
could
she's
be
in the
friends.
field. What you have is called a
Socialize
filter
as well.
between you and her, which means that if you fuck that relationship up, you're either going to lose your job or get into a fight with a husband. Absent a filter, it does not exist. So anytime you've ever had an argument,
I'm
you've
gonna
always
get to
had
8
something
minutes
called
and
filter
30
in
to
this
see if we have
argument.
a solo judge.
I didn't hear what you said because Easy interrupted you.
My bad.
If you're single and looking for a wife, I recommend you have a lot of lady friends.
I would say that's also a deterrent too, because they would say, well, how come they're not choosing you? If you can already get something that's better looking or already
Wait,
having
if they're
something,
friends,
I think
they
that's
are
also a
choosing
deterrent as
me.
well, too.
If I can become friends with a girl, then I can kiss a girl, and if I can kiss a girl, then I can get in them draws.
Is having a female friend an indicator of development as a man to get a woman?
Don't take advice from Jay. He doesn't have a lady.
Well, I've had lots of ladies.
Nah, you virgin.
I'm King Incel.
Nah.
Wait,
Not that's the same thing.
I mean, JS was married, so there's that.
I still am married.
All right.
So I haven't heard one thing.
But
that
I ain't with
somebody
her.
told me that my wife can't give me, which shows the entailment of why it's not a thing. And also, I've also brought up filters that are in play. You could say I have a female friend at a job. I have a female friend that's the wife of a husband, things like this. But they all have filters. If you notice this, if you fuck one thing up, the husband's gonna fuck you up. You're gonna lose your job. Anything that you like, the university student, you're gonna lose your university scholarship if you're in a scandal with this woman. They've all had filters. Every time you brought something up, there's always something that I'm going to lose. There's a loss ratio. Bring up an incident or
None of
issue
this
where there's
proves
not a
that you
filter.
cannot. It's not
None of that
possible to
proves the
have women
impossibility.
friends.
You're just literally arguing the reasons why we do not.
I'm muted. That's why.
It's not genuine.
All right,
You're
one sec,
literally
guys.
making
One
your
sec,
own
one
shit
sec.
What you're talking about is associates.
One
Those aren't
sec.
friends.
Hold up, everyone. One sec. I'm putting the poll in the chat right now, guys. All right, so chat. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Marte Reyes on the poll, okay? And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Jeremy on the poll, all right? So everyone, get your votes in right now, all right? So I'm starting this timer over, and you got 2 minutes.
I mean,
Can you name me one thing that somebody can give me that's a non-filter person to prove that it's a genuine relationship? I'm still waiting for an answer for that.
What do you mean by non-filter?
Meaning like there's something that's not going to be like a loss that we have checks and balances. So if I'm having a friend at work, right? If I fuck up this friendship at work, right, meaning I have a relationship or anything happens, I put that job in jeopardy. If I fuck up a relationship with a female friend that has a husband, next thing you know, I'm getting into a fist fight and I'm probably gonna die. Shit like this happens. No, we have filters.
You're presupposing that the friendship was somebody you went to work with. I just gave an example that I could have met this.
You can lose your scholarship. That's a filter.
I could have, like, I work in IT,
You
right?
do something
If I
that
go to
doesn't have a
technical
filter.
conference, I can
This
easily
is like some
immediately
chronically
trust
online
you
red
in
pill
technology
gobbledygook.
of the other field and form a friendship with them. It can be one that's at a professional level where we both know technology and we can discuss these things. We can hang out and
Okay, so great. I'll even grant you
and
that
could
at a
be
professional level.
in that regard.
At
Mr.
any-
What do we need
It's
a
not
first-
optimal. I'm granting you the suboptimal.
I just tell it without juice and topping this at my lifestyle. I just tell it for true that I don't even know if you go without the beginning.
Again, I'm granting you the
That was fucking hilarious, actually, bro.
argument. That
I'm
does not
I'm
mean
pro
the-
Pence rule if you're married, but if you're single guy, why would you not want to have friends who are girls till you can meet the right girl?
Don't you put it in your mouth, don't you put it in your mouth, don't you stuff it in your face, don't stuff it in your face. Though it might look good to eat, though it might look good to eat, and it might look good to taste, and it might look good to taste. You could get sick, ick, real quick, ick, real sick, real ick. Don't you put it in your mouth.
What the fuck was that?
I don't even want to ask.
I even forgot what I was gonna say.
An old Canadian commercial that used to talk kids not into putting stupid shit in their mouths.
Easy,
Okay, that was
nose.
good.
You made me do this. Name change.
Easy Giants knows what that
Still
was.
dope.
He just played
It's
with
All right,
the
no, go ahead.
feature on his fancy
Yeah,
camera.
that's too good, right? Shout out to Effigy for that one. That animation, it'll never get old. But chat has voted 39 votes. Chat a little slacking, all right. It seems like we're getting more furry lovers. All right, you're not voting. But 39 votes, okay, and 69% said the winner of the 1v1 was Jeremy. So Marte Reyes, tell everyone in the chat where they can find you, and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $250 prize.
You guys find me on X at Mighty Marte, and you guys can also find me in my next debate with Andrew Wilson coming up soon.
Base. Listen, it's been a pleasure having you, and we do this every Friday, so definitely would love to have you come again. And if they bring you back up tonight, you're more than welcome. And until
For sure,
then,
thanks for having me, man.
yeah, no problem. It's been great. And until then, my friend.
You are so
Another soul added into the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on
He's got a
Verbal
debate
Combat
coming up.
Friday, baby.
He's got a debate coming up with Andrew. Hopefully he engages with his actual prompt.
Yeah,
Yeah, and doesn't straw man and
How the fuck does that guy have a debate with Andrew?
There are good arguments for that prompt, but his argument was weird.
Right. I mean, like I said, I grant him his argumentation and as far as optimal goes, you know, or they should. I agree in every bit of those arguments. They're valid, but the simple state is he said it can exist.
Well, the
He even granted it and then said, but that's modernity. Like you
well,
it's just
I don't think so.
Oh no.
Beaver, welcome back.
Oh my god.
Welcome back.
Let's
Jake.
go.
Beaver! Las Vegas.
Yo, I'm here to remind you of what blood sports debates actually is.
And we got some more to bring up as well. All right. Hold up. King Blackout, welcome to the show.
Yo, what's up, chat? What's up, everybody?
Hello, King.
Let's fucking go. And Kieran, welcome to the show.
I've been in internet purgatory. The green room is internet purgatory forever. I've had so many things to say, and the chat keeps paying for fucking one
I
once.
was wrong. We did have room for one more. Hold up.
Hello.
Vigilante, welcome to
Vigilante.
the show. Let's fucking go. Did you cut your hair off? What happened there?
Yeah,
Or you
yeah.
just
I
tied
did.
up.
No,
Oh, you
it's
did cut it?
It's actually cut off.
Oh shit! All right.
Yeah, for
Shit.
like a second, like for a hot minute, I thought that was fucking Grumple. To tell the truth.
Yeah, it's like Tom Lose.
I'm not used to
A lot younger.
no hair, so I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, no, my hair is a lot shorter now, as you can see.
You lost all your power when you cut off your hair. You know the story of Samson.
Sugar daddy. Okay? I'm gonna get me one. I'm gonna get me one. I am a bad bitch. Mm-hmm. Bad bitch. That's right.
A whole bunch of us came up, so watch out. Gonna be fun.
The only reason I cut my hair like this is so I can grow it back out properly, because it was either cutting my hair to this length or shave the sides again, and I didn't want to shave the sides.
Like going down the middle of your head,
Yeah.
so like a fucking penis, dude.
Yeah, shaving
Yeah,
the
just
sides is
tell-
bad.
Tell the truth. You did it to meet girls. You did it to meet girls. You were trying to improve your fucking your
Oh, you did it to meet girls, he says.
Yeah. You're trying to.
Yeah, but that's but Kieran, that's a good thing. That means he's not gay. That's a good thing, right?
I don't know. I mean, look at the middle part, dude. The middle part makes his head look like a fucking penis. That's pretty gay, if you ask me.
I don't know. Well, if we're going to go there, we can speak about those eyebrows. So,
Listen,
mate's
nobody
getting
gives a
fucking
fuck about our vigilante looks. You all scared of the bite.
mate's getting destroyed. He's getting destroyed right now.
Leave
Fucking, let's keep
vigilante
going.
alone.
No, let's keep going. Let's speak about the mustache and no. He did it to me, girls. Facts. Because
all it was for.
You made me do this. Name change.
Oh, shit.
actually, Kat, that was a smart move. Because Beaver's been spurging all night about how chat's fucking stupid and.
Chat is fucking stupid. 1v1 me versus whether or not chat is dumb. Let's go.
I don't think that's when you win, but I mean.
Bro, I don't care if I fucking win. The fact of the matter is I know I'm right.
You can make that happen, Chase.
I'm telling you, chat. Fucking 1v1. Me versus Kieran. Force topic is chat dumb.
Well, speaking of forced topic, speaking of forced topic, though, we do have a forced topic right now from William, because he wanted to force a topic onto the panel since it didn't work for the 1v1. Is should churches remain tax exempt?
No.
Yes.
Not all churches.
Yes.
No.
No.
Yes.
I could.
All right, let's hear it out.
All right, 1v6.
You're right.
About representation, and I don't want churches in the government.
If they choose to get rid of their tax exempt status, they're free to talk about and get involved in politics, and then they can affect change in our government. So basically, the opposite of what King just
The
said.
church already gets involved in politics
opinion
through.
on what happens in local government. Really? Really?
Church already heavily gets involved in politics. They also get involved.
Do you think
through
like you're
basically
smart,
Heritage Foundation.
Chase?
Fucking hell. Fucking hell, easy.
You're just annoying.
Like, I don't even care about whether or not they get.
I don't give a fuck what you think about me, JS. I'm
Yes,
here to
I have
prove
to
what
give you
blood
props
sports
for
debate
not
actually
actually
is.
falling for that one.
I have too much noise in my headphones right now. I barely heard it, but yeah, I finally didn't get got by one.
That one was super quiet though. I don't know. That one.
Yeah,
that
it
one
was
came in really
lower.
Quiet.
I didn't even hear it.
Right.
It was bad.
That one, yeah, that one wasn't.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Right.
That was louder.
That better. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, much better.
But even still, getting back onto the topic, I don't even care about the government getting into the politics aspect of it. The simple fact of the matter is the philanthropy that churches do, or any other charitable organization, what they do. I'd rather those things not go and be taxed and let those money be used for the philanthropy that they're there for.
It would also reduce the amount of small churches that pop up just to reap benefits off of. L. Ron Hubbard wrote that he could make pennies a word, but the best way to make $1 million is by starting a religion. I don't like people profiting and making religions just so they don't have to pay taxes. And
So regular churches don't profit.
huh?
So
but it's hard though, Jay. It's because
churches
like
do not profit.
They shouldn't.
You made me do this. Name change.
They're actually not allowed to.
No,
profit.
regular
They're not
churches
allowed-
do profit because they're tax exempt.
Right.
Yeah, so Joe, yes, I kind of agree with you.
They shouldn't.
They
You
should
should not
have to
be.
pay taxes on that
You should not be profiting as a
Jay,
church.
yes.
They don't profit.
Yeah,
That's
Jay,
the
yes.
whole point in how they're tax exempt. If they turn,
Jay, yes, I
They
kind of
do.
agree with you. Yes,
When they have any excess
Wait,
money,
wait.
it's called a profit.
Yeah,
Again, narrow-minded.
You're telling me
Yeah,
Joel
so,
Osteen,
Jay,
Billy
yes, Jay,
Graham,
yes, I'm talking to
Benny
you.
Hinn.
Yeah, Jay, yes.
You're telling me
Yes,
they're
so
not
Jay, yes, I
profiting?
No, JS,
They
I
made
agree
a
with
whole
you.
show about it.
I agree with. Oh, JS, I agree with you about that. But the problem is that anyone can call himself a church, and then you have to deal with that. Which, like, it's a hard problem. It's a
Yeah, I
hard
don't
problem.
think if we had where if you're going to be a church, you got to pay taxes. It would raise the bar for who gets to start a church, and it would unite
Yes.
the Christian churches. There would only one like the strongest sects would survive. We would probably still have, like Baptists and Catholics and Orthodox and stuff, but all these little 7-day Adventists and all these little outcroppings and these little cults that pop up in people's backyards,
Even the big ones
wouldn't be happening.
Even the big ones like Joel Osteen. Joel Osteen would be screwed if he was paying tax, right?
Well, he's got enough money where he could handle it, but he wouldn't
has
be.
now,
but other
he
future
has
Joel
now.
Osteens would not be incentivized to even start the church.
Correct. I agree. Yeah, I agree. So you've kind of
All
changed
right,
my mind. I
real
think.
quick,
And that's the secondary argument.
Hold up one sec. The way this works is when somebody gets revived, we got to put the last person up back to the back for now.
Oh,
so,
shit.
Put, Vigilante for now back to the back.
Oh, I thought it was me.
It was cute.
I don't think so.
I've got to come off real soon because I'm really drunk.
Didn't
right in the slot.
Welcome back to the show.
Someone paid for him to come back.
Didn't Kieran come up after Vigilante? I like Kieran more than Vigilante, but I'm just saying.
I think it could be.
No?
I think
Remember,
it could be
I
right.
said, remember, I said, there is room for one more, and then I brought up Vigilante.
Oh, okay. He's just
Somebody
been
can
quiet.
put me in a 1v1 and you'll clear a spot. Hurry up.
A 1v1 with who, bro?
I don't fucking care at this point, bro. Have you not realized I devil's advocate 90% of my arguments? I will argue the shape of a fucking rock.
Okay, so let's put
I think the
Jason-
most based
Let's
churches
put,
have already given up their tax exemption. Greg Locke's
Beaver
church
Brothers
gave
per
up their
chair,
tax
let's
exemption
go.
so that they could get involved in politics.
And I think
want to put.
I think it'd be within their ability to give up
Who
their
just
tax
was that?
Right.
Kieran?
They
Yeah.
have the option right now.
tax exempt is the argument I'm making. I don't think that.
But
they
the
should.
problem is the allure of profiting and not paying taxes and
sorry, I
having
think
this
that they
big
should be
thing
tax
is. You think they should be tax exempt?
Yes, I think churches should be tax exempt. That's the same argument you're making. I misspoke and gave the opposite of my own stance.
I think
Okay,
tax
that's a
is
good one,
okay.
Bobby. That made me laugh.
I think tax is okay.
And
Get rid of taxes.
in other more old-fashioned countries where like the Orthodox Church is stronger and stuff, they actually the church tithe is your tax, and the churches take care of the taxes and stuff. I would say if we could have it where I don't have to pay taxes to the government.
You made me do this. Name change.
If you didn't have to pay taxes to the government, but you could just pay a tithe to a church, I think that would be better. And then the church handles the taxes.
Well, I mean, at that point, you're
Jays.
just claiming that your tithes would be a tax.
Jay's is
Even
all
if
over the
Beaver.
show. Jay's is
Yeah.
all over the show.
What'd you say?
I mean, I
Yeah, so,
I agree with
so,
that. So one.
so fellas, I'm going to start a church tomorrow. Okay, so please come to my church and give me money, and we don't pay tax, and your tithe can cover the legal fees for when our pastors fiddle with underage people and shit like that. It's going to be fucking awesome.
Yo, I don't know why you're all queefing about the churches if NGOs also don't fucking pay tax.
Free
You think
planning
charities
for
should also pay
pastors
tax?
with little kids is wild, bro. I just gotta
Yeah.
make
No,
that
it's also
statement
wild.
doing that.
Those NGOs also have requirements.
Yeah, you guys, fucking charities also pay tax. Y'all a
There
bunch
is no
of tax
requirement for a
fucking.
church. You can just state that you're
Why?
a religion. You get tax exempt.
Why y'all got
You know,
bonus for the
Satan, that's
church?
tax exempt.
Puffy. Puffy.
And it's not just churches. I think a lot of
bonus for tax.
I think a
Why
lot
y'all
of
got
people
fucking
should
hard
lose their
ons for
tax
paying
exempt
tax?
status.
Prosperity
Planned
gospel
Parenthood
You
is
guys
tax
just busy
exempt.
sucking government bean.
go there for a
Y'all just
legitimate
want to
reason.
pay fucking tax, sucking government beans. Fucking queefs.
No,
you know, Puffy,
but that's not the debate.
Chris,
I'd rather we have less
Chris,
taxes, but that's not the debate.
Chris, I fucking love you,
I
man.
got a
But fucking Puffy shits me to tears, bro. I love you, Chris, but Puffy can get fucked. He's fucking annoying as
I
shit.
don't know who you're talking to. I don't see no Chris on panel.
Shut up, fucking Puffy.
Nah.
You shit me to tears.
Yeah, but then you shouldn't cry. Crying's for women.
You're a woman. Get the fuck out of here.
Nah, Puffy doesn't have a sex. I'm a fucking cloud.
Oh. Puffy or Diddy? Diddy Cloud. I'm going with fucking Diddy Cloud,
King
bro.
again? Yeah, it was King again. King gets dropped sometimes because of his connection, so get back up.
Fucking Chris.
Anyways, I don't understand. Like, the thing is, anybody can start a fucking NGO or charity and then they don't have to pay tax. So why do the churches have to pay tax?
No, I don't want them to be able to do that either. Planned Parenthood shouldn't be tax exempt.
I'd be fine with
Beaver's
that.
mute is done, but real quick, this is something a little bit new I want to do here. We are officially past the 130 mark. So if you were not in the back or on stage, you do not have a chance to win the prize. All right. So everyone on stage or in the back right now is the only ones who have a chance to win the prize. And I thought, as a little breaker and getting into, you know, the last couple hours here, not only so, you know, people who don't get to see the intro get to see it, it's just like a little 3-minute break, go take a piss real quick, grab a drink, whatever you need to do. And
Yeah,
we'll
go
be
pay
right
your
back.
taxes, bitches.
Leading into it, what Grace is famous for on the internet, and she's not famous, but what she's famous for on the internet is that people think that you had sex with her.
Your position is that it's a problem with the jailing system, okay?
No.
That was your
It's a
position.
problem-
You admitted to it.
it's a
You
problem
admitted
with
to
the
it. Are you
criminal.
taking that back? Are you taking that back?
That's what it is. That's exactly what it is, bro. That's exactly what it is. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm not arguing that Lincoln was a bad president. I'm just saying that Washington was a better one. That's the argument I'm making.
I mean, but didn't the Confederacy have that really cool, like, orange Dodge Charger? That's pretty badass.
The ability to feel pain and have
Actually, they feel
independent
pain way
thought.
before 24 weeks.
They have a nervous system before 24 weeks. They cannot conceptualize pain until 24 weeks because their brain is not developed yet.
The topic is social media platforms being held accountable for misinformation.
Win by any means necessary. That is how combat goes.
So I'm so happy that you acknowledge that the wage gap is an issue because it's directly linked to the nature of the system, sir.
Chat attacks, they're ready to play.
Well, that means that we
Hey!
have young mothers having children. Otherwise, there is no society, right?
Or a deadly report. Disrupt with the sound. Mute for minutes.
I don't need to answer your question anymore. Because if that is effective, we don't need to torture people.
Base, those are forms of torture.
Verbal combat, let the chaos unfold. Chats in the fight, stories told. Attacks and battles, who will survive in this verbal?
You said there.
So
You don't think there are unjustified killings. You're saying all
Like, this is the
killing
whole problem with
is
Hydra
justified.
now. It creates a cycle that never stops.
No, I'm saying all killing are murder.
In verbal combat's only one will stay. The fiercest fighter wins the day. Your soul is mine.
And we're back.
Yeah,
Yo,
but
I
speakeasy,
appreciate that
speakeasy,
shout-out,
why
bro.
would you...
Combat
Hey,
for
hang on
real.
a second, bro. Hang on. Speakeasy, why would you do Norwegian Dan like that? He's the nicest guy in the... Why would you do that?
I was about to be pissed.
BK, we do not care about feelings. What the fuck are you on about?
No, that was a really good clip too, because you got him in that moment of realization, like, fuck, I just lost this one.
Yeah. That was great.
That was
Absolutely.
such a good clip.
I thought Jason made the intro and I didn't.
It's just perfect for the vibe.
Yeah, because that's because I bring entertainment. I know what a blood sports debate is.
Yes, you are on there before Jason. You say the topic of you yell out the prompt. You say the prompt is blah 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 blah.
Oh, I was in the bathroom. I didn't.
Yeah,
see
you were in
that
there a
one.
couple times.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Chase, what's a blood sport debate, bro? Tell us. What is it?
Two people flip a coin on a topic. Whoever gets whatever they called takes the affirmative. The opposition obviously becomes the opposition. You argue it to the best of your ability. And the main issue with this show is chat. Change my mind.
You just making up your own definition of blood sports debates.
No, because blood sports debate is arguing whatever is.
There's nothing in blood sports debates that says you're required to argue the.
No, bro. Bloodsport debate is no gloves. You can fucking swear at people. You can overtalk them. That's bloodsport debate. It has nothing to do with taking the opposite side.
Hold on. Blood sports debate means you're not afraid to take the opposite side.
No.
Everybody on this panel is afraid to take the opposite side besides me.
What do you mean?
That's bullshit, bro. That's bullshit. Blood sports debate.
You're a fucking coke fest. Shut up.
Listen, Chase. Listen. Blood sports debate means you're unafraid to take the opposite side, and you aren't a bitch when you lose. That's what it means.
And the fact of the matter is, none of you will take the opposite sides.
I've done it. Bricky's done it. Everyone's fucking done it, bro.
No, but my brother will.
Not everyone. Stop trying to
blood sport debate.
Blood sport. Stop trying to lie, Kieran. You're fucking. You're.
I like to dance. I throw good parties for all my friends.
Some of them are young. Some of them are drugged. Some of them are buried and nobody holds a dog.
The FBI now is on the way. Chris Hansen says have a say. They took my Bronco and my pedal van, and I'll be done locked up for a long time. They took all my baby, 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 oh my baby, 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 oh my baby, 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 oh. Puff doesn't like that video, Speakeasy. I don't like that video. I don't like that
I
video.
love that video.
I don't like that video.
All right, I don't care about the blood sports meta debate.
Blah, 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 blah. When 6 people talk at once, I can totally understand.
Shut up, bro. They aren't talking to you. They aren't talking to you, bro. We're talking to each other.
There's 6 people talking at once, Kieran. You need to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but not to you. Not to you, bro.
All right, 1v1, me versus Kieran. Let's go, chat.
I don't care about the blood sports meta debate. I have another argument for the topic.
I like that Chase keeps willing to chat while at the same time calling him stupid. Like,
what are the three?
Chat is fucking stupid. Change my mind.
What are the three main things your taxes pay for?
I'm
Defense.
here to make.
Shut
easy
up,
money.
Chase. Defense, roads, and property. If you don't want to pay taxes for
Again,
the
you're
roads, then
taking the
people
narrow-minded
shut
US
up.
only. I'm talking globally, dog.
If you don't
It's
want to
like
pay
fucking
taxes for the
expand yourself
roads, then
out.
people aren't going to be able to access your church. If you don't want to pay for the property taxes, then you're not going to have a place to build your church. If you don't want to pay taxes for your national
here's
defenses,
the fact.
then muzzies
Yo,
are going to
here's
come
the
in and
thing.
wipe your church
I
out.
was actually revived after this topic was brought up. I have not given a stance. How dare you attack me, motherfucker?
I'm not attacking you. I'm just making an argument. You won't shut the fuck up.
If we tax charitable donations, it's gonna make people not want to donate.
Tax is okay. Tax
We
is
don't have
okay.
to tax
King,
the donation itself. We can tax the company.
Planned
or the church.
Parenthood is a 501c3 nonprofit. I knew a hobo who sold tie-dye. I knew a hobo who sold tie-dye on the street, and it was garbage tie-dye. And he was 501c3 nonprofit. None of his money went to
and
charity.
So are the majority of
People
churches.
do that all the time.
The only ones that usually aren't 501c3 are the mega churches that you guys all hate so much.
No, they are five. That's why they make a
Right, and
mega
the problem-
church, so they can be
And as soon as
501c3.
you enact taxes, you're gonna wipe out all the small churches and
No.
put all the money
You don't
into
have
the
to
mega
apply
churches.
it equally
Yes,
to
you
all
will.
churches.
Greg Locke intentionally got rid of his 501c3 status so that he could talk about politics in the pulpit.
Okay, so
My only
you said
argument is if the church wants to be
513c3
tax exempt, they need to
shouldn't
provide
exist.
evidence and proof that they are actually nonprofit. That's
Because
the only
during
thing
the COOF, he said, you don't have to wear a mask in my church. You don't have to separate in my church. We're not going to close the doors of my church. And if they say, and then the Young Turks came at him and they said, well, he needs to get rid of his 501c3 status. And he said, okay, I got rid of it. I don't want it.
Okay, Jace, what you got against Star Wars and 513 CPO? Why are you so fucking hard on for people paying taxes? What the fuck's your problem? What's your problem?
I'm pro less taxes, but that's not the debate we're having. In the current system, I would prefer the churches paid taxes and got more involved in the government.
Okay, but then you gotta say everybody should pay taxes, right?
Everybody should pay taxes if we have to pay taxes.
You fucking government shill. You a shill for the government.
JS,
I'm not a
more churches involved in
libertarian.
the government, or more churches you agree with involved in
You
the
want
government?
you want your church and your religion to be represented in the government. What about the Muslims? What about all
That's
those
the
other
majority of
fringe ones?
America.
Those are all religions.
Yeah, what about them?
Is it the majority? How can that be in the majority of America when the most popular name in America is Muhammad?
Yeah, who cares about them? Who cares?
I mean, it'd be harder for Muslims to start churches here if they had to pay taxes when they're illegal, when they're coming over
I would argue
illegally.
that- I would actually argue it'd be easier because they're funded a lot easier than churches are.
Funded by
Bro, why is everybody only use the U.S. as the factor, not the global? The fact of the matter is, Muslim on the
Because a
global
lot of countries don't
community
even have tax.
is
What the fuck are you talking
accepted.
about?
You're literally
what are you
only talking about
Chase?
1 out of 57 countries, bro.
Can
We're
we not
talking
use-
generalizations, not
I just told you,
US
if we're looking at the
example?
global, there's countries that don't even have taxes. There's countries where the churches
Oh
pay
my
the
God,
taxes.
bro.
Can you not use
That's
it as
not what the
an
prompt is
example,
talking
Yeah.
about. Leave
Chase,
shit
there's-
to go,
Chase,
bro.
Chase,
I'm
there's
pretty sure
countries
that it's talking about
churches
America.
are taxed.
You're
It, no, it
We
does
don't
not
have the
say in.
state
Hold on,
churches
hold on.
with no taxes.
Everyone in this
It's
fucking
talking
lobby
about-
needs to realize nowhere in the prompt does it say only in the U.S. Where the fuck
Oh.
does it say this shit?
Oh
like
my
y'all
God,
are
you're such
dumb.
an idiot, dude.
Using the example.
It's places where churches are tax exempt. Name me every country, Chase, since you're so knowledgeable. Name me every country where
Canada,
churches
Sweden,
are tax exempt.
Newfoundland, fucking, and then on top of that, Germany, America.
Churches aren't tax
there
exempt
are
in
multiple
Sweden.
states where countries are tax exempt because they are
Churches tax
churches.
exempt in Sweden or Germany.
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about, Chase.
No, the fact, like I said, y'all are arguing over your specific U.S. argument.
No, I'm not. I
Using
used an
you.
example of
We
other
are
countries
here
that do
for
it
the
differently.
global perspective.
I used examples of
y'all are
other
ignoring
countries that do it
57
differently
other
that I
countries
support.
because
I don't
y'all
know what
only
The way they do it.
reference
I
one.
don't support them, but I
This
support
is a
the way they
should
do it.
argument. This is a should argument using the example of America in the should argument.
Right.
Yeah, and Chase, I used examples of other countries.
No, you did not. You specifically.
Yes,
said
I
in-
did. I said there are some countries where the churches pay the taxes, where you're required to pay a tithe that comes out of your paycheck, and then that pays the taxes.
Most countries, a commune, aka a church, will expect a tithe, whether or not it is actually the way it works. Like,
What does
you're
that have to do with
expected to pay
taxes?
a donation wherever you practice your religion. It has nothing to do with the law.
All right, we got
Let's fucking go.
1v1 request for JS versus Beaver on the current topic. So let's get everyone else here.
Wait,
in the
if
back.
they're trying to force this specific topic, shouldn't it be $50 more?
Well, no, he's just mentioning current topic. I mean, it would be $50 if you wanted to force like a different topic, you know. But yeah. So we're gonna continue on here, and chat. I gotta give y'all a reminder, okay? We are going to 5 minutes to start. If you guys want to add on a minute, it is 10 to add on a minute. You can add on as many minutes as you want, by the way, up into an hour. Hour is a max, okay? We won't let a 1v1 go longer than an hour. But yeah, 10 to add a minute, 60 if you want a solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you.
Wait, what's the wording of the prompt? So I know if I'm the affirmative or the negative.
Of the let me make sure I got it right. I'm questioning myself. Yeah, should churches remain tax exempt? So I had this one posed as a question. So a yes or no question.
So I say no. So he's the affirmative. Okay.
Okay, I have to pay taxes on every penny I pay. Why do churches not have to?
Yeah, that's my argument. Fucktard.
Wait.
No, I'm the affirmative that churches should pay taxes. What are you talking about, JS?
No, that's what I've been arguing this whole time.
What are you talking? Oh my
Wait,
god!
you guys were arguing with each other, but the same.
Wait, what?
Bro, my entire point was
I always argue churches should pay taxes.
That's what I was arguing. Why were you arguing with me then?
Maybe because you don't actually listen to what people say and you just spurg out.
No, because like I said, if any, like I was quiet for most of that, other than the occasional fucking spurge. Yes, I will admit.
That's wild, bro.
No, they want to put us against this current topic. Apparently, we are on the same side.
Yeah, like what were you guys arguing?
What?
I'm trying to figure it out.
That doesn't make any sense.
If he wants to take the affirmative, I'll take the negative. I don't fucking care.
No, I think churches should pay taxes.
Okay, then I'll go for no. Let's fucking go. I'm fucking sick of waiting.
All right, let's fucking go. All right, chat. Once again, going to 5 minutes, 10 to add a minute, 60 if you want a solo judge. We don't get a solo judge, goes to the poll, and the loser of the poll will lose his soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
Oh my God. I've given 3 strong arguments for why churches should pay taxes. It will lead to...
That was after the fact. I was ignoring 90% of that. Please start over. Give me 1 point.
Well, I'll give you 3, and then you can...
Give me 1 point. I will go against it. Then we'll go back and forth. This is the way a debate actually works.
Due to the Johnson Act, churches cannot get involved in politics if they want to retain their 501c3 status.
Then why does the government have policies and implementations over the current churches?
Why does the government have policies and implement? I agree.
Your argument is they should not pay, like they do not pay taxes.
Yes, I agree. If we give,
they should not be like they shouldn't have anything to do with the government. Why was the government go against that? And
I know.
Say, this is how it
It
has
almost
to be done,
seems
and
like
this is how it is done.
It almost seems like making churches tax exempt goes against the separation of church and state, because you're giving a special exclusion to the churches as long as they don't get involved in politics.
Okay,
I
what's
don't like
the
that.
difference between a church of Christians and a church of LGBTQs? Thank you, concession. Let's go.
It's not a concession. I'm just confused. I don't
Bro,
know.
you literally just like stop talking. Like, I don't know what to do. Like the fact, like you
I don't
just
think
have to
that
change
that's
your
not an
perspective
own,
when you
because you
talk.
dumbfounded me with like retardation. It doesn't mean you owned me.
No, because there are churches that are devoted to only LGBTQ members.
Yeah, and
So
they
if you're
should not be.
saying
They
that
should have to
no
pay
church
taxes.
should exist outside of like what you believe, that means that like no other church should exist.
Do you think that the LGBTQ church should be tax exempt?
That's not the point. The point of
That is the point. That's what we're talking about.
No. You're talking no. You're trying to drag out specifics and inquiries. We are talking about generalizations on whether all churches should be tax exempt or not.
Yes, this leads to my second argument. If we made churches pay taxes, it would decentivize small churches like LGBTQ churches from popping up. They have an incentive to start a church because they don't have to pay taxes.
Church of righteous
If you
hate?
have certain businesses that don't have to pay
Oh,
taxes, people are going to be
You've asked me
incentivized to
one
start those
question already.
businesses.
Answer mine.
You get mad when people interrupt you, and you just interrupt the whole time.
No, because you're trying to give me 3 points at one. Let's go one by one the way a debate actually should.
That's usually the way a debate goes. In an opening statement, you lay out your best arguments.
It's no longer opening because
I'm sorry if you
we're over
can't.
2.5 minutes into a fucking
Sorry if your
5-minute
brain
debate.
can't
We are no longer in
follow
opening.
3 points.
What are you talking about? This is blood sports. We have to go based off the flow of time, and the fact of the matter
I know
is
you're the arbiter of what
opening is
blood
already
sports
done.
means. I don't want to argue with the arbiter of blood sports.
Bro, you haven't even went after my fucking question.
What's your question?
Oh my God, my question is, you stated that churches shouldn't be tax exempt. I am saying they should. The fact is, I equated the way that the view works for LGBTQ and the way the Christian church works is the exact same, and you have not gone against that yet.
What?
They are both driving for the unification of people. They're both
I
driving
asked
for
you.
everyone to have equal. No, and like I said, you asked one question of your
So you
three
think-
you tried to do. I am approaching your first of three questions the
I
way a
haven't asked
debate
any
actually works.
questions. I don't think that you should be able to start an LGBTQ church and have it be tax exempt just
Have
because you
ever
call
heard
it a
of the
church.
Satanic Church of Righteous Love?
Yeah, and they should have to pay taxes. And if they did, they wouldn't start that church.
Are you actually kidding me? Because if you actually research this church, they made over $13,000 a month in quote unquote tax-free revenue because they are a church.
I know. I don't like that. I have a problem with that.
But your own argumentation from where you are is your religious standpoint is okay for your church to charge a fee, is it not? Whether it's tithes, donations, whatever.
No, you don't. There's no requirement to pay tithes. No church. Well,
Are
no.
you kidding
well,
me?
No decent church.
So you're telling me churches do not expect either manual labor, volunteer hours?
It's not a requirement. It's not a requirement.
Oh that is so actually pathetic because
Wait, are you a
most of the-
Mormon where you have to pay tithes to get a card so that you can go into the temple?
No.
What church do you go to? Because the churches
That's
that
not the
all the
point.
churches all over the
That's
country
not
that
the
I've been
point.
to,
You're
you're
talking about
welcome
one
to
church.
come
I'm
even if
talking
you don't
about
have
the
a
majority.
I
The
could have
majority of churches
I could have
a
lent.
requirement. Hold
No,
on.
they don't have a requirement.
The majority of churches have a requirement.
No, it's
on
a
what is
suggestion.
expected
It's
of
virtuous.
their parishioners,
But it's
so
not a
that way
requirement.
They receive.
No decent church has a requirement to pay tithes. You can go into any church
Are
or
you
any
fucking
decent
kidding
church.
me? I've never been in a church in my life that did not require tithes.
Then you're a liar.
Again,
or you've never been to a church.
You're going off of your
I've been to
personal
churches. I've been to
not the
churches.
majority.
I've
The
been to churches
majority
in
of
probably
churches
9
require
different
some
states
kind of donation or
of all
tithe
different
to
denominations,
continue
and they've
on.
never required me
Argue
to
the
pay a tithe.
point. Do not fucking run, bro.
I'm not running. Shut the fuck up.
No,
I've gone to
I
many,
am
many
100%
churches,
real.
and they do not require you to pay a tithe.
Maybe again, everyone on this show literally only goes based off of the US perspectives. Globally, tithes, donations, reciprocation, and fucking practitioners are expected to give something back to the church.
It's not an expectation, and it's not a requirement. It's
It
a
is
it's a
100%
it's
an
a
expectation
virtue, and it's a
requirement, otherwise you
suggestion.
get shunned.
You ought to give 10% of tithe to your church, but if you can't, what's 10% of $0?
Bro, are you
What is
kidding me?
10% of $0? If I have no income, I'm homeless.
As someone who has been in a church, they
Don't
expected
dodge
10%
the question.
of
Don't dodge the
of
question.
unemployment.
Don't dodge the question.
Like we
If
were
I have-
unemployed at the minute, and they still expected their tithe. Otherwise, we were not
So
allowed to go that.
who doesn't answer questions? If I have no money,
I'm answering your questions 100% honestly.
you
bro.
think-
Stop trying to stop
do
trying
you
to
think do you think that a church would turn someone away because they don't have any money? A decent
Bro,
church? If your church
honestly,
does
most
that, then
churches
you are going to the
not
wrong
decent.
church.
That is a completely different topic.
I've never in my
We are
life
talking about
I've never in my
majority
life
versus
been to a
minority.
church that
We are
requires a
talking
tithe.
majority versus minority, my good sir.
The
We are talking
majority, the
majority
vast,
versus
vast
minority. And the majority is if you do not have your tithe, you are not considered part of that church.
the vast majority of churches do not require a tithe.
Bro, again, you're using your narrow-minded US-only perspective.
Provide some
versus
fucking
the
stats, dude.
global
What are you
average.
doing? Provide an example. Provide something. You just can't. Like his argument is
Bro.
valid because you
Yo,
are
I
asserting something
stated them in the
without any
beginning.
evidence.
What are you
while
talking
he
about?
is also
Switzerland.
arguing-
Fucking
letting you
yo.
flat out
Yeah.
say-
Hold on. Switzerland. Fucking Newland. Fucking
I'll
there
let
are
it get to 9
dozens of
minutes and 30
countries where a
seconds, see
church
if we have a
requires
solo
a
judge.
certain amount. Otherwise, you are not a member of that church. What are you talking about?
They make an.
What
They have an
country is
expectation.
Newland?
Yes,
They have
there
an
are some countries where the
expectation of tithe.
church.
They don't have a requirement of tithe.
No,
Those
that's
are
what.
not the same thing.
Yeah,
If you do
but
not
he's
pay
talking
the
about what
tithe,
I
you are
brought up
not part
earlier.
of that
He's
church.
talking about
What
what
are you
I brought up
talking about?
earlier, where your tithe comes out of your paycheck, even if you're not a member of that church, because the church runs shit.
No.
And they pay the taxes. That's what I'm.
Go to church, you dummy.
That's what I'm.
the fuck are you
That's what
talking
I'm
about?
advocating for. I'm saying instead of taxes coming out of your paycheck, a tithe comes out of your paycheck to the national church. Even if you're
fact
not a
is,
member,
it should
you
be
won't have
up
to
to
pay
me
taxes
whether I
anymore.
donate to a church or not.
Huh? Is it? Yeah. Wait, what'd you ask? I didn't hear you.
All right, real.
That's not a win, Chase.
I don't know what the fuck that was.
See, here's the thing. I'm not trying to win. I'm just here to cause bullshit so I can get off.
Dude, I was dumbfounded half the time.
Chase, shut up, bro. Chase, shut up, bro. Chase, you said all night. I don't want to
Kieran,
win.
I don't even want to hear
One
your
sec,
voice.
real
Do
quick,
not make
one
me
sec, real
fatality.
quick.
You
Hold
shut
up,
the
hold
fuck
up.
up.
One sec, real quick, chat. I'm putting the poll in right now. Okay. So listen, if you guys want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for the Angry Beaver on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for JS Urban Adventures on the poll. Get your votes in now, chat. All right, because I'm starting this timer over, and you guys got 2 minutes.
Angry Beaver, also known as snarling vagina.
No, hang on. So like Chase, I get you. You keep saying I don't care, but you sound a lot like you care. That's all I'm saying. It's some weird kind of discrepancy. You keep saying I don't give a fuck. I don't care about this. I don't care about that. But you sound a lot like you care. That's all. I care too, bro. I care.
There's actually good arguments against what I'm saying, and I respect them, but you didn't make any of them.
Oh, bro, that's a fucking humble brag, you asshole.
No, a fair point.
Like, I don't know what that was.
But see, again, like I said, I came up immediately after work. I'm just here to play devil's advocate. I don't fucking care what you think.
You do care, bro.
You were arguing.
You do care. You always say, you always say, I don't
literally
care.
in the middle
With this
of a
voice like
fucking
you
sentence.
You don't even know your
Shut the
stance.
fuck up, you dumbass.
You were arguing
Kieran,
with
all
me
you do is
before
try
the
to
debate
derail.
started, and then you're
Shut
like,
up.
"Oh, we're on the same side." We were not on the same side before it started.
We on the previous topic, we actually were. You admitted that when you
It
said
was the same
I'm actually
topic.
against it. Meanwhile, I was arguing against it the entire time. You numpty.
Ever since the
What are
prop
you
came up,
talking
JS
about?
has been arguing against it. Like,
oh my god!
I don't understand what the point of bringing that up is.
Bro, I'm literally here to make easy money.
I did a whole debate with Wally on this topic.
Fine,
like,
man. It's not like you're.
It's
a
well
bad
known
person
that
for making a terrible argument.
Yo, honestly, the fact of the matter is I am a terrible person in real life. Do not know me. Just saying.
Well, good thing you can be
Yeah,
anonymous
Chase,
on the internet.
No, hang on,
See, but
Chase.
here's the
No,
thing.
hang on,
the
hang on one
reason
second. One second, Chase. Hang on.
Hold on. No, JS, the reason I have to remain anonymous online is because the majority of what I say will get me arrested in my fucking country. You need to shut the fuck up before you realize.
You're not that. You're not that
Your
edgy.
narrow-minded U.S.
You're not that
ideology
edgy.
against the majority of the fucking world. You're an idiot.
You're not that edgy.
Chase,
I say
wanna
worse
say
stuff
one
than
thing. Chase,
All
you
right,
are a
all right.
horrible person.
Hold up,
You
hold
are a
up.
horrible
1
person.
second, 1 second. That's 2 minutes on the poll. All right. We got 39 votes. All right. And 71% of the votes said that the winner of the 1v1 is JS Urban Adventures. Angry Beaver, tell everybody in the chat where we can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $250 prize.
Honestly, I don't give a fuck because obviously chat doesn't care either. I really do not care.
I care.
I ranted about Bill C2, which makes Canada a police state
I care about you,
yesterday,
Beef.
and nobody gives a fuck. The fact is, everybody is giving away their freedoms. The precedence is there. I hope y'all have yourself a great lives. God bless.
We care about
burn in
you.
hell.
I love the
We care about you.
Hey,
We care
always a
about you, bro.
pleasure having you, Beaver. If they bring you back, you know you're more than welcome. All right. And also, I tried to I don't know what's going on. I tried to message me on Discord because I tried to send you. I was trying to send you those pictures tonight, but for some reason it's not working. So send me a message.
Oh yeah, no. When I left every single Discord, I need a friend request from anybody before I can accept anything.
Oh, that
With
makes sense.
all of the
Got you.
doxing and everything. That is why I left the Sphere. So I'm
Got you,
only
got you.
here on certain days in certain moods. Otherwise, I am a ghost in the ether.
Who's doxing
Yeah,
you?
Chase.
All right, I just sent you. I just
Chase,
sent
I
you.
see
The,
you. Sorry, bro.
Kieran, chill. I just sent you the friend request now. But like I said, always a pleasure having you. And if they bring you back, you know you're more than welcome. And until then,
Yep.
my
And I just accepted, bro.
Love you.
word, I'm gonna send it to you right now.
Love you, bro.
Your soul is mine.
Fatality.
Another soul added.
Added
to the safe
to the
of
safe
souls.
of souls. That's how it goes.
On Verbal
On
Combat
Verbal
Friday.
Combat Friday, baby.
Yeah.
So I'm a little confused. When did Angry Beaver become Righteous Muffin?
He didn't. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
I actually like him though.
Beaver
I
is
actually like
cool.
Angry
Beaver was cool. He was just doing WWF tonight, okay? He was just doing WWF tonight.
Well, if I could, I'll do a hot take. I think Chase needs his own. No, hang on. Yeah, I think
also
Chase just needs.
Chase, though, like it feels like he cast some fucking gematria magic on me, and when that debate with JS, I don't know what the fuck happened.
I don't know what the hell. I was like,
Look, bros, all Chase needs is his own channel. He has a voice.
when your opponent is dumbfounded and is like, "What the fuck did you just say?" That's not a win.
He has a channel. That's just secure. He has a channel.
Oh, really?
No, Chase is cool when
He
he's
has a
not
channel.
in debate
Yeah.
mode, but when he's in debate mode, he gets.
Yeah,
gets
he
wild.
does, and he didn't shout it out. So make sure the mods, if any of you's in there, share the
Beaver.
channel there.
Angry Beaver.
That's what's up.
We can bring
That's what's up.
Vigilante back up now. And we still got 2 in the back, chat. So I mean, 1v1s, fatalities, all of that. Make sure you look at the screen right now. I'm putting your moves on the screen.
Vigilante is back. Oh my God, Cat fucking. See you, Vigilante.
Agent of
See you, bro.
Yeah.
Let's go back to COD.
Oh, come on.
All right, well.
Look, bro cut his hair. He fucking cut his hair for this. And now he's kicked off
Cut his
again.
hair for this. What the hell?
I thought we were gonna get another debate.
I don't think so.
Stop it! What the fuck? Oh my God, Cat! What are you doing?
Welcome back.
Viva Las Vegas! Yeah.
Yeah, so Chase.
I'm here for fun, but I am currently outside having a cigarette, so I will be muted for a couple minutes. Please forgive.
Okay,
All right,
so
when
Chase,
you go in, when you go in, check your Discord too.
Yeah, so Chase, listen very carefully. You're gay, fuck you. There we go.
All right. 1v1, me and Kieran, whether or not eating your wife out is gay. I've already beaten him on this topic twice.
You beat him.
It's a Freudian slip if I ever heard.
No. The fact of the matter is, eating out your wife is not gay, and he tries to say it is.
That is the best self-goal I've ever fucking heard.
I wouldn't say it's gay, but it is sodomy.
Well done.
You made me do this. Name change.
Yeah, who though? I don't know.
Yeah, it's not gay. It's just sodomy.
Yeah, it's true.
It's not gay. Well, it's not gay.
Sodomy doesn't mean gay. It's just an unnatural.
All
sex
right,
act.
let me see where the topic is, or where everyone stands on this topic. Torture is justified in the name of security.
Bro, that's a really hard. That's a really hard question.
Power to justify it.
That's a really hard question.
Absolutely.
But I think torture is justified for my family's
okay,
security.
Sorry, Kieran. What's 1 + 1?
Okay, Kieran, sorry, we gotta hold your hands for 1 second now, bro. Like, come on, man. What the fuck does that mean? It's a hard
Someone give
question.
me like a
Take a stance and hold it.
Yeah, I think to a certain degree, yes.
Me too. Yeah, but not ultimately.
For example,
Ultimately,
like,
no.
where I say like to a certain degree, like I don't think, because people could classify like chopping off a finger or something like that could be torture. I don't think that would be justifiable.
Why not?
Okay, let me make this a little bit different. How about this? Physical torture is justified in the name of security.
I could still say yes. It just, there's certain thresholds I think are beyond that.
What is your standard?
No.
It's a subjective personal standard. Like I said,
So it depends on you.
I'm not particularly against, I'm not particularly against, things
So you're
causing
pretty much
I'm not against physical harm per se, but I am kind of against permanent physical harm in that, you know, losing a limb or an appendage or anything. I think all of those are beyond an extremity that would be justifiable.
So you agree with me? The one that is doing the torture, as long as it's strong enough to justify it, it's justified.
Yeah, whatever it takes to get the information out.
Yeah, I just don't see it. I don't see there being a justification for like cutting off limbs.
Yeah, but they see it, and they are the ones who have the power, so they're justified.
All these arguments are based on the assumption that you can actually get provable, like, true knowledge in that moment out of a person, which we've seen over and over. We had this argument back in the 2000s constantly. We've seen over and over that that's not true.
Yeah, I mean, I easily admit that the threshold is a subjective threshold.
I don't agree with that.
You have no choice.
Yeah, you can't.
This person has
say that's never
information that's
true.
required.
There's many examples where it has been true.
Right.
If
That's what I was
there's
gonna say.
somebody
There are
that has
examples where it has worked.
information that is required for you to save a bunch of lives, I think you should do whatever it takes
And-
possible. Get information out of it, even if at the end of it you might not get all the information, the complete information.
But what
Or-
if they,
Yeah,
what if
even
they
if
don't
there's a
have the
10,
information?
if
What
there's
they
a
don't have the
10%
information?
chance it'll work,
You
that
literally just
10%
like,
chance is worth taking to save thousands of people's lives.
Sometimes that's a risk you have to take. Maybe they don't.
But
Maybe
see,
they get.
you know, but that's
Well, then
the
you're
thing.
just giving
I
a
would
Hold on.
Well, I would
That's
assume that the
what
reason
you
they
And
were
what's the
arrested
cost?
was-
You waterboard
You
one
assume
freaking
that's only-
terrorist?
That's only if you assume that they don't actually know the information. And most of the time, we're not just blindly taking people off the street, torturing them,
Right.
thinking that they know the information. The information, especially when it comes to national security, is research to know that only one person holds this information and only one person can help us get that information. And there's only one way to get it if they won't willingly do it. And there's they use in that torture process, they
But
use
we know
ways of
there's not
verifying
just one
the
way,
correct.
right?
Well, yeah,
There have
right,
been
okay,
other ways.
correct.
You know, the topic
Right.
is torture.
Yeah. Yes, I will agree. Yes, there have been other ways. You're right. There have been other incorrect ways. I'll give you that.
Yeah, well,
But
torture
still,
again.
No, we
Yeah,
get correct information all the time by other ways of interrogating people. What was
I know,
it,
but
what's the
then-
one they call it? Well, bond building or
have
whatever
we
the hell
never-
it's
have
called.
Bond building?
Have we never received any
Yeah,
type
where
of?
you like build a
have we never
rapport with the
received
person
any
in there,
type
and
of
you
proof?
just basically like schmooze them
So
until they give you the
psychological torture. So you
Right.
basically
You think that
information. And
that person could
that's a
also be
stretch and
smoozing
a
you?
half,
you
man.
Stockholm
Like,
syndrome them.
Like, this is, I don't understand.
No,
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 this
don't
isn't
be
a
like
matter of feeling.
fucking
This is a matter of
304
like
and call
reliability,
everything
right?
torture.
Like we've
Right.
done this
So
many
when you're
times. This
asserting
isn't
that,
like a
when you're
hypothetical.
asserting an emotional
Yeah,
argument,
you're talking
like
about the read
smoozing
technique. The read technique isn't always infallible either. That has its own issues and problems as well.
That one almost got me.
I got Dayquil in me now. That got me like a motherfucker.
Yeah, that one kind of got me.
Yeah. So what are the problems with the read technique? Just wondering.
What's the read technique?
The read technique is what FPG's talking about. Where you sit down and
I know
you
what
build
it is.
people. You
I
play
know what it
you
is,
know, there's
but
all these psychological.
No, I'm
things about
asking
how
what
you
it is.
sit, how you
No,
sit, where you put them in the interrogation room, all that kind of stuff. It's the psychological thing that they don't teach you. But that's what the read technique is. That's what officers use for current interviews.
At this point, we're not talking about justification.
And his name is John C.
Well, but the read technique
why are you making videos of cats?
Because the
Why are you
topic
making-
is torture
why you-
justified. We can make abstract arguments about other things that could also work and could work better in the majority of cases, but in these instances, we're arguing the extreme, right?
Right.
So we're arguing in an extreme
you're all
circumstance.
making an emotional
We're
argument
arguing
instead of
extreme
actually
circumstances.
showing data of what might work. Because the data is against you in this end. You guys are all like, yeah.
No,
I do
you're
it because
making the
it's
emotional argument that we can't hurt people even if it means saving 100,000
extreme.
lives.
No, my argument is based in the reliability of getting correct information.
Well, but
which
I
is
don't
not
agree.
what torture does.
I don't agree with the stance that like the read method would be a.
Well, no. Think about it for 5 seconds, JS. If
All that is behavioral science that's evaluating whether or not they think that person is.
if somebody was asking you something and you did not know it, and they started to torture you, but you kept telling you do not know it, and you honestly do not know it, would you start to tell them things to get them to stop?
Yeah, and this is typically what happens is that they'll give you a false question they already have the answer to while they're torturing you to see if you give them a answer that
That's why
is
the
not
method
correct.
sucks, though.
If
is
you
because
have a-
by
No,
its
it doesn't
very
suck.
existence, you have to dig through piles and piles of false stuff.
Right, well, you
by
can
the
conceive
very
that
If
it's
you
false
think,
at a
if
certain
you have a
extent.
bomb, if you have a
It's
bomb
just
that's
a
about,
There's a backup.
Has it
Go ahead,
worked?
Jeff.
Has it worked? Has it ever worked in
Hold
the
on.
past before?
hold on. If you have, this is not, I'm not going to go where you think I'm going to go with this. If you have a bomb and there's a red wire and a blue wire and there's a 50-50 chance and you're not sure which one to cut, but you know if you don't cut a wire, the bomb's going to blow up. Do you cut a wire?
What?
So there's, so you know it's either the red wire.
He's making a false equivocation.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is if there's a
Really false
chance that it's going to work and it's going to save people's lives, it's better to take that chance than not take the chance, which leads inevitably to people dying.
There's more than one choice. There's more than one choice. There's more than one choice.
Okay, so there's
laid out
10
all the
wires,
choices.
and you don't
laid
know
out
which
some
wire
that
it
leads
is.
Some dark places, buddy.
Does that make the analogy better for you, Cloud?
Nah, it's still fucking stupid.
Shut up.
No, but I mean, even still, the whole.
You don't even have a brain. You're a
The whole
cloud.
read technique goes out the wayside.
Yes, I'm sorry, you have been proven to not have a brain.
Okay.
Like at the point where an answer gets beaten out of you, like whether you're telling the truth or not, like you're literally just giving something to make the pain stop. The read technique isn't going to clarify or has any of your baselines that would go into any of that point. You're literally just touting something to make it stop. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter at that point.
The point is what they're missing is everybody's arguing on this panel that saying torture can be effective. No shit, it could be in some cases. If it's how is it justified?
Thank you.
If there are
That's a
other
concession.
options, if there are other options, the
That's
prompt
not- but
is
that's-
it
prompt is
justified?
Not the prompt.
But the
Yes,
read
it's
technique
justified.
is not read technique
The
itself. does
fucking
not
prompt is it justified?
verify. It's just
Justification means without other fucking
I
cause.
just realized.
broken clock argument is sufficient
Hang on, boys.
justification.
Hang on,
If
boys.
it works,
Hang
it'll
on,
be
boys.
if
I
it works,
just-
it's justified.
I just realized that Puffy is that's not a voice changer. He's doing that all night. He's actually putting that voice on.
Oh my
because
God,
he just
Karen, I'm so glad. Karen, I'm
Yeah,
so glad
no
you
shit, Karen.
It's all right.
Speaking of shit, this isn't a voice changer.
I just can't fucking believe that you had to pause the whole fucking conversation for that, Karen. Thank you
Yeah,
so
that's
fucking
why
much.
my
Yeah.
voice is cracking
Fuck
because
off,
it's
you
fucking
fucking cunt.
difficult.
Fuck off.
He'll be
Like,
fine.
end the
He's
fucking conversation. Stop jerking off in the corner. Jesus fucking
You
Christ.
guys, remember,
fuck off.
Kieran is operating on antiquated technology, right? His brain is just too old. He don't think that quick.
he'll be fine. He has a really strong throat.
Lots of gay.
Fucking gay jokes. Fucking guys bringing up gay jokes right now. You fucking retards.
You made me do this. Name change.
Yeah, but justified means without any other reason, otherwise it can't be justified. So fucking make that make sense,
What?
Yeah,
numpties.
but sometimes when you're speaking in a voice like this, you lose credibility.
How do you justify something if there's another option, you fucking
I'm
dildos?
going to speak this way and then everybody has to
Because
listen
you
to me.
picked the better option, Chris. Duh. That's
How
what
is
you
it better if there's
That's
another
what you
option,
better-
you
I'm not
fucking
the better actor. I'm
dildos?
fucking
Wait,
talking
we
like
didn't
this.
say
Everybody has to fucking speak about me and fucking blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
Wait,
if there's
no,
another option,
no.
it can't be justified.
No, wait. You can justify something. It doesn't mean that it's
Fucking
the
idiots.
optimal justification or the optimal approach, but
Fucking
you can
idiots.
justify something and as the approach you took.
Yep.
That
How
argument.
do you justify something if there's another option? How do you justify it?
Okay, you come up a crossroad, right? You're going to the store. You can make three different. You come up to a fork in that road. You can take three different turns you go 2 turns and go straight, and you can still get to the store regardless of which way you go. That's 3 options. Any one of them you can take to get to that point, and you can justify why you went whichever way you went. You still get to that approach. There's 3 ways you get there. It's easy.
Right.
It's very.
Oh, that sounds like some subjective mumbo jumbo bullshit.
So if you have two
You made me do this.
And nobody argues.
Just want to say, in my puppy voice. Just want to say in my puppy voice. I K2, fuck you, K2.
So if you have 2 pieces of food in front of you, right, and you could justify eating both of them with your logic that you're using right now, I would starve. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
What I'm saying is it justified to torture people?
I'm just saying in my puppy voice. I'm just saying in my puppy voice. I K2, fuck you, K2.
Oh my God, Kieran, who is the panel
fuck are you
killer,
doing?
just keeps talking over everybody. You're like, oh my God.
Oh my God, I'm speaking over you because you think you're fucking doing the thing. I'm also doing the thing, bro. What are you fucking talking about?
Did somebody kick Karen in the nuts or something? What the
It's
fuck
fucking
happened?
adorable what they're trying to do. I'm honored that you all fucking sucking on Puffy's nuts right now.
Karen's
But can we
just
get
doing
back
what
to
Kira
the
does.
debate, please?
You're on panel.
They're not nuts. They're puffs.
Yeah. Fuck
I ain't
yeah.
puffing.
I think you might. I just want to remind you guys, if just in case you guys forgot, is torture justified in the name of security? Was the topic just in case you guys forgot?
I think it can be justified in the name
It definitely wasn't Puffy's
That's
nuts.
how far it would be allowed to go.
You know what?
And I just want to remind everybody in the chat. Okay, listen. We have 3 people in the back, right, including Vigilante, still waiting to get on. Okay, so chat. If you want to get some 1v1s, fatalities, all that before we get into the finals, so they can actually get on and have a shot here. All right, make your moves.
Speakeasy,
not-
you know what's bad?
Yes, I would
thinking
justify
fucking
hurting. I would justify hurting one of our enemies if it meant saving the lives of countless people.
Well, no,
Okay,
but
What if that? What if that
Wait,
person was?
prompt is
Hang on. What if that person? What if that person was your mother?
My mom's not going to be getting tortured for the cost of national security.
Bro, engage with the hypothetical. What
If my mother,
you
yeah.
said-
If my mother,
for the bid.
if my mother is
Torture her
suspected,
ass.
yes,
Torture her ass.
yep, tortured.
Jesus fucking Christ.
If my mom is
Here we
suspected,
go.
okay.
We have a 2v2 request, a 4-way battle request that includes Puff, Kieran, Emmett, and King.
Fucking
So
hell.
let's get
They do it all the time.
everyone else into the back. Puff, Kieran.
welcome to VKQ.
Welcome to VK.
I do it better on my own. Fucking 2v2. Get the fuck out of here.
All right, so let's where is everybody on
Speakeasy.
this topic right now?
Speakeasy, I think on this topic, me and Emmett are actually on the same side, and the other 2 queefs at
Gay.
the bottom want to fucking torture people.
Gay.
Is that how it is?
I can be.
Is that what's going on? King and Kieran are on the side that it is justified in the name of security to torture? Right?
No.
No, see, I thought Kieran was on the other side, actually. I thought Emmett was on my side. Kieran was on Puffy's side.
Is that how it is? Emmett, what side are you on?
I guess I don't know. Yeah.
I was on the side that is that it is justified.
Oh, okay. So yeah, opposite. Okay.
My bad, I'm fucked up. Sorry.
I'm fucked
Stop
up,
smoking
sorry.
meth,
I'm a
Puffy.
little bit of sand in my vagina.
Yeah, tell the babes to stop being delicious. Speakeasy.
I was ready to argue the other side too.
All right, chat, listen up here. Listen up closely. All right. And because Kat had an extra 10, Kat, do you want me to put an extra minute? Because you had an extra 10 here from this revive. Do you want me to put an extra minute here onto the 4-way battle?
But is there a topic?
Yeah, what do you mean? You're on the topic. You guys have been battling. Torture is justified. Torture is justified in the name of security. You say no. Puff says no. Emmett says yes. King says yes.
Oh, you fucking voters. Fuck those guys.
Fuck those guys, he says.
I know.
Okay, great.
All right, Cat is adding on. All right, let's fucking go. So listen up, chat. We are going to 9 minutes to start. All right.
Nice.
If we want to add on more minutes, it's 10 to add on a minute. It is 60 if you want a solo judge. And if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll. And the 2 lowest on the poll will lose their souls. Fighters, good luck to all 4 of you. Let's get it.
I would say that the justification for it being a valid thing is simply because the one doing it has to have the power to do so, and as long as it has the power, it's justified.
Oh, okay, so just because I can stab you in the face, I should stab you in the face. Great fucking argument.
No, the justification.
Yeah, because
the power of the state.
Oh, because I can, I should do it. It's justified because I can. Good job.
The
Good
justification comes at protection of
It's not about
US.
whether. Sorry, it's not about whether you can or not. It's about justification. You can do
I'll cut
it.
this right down. I'll cut this right down.
You boys. Subjective morality.
The point is
Yeah. No, we're gonna get into the deep water, bitches. Just here with your subjective
Puffy, hang on.
morality.
Puffy, hang on. Hang on, Puffy. Hang on, Puffy. These guys, these bitches over here. Hang on, bro. Shut the fuck up. These bitches are going to say utilitarian argument. More people get saved by torturing one person.
That's
Correct.
subjective morality.
Correct.
That's grounded in fucking
Correct.
nothing. If I decide I want to do something, I'm allowed to fucking do it because I want to fucking do it.
It's not objective.
It's fucking 304 mentality.
That's called subjective morality,
Correct.
actually.
Correct.
Not objective morality. That's called subjective morality, actually. Just so you
No,
know.
it's
Yeah,
not.
you
You're
guys arguing for
subjective, bro.
subjective morality, you fucking
No, you guys were
numpties.
subjective.
You know what's
Yeah,
objective?
so these boys, hang on a second, these boys are going to say, we can torture a cunt. Bro, shut the fuck up, bro. Shut the fuck up for a second. You've been
Stop talking
speaking.
about what we're
Shut
gonna
the
say.
fuck up.
Fucking make your argument, you stupid bitch. How about that?
I'm trying to. If you would shut the fuck up, I'll make it. If you shut the fuck up, I'll make it.
What they're gonna say. What they're gonna say.
You fucking retard. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking, I will make it if you shut the fuck up.
Let's see.
Right?
Let's try.
Your argument is, we can
no,
torture
no,
one.
fuck you. Don't ask me.
You see,
I don't care what our argument
you
is.
fucking
Make your
retard. Get the
argument,
fuck out of
dumb
here.
fuck, 'cause
Yeah,
you're
go
building
on,
a
keep
straw
talking.
man. You're gonna build a
Keep talking,
straw
you
man right
spastic.
now. So
You
make
fucking
your
spastic.
argument.
Keep
Make your
talking.
argument.
Yeah,
Make
keep
your
talking. Keep talking.
Make your argument,
Keep
Karen.
talking.
Make your
Keep
argument
talking.
without telling me what my
Keep
argument
talking.
is, Karen.
Keep talking, you fucking idiot. Keep talking.
Make your
Keep
argument
talking.
without
Blah,
saying my
blah,
argument.
blah, blah, blah. You fucking spastic, right? There's my
Yep,
argument.
okay.
You're a spastic. There's my
Ad
argument.
hoc.
That's your argument. Okay,
Wonderful,
fine.
wonderful.
You
I love that
justify your
argument. Because your argument is a little bitch just like you are, Kieran. How about that?
Keep talking, bro.
You know, I
Okay,
love
go tell your
Adams
wife.
like the next
Go
man, but
quick,
can you
tell your
guys
wife.
make a fucking argument?
I already made my argument. Can you
I made an
justify
argument.
yours?
You guys have yet to make an argument. Your argument is our argument.
Okay, do you want an argument? You guys based your morals in subjective morality, and the problem is, do you guys know we have something called the Geneva Convention? You fucking idiots! Why does that
and just-
exist?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, during the times of war.
Answer the fucking question, you fucking spastics. Answer the question.
Times of war.
Answer.
This has nothing to do with
Shut the
torture.
fuck up, bro. Answer the fucking
Oh,
question, you fucking
really?
spastic.
Oh, really? Oh, but I
Yeah, really,
thought
Chris.
governments could do just whatever the fuck they want if they could justify it, you fucking idiots.
No,
we're talking about justifying it in the name of
We're
the
talking about
national.
what they can or cannot
Talking
do.
about justifying it in the name of national
Oh.
security.
Oh,
National
oopsie.
security. That's what we're justifying
Oopsie.
it for. National
Fucking
security.
idiots.
Wait, so
Yeah,
your
you've got
argument
nothing.
is there's something that's called the Geneva Convention that no government
Is there
has
really?
followed
Is there
together.
really?
Is that your
Yeah, I'm
argument?
pretty sure you have nothing.
Yeah, that's
I'm pretty
that's
sure you
our
have
argument.
nothing. You
Oh,
fucking
no,
retard.
no,
You
Kieran,
have
they're
nothing.
arguing for if I can justify it, I can set a whole fucking country on fire. Because
Yeah.
fuck morals.
Justify it.
Fuck morals.
Justify it.
Fuck morals.
Yeah,
Fuck
we
morals.
could just justify it, because
No.
fuck you.
No.
That's
Show
why.
me. Show me the justification that you have.
Yeah, what's your justification for it?
Oh, my justification is based in objective morality that comes from God, you fucking idiots. You're not allowed to torture people.
There you go, you dumb fuck. It's not subjective morality, you dumb fuck. Objective morality.
Yeah, just because you feel like it, you're not allowed to fucking torture humans, you sick fucks.
Fucking bite. Bite. Fucking bite.
Fucking sick fucks.
Fuck these guys.
We have rules, even for war.
Fuck these retards.
We have rules for war,
fuck
you
'em.
fucking sick bastards.
Yeah, rules for war. We're not talking about war. Are we talking about war? No, we're talking about the name of that.
Yeah, you guys are justifying torture on fucking home soil, you idiots. It's even fucking banned in war because we're not
What we're
savages.
talking about, what we're talking about, what we're
You guys are
talking about.
arguing for
Hey, bro,
fucking
shut the fuck up.
savagery.
Hang on,
Fucking
fellas,
savages.
fellas, hang on, fellas, hang on. If you resort to torture, you've already lost the fucking war. You've lost what you're fighting for.
That's cool because we're not talking about war. That's awesome. That's great. I'm so glad you guys are talking about war in the Geneva.
Yeah, war's
We're
worse,
talking
you
about torture
fucking
in the name of
idiots.
national security. We're not talking about
Oh,
war.
so
you guys.
national security.
Yeah, it's
Oh, what is the problem if a nation is under attack? What do they do? Do they go to fucking war?
No, not if you can stop the
You
attack.
fucking idiots!
Not if you stop the attack. You don't go to war. What are you talking about? So you're saying every time we've ever had any type of national attack, we've gone to war? That's fucking crazy, bro.
Oh, what happened with 9/11? What happened with 9/11?
Oh, yeah. You can point to one instance. Big fucking whoop, bro. That doesn't make it the rule, bro. Come on now. One instance. It happened once. What? Now what?
Buffy, let's say that
Bro, shut the fuck up for a second. The rule is, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, bro. Just shut up. The rule. No, you shut up. Shut the fuck up, bro. No. The rule is, if you resort to torture, you've already lost what you were fighting for.
If 9/11 doesn't happen, you
on what grounds, Kieran?
do you do it?
Right, exactly. That's the question I would ask.
How did you lose
If putting some bamboo shoots in a guy's fingernails would have stopped
What are you fighting
9/11,
for?
would you do it?
Answer the question.
Well, what are you fighting for?
National
You're
security,
fighting
bro.
for... No, bro. No, bro. You're fighting for human... Really, bro? You're fighting for human dignity. And if you give up human dignity, you've already lost what you're fucking fighting for. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Go get your balls out of your
I don't
life.
care about human
Go out in your
dignity.
fucking fields and grow up hair, bro. Like, we're not talking about no fucking
Yeah,
feelings.
okay. I would say something about... I would say something about your wife. I would say something about your wife, but you haven't fucking got one.
Yeah,
Actually, I do. Glad you know that, Kieran. Glad you know that. I've been very...
If they're willing to engage.
Fucking, I know, bro.
Listen.
I know.
The thing is, you guys are saying you justify it for national security, and I'm saying even in a situation where you're allowed to go out and fucking kill people like war, we still have rules. We still have
9/11
morals.
doesn't happen, but you have to torture someone. Do you do it?
Yeah, it's not allowed right now.
Yeah.
That's not allowed.
That's
Why?
That's an is. We're not talking about an is. We're talking about an ought.
Torture someone, would you do it?
No. Is that the
No?
only
You will
option?
let
Is that the
9/11
only
happen?
option?
Oh my
Is that the
God,
only
you're for war.
option?
You want
I'm
war to
getting a
happen.
class.
You
Can
think-
you
think
clarify?
it's preferable
Can you
to have
clarify?
war
Is
than
that the
to
only
just torture
option?
someone?
Is that the only option?
You tell me,
Yeah,
Chris.
it's the only option. That's
Chris,
part
fine.
Is that the only option?
You're saying
Is
if
that
there's
the only
only one
option?
It's part of the hypothetical.
No,
Yes,
Chris.
that's the only option.
Do you know how
Multiple options.
hypotheticals
You can
work?
justify multiple options, Chris. There isn't only one way to justify something, Chris.
Hypocritical?
You can keep on saying that. But it doesn't change it, bro. You can have 10 options, and you can justify 5 of those 10 options.
By
What
the
are you
way,
talking about, Chris?
if you guys knew how to debate, you would understand a hypothetical has to be logically possible. So you're
It's
saying in a
logically
world
possible.
where things are logically possible, there's only one choice.
Do you want me to demonstrate that
No,
it's
we're
logically
not, Chris. We're
possible?
saying there's multiple choices, and you can justify each choice. That's what we're saying.
Oh, okay. So then you don't have
You're
to torture people. Thank you for playing.
You're trying to sit here and say justification means only one choice. You're fucking wrong, bro. That
No,
was
that's
pointed
what
out
you
to you with the
fucking
food.
idiots are
That
saying.
was pointed out to you with the food analogy. There's 2 pieces of food. You can justify eating both. Do you starve because one isn't more correct than the other?
How do you determine which one is correct or not?
You eat them both, you dumb fuck, because you justify them both.
Oh, okay. So you could just justify anything and fucking bomb a country. Good. Thank you for playing. Fucking
No,
idiots.
you want to bomb countries
Fucking
because
idiots.
you wouldn't go ahead and
Yeah,
use
you
it
could.
as
Hey,
reason.
wait.
I can
Yeah,
do
you
whatever
can
I
justify
want.
bombing your country.
Do you know what? I can drop a nuke on whoever I want because I can justify it. I can justify it. I think it was a good idea. Yeah, I can torture everybody because I can justify it. It's all subjective. It's all subjective.
What are you talking about?
How do you base your fucking morals?
There goes Chris. Building the straw man so you can put those on fire to connect an actual argument.
You guys can't base your morality in shit except subjective morality, so anything is allowed if I can justify it.
It's
fucking
wrong
stupid.
Now you know what subjective morality is? It's funny, Chris, because earlier you're calling it objective morality, but now it's subjective. What is the word, Chris? I just want to know what's fucking word you're trying to use here.
Oh, clearly you guys don't understand.
So-
You are arguing for subjective morality. I'm arguing for objective morality. I get you guys don't
10 minutes
understand
and
this.
30 seconds.
Yeah, there is no objective
If
morality.
we have
That's
a
the problem.
judge.
There is no objective morality.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is, boy. There is objective morality. You fucking retard.
Bro, literally, if you follow morals that don't come from your own decision making, that's objective, you fucking numpty.
differently, but I can also justify eating both of them because both of them work to stop my hunger.
You guys wouldn't bamboo shoot somebody's fingernails if it meant you could possibly stop
Bro,
9/11?
I would eat you if it stopped my fucking starvation. Let's be fair.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Bro, we're talking about extremes, like fucking the ultimate extremes. Like, I would eat a human being if I needed to. Let's be fair.
Yeah, well, you're a fucking asshole.
I am an asshole. Are you fucking dumb? I have been asserting this for 9 months.
Yeah, so I wouldn't eat a human being because I'm not a fucking asshole.
I mean, there are certain people on this panel, not myself, who would eat their dog in the event of a zombie apocalypse. So, I mean,
I would eat you in a zombie apocalypse too.
Yeah. If this is, I can guarantee you. I can guarantee you, if this was a zombie apocalypse, 8 out of 10 of you would have a bullet in your head, and I would be feasting like a king for the next 12 months.
Yeah, so Chase, I'm pretty sure.
I just have to say real quick. Hold up, everyone. Hold up real quick.
Beaver, do you ever get a crick in your neck sucking your own dick so hard?
Real quick, everyone.
I've never been able to suck my own dick. Ask Marilyn Manson. He's the only one who had the operation. Stop trying to complete.
Baby shark. Mommy shark do 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 do. Mommy shark do 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 do. Mommy shark do 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 do. Mommy shark. Daddy shark do 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 do. Daddy shark do 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 do. Daddy shark do 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 do. Daddy shark. Grandpa
right.
shark.
Listen. I forget the. Oh wait, what Jeremy said just now about there's certain people on the panel that would eat their dog in an apocalypse, right? This is why you can't. This is why you can't.
Man's
miss,
best friend.
Verbal combats or the after parties, right? Because if you weren't here for that, you wouldn't understand that, right?
I must correct you on that. Easy. I did exclude, or I did add in that was not my belief or ideology. Right?
Yeah, I know.
My Huskies and Aussie are not getting eaten by
Echo. Come here, Echo.
All I gotta say is,
real quick,
I'm hungry.
Chat. I am putting the poll in.
Echo.
Okay, right now. All right. So listen up, real quick. Okay, if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Puffy McLeod on the poll.
Vote for Puffy. Vote for Puffy.
If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Emmett on the poll. All right. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Kieran Markin on the poll.
Do not. Don't vote for me.
And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for King Blackout on the poll.
King Blackout!
Let's fucking go, chat. I am starting that timer up, and you guys have 2 minutes.
Who's busy summoning a demon?
Fucking playing with the fucking goddamn.
Don't summon demons on verbal combat. That's not allowed.
King is full.
Oh my god, I come in with my little fucking
King has
gay
to slay
voice and say nothing. I just have to come here and sound like I'm a fucking retard. I'm not saying anything. I'm just fucking going blah 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 blah.
Well, at least I'm not Australian.
I like that Kieran is attacking his own debate partner while the poll is still going on.
Bro, you have no idea. You have no idea. I fucking love Chris. Get the fuck out of here.
Seems to me that the averages usually work out to where one from each team makes it, so it's kind of a good strategy.
That's fair.
You fucking hell.
Echo would willingly give his life to provide me 50 pounds.
Well, I
of
mean,
meat.
that's generally true for any dog. Most dogs will generally give their life for their person.
Yeah.
JS, you
That
said
doesn't
straight
mean
shit
that
tonight.
that doesn't mean that it's a good thing to just say, hey, zombie apocalypse. I'm having doggy steak for dinner.
Look, it's
I've
not
never
like
eaten
as soon as the apocalypse happens, I'm gonna kill him and eat him. I'm just saying if he's slowing me down and the zombies are coming, I'd rather he get eaten by me than zombies. I'll put him out of his misery, and now I got 50 pounds of meat to carry on my back for a while.
Yes, it's like, well, if my fridge runs out of,
There's no fridge.
Oh, sorry, Echo.
There's no power. There's no fridge.
But you still have the refrigerator. The refrigerator works for a good while for cooling even without power.
Yeah, fucking generators, JS.
I'm not gonna be in my house. I'm gonna be in the mountains. And Echo's old and slow. He's got to keep up. He's gonna get eaten by zombies. I'm gonna take him. I'm gonna save him from that.
I would gamble. I bet he could still outrun you.
For like 3 seconds.
Right, yeah. See, that's the problem is dogs, they have a short sprint, but that's why people are faster, because they can go for extended period of times.
Yeah,
That's why technically you could outrun a cheetah, because they can only go 60 for short distance.
Alrighty.
You can run.
That is 2 minutes on the poll. All right. We got 40 votes. Thank you to everyone who voted, by the way. The rest of you love furries way too much. All right, it's getting kind of weird. Anyways, we got 40 votes. And 34% said that the winner of the four-way battle was Puffy McLeod. And coming in second place with 30% was King Blackout.
Let's fucking go.
Third was coming in third at 25% was Emmett, and 10% coming in fourth for Kieran. So let's start like this.
Now,
Kieran,
now.
tell everybody where we can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $250 prize.
You're
muted.
You need
Kieran.
unmute, bruv.
You're muted on here.
Okay. You can't find me. Don't bring me back. Love you guys.
I found you. I see you right now on my
Hey,
screen.
always a fucking pleasure having you, Kieran. And you know, if they bring you back, you're more than welcome.
They won't bring me
Until
back.
until then, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Fatality.
Soul added into the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. And next we have here Emmett. Tell everyone in the chat where we can find you and why they got to bring you up for another shot at the $250 prize.
You can find me all over the place. I'm gonna go to sleep, so don't bring me back. Have an excellent VK. Remember, I got them to say that they will not torture someone to prevent 9/11. That was a win, and no matter what everybody else says, have a good one.
That ghetto
Let's
fire
fucking
one,
go. Emmett, always a pleasure having you. And if they bring you back, you know you're more than welcome. And until then, my friend.
Fatality.
Another soul added into the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Yo, Emmett needs to learn what a fucking loaded question is. Emmett, would you grape a child to save the world? Fucking idiot. You're asking loaded questions for fuck's sake.
All right, listen up. So we got Vigilante backup once again.
Will he stay?
Cryptize the charm.
And we got another one to bring up. Fredo Fonzarelli, welcome to the show.
What up?
Fredo joined the village, people.
How y'all doing? Y'all hear me?
Yeah, it's a little scratchy. Let me see if I can
Yeah, a little
fix that by doing this. Now try.
Hello?
No.
Wait, talk again? Oh, it's a little... Here, let me do this. Now try. Oh, I think I muted him.
Yo, Frito needs to stop working beside that saw so that way it will stop canceling out his voice.
Well, now.
This work suppression needs to quit. You're being censored by work.
Yo, when I was at work, I wasn't online.
Can y'all hear me? Hello?
That's the way she goes.
It's still a little... Here, let me see if I can do this.
Really poppy.
Try talking now.
Hello? I can change
Much
my
better.
input.
Better.
Much better.
Way better.
We're good.
Yeah, that was way better.
Can you turn him up a little bit easy?
What?
Can you turn him up a little bit too?
If I do that, that'll go back to how it was. I had to do the auto voice adjustment to do that.
All right, for sure.
Hey, King, don't worry. You married your anime pillow as your name suggested. Your comments mean nothing. It's okay.
Cat said
I don't even
Chase
know what
goes
an anime
people
pillow
for fuck's
is.
sake.
What the fuck is an anime pillow?
Yo, all right.
He calls it his
I'm
wife.
gonna show my nerd.
Cuss words, guys. It's inappropriate and violent. If you say a cuss word, then you're like going to jail, and you're like, when you go to jail, if you say a cuss word, you go to jail, and when you go to jail, if you said a cuss word, then you're only going to eat broccoli and other vegetables for your whole life.
All right. Number one, fuck broccoli. And number two, King, an anime pillow is what's classified as a waifu in the nerd zones. It's usually where you have a body pillow with a specific anime character printed on it. Just saying.
Okay, the fact that you guys all know that is pretty fucking gay.
I am the literal. I'm the literal.
I didn't
nerd
say
zone
anything.
Hold on.
Oh.
It's okay.
I'm the one that noticed him that. I wasn't going to explain.
He'll be back. He'll be back. It's fine.
Yeah. But while
wife who just
we're
got
waiting
home.
for him to come back,
My food just got.
let me see here. I don't know if I don't think we did this with the with the panel yet. This has just been brought up in 1v1, so this is a good way for us to figure it out. Who are on opposite sides of this? Internet censorship is more positive than negative.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
Where the fuck were all the no's? You guys were up here earlier.
It's because they got common sense.
I mean, you kind of have to agree with it, right? Because like doing anything publicly on the internet, like just to start it, requires gatekeepers to keep out the bullshitters.
Right,
Like,
exactly.
You have to have people in your chat to kick out the trolls. You have to like guard everything so that the fucking shits don't get in.
Yeah.
Right, and we have to censor all the graphic, insane content for the kids. Like, sorry, they have to use it. They get to use it every day too. We have to censor it. Like, I don't. Earlier, there was a panel full of people saying, "Yeah, it is."
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, if you put a
I don't
parental.
mind people.
better not work.
I think
I
having
don't
no
mind people giving up the right to say the F slur, so that we can keep CP out of people's hands. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you would have if you didn't have some sort of censorship. All you would do is
Hold on. Whose feedback is that? Like that feedback is rough. But
You see,
this
every
is
few
the-
minutes,
this is
Blackout
the
has to carry
topic
the
that
body to
me
the
and
other side of the
Jeremy
room.
was going after. If censorship is and in your eyes, if censorship is bad, what would stop anybody from allowing the technical designs
I don't think anybody
or the
said no.
diagrams of bombs and nuclear weapons to show up online? That
I don't think
itself
anybody has said no.
requires
It already-
censorship, though.
It already kind of does though, because you got things like the fucking.
Because right now
one
everything is
community leaks.
censored. If we remove censorship, if I was to post a diagram on how to make a fucking perfect IED, it would be allowed. Because right now we are experiencing censorship. If we were to remove that, I could post anything I want with no repercussions.
Talk slower. Are you arguing the negative facts?
That's not
fucking
true.
adding a nuclear weapon to the internet and a diagram on how to build it.
Are you even arguing the
I
negative facts?
guarantee. I guarantee you.
I have no idea anymore with Chase. I don't know what he's arguing.
Internet censorship.
I was talking about Vigilante.
We're arguing censorship.
No,
and
here's
I'm
the
saying
thing.
it is a hard line. No, censorship is not a bad thing.
Okay.
Well, no, I agree.
No, I was wondering.
Necessarily. I don't necessarily think
whether it's a net
We're
negative.
talking about generalities, not what you think in the current circumstance. We're talking
No, I don't think anybody has argued the negative yet, though. So you're saying all this.
No,
Well, Jeremy was.
I argue.
You made me do this.
Name change.
Yeah, no, I argued this earlier as I mean, again, the prompt is on whether or not it's a net negative, right? The
Right.
majority
And you're telling me
Well, hold
it
on.
is not a net positive for a government to block.
Okay, we've heard the
everyone
nuke
under
argument. You already did the nuke argument, Chase.
to create IEDs.
I want to ask
to
Jeremy.
create explosive devices, to create bullets, to create
Okay,
anything
we
that
get it.
goes
We get it. We
boom.
get it.
You're
That's great.
saying
I
it is
can
not a
grant- I
net
can
negative,
grant you
bro.
hang on, I can grant you that particular thing could or should be suppressed or censored. I can
Which
grant you that.
which
I don't think-
your
Okay, then, so you
essential
agree.
definition
I
is
am
nothing
told
should be censored. Hold on, Jeremy. By your stance in the
No.
beginning, you say nothing should be censored. I am
Oh my
giving you a
God.
situation in which you say it.
You already had a one-on-one with Jeremy about this, so let me ask
I'll
Jeremy.
fucking take all of you on. I do not care.
Oh
Bro,
my
come at me.
God! Shut up, Jeremy. What are the biggest negatives to censorship on the internet?
Well, I mean, I presented two great examples of such. One being the 2020 election, right? There was suppression on several things that had voters known about, a certain person would not have been president,
Okay.
right? That's one. The other was when it came to the the virus that was out there. There were all kinds of details that were being shared and suppressed and all of that, which later on we found out to be true. Censorship in that regard actually stifled the information being spread that was actually proven later on legitimate.
Okay, so access to information.
hold
So
on,
now,
Jeremy, so
hold
you're
on.
saying you're
Hold on. Let me do a line with him real quick. So, now tell me the two biggest benefits of censorship on the internet.
Never gonna take your life. Hurt you. Never gonna get you.
So I'll give you one of them. CP. There's no CP.
Would you rather have CP or free speech, Jeremy?
And then we can use Chase's example
Let
for
him
the
answer
other
the
one.
question. Yeah, would you rather have CP or free speech? Be able to divulge sensitive information without repercussion.
No, I'm not anti-censorship. I think certain things are.
I understand. Would you answer the fucking question? Would you rather have CP
I would
or
be
free
fine
speech?
with censoring CP over free speech.
I would take a Biden presidency
then-
over.
No. Because you just conceded the whole debate. Because
free speech.
I understand that, but your thing is you want to be. You want
guys are all
to be
fucking
able to have people. You
No,
want
no,
to
no,
be
I'm
able to have
being good
people
faith.
divulge information. I am too. You want to be able to have people divulge. I didn't fucking say that, bro. If you shut your fucking mouth, you'll understand the argument. You want people to be able to divulge information freely without repercussion. But if you do that, if you want no censorship, you're allowing CP and the schematics for all these devices.
That the only way that argument works is if you're going to classify CP as information. Is that the argument you're going to make?
That's not what I said at all. That's a terrible straw man. You obviously don't. You obviously can't fucking listen, bro.
Your argument works.
You made me do this.
Name change.
I do lines. I don't do lines.
Either you're doing
Please tell me how.
But I don't do lines.
You're arguing a bad
How
example.
so, Jeremy? How so, Jeremy? I just don't think you understand what I said. Please still man my argument.
It's not information. If I'm arguing that censorship,
I didn't say it was.
Information.
I never said it was, bro. I didn't say you said.
Fredo, he's arguing from the standpoint
That
of
was
information.
so
That's why it's getting lost.
I know. I never said that CP was information. I said you gotta choose one: information or CP. Which one?
Yeah, Buffy likes to do lines, but I can't do the voice. I can't do the
only
voice
that
no more.
works
I'm
is if
done.
you were saying CP is information. It's not.
I'm done.
That's not what I'm saying. Bro, did I not just tell you that's not what I'm saying? I'm saying you have exactly, dumbass. You have to make a choice between the two. Which one do you want? The divulgence of information or CP?
Well, I could easily grant you that I would
a false dichotomy.
Then you conceded the fucking debate with your dumb ass, bro. Can't even fucking listen. You don't even know my argument, bro.
Hold on. Jeremy, you just
argument is a
conceded
false
that you
dichotomy.
would rather have censorship
Would you
over
take?
CP.
No.
You
Would you?
just conceded.
You would rather
You
have
just
censorship
conceded,
over
Jeremy. You're a fucking
materials
dumbass.
Would
bro.
you take?
You don't even
Where is your
understand what we're
stance?
talking about.
Would you take a Trump?
You're sitting here telling me.
It's not.
Would you take a Trump
You're sitting here
2020
telling me I'm
presidency if it
conflating
meant?
information with
Bro,
CP.
what
You're
are
a
you
fucking
talking
idiot.
about?
You're fucking retarded,
Because you're
Jeremy.
making a false dichotomy.
No, I'm not.
Right, yeah,
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Dichotomy.
How so? Please tell me how, Vigilante.
Because CP is not information. You can't literally say.
I didn't say it was. You keep on repeating the same fucking thing. Are you
It's about
dumb?
censorship.
Simple jack motherfucker, bro.
Hold on, Frito, let me ask Jeremy a question.
Bro, you keep on saying the same thing when it's not true. You're a fucking idiot.
Hold on, Jeremy. Is a digital profile or image or what, or like fucking note, whatever they wanted to classify this document as, is it not have personal information in it?
It could.
That's not even my argument.
No, but you're saying CP. So with CP,
I'm not.
You are
Okay, everybody, if y'all would shut the fuck up and listen, bro. I'm not. Bro, shut your fucking mouth, bro. I'm not conflating CP with information.
Online.
Bro, shut the fuck up. I'm going off of Jeremy's argument from earlier. He doesn't
I am
want.
too, bro. I am too.
Okay,
and like
so
you have
listen.
to remember,
Okay,
I've been here for like fucking 2 hours before you, dog.
Bro, I've been here the whole fucking time listening to this shit, bro.
All
the
right.
whole fucking time.
Well, you're gonna get your chance, Fredo. Because
Let's go, baby. I'm about to flame your dumb ass.
Jeremy, let's fucking go. Let's get everyone else into the back.
Good luck, fellas. Go for some blood.
Let's fucking go. And hey, I wanted to say. Oh wait, why did I put Fredo in the back? I wanted to say.
Nah, you can let Beaver. You can let Beaver fight for me.
Check your Discord because I sent you something. I think you're gonna like. So.
Okay, bet.
But no, I was talking to Beaver there. About checking his Discord. But chat. What do we get? 50. So that means we're starting at 6 minutes to start. Okay. Let me get the right ticker going across the bottom for you guys. And I just want to remind you guys too. We got a little under 30 minutes until we get into the finals. So any attacks you want to do before the finals, anyone you want to eliminate, anything like this, that'll be your chance. All right, but we're starting at 6 minutes. Okay. If you want to add on a minute, it is 10 to add on minutes. All right, a minute is 10. Sorry. 60 if you want a solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
So, Jeremy, your argument is that censorship is a net positive over not censorship. So why is that?
No, you got it backwards. I'm actually arguing that not censoring is a positive.
Not okay. Yeah, my bad. I spoke wrong. But why do you think that?
Again, because I think censorship, censoring like the dissemination of information, is stifling to progress. The other is I think that withholding or censoring other information can affect things such as national elections and things like that, because the public doesn't actually know about the people that they're voting on because that information was suppressed. I think those are two examples.
So
two exact examples of things that have happened that.
Yeah. Okay. So do you think the
that wasn't really censored though? It was just people didn't do enough research. Like I knew they didn't censor anything from me.
In public hands and schematics for nuclear weapons.
But I know what he's talking about, but.
Well, I don't particularly care about stifling or the sharing of nuclear weapons. I do think you
don't care about it. So everybody can just share schematics.
Yeah, I don't think that's even. I don't even think that's a great argument.
We should just uncensor the anarchist cookbook and let everybody build pipe bombs.
That's not even censored. You can go get that. You can literally Google and look that up right fucking now.
It's against the law. You can't have it. If it's on your computer, the FBI will come and get your ass.
No,
I don't know about that. I read it when I was a kid.
If it's on your computer, it's a federal crime. You will get charged with conspiracy. So now answer my question directly. Is it no? Answer
that. What statute is that?
Conspiracy. You don't know what conspiracy is?
Just because somebody claims that it's illegal doesn't actually make it illegal, right?
It's absolutely illegal. It's been illegal since the fucking 80s, bro. So answer my question. Is it more detrimental?
No, I had it on my computer and read it when I was a kid.
Keep the divulge. Answer my fucking question. You haven't even answered my question yet. Is it more detrimental to society to stifle the divulgence of information or to have schematics of weapons in CP in the hands of the public? Unfettered.
Well, so nuclear? No, I don't, because I don't think anybody would even.
Not even nukes, just pipe bombs and other weapons of mass destruction.
CP, sure. I could say CP would be worse. It'd be better to censor CP than it would be the others.
Then you conceded the debate. It's over with.
And no, I don't think those are analogous. I think censorship.
How not?
I think censorship is fine. And I would because what I'm saying is if CP happened to contain.
Well, if it's fine, it's not a net negative.
If CP happened to have information in it or nuclear data or stuff like that in it, right? I would be fine with censoring the CP and stifling the information that was in those being divulged. But if CP's not in those things, I'm fine with that shit being out there. No censorship to it.
Okay, so like I said, you think that it is less detrimental for the layman, for radicals, for in this day and age, for people to have their hands on schematics of weapons of mass destruction so that we can divulge information. What about before the internet age?
Having schematics on how to do a thing doesn't mean you can do the thing, right? You can still limit the access to the things
It gives you the knowledge to do the thing.
That's great. I can look up every fucking patent there is on a website and go build those things because the schematics are right there, right? Laws still come back. You did the
you can look up the schematics for an H-bomb right now. I call bullshit. You cannot find the schematics for any nuke, for any H-bomb. That's been censored, right? And for good reason.
No, my argument wasn't that they have been sent. I'm saying if it were posted, that they could restrict the building of.
No, your argument. No, you just said I can look it up right now. I can know the fuck you can't, bro.
I said I can look up a patent, you dumb fuck. Why don't you listen?
It doesn't matter. You can look up a patent. You can look up a patent for H-bomb right now. No, you fucking can't. Exactly. Fucking idiot.
I used an analogy.
No, I'm in the back.
An analogous example.
And it's not analogous.
I can actually do analogies.
It's not analogous.
You don't.
Bro,
I didn't get kicked off yet.
It's analogous. You didn't even make no fucking sense.
It's not analogous.
Exactly. It's not analogous.
That was not analogous.
You have no argument.
Okay. I presented an argument, and the simple fact is
and it fell flat on his face.
Anything that is patented, I can look that up. I can build that thing, right? It's not legal for me to build that thing. Just like if I were to go and
are pipe bombs patented? Are pipe bombs patented? Are nukes patented?
It can be illegal. It can still be illegal.
Answer the fucking. It's a yes or no question. Are nukes and pipe bombs patented?
I don't know.
No, they're fucking not. So if these materials were out on the internet just for the public to get their hands on, it would be far more detrimental than us not knowing what's on Hunter Biden's laptop. You understand?
They don't have. I'm not saying.
You understand?
No. I don't say they have to be on the internet. I'm not even saying that they have to share that data. I'm just simply saying is if it's.
So you're arguing for censorship.
I'm saying no, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
I don't care. No, I don't care if you share data or don't. I'm saying if you share data, the suppressing of that information should not happen.
So the suppression of schematics of nuclear weapons should not happen.
Sure. I would be fine with.
Well, that's fucking retarded.
That, but the simple thing is you can still restrict or make it illegal to construct it.
Okay, if you have all of these radical groups, if you have all of these radical groups that can just hop on the internet and make weapons of mass destruction at will, explain to me how that is more detrimental than us not knowing what's on Hunter Biden's laptop. Please.
You have to be able to acquire all of the resources required to construct.
You don't think they can? You don't think they can? You don't think they can? They've been making we sent Hamas fucking sewer pipes and they made missiles out them motherfuckers. What are you talking about?
Are you one of the common men? Are you one of just the everyday Joes, right? Can you go do this?
I am. Yep.
Can you go do this?
We got 2 more minutes.
If it was uncensored, yeah, probably. If it was uncensored,
you could literally just go and make yourself a nuclear weapon right now.
Bro, yes. If it was uncensored and if I flew over to Bro, shut your fucking ass up. If I flew over to the Middle East and I joined some kind of jihadi group with connections that could get the materials, it could happen, bro. No, shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about.
That wouldn't be you. That'd be you joining an organization to fucking do that. That's not you, you dumb shit.
If I physically did it with my hands, I would still be me. I made it happen. I put it in motion.
No, you joined an organization to do that. And guess what?
It doesn't matter. You're still speaking to my
organization can do that shit anyway. You think the censorship is stopping them?
No, they can't. Iran can because it's a fucking government. But these small, they don't know how to build nukes. They don't know how to build nukes. It's a country. I suppose you could call it an organization, but you know what I'm talking about. You're just strawmanning because you know you're losing this fucking argument. No, I'm talking about the little small jihadi groups like the Houthis, Hamas, and other little terrorist groups and shit. I'm not wrong at all. Other little terrorist groups like that. If they can just go online and they could fucking grab whatever type of schematics they want for whatever type of weapons, that's far more detrimental than us not knowing what's on Hunter Biden's laptop, bro. And it's a retarded argument that it's not.
You do not have the resources in yourself to go do that just because you grabbed information.
If you have the knowledge, all it is the next step is to get the resources, bro.
You don't have them.
It doesn't matter. You can get them.
Right.
We live in a natural world.
I'll let it get to 9 minutes. See if we have a solo judge.
Fredo, are you arguing that if you get the instructions on how to build something, you can build it without the materials?
No, that is not what I'm arguing. Did you not listen?
I made that
Well, that's what it
argument that
sounds
you
like
would never
already.
have the resources. That could be.
I literally, he just said his argument was that I couldn't do it because I couldn't get the materials. If you
Hold
have the
on.
knowledge, the next step is to get the materials. That's what it is, bro.
I'm about to help you. You guys do realize. Hold on.
I can't hear you. I can't hear
a
none of you right now.
microwave, a refrigerator, you can create an actual EMP device that will take out electronics for 5 miles in any direction from
In Minecraft.
household objects. But you're telling me, no, we don't need to censor this ship. It's okay.
And for the record, the anarchist
Real
cookbook
quick.
is widely available everywhere. It's not illegal.
Yeah, I read it. I read it when I
Hold
was
up.
in like middle school.
Real quick, everybody. I am putting the poll into the chat right now for you guys. Chat. All right. So if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Fredo Fonzarelli on the poll. All right. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Jeremy on the poll. Chat. Get your votes in right now because I'm starting that timer up. If you don't see the poll, refresh. If you don't hit a vote either, you love furries. Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, the anarchist cookbook argument is a really interesting thing. Like that was, I mean, back when I was a kid, that was a thing that they always said. And the reason they always said that is because it added to the fucking allure of it. Of the stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. You do realize. Hold on. Fredo, hold on. Jeremy,
No, I had the
realize
anarchist
by me
cookbook on my
having
computer.
Why
me
is it-
having
why
in my
can you go-
possession an
It don't
original
matter, it's still
anarchist
illegal. You get
cookbook,
charged with
I am on
conspiracy
the
for having that shit.
FBI
No
most
matter if you had
wanted
it or not.
fucking
using it.
watch
What is
You're
illegal is using
No,
it.
you're
You
not.
can't
You're
use
dumb.
it, but you can own it.
You are not, Chase. Are you fucking retarded? You own a book, so you think you're on an FBI watch list, bro? You're crazy. You're absolutely
Bro,
insane.
you can't
I've
even
been on an
own
hold
Mein
on,
Kampf, bro, without getting on a watch list,
I've
bro.
been an FBI watch list since my fucking
Oh
uncle
my
died.
god.
He handed me his weapons. He handed me his anarchist cookbook. I had to go
No,
through
that's bullshit,
fucking 9
Chase. They wouldn't know.
interviews so that way I could
Oh
actually
my
keep
god,
this
this is
shit.
such bullshit.
That's the shit
Welcome
that
to
people would
Canada.
say in the
Again,
early 2000s.
you guys are
It don't
only
matter. Even in
arguing based
America,
off of
if you
US
own Mein Kampf,
perspective,
if you own Mein Kampf, you're on a fucking watch list, bro.
Bro, you guys are only arguing US specific.
Oh
We
my
have
god.
to go
I
global.
was helping out your point, bro.
Chase,
Shut the
where's
fuck
the-
up.
Chase,
Wait,
where's the
no,
FBI located,
Chase, shut the fuck up. We're talking about. He said
The
you're on
FBI is
the
in
FBI
America,
watch
you dumb
list.
fuck.
Where's
It's
the
not in
FBI?
Canada,
It's
is
in
it?
the States, you dumb shit.
Yes, thank you.
Why would we argue
What are you
in
talking
the States in this?
Have you ever hold on, y'all want
This is all Cat's
Have
fault.
you ever heard of dual citizenship? My uncle was both an American and a Canadian. When I signed his fucking will saying I accepted responsibility, I had to go through several checks through both agencies, including the RCMP, the FBI, etc. This shit is monitored. You guys, if you think it is not monitored, is a fucking joke. Censorship is a real thing. Y'all are dumb.
Are you wearing the
I didn't listen to that.
Censorship.
Yeah.
Watch lists are not censorship.
I was muted.
Bro,
We got-
What'd you say? What did you just say?
Hold up, I was muted.
The
One
watch
second,
list
real quick,
tells
real
you
quick.
who you should be censoring, Jeremy.
Real
YouTube is
quick.
doing this already. What are you talking about?
Hold up. 39 votes are in. I mean, a lot of furry lovers out there. A lot of furry lovers. Just saying. 39 votes, all right? 61% said the winner of the 1v1 was Fredo Fonzarelli.
Let's go, baby.
Jeremy, tell everyone in the chat where they can find you and why they should bring you back up quick so that you can have another shot at the $250 prize.
You'll find me.
Yeah, bring Jeremy back. I want a 1v1 again.
You'll find me in the chat. I don't care if I get brought back up or not. I didn't want to come up to begin with. I just came up because Chase was fucking spouting dumb shit, and I had to correct him on it.
No. Because again, you are talking U.S. only interpretations.
All right,
not
let's not
global.
debate again. Let's not debate again. Unless he's brought back up. Listen, always a pleasure having you, Jeremy. And if they bring you back up, you're more than welcome. And until then, my friend.
Fatality.
Another soul added into the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. And
Combat Friday,
shout
baby.
out to one of the best mods on YouTube, hands fucking down. All right, always a pleasure having Jeremy up here.
Mod Squad
And
Jeremy.
Also,
Legend.
finally, been waiting a long time. We got one more in the back. Let's bring him up. Are you crazy?
Hello,
Welcome
Easy.
to the show.
Hello,
Let's
Easy, sir. You bunch of
fucking-
fucking retards.
Yo,
no.
What up?
That is
What
most
up, are you?
What's up? What's up, Lestrange? You and your damn cloud has killed me all night. Squeaky
I'm
eyes
sorry,
fucking
bro.
boy.
My voice is fucked right now.
How long is the longest goal right now? I see you guys doing this
right
on
now, as far as I know in the panel
Jump
group,
up.
42 seconds is the absolute longest goal I have seen.
Who got 42?
JB got 42 in one of his original streams. He has not been able to replicate it since.
What do you mean the longest goal? What does that mean?
Jump up.
Where he streams
No,
as
jump up.
soon as
Jump
the
up's
super
longest
chat
is 40 seconds, Chase.
No.
Y'all must have
I
forgot.
have the clip.
I
It was
have
42 seconds.
Portuguese and Jamaican in my blood. You didn't see the longest goal yet, okay? You know what?
Okay, Easy's gonna hit it.
Maybe at the end of the stream,
Easy.
Someone could convince me. to
Easy.
show
I
you
got
what the goal
I
really
got
looks
30 seconds, 37 seconds, and I know Jim Bob's got 40,
shit,
bro.
What does that mean?
No.
I got a minute and a
Jim Bob's best is 45.6
I'm about to make you guys
dude.
never want to try this challenge again. All right? Think
Jim
about
Bob
it.
did not get 45, guys.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
No clue.
You know,
Who can
when you
yell
hear
goal
when you hear a
goals?
soccer game and they're
Goal!
it's a goal. You know
I'll
Yeah,
whoop you
we
guys.
timed the goal.
I can do what is it called when the monks they inhale while they
I
exhale?
have breathing problems. I still whoop y'all. I promise y'all.
Dude, I can inhale while I exhale.
Bro, I've been a smoker for so goddamn long. Between the weed and the nicotine, if I hit 13 seconds, it's a miracle.
Dude, I watch Jim Bob
Yeah, I
stream
could
every
legit-
day, and every time he does a goal.
No, there's a word for it. It's
I
called
am
like autonomous
word for
breathing or
change
something.
my mind.
Monks do it where they
You
go,
can't do it,
oh.
Chase, you can't do it,
Who
bro.
else does it, JS?
Bro,
You
I
already
never
fucked
said
up.
I could
You have
do
to
it.
start with the
Stop.
g and end with the l.
All right,
If
well
you
now I
don't,
know this is a challenge. I'm gonna
count.
whoop all of you.
Hell yeah, Easy. You gotta actually say the fucking word.
I can hold
Yeah,
my
you
breath
can
for
do it.
3 minutes and
Hold on,
35
hold on.
seconds.
That
Everyone
initial
on panel. Everyone on
takes
panel.
out
All right,
some of the
relax.
breath that
I
you
need a
have.
1v1 because my ass needs to go to bed. Hurry up.
All right, well now I know that's a challenge. I'm gonna whoop all y'all.
No, you won't.
Whoop your ass.
No, you won't.
Hey man, I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. Don't count me out.
I smoke cigarettes. I smoke weed. Come at me, dog.
But you have to know, you have to hit a dono goal on your YouTube channel and then you
Yeah.
yell goal. That's
Yo,
how it
fuck
works.
that noise, bro. I will yell.
I
goal
can't do
whenever
the dono
fuck I
goals. I don't know how to do that.
All right, listen, chat. We are 4 minutes away until we get into the semifinals here. All right. Kat coming in with a bunch of $2 super chats. I think she's just trying to hit the super chat goal. You a real one, Kat.
Yeah, she wants.
You a real one, Kat.
She wants to hear you say goal.
Yeah, Cat's just playing.
Yeah, there are better things to spend your money on than bringing Chase back 3 times.
What are you talking about? 3 times? I have only been brought back twice. You're a fucking idiot. Learn how to count. And the reason people bring me back is I actually do blood sports debate. I don't only go for what I believe in. You need to fucking shut up.
Yes, Chase, but the real point is, all right, you know how the saying goes, there's no stupid questions? Well, on VK night, there's no stupid spent money, okay? That's the real saying of, and it's law actually.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Universal.
That's
I wrote that law
because, bro, I've seen many of
Universal,
people brought,
absolute, applied everywhere.
Hold on. I've seen many of people brought back that should not have been brought back. That is essentially a waste and stupid money. I'm sorry, you will not change my mind. Like, when you bring bad faith fucking debaters back, that is 100% a waste of money.
But she brought you back twice.
Right.
3 times.
But see, here's the thing. I'm not bad faith. I'm actually staying on top
bullshit.
of it.
Bullshit. You be on that.
Yeah, no. See, here's the thing. When I'm talking bad faith, I'm talking shit.
You sounded like that Australian dude from that meme who's acting like that dog.
Hold on. What I'm talking about is when y'all are ignoring key points. Y'all are only going by US fucking ideologies and not global. This is the shit I'm going after you for. Because all of you dumb motherfuckers only use US standards and not global fucking standards, which is what the majority is. This show is about majority versus minority.
The majority is the USA, nigga. We run shit.
No.
Y'all about to be America before too long, man.
People in the USA. Change my mind, you dumb fuck.
I don't give a fuck how many people they have.
Case, you live in Canada. You guys want nothing more than to be United States.
Yo. Are you kidding me?
Y'all niggas
No.
about to be annexed.
Bro. Everyone needs to shut the fuck up. I literally just went on an hour-long stream yesterday ranting about how terrible fucking Canada is. Do not try to tell me I am defending Canada when I am attacking Canada for everything they fucking do.
You're not even listening, Chase. You're not even listening. Nobody said you're defending Canada. I said the fact is that the entire world.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the person who said I'm only talking about Canada, King. Fucking listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth, bro.
Yeah, shave your damn arms.
Shave your arms.
You can come to America.
Sit down. Stand up.
That's what a man does.
Yo, motherfucker. Hold on. I have a quick question.
Real quick. Chase, hold up real quick. Chat, before we get into the semifinals, see that timer going? You have 1 minute. Any last minute fatalities or anything before we get into the finals, this is your chance. All right? The last minute or semifinals.
Yo, fatality mean before the Canadian government does it because I say shit they don't like. This is what Bill C2 is gonna do. Let's change my mind. Have a good night.
Let's get out of here.
Yo, easy. Have you actually read Bill C2? Canada is 100% about to become a fucking police state. I cannot send money to another person without it being confiscated. I cannot send a package to another country without being labeled as a fucking a suspected terrorist. I cannot send anything that I've made.
Like, I get what you're saying, where like it gives that opportunity for them to just step in to random shit. Yeah.
I literally went on an hour-long tirade on my channel yesterday, and bro, I literally had the JCCF fucking #1 lawyer in the Canada to admit that yes, I am correct the way the wording of the bill is. It is 100% bullshit. Canada will become a police state. This was John Carpay. Changed my mind.
That's why y'all should become America.
Well, I don't know if everyone here even knows the bill, so it'd be a hard thing to debate. But listen, we're past the minute.
Again, that leads me to my point. Everyone is so concerned about U.S.
Hold up.
Oh, look,
Chat.
slow look.
We are about to get into the semi-finals. And also, I'm going to do something real quick here.
Fredo.
I'm going to throw everyone. Hold up, Crazy.
I'm in the back
throw
again. What
everyone into the
happened?
Back. Real quick. All right. Real quick. All right. We're about to get into the semifinals. All right. This is the way this works here is it's going to be a series of 2v2s and 1v1s. All right. With these 1v1s and 2v2s, there will be no added time. All right. But you can still solo judge them. Okay. And we're going to do this until we get to the final four. There will be no bringing anyone back until we're into the final four. All right. So, just want you all to know this is how the semifinals goes. And again, like we've been doing things a little different, and I want people that don't get to see, don't make it here for the intro to get to at least enjoy the intro here and the other clips we're gonna have for these little 3-minute breaks. But go take a piss, grab a drink, grab a coffee, whatever you need to do. You're gonna have 3 minutes, okay? And then we're gonna get into the semifinals.
Leaning into it, what Grace is famous for on the internet, and she's not famous, but what she's famous for on the internet is that people think that you had sex with her.
Your position is that it's a problem with the jailing system, okay?
No.
That was your position. You admitted to it. You admitted to it. Are you taking that back? Are you taking that back?
Here's the new intro.
That's exactly what it is. We have already
I'm not arguing that Lincoln was a bad president. I'm just saying that Washington was a better one. That's the argument I'm making.
I mean, but didn't the Confederacy have that really cool, like, orange Dodge Charger? That's pretty badass.
The ability to feel pain and have...
Actually, they feel pain
thought.
way before 24 weeks.
They have a nervous system before 24 weeks. They cannot conceptualize pain until 24 weeks because their brain is not developed yet.
The topic is social media platforms being held accountable for misinformation.
Win by any means necessary. That is how combat goes.
So I'm so happy that you acknowledge that the wage gap is an issue because it's directly linked to the nature of the system, sir.
Chat attacks, they're ready to play.
Well, that means that we need to have young mothers having children. Otherwise, there is no society, right?
Or a deadly report. Disrupt with the sound.
I don't need to answer your question anymore. Because if that is effective, we don't need to torture people.
Base, those are forms of torture.
Verbal
You said there. You don't think there
don't give a
are
shit that they just
unjustified.
perpetuate
You're
the
saying
cycle of
all
violence. Like, this is the whole
killing
problem with
is
Hydra
justified.
now.
murder.
It creates a cycle that never stops.
No, I'm saying all killing are murder.
In verbal combats, only one will stay. The fiercest fighter wins the day.
Your soul is mine.
Let's fucking go. Oh, who we missing?
Beaver.
Beaver.
Beaver, Las Vegas.
Beaver, Las Vegas.
He's had enough to drink and smoke. I think he needs to get out of Vegas.
He's just doing WWF tonight.
Yeah, he's having fun.
He's seeing how many people he can upset. You guys must just all get upset.
Yo,
Yeah.
are you kidding me? My entire personality is making people upset. What are you talking about?
How's the beaver go?
Beaver.
I mean, shit.
You made me do this.
Name change.
All right, so.
Wow.
All right, let me think here.
Yeah, there's a couple name changes in the waitings.
I got those. If you,
I wanted to be W Gorilla Biscuits.
Oh, I got the W Gorillas tag. Let's fucking go.
I want to be W Gorilla Biscuits. I don't want to be the butt pie.
Well, that's too damn bad.
Damn. Shit. I drive a Bugatti.
Hold on. Yo, if you drive a
What?
Bugatti,
The best
please-
fucking Wiz
hold on.
Frito does
I have
the
a-
best
I have a
Wiz
quick
Watson,
question.
dude.
Chris, you
Shave
say
your
you
arms.
drive a Bugatti. Please go outside and show it.
I mean,
Oh,
I can
God.
ride Bugatti on anything. I got
I
a
drive
nice
the
bicycle.
Bugatti.
I got a bicycle that says Bugatti on the side. Okay, don't hate.
I got a nice pair of Lamborghinis.
Yo, just
Is that
because you have
Fredo
a-
doing that?
Yo. Hold on, just because you have a
Motherfucker, you know
Kawasaki
it's
that
Fredo.
says
Yeah.
Bugatti does
That's
not mean it is a
Fredo, dude.
Bugatti.
he does it so good. It's fucking.
Frito is the best Wiz Watson, dude. I'm sorry, 100%.
Shit. Yes.
Whoa.
Oh,
What in the fuck was that?
This is somebody's Bugatti.
That's my Bugatti. That's my fucking Bugatti. Mind your business. Shave your arms.
Bro, I will never shave my arms, but I will take a baseball bat to your Bugatti. Send me the address.
You know where I live, Chase.
2 minutes, I'll get this one.
No, because hold on. Here's the thing. You have not threatened to dock me. I have not had my people come after you. I have no idea where you live.
He's Wiz Watson. He lives on the corner of winning.
All right, real quick.
I thought I
Real
told you I
quick.
lived like 1,000 times.
Everyone, real quick. So we're gonna get into these 2v2s and 1v1s. All right. We're gonna actually start out.
I gotta
with
get beer.
2v2.
I'll be back in 2
We're
seconds.
gonna get. Let me see here. What is that gonna do here? Don't worry, JS.
Somebody
You're not in
just throw me
the
in
first one.
1v1.
Why ain't Badge talking? What you up to, Badge?
All right.
Yeah.
So we're gonna.
Sneaky little shit. Whoa.
Yeah, this is what we're gonna do for the first one. That's what we're gonna do for the first one. All right. So.
What the?
Let me see a topic for you four here. Where is everybody stand on whistleblowers should not be protected?
I think they should be.
Yeah, I think they should be.
Nah.
They should be.
Okay, so there's 3 or 4 of you all agree, right? All right, let me see here. Let me.
I'll just take whatever argument. I don't care. I'm following the beaver.
Where do you guys stand on the national security is more important than individual privacy?
Individual
National
privacy
security.
is more important.
National security.
National security.
Okay, so that's 3 and 1. So let me try a different one here. How about this? Privacy-focused technology like VPN is more of a negative impact.
I don't think it's a negative impact, but I do think most people misunderstand what it's actually used for.
I don't know enough about it.
No, it's not negative.
Yeah, it's not negative.
Okay, how about the government should have access to personal data for national security?
Yes.
I'm going to say they do already.
Well, yeah, but should they?
Should it be a law? Don't know.
Like, should they be allowed? Or...
Yeah, I'll have to say yes on that one. Since they have.
There's no.
So, like, make sure, like, you guys understand this prompt means they have access, not like you have to give them access. They have access, right? You guys understand that?
It's basically, do you support the Patriot Act? And my answer to that is no.
Yeah, hell no.
So
they should have the right, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I think the government should have access to personal data.
Yep, I'll agree.
My answer to that is no. They shouldn't.
And what do you say, Chris?
There's good arguments here for both sides. I could see the arguments for both sides. But I don't really care about private data because I don't think it exists.
Okay, hold on. Let me.
I don't think any of our data is private.
All right. So chat, remember there's no added times with this one, and it's a 4v4 semi-final match. It will be a 10-minute matchup. All right. So chat, you can still solo judge. All right.
Kill me. I'm not climbing back up there.
It goes to the chat.
Kill me.
And the 2 lowest on the poll
Hurry
will
up.
lose
Kill
their
me.
souls. Fighters, good luck to all 4 of you. Let's get it.
Log I have to cross.
Right. So, with this whole concept, I think that any kind of personal data or personal information that you put out there on X can and should be used by the government.
Yeah, it's not private once you put it out there.
Yeah, that's not personal data. When we're talking about when we're talking about personal data, though, when we're talking about personal data.
Oh, so you're going to just find the whole
specifically
debate?
that
I disagree with your definition.
Specifically, personal data. Specifically, when we're talking personal data, we're talking about your metadata, your browser history, things like that, things that they already get access to because of the Patriot Act, which we can also see is ineffective because they also have access to Discord.
Yeah, I reject your whole.
We have.
I don't think that that's necessarily what's being said with the prompt. The prompt is saying, should the government be able to use personal data? Or use personal data
That's a rule by law.
Yeah,
having
access.
That's
fucking that, dude.
Yeah, so anytime that you are on Facebook or
stop trying to kill that
you're
guy
on
and just
X
run
and you're
past.
giving these companies your personal data,
So
I think it's
but
okay
then
for the
you-
government to use it.
Okay, so you guys think it's good for the government to have access to all of your personal data? You understand that?
No, just the one that they put out. Just the ones that they put out public.
That's not the.
Do you think it's okay for?
The prompt is your personal data as a monolith, not what you choose. You don't get to choose.
Not what they have to use it.
Yes,
Just
fine.
If you guys are saying you want to choose what they
and
can access, then you're on our
access to it.
side.
Yeah, if you're talking about what you choose to let them access by putting it out there online.
If you think there's a restriction on data they can access, then you're
anytime that you sign up for a
it.
website, give an email address, an address for personal banking information.
That's not your only personal information.
Yeah, but if you don't put it on the internet, they get to it. They're not going to come to your house and pull you down papers out in your pen.
Let's use this as an example. Do you think that they should have access to your private Discord messages? So I mean, when I say that, I mean your DMs, not like what you put in the server, but what you say in your DMs.
There is no direct message. There is no private message.
Yeah,
don't be.
I think you should.
Okay.
I have nothing to hide.
I don't think they should have. I don't think they should have access to that. And
Why?
them having access.
Why?
And
No,
them they do have
You're
access. They
skipping
do have
you're
access.
skipping over a whole step here. Why?
Yeah.
Because them having because them having access to that information is useless. It doesn't actually do anything. We can see examples of this with actual.
Right. So if they all have
actually a lot of school shooters. They actually have access to. They already have access to this information.
And search up the data that they need. Why does it matter?
You guys understand? Okay,
they
listen,
don't use
can I
it.
give you guys an argument, right?
Okay.
You know how a clip of
So
Andrew
just
doing a
because they don't use
debate
it,
can
don't
be
need
a clip of Andrew
No,
doing
they
a
do need
debate
it.
can be taken out of context and used against him to attack him. You guys understand?
Well, that's
that?
fine. That's a chance he takes. But he knows this.
Yeah. But when you guys advocate for them being able to access all of your data, you're saying, okay, I give them all of my data.
Chris. If he's on a debate panel, it's definitely not private. He don't want it to be private because he wants to get paid for
I'm telling you guys, if you give access to all of your data, it can be misinterpreted and be used against you. Do you guys understand that?
Yeah, then it can be used in an investigation. They can flesh it out later.
Yeah, they can
He
use
said
all of your
access to
personal
it, not
data
use it.
They
against
can
you.
use it however they want. And
No, that's not the problem.
one of the things
It is. It's
No.
access
Is the
to
problem.
your personal
Access.
data as a monolith.
Yeah, and they have access to it.
Did Speakeasy say which personal data, or does the thing
So-
say personal data, all of it?
But it doesn't say use of personal data. It just says access to it.
Access to it means
Your
it can be
argument-
used.
your
What does
argument-
access mean?
Your argument
Accessibility
is
to
saying
use
it's
it.
going to be used in a harmful way. You don't
guys
know
are
that.
advocating for the government knowing all of your personal information.
No, but they need to know some things.
No,
I really-
there's a
And they already have my
restriction.
personal
then
information.
they already
all of
have
your
it.
They
personal
need access
data.
to my personal information for me to be able to have a driver's license or to pay taxes or to even have a job.
they already- yeah,
they
exactly.
already
That is-
require this information.
They already got
That's
it when you.
government
Okay, so
they're
then.
probably going to take your DNA.
Okay,
whether you know it or not.
so well then you guys should be fine with licenses for firearms then. Then you should just also license all your firearms.
no,
Because if they
that's
should
not
know
what
all of
they're
your
asking.
personal data, they
Yes,
should know all
yes.
of your firearms you have.
Yes.
They should know all of your personal data, right?
Yeah.
Should they be able to know that?
Yeah, they should
Well,
be able to know if I have a gun.
Any of your personal information should
Think
be
about
known
what
then
you
by the
just said.
government.
License. You said
Yeah.
license. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the license? You're registering
Saying you should be able to
something.
have a
Yeah, you're
Right.
registering your personal data. Yeah.
Are we not doing that now? If you
No,
file
You guys
web,
doing that? No,
What do you
not
do
all
when
of
you
your
try to get a
firearms
driver's
are
No,
license?
registered.
What data do you have to give them? Do you have to give them your address? Do you have to give them you have to give them your address, your birth certificate, your social security number? Don't you have to have that to get a driver's license, right?
Okay, how does that keep your nation safe by knowing personal data?
Because then the government knows who I am.
Why do they need to know who you are?
Because if they don't, the people will be able to misuse it to escape and evade crimes that they commit.
Okay, they didn't. How long has the internet been around and the access to personal data?
I'd say they started that.
What does that have to do with anything?
Okay,
Because
so
they had all
all
your
of
started
these-
that back.
they had all your
They started
personal.
that
They
back
had all
whenever Bush became a president. They started that
It was
back. when
never
Bush became
necessary
president.
until the Patriot
even
Act.
before that, you still had to give the government your information to have a
Not all of it. Not all of it.
Not
They
all of
didn't
it.
have access
Whenever
to all of
the-
it.
Well, we didn't have information to give
I'm
out.
not arguing for them to have all of it.
You did have information.
We didn't order shit from Amazon then, Chris. That's what I'm saying. You might have went to the corner store and bought a loaf of bread. I mean, what the hell? They don't want to know that.
Yeah, when we still worked with cash, they couldn't access all of your personal data.
You're exactly
Now they
correct.
can, and that's what you guys are advocating for.
No.
Okay.
No.
Every transaction,
yes,
everything
this
you
is
do
what I'm
online,
advocating for.
all
Thank
of
you
your
for telling me
browser
my point of view.
history.
Yeah.
Thank you for telling me my argument. You're repeating it
I'm
back.
glad you still
make your
man that.
full argument.
Do you guys not understand the argument? Should I use smaller words?
Yeah.
All of your photos.
Your argument is that I
you
want
understand
the
what your
government to have
personal
my data.
information
Yes,
is?
I want the government to have my data so they know who I am.
Okay, so see
Okay?
all of your pictures,
Why?
see
They
everything.
know who you
do.
are and who you're not. Okay.
The key to this question is why do you think they need to have all of your personal data? Because it's not for national
security
security.
and criminal related-
Not for national. They can't justify why it makes the nation safer for the government to know everything about every individual.
I mean, it's actually a proven fact that it's actually even a proven fact that it doesn't matter if they have your It's also a proven fact that it doesn't matter if they have your data or anything or not, because we can see examples of this with like Discord, where they already have our Discord messages, and the FBI has been notified of people's
They
plans.
already know.
Hold on.
That's
the
great.
FBI has been notified of people's plans to do school shootings beforehand, and had the Discord messages to prove it,
thank you,
and
man.
did nothing about it.
What you're doing right now, you're providing
Didn't your
justification
president
for
almost
my
get
point.
assassinated
Yeah, I
twice?
don't
So
think
how
that there
does
should
it
be more
help?
school shootings.
Yeah,
How does it
They
help?
should be stopped. I think they should be stopped.
The whole point of that, me bringing this up, is the fact that we already know that they have that information, and they do nothing with it, which makes it useless information, which means they don't need to have it.
Bro, because you have to commit a crime.
Because we
before-
have multiple
Dude,
reports of
somebody has
them
to
having
commit
the
a
messages
crime
of
before you can
shooters,
do
and then
anything.
doing
The
nothing
data
with
is
it, and there's
irrelevant
still
until
happening.
the person commits
Okay, so
a
what
crime.
you're arguing is that there's a failure within the system currently.
Bro, if I commit a crime, if
will
I
advocate
commit a
for
crime,
that.
they can look at all my personal data. Why do they need to know that before I commit a
Well, they
crime?
can
Can you guys
convict
get
your ass.
justification?
They can't do it. Yeah, they
They
can't
need
do
that
anything
information
before you
because you
commit
need
the
to
crime.
get a driver's license.
Yeah,
Bro,
exactly.
your name and your social security isn't all of your personal data.
The
bro.
law and the military
That's the
are
important
reactive. They
part,
can't
though. That's
do
the
anything.
part
No,
that
you're
you
trying to
want to
define
crime.
what personal data entails, but personal data,
Personal
the
data is
prompt
any
is
data
all
that's
of your
personal
personal
mind.
data. It's all of your personal data.
Yeah,
bro.
data. No, it's not all.
Yes, it
It's what
is.
you choose to put on the internet, Chris.
Access to
You
your
choose-
personal data
What you
equals
choose
a
and what you
monolithic
are forced
statement.
to what you choose and what you're forced to give out.
No.
Right.
Access to personal data is a monolithic statement. It's not you get to pick and choose. Then you're on
If you-
our side.
If you don't put it on the internet, they can't see it.
This is the way that you want to.
Your data off the internet and on the internet is both personal data.
In this
It's all
monolithic
Having
personal
access-
data.
prompt itself is
Having
not.
Having access to that personal information is useless to them because they can't do anything before you commit the crime because the law is reactive, not proactive.
Once you commit a crime, they can
You're
just
making the
subpoena
point.
all of your
And
personal
then
information.
when you have all these Discord
You're
messages
still
of you saying
lining
that you
up
want to
for
shoot
it.
like pew a school, right? And they can use that.
How
those
has that
Discord messages
worked?
for
The
evidence.
more data they're
Doesn't-
gathering,
they
the
don't
more
need that.
school
They
shootings
don't need
there
that
are.
information.
clearly
They've
it's
what
already
if
got the
this
fucking
person-
physical
what if this
proof.
person-
They've already
It's
got the
clearly
physical
not
proof. They
working.
don't need that
What
information.
if the person's in a
Yes,
mask?
they do need that information.
Dude, school shootings have just increased. Your president almost got assassinated twice. Gathering more data is not doing shit.
Guess
That
what?
was a
We knew that
failure
it was,
of the
It's not doing
people
shit.
targeting him.
his reasoning for the assassination attempt by
Yeah,
his
it's not
social
doing
media
shit.
post.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, did that stop it?
If
Did
he's
that
going
keep the
by now,
nation
you can't
safer?
ask him, can
What?
you?
Wait. What kept the nation safer?
would have
A bullet
almost
in
got
that dude's
assassinated
head
more
or
than
get
twice.
Personal information.
I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Okay, so well, you're making my argument for me then. All right.
No.
What'd you say? I
It's
didn't
not
hear.
dangerous. You're saying that it's dangerous for the government to have our information.
It's
right?
not dangerous.
It's unnecessary, and you guys can't give a
Unnecessary.
reason why
Unnecessary
it's
for-
necessary.
I have given
Why
an
is it
opinion.
necessary? Why is it necessary for national
anytime
security?
that you
That's the
express
problem.
an opinion online, the government should be able to use
Go.
a background check on you to see if you are actually legitimately dangerous or not. And that
Correct.
background check can include your Discord messages and your Twitter messages and shit.
Even going that route doesn't matter because there's the private cell loophole where you don't need a background check in order to obtain a gun. So even in that context,
Okay, so we're
the
arguing
government
what
having
is.
your
now.
private data is useless.
Right, so we're arguing about shoulds, and you're just spouting off about what is.
Yep. Them having access to your data is not, I mean, really. You could say it's almost necessary nowadays.
Stop breaking the law, asshole, and it won't matter.
You guys haven't
Using multiple
demonstrated why it's
examples of-
necessary. You guys have made no distinction
have.
why it's necessary. What?
Yes, I have.
Name it.
The reason I keep
why,
bringing up the way
after
things are
security
is because
reasons,
I'm demonstrating
there should be
why
a
them
way
having our personal data is
for us to
useless.
find these people before they're capable of committing the crime.
So
All right, real quick.
We actually did stop. We stopped to
Prompt
sleeper
Hold
cell.
on 1 second, guys. Hold up. All right. We chat before I put the poll in here. I'm gonna make sure you guys know who you're voting for. Okay. So if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Chris Lestrange on the poll. Okay. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Elder Lion on the poll. Okay. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Vigilante on the poll. And then if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Are You Crazy on the poll, chat. All right. I'm dropping the poll in right now, and you all have 2 minutes. I'm restarting this timer.
Hey, can y'all hear
So
me?
now that I've answered all of you guys' questions, can you give me a justification? But that's not a slippery slope of why they shouldn't.
Can you tell me if you hear me and I will?
Why they shouldn't? Because it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary.
It's unnecessary. What defines
Yeah, it doesn't
unnecessary?
help.
What is your definition of unnecessary, though?
Oh, crime stats have increased. Your president almost got assassinated twice.
He would have almost got assassinated a lot more
School
times.
shootings
They
have
stopped
increased.
They stopped some terrorist sleeper cell
Should
groups.
I give you guys more reasons why it's fucking useless?
Okay, so I'm going to advocate that based
Okay.
on your Discord messages, that you can and should be arrested if you are making threats against the president, against a school, against all of these things. So, with me advocating that, what is your argument against it?
What if I make threats? Yeah, we used to make threats and tell people we're gonna kill them in a bar when we're drunk all the time. So you
My
guys
counter to
advocating
that
those
is the
people
First
should go to
Amendment.
jail. Those people
the
should go
First
to
Amendment
jail. Really?
doesn't protect you from
That
that.
sounds like fucking
is
softest baby shit kind of mentality to me.
That is
Patriot
that
Act
is
made
illegal.
the Patriot Act made all of you guys soft as shit, bro. Don't be like
telling
that.
telling somebody you're gonna kill them is illegal.
Oh, I'm so worried about the government having my data when Facebook and TikTok and China, they all
Can y'all
already
hear
have
me
my
right
data.
now, or no?
Samsung's got my data, but I'm worried about the government.
Yeah, we can hear you.
National security is more important. Had nothing to do with giving up your personal data.
I don't care about my data, or I wouldn't be on the internet.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, but nobody says national security is not important. The prompt is
No, it's more. It's
having
more,
the data is
more important than personal data. That was the prompt. Individual data. Individual.
It's not.
Oh, it's a monolith. We have to argue just the monolith, even so the prompt isn't a monolith in its
Prompt is a
entirety.
monolith. Do you want easier to pull it up?
You can
It's a
use your
monolith.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, pull it up. Pull it up.
It's access to your personal data. King, you're wrong though. You're gonna see. I pay attention to the prompt, bro.
Yeah, for this one, we went to where was it here? I thought I had it loaded in. Oh yeah, the government should have access to personal data for national security.
Yeah, not
Yeah, for national security. Specifically for national security.
How does that advocate for national security if all of your statistics keep getting worse? How is it making the nation safe?
What statistics
Without
are
a nation,
getting...
you're not going to be worried about privacy.
What does that have to do with...
national security? If national security is what's in question, and the gathering of all
Our
of your
statistics are
personal
getting
data
worse
is
due
meant
to illegal
help-
immigration and open borders and drugs being brought in.
All right, hold up.
Doesn't have anything to do with...
We're at the 2 minutes. We're at the 2 minutes, guys. All right. We had 30 votes only. All right. I agree, Kat. A lot of
I forgot to
weak
vote.
furry lovers out there.
I
Okay.
fucking forgot to vote again.
A lot of weak furry lovers, but we had 30 votes on the chat, and 43% says the winner of the four-way battle is Chris Lestrange. Coming in second place at 26% was Elder Lion, then followed by Are You Crazy at 20 and Vigilante at 10. So Vigilante, tell everybody in the chat where they can find you.
You guys can find me at the Vigilante TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I forgot to change my YouTube. Yeah. And my link tree's on all of those too, so you can find all my other stuff there.
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure having you. And until next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. Baby. Next, Are You Crazy? Tell everyone in the chat where they can find you.
Mostly in chat. That's on one of these panels, so I don't have a channel, but I appreciate the opportunity. You fuckers have a good time.
Hey, always a pleasure having you, and hopefully get up a little earlier next time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But hey, I'm glad we got to have you up at all, so always a pleasure, and until next time, my friend.
Fatality.
Another soul jam-packed into the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Doesn't all you
All
have
right.
a gaming channel?
I don't know. He said he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't have a gaming channel.
Oh, okay. So, we're gonna remove you. Okay. And let me see here. I'm trying to think who all had 1v1. I mean, I think Chase has had the most 1v1s out of you guys. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure he did. Pretty sure he did. So we're gonna do it like this. So let me see here. What topic will I bring up for you guys? I might actually want to bring up one from my list here. How about this? Let's see this actually. This will kind of touch on something, you know, Chase will like listening to this debate if you guys, if we find a debate here. Privacy laws. Let me make sure I got the wording right here. Did I just lose it? Okay. Should privacy laws be harmonized internationally?
Privacy law? No.
No, I don't know how they can do that.
Well, I mean, if you could, right? Like,
no.
It's not about like the possibility. It's about if you
Right,
could.
okay, yeah, okay. If you could. No.
I still say no.
So, if the question is basically asking if I could give the rest of the world similar like rights, like I have constitutional rights as far as privacy, the right to privacy, because that's where that comes from, Bill of Rights. For that, yeah. I think everyone should have rights. I think that's why we make them.
Where you at, King? You're muted. I don't know if you know that, King.
Yeah, I got it. I mean, I guess you put it out like that. Yeah, I guess I would want everybody to have rights, so I could see FG as well.
Okay.
I can argue.
Well, we already have an opposite Adam. There's an echo? Am I echoing?
Is it me?
Maybe it's me and my headphones. I turned my headphones up.
I'm not hearing it, so. But maybe that means I'm the one who's echoing. All right. Listen up, chat. Remember, this is a semifinal 2v2, so we're going to 10 minutes. All right. No added minutes, but you can solo judge if you want to. All right. If we don't get a solo judge, okay, it goes to the chat poll, and the two lowest on the poll will lose their souls. Fighters, good luck to all four of you. Let's get it.
The wording one more time.
You said what?
The wording of the prompt one more time.
If we could,
Should privacy laws be harmonized internationally?
Okay.
So,
okay, got it.
So
yes,
you
can't harmonize with me, motherfucker.
Right, you kind of assumed Effigy that we were going to harmonize with U.S. privacy laws. We don't know that those are the privacy laws we're going to harmonize with.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm going to argue for.
That's what I would say we should. That's what,
okay.
That's
I'm
what
not
I would
going to
say
argue for harmonizing with shitty privacy laws.
So you're an imperialist.
I believe. Hold on. I believe that every person has the right to privacy of their individual, of their home, their property, and their well-being.
I'm pro smaller government, and I believe nations have the right to enforce their laws and their privacy laws how they want in their governments. And globalism is a problem.
Exactly. Yeah. To piggyback off of that, you have all these cultures that our rights don't mesh with. So if we give them these rights, then they're undoubtedly going to be violated, and then we're going to need a police force, which undoubtedly leads to globalism.
Yep.
Yeah, but if they had these rights, their cultures would change.
Oh, so you want to change their cultures?
Exactly, 100%.
So you're not so liberal. You're not so about freedom and all that. You're more authoritarian than you thought.
If people were granted rights, they would have opportunities to go against the oppressive governments that hold them down.
We've already tried this. This has been a failed thing. When we try to democratize.
Tower of Babel was a failure.
That's a thing that you leftists argue against all the time.
There's never going to be...
We invade somebody else's culture with our own.
There's never going to be some global unity with harmonizing all of the privacy laws or any laws for that matter, where there's different...
Why could there never be?
Because there's different cultures, there's different cultures, there's different ideas. And
homogenous cultures do a lot.
Right, but we're talking strictly on privacy levels. We're not talking.
Look, you don't understand. America is a liberal experiment, and almost a
and it's working. But it's working.
It's not at all. It's not at all.
It's not working. We're not the leaders of the free world.
At the moment, you see
but
what direction we're heading.
The only way
our liberal, it doesn't matter. Our liberal mindset doesn't mesh with these. No, you're not even listening. You're not even hearing the argument. Our liberal mindset does not mesh with these other cultures.
Yeah.
Homogeneous cultures last way longer than cultures where there's a lot of inclusive.
Yeah, but if it was the only if the protection of personalized protection and privacy, that's what it is. Personalized privacy was enacted through every country and every place, then yes, actually, it would be more like
Effigy said
there would have to be somebody to enforce that, which would lead us to a globalized sort of system.
Yep. Effigy said not by.
You want to enact the New World Order for privacy laws?
You guys just keep assuming memes. We're just saying it should be.
No, you said not by force. You said not by force, Effigy.
With a police system, an international police system, which will lead us straight to globalism.
You said you would not do it by force, Effigy. If there's another culture that doesn't want America, if there's another culture that doesn't want America's values, the only way that we could harmonize this is by force. And I don't think we should be. I'm not an imperialist or an extreme interventionist where I'm going to start pushing our privacy laws on all these other cultures, and they can have their own laws in their country. I'm fine with that.
So you don't think you have the moral understanding to look at places that are oppressed and say they're oppressed?
Right.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I mean,
Like
by
you
whose
think that's
standard-
relativistic to like look at oppressed people and say they're oppressed?
By whose standard of oppression?
I don't believe in that oppression and oppressed narrative that you Marxists believe in.
So like you don't believe that like the people of North Korea are oppressed?
Or
So we should go
They
where
might
Republic
be.
of China, democratize them.
What about the Republic of China?
Give them liberty, huh, Effigy? Should we go do that?
No, we should give them the right to independent privacy.
No, I was going down the rabbit hole of him saying nobody's oppressed.
No,
I'm. Kim Jong Un would just willingly accept giving his citizens privacy laws.
Oh no! I was just going down the rabbit hole of him saying
people are oppressed. I didn't say no one's oppressed. I said I don't believe in this oppressor versus oppressed narrative.
I like how y'all don't answer a single one of my questions.
It's not our job to save everyone who's oppressed. That's their government, and their government has the right to do that. And those people should have the right to leave. But guess what? They live in a government where they don't have that right. And
I will say though, Fredo, that there's a reason why totalitarian governments like strip away your privacy.
What happens if what happens if China's privacy laws are the harmonized laws that win?
No. Let me answer everything. So
I mean,
since
China has liberalized a lot of their privacy laws.
No, you believe in bullshit.
I mean, it's still really shitty, but like there is a modicum of capitalism compared to like 50 or 60 years ago now. So they have lifted a lot.
China has the least privacy of any place in the world. They have Skynet. They have Sharp Eyes.
Of civilized.
Right, and I feel like all the Chinese citizens deserve more privacy, more like the U.S., and that's what they should get for the betterment of their society.
Okay,
so we should go give it to them. Should we go give them their freedoms and their rights?
So privacy should be harmonized internationally.
We're talking strictly about independent privacy.
Hold on.
I don't care about.
No. The argument,
but we'd have to go over there with force to give it to them. You think that we're just gonna talk nicely to fucking Xi Jinping?
Okay, so now we want to get in the metrics of how we're gonna apply it, but that's not what the prompt is.
You said harmonizing privacy laws internationally.
If it could be harmonized. If we could do this, even Easy said this. If we could do this, if this could be implemented, so he was already.
Then you still run into the problem of enforcement. So you're getting loud for no fucking reason. You run into enforcement. You're gonna need an enforcement arm to enforce these privacy laws, and that has to be an international fucking enforcement arm. Which
and you can't make you can't make an international enforcement system.
If there's two conflicting,
but you want a global country. The whole world is just one country.
There's two conflicting ideas of how privacy should be. China has an idea, and America has an idea.
Globalism.
If China has an idea of privacy, and America has an idea of privacy, and they contradict each other, how are we going to harmonize these two without a war?
The question isn't how do we do it. That isn't the question. That isn't the prompt.
The question is, should we do it?
If we were able to do it, should it be done?
We are able to do it if there's a war.
You're adding all this extra.
What if they don't want privacy laws? What if they're
we should not
rejects privacy as a virtue at all?
No, every culture in the world should not be forced to have the same privacy laws. They should be able to have their own privacy laws in their own countries.
Was for them, not my partner, JS. My question was for them.
I know. I'm answering King.
So what if the culture doesn't want privacy laws? Should we enforce it on them?
Can you still make a moral judgment about those people and how they're being treated by their government as far as their privacy? From the stance of people who enshrine privacy as a right.
What if even most of the people in the culture, in a democratic sense, even if they don't live in a democracy, but you polled every single person, you pulled the census, do you want privacy laws? And 55% said no. Should we give it to them?
Hey, but can you guys do this? Watch
Well, no,
this.
It's kind of the opposite, right? Like having the right to privacy it would, in this case of totalitarian states, would be more like stopping laws that invade your privacy.
I'm
right?
not talking about a totalitarian state.
But that's what we're talking about.
Those are the places where right to privacy would, advantage people the most.
I'm
right?
just talking. Okay, I'm saying in a hypothetical situation, if a culture just did not see privacy as a virtue and they valued everything open and wide, and they, you know what I mean? They just never saw a need for
So
privacy.
you could just find a culture that loves the government all up in their shit. Then, all right, sure.
So we shouldn't enforce it on them, no?
I mean, if you're coming up with a hypothetical that says if I found this exact people who proved me right, and if they existed, would I be right? Then sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
But even those people would probably be like, I don't like
Yeah, I
having a
want
government camera in the
individual
bathroom while I piss.
I don't care about
Like, to be safe
privacy.
in my own home, do
Stop
my own
breaking
thing,
the
but
law,
I do my home, my
asshole.
business. Yeah, no, that sounds great.
You wouldn't have to worry about privacy so much if you weren't doing so much degenerate shit that had to be hid in the
law
shadows.
is saying you have to have a camera, a government camera in your bathroom? Like,
I mean, what
if there is no privacy because that's the law?
I'm gonna let
Is
my
that all he is?
I'm gonna let my
Who's
freak flag
relativistic
fly.
now, my man?
If the government wants to watch this dong, they can see it.
They don't got Zoom.
Oh, they'll see it. They'll document it.
I got Zoom. Watch this. Hold on, it's not working. It's not working.
Big L. You held up that L for good reason. Good job. Hold the L.
Yeah, hold it up. There you go.
Yeah, I think our ideas
Claiming
and
your
rights
victory.
can be spread across
And
people.
homogenize
I believe in
countries. I
human
don't
rights, not just like rights that
They
specific countries
they
have.
can be, but across people,
Individual
but not
personal rights. Yeah.
realize like some cultures will reject our liberal idea of rights, and you have to accept that.
You'd be hard pressed to find cultures that don't understand like privacy, right?
You'd be hard pressed, but it's not out of the realm of possibility, right?
I got nothing else to say. I won this debate.
Easily point to some totalitarian society that has been beaten into submission and be
Me
like,
and Fredo
"Look,
won
those
this
people
debate."
Don't mind that a government officer is always standing next to them. They're happy.
Yo, no, the fact of the
but
matter is, yet again, only U.S. perspectives matter. Bro, we are talking on a global scale. Y'all are fucking retarded.
Oh my God! We
You're
talked about
using an
China.
example
We talked about
of a country.
We
Yeah.
talked
Use an
about
example
China.
of
We
a
talked.
country
What are you
and
talking
not make
about?
it centralized only in America.
Okay, so you're talking about you're talking about 2 to 3 of the 86 countries on this planet. Y'all are dogs.
No!
Hold up, everyone, hold up. Hold on. All right, listen, chat. All right, if you guys want to vote, let me see the time of this.
We figured out effigy is an imperialist
Y'all are so
interventionist.
bad faith just because you refuse to move beyond the U.S. regulations.
Bro,
and
the
laws.
whole prompt was
Like,
about
y'all have no idea how to
we were
fuck to
talking
actually
about
do
globe,
it.
If we use your
And it is
example,
pathetic.
if
We were
we use what
talking
you're
about
saying,
other
we wouldn't be able to give an
entire
example
time.
for anything.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
So if I'm arguing British
Every
privacy,
time I've been in a 1v1, y'all refuse to move off of the U.S. perspective.
You
When
dumb
the fact
fuck.
is
We
the
were
US
talking about the
perspective
whole
is
world.
literally the
We were talking about the
60%
whole
of
world.
the world.
I just said if without this and dropping this out my lifestyle. I just said if it's true that I don't even know if you go without the beginning.
I'm on the top of
The fuck up for a minute. Hold up for a minute. All right. As I was hitting pause here on the timer, a Cashapp came in at the exact same time I hit pause. So, and it was in the same because I looked at the time and the time wasn't even switched yet or nothing.
Please
So
tell me
because
they
it was
all
at the
lost.
what?
Please tell me they all lost.
No,
Chase, Effigy
no.
has a dog.
No, it was a solo judge, and it says that the winners, sorry, of the 2v2 is Effigy and King.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. They go with the bad faith of the bad faith. Good job, chat. Y'all wonder why I call you dumb.
It's because Effigy has a Death Star, yo.
It was King, bro. King.
No, chat is fucking retarded. You will never change my mind. Have a good night.
Chad is
Effigy has a
retarded.
Death Star.
Never
bro.
changed his mind. Just in case you guys didn't hear him say that earlier. All right, but listen. So we're gonna start here. Fredo, tell everybody in the
Man,
chat.
everybody. Thank y'all, man. Y'all,
Wait.
whoever that
Sorry,
was.
my
that
mic
hit
is. Wait, sorry, I hit my fucking cord. I was cutting out there, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Good though. Everyone hears me good.
Clear.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Go ahead, Fredo. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Thank you, panel. Thank you, chat. Shit was fun. Thank you, Easy, as always. And y'all can find me at Fredo Fonzarelli. I'll be gaming and bullshit. You know what I'm saying? About to start another channel for my fitness shit. Find me at the narrative today was Stepfire. Should be having a stream popping this weekend, man. Every Sunday, 11:15 Central.
Let's fucking go. Everybody go follow Fredo and the Narrative channel. All right. And Fredo, always a pleasure having you. And until next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Fatality.
Another soul added into the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Yeah, because they only care about US, not the rest of the world.
JS Urban Adventures. Tell everybody in the chat where they can find you.
I'm getting sick
That
of this
camera's good,
bullshit,
bro.
Chat, I'm getting tired of this. I'm here every week. I'm here from the
Yeah,
beginning
you're
to the
fucking
end.
terrible, bro.
Shut up. I'm doing my outro. I put in the work. I body these fools in debates. I go to protests. I run into gunfire. What are you doing with your life?
No,
Get out of here.
All right, JS,
your
where's your
fancy camera
gunshot?
makes
I
you
can
look
show you
old.
where I've been shot. I can show you where I've been shot. Where
Shut
have you
up,
been
bitch.
shot, motherfucker?
Get this.
All right, let him do that.
JS, your camera makes you look older now.
I know. You can see all the lines and everything. The creases.
No, that camera's good though. Shit, that's a good camera.
I know. It's got. Look at this.
Oh wait, what? Oh shit. Okay.
I can't even hide from it anymore. JS Urban
go.
Adventures. I stream all the time. Cool stuff. Come check it out.
Bullshit.
Let's fucking go. Mod, share his channel in the chat. And JS, always a pleasure having you. And until next time, my friend.
I'm in the green room. Damn it, man. I'm pissed. I thought we had one.
And then 2v2.
If you're
No,
three,
How about we just do 3v1
no,
and
yeah,
call
no,
it
let's just
or
do a
4v1
1v1. I
and call
think
it
a
a night.
1v1.
Okay, yeah.
And if I did do it, I'm just trying to think. Where is it? Where is it here?
My lifestyle.
I'm gonna bring up a list. Sorry, guys. Bringing up my list. Okay. Fuck. You know what? No, I'm gonna wait until I make that list a little bigger. I have a list of. I've been making up a list of topics that have 3 choices for the 3-ways specifically, but I want to wait till I make this list a little bigger, and then we'll do that. So we're gonna do. Effigy's hiding in his Death Star. All right, we're gonna do a 1v1. Let me think of.
Fuck it, yo, put me in it. I do not care. Let's
Well,
go.
you're in this one for sure because you were just out of that last one. And then.
Chase, calm down, Beaver.
No, fuck you, Chris. Eat my asshole.
You know what?
I
Chat,
don't wanna.
help me out.
I don't wanna.
Chat, help me out here.
It's
Who do you want to
furry.
see Chase face? All right. Who do you guys? Who do you guys want to see Chase face 1v1? And maybe the name I see the most, I will do it. So one name. Put one name. It's got to be somebody on the panel.
Yeah, easy. There's a name change for me by Gorilla Biscuits, just so you know.
Oh shit.
And Vigilante, if you want to see me versus Easy, put him in, pay for the 1v1. I will give it to you, guaranteed. Let's go.
Well, it's a little late.
I gotta
for
go
that
pee,
now,
guys.
'cause, you know.
Nah. We can make
we're
an
in the
exception. He wants to
semifinals,
pay
you know?
$190. I will face you right now. Let's go.
I know, but I can't win.
we're in
So
the
he'd be
finals.
paying for me not to have a chance to win. So if I won, I'd just eliminate you, and then it'd be back to the.
No,
floor.
don't worry. William just took me out. Have a great night. Everyone can go fuck themselves. Chatter dumb. Have a great night.
Damn it, Chase.
Oh
Damn it.
shit.
Angry Beaver.
Well, I don't give a fuck because chatter retards. Y'all need to realize what none of these prompts say US only, and y'all are only taking the US fucking consideration point of view. Y'all are fucking dumb. You will never change my mind. Have a great night.
Chase, I love you.
Hey, always a fucking pleasure.
Bye, B. We love you, bro.
Love you,
Until
bro.
next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Another soul added into the safe souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
I just want to say, Chad's been very mean to Chase tonight, guys, and I don't. It's
What do you mean? Chase
he
got
was,
brought back.
he was so nice tonight, and Chad was so
resurrected.
mean to Chase.
Yeah, because
Damn,
of how
you guys
nice
are so
he was, he
mean.
got revived. What do you mean?
Yeah, Chase was super nice tonight. Why
Oh,
y'all
shit.
be so mean in chat? Damn.
All right, chat. Here we are in the final moments. All right. In the final moments here. All right. We are going to end this off. The way we do this here is you can add time to these 2v2 and 1v1 now. All right. You can still do all the moves again, every single one. But if you eliminate someone, all right, Okay, let me make it more clear this way. We're gonna do a 2v2 and a 1v1. All right, the 2v2 will eliminate 2. The 1v1 will eliminate 1. All right, if you guys want a fatality, any one of the 4, they can be brought back before it ends, but only if they're fatality. If they lose the 2v2 or the 1v1, they can't be brought back after that. And also, when we have a final winner, the chat has 2 minutes to make a final attack. If they want to just say, no, chat wins tonight, eliminate that person, carry it over to next week, they also have that chance at the end for 2 minutes. Or if, like, say someone was fatality'd and we have a 1 person, you could bring back one of the fatality persons. All right. What do you mean there's no voting anymore? Yeah, there is. You vote on the 2v2 and you vote on the 1v1.
Yeah, there's no longer a 4-person straw poll.
Yeah, it's a final battle sweater. All right, it's a final battle. We made this little switch not long ago, and people have been seeming to like it.
One will survive.
You know, people have been seeming to like it. All right, listen, chat. This match right here starts out at 8 minutes. Okay. Oh, wait. Did you see use my 10? Oh, shit. Wait. Where did I miss? For what, Shazzy? Let me know. Shazzy? I'm just waiting to see what Shazzy was saying the 10 was for.
Shazzy!
Or the 20 for Revive Fund. Oh, 10. Oh, there was a 10 for Revive Fund. That's right. What do you want to use it for, though, I asked. But anyways, let's get, while Shazzy's telling us that, let's get a topic. Oh, wait. No. I forgot I had to do something. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Hold up. I got to put you all in the back real quick. Chat. All right. Like I said, it's going to be a 2v2, then a 1v1. First, the 2v2 will take out 2. The 1v1 will take out 1. And then you guys will decide if the 1 gets the championship or if they are eliminated as well. Okay. Again, you can only bring someone back of the final 4 if they get fatality'd. If they lose a 2v2 or a 1v1, you can't bring them back. All right. So let's get. Oh wait, sorry, I didn't mean to click you there. I meant to put this down for a second. And also, real quick, one more time, if you need to go take, go to the washroom real quick, grab a drink.
I swear, if Chris wins again,
water, light up a smoke, bowl burners, assemble yourselves. All right,
that's what I just did.
You guys have 3 minutes.
All right, we can kill this boss. This boss is not that bad. He's very. Oh, I'm not even dead yet. This is still the first try. He's not a heavy hitter. He's not fast.
Into it, what Grace is famous for on the internet, and she's not famous, but what she's famous for on the internet is that people
I'm not going to beat him this run
sex with
because I'm out of mana and
your position is that it's a problem with the jailing system. Okay, no, that was your position. You admitted to it. You admitted to it. Are you taking that back? Are you taking that back?
That's what it is. That's exactly what it is.
We have already proven
The thing is, when we're in this mode, we recover life.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that Lincoln was a bad president. I'm just saying that Washington was a better one. That's the argument I'm making.
I mean, but didn't the Confederacy have that really cool, like, orange Dodge Charger? That's pretty badass.
Now, this part, I don't really know what happens. I think
the ability to feel pain.
The whole ground
and
explodes, so I think we
Actually,
have
they
to
feel
jump
pain way
and,
before 24 weeks.
They have a nervous system before 24 weeks. They cannot conceptualize pain until 24 weeks because their brain is not developed yet.
The topic is social media platforms being held accountable for misinformation.
Win by any means necessary. That is how.
That's not that's not the best clip he could have got of me, but whatever. At least I'm in there.
So I'm so happy that you acknowledge that the wage gap is an issue because it's directly linked to the nature of the system, sir.
Chat attacks, they're ready to play.
Well, that means that we need to have young mothers having children.
All right, I think we can kill this guy. I don't think we need to really do much. See, his leg is the target.
Anymore. Because if that is effective, we don't need to torture people.
Base, those are forms of torture.
Verbal combat, let the chaos unfold.
1,700 damage on that. Pluck of many? You don't think there are
I'm
gonna tear him up.
You're
saying
all
killing
the whole problem with
Are murder.
It creates a cycle that never stops.
No, I'm saying all killing are murder.
Huge damage done. Oh, he's not hard at all. The problem is this phase change right here.
Your soul is mine.
Oh, he's hurt. Yeah, he's actually not hard at all. Where'd the audio go? It froze. Is his stream froze, or is that just on me? Oh, it's frozen for other people.
Of course I'm fucking muted. Alright. Now.
Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
I don't know what happened there. That was so weird. Right at the end of the fucking
Shit.
right at the end of the video, all my Google Chrome tabs just shut right down. It's fucking weird.
Yeah, I got booted. Right at the end of the video, I got booted out of StreamYard. I went to reload it back and I was on panel, so I don't know how the fuck that happened.
That's so fucked up. Anyways, is this the first time you were muted or the second time? It was like the third bid, huh? Yes, you expected right. Okay, so
there's no way to escape that except maybe Cloud Step
or
Rocksteady.
And let's see how where we can go.
I think Cloud Step is the way. That part. We almost got him there. He's
What do you guys
he's definitely
think,
killable. I just
should
I wonder. I like this new staff. We got electricity in our staff now.
what was the way?
How do we do this? How are we gonna do
I
this?
scrolled up, so I'm gonna
Pillar stance.
scroll
Ooh, pillar
3,000
stance is
of
what we
these right
need.
now
When
if I
that
can
red
find
floor
it.
happens, we need a pillar stance.
Should employers be able to request medical records?
Okay, that doesn't work.
No. Depending on the job, no.
Now I'm a no on that one too.
Okay. I'm surprised.
Phase change.
Oh, I have a name change? Hold up. I have to scroll all the way back down because I had to load back in. We're not irate. That's funny.
Why did he stand up? Because he got hit so hard?
You guys on something now. You guys are actually.
He got hit so hard he stood up. That's dumb.
You know what? I'm gonna scroll the top. This is how we're done. Instead of me searching through it like a maniac.
It wasn't a headshot.
This is kind of like what we talked about earlier.
This
But
attack
should
kills.
the government have the
This
right
attack
to
is
monitor
bad.
citizens' online activities?
Yeah, that kills me, or damn near kills me. I don't think you can one-shot kill with that.
I'm sorry, you cut out for me.
Oh, okay. So, should the government have the right to monitor citizens' online activities? And remember, this isn't saying like with request, or I mean with consent, sorry. This is saying should they just be able to do this?
Depending on the situation. I'm trying to think of one.
Well, if your answer would be yes, right? If you have a situation.
Yeah.
Answer would probably be as long as it's kind of like in line with wiretap laws. Essentially, you have to have probable cause to look at someone's information and stuff like that. Like,
I think you all are.
Get a warrant.
Agree on that one, then, right?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Okay, this is where
our biometric data
we're gonna switch to
collection
pillar stance,
practices,
and we're gonna try to pillar stance our way through this. Wonder.
So actually, no. Should
So we need to gain
I
stamina.
don't like how that one's worded. I worded it different earlier. Should
This part.
biometric data be considered private data?
Nope, it's not gonna work.
Oh yeah.
Nope, I'm dead.
All right.
If this attack can't kill, then I survive here and I can heal.
I don't know what
That attack can't kill. It can take you to 1, but it can't kill.
Your fingerprint.
No one tell them.
He gets very angry at the end.
Eye scans, face scans, fingerprint, anything that would use your actual
DNA.
Ideally, we save as much mana as we can until the end. I'm in the green room, but I can't get back in the show, so.
You all this already. Just don't mind me. Should all public spaces, be video and audio monitored?
Fuck no.
No.
Should all, like, I don't know, I'm not into maximalist arguments, but like they're public spaces, so they can be.
Should they be?
Anyone can monitor, so there
So,
shouldn't be any problem from anyone monitoring them.
Right, but should they? I know they can, but should they?
I can't think of a should for someone to monitor every square inch of public space. No. Unless you're in like a complete surveillance totalitarian system.
Damn, motherfuckers. All right. All right, let me see here.
Okay. Running in on him doesn't work. I'd like to get a big hit off the start, though.
I would take devil's advocate arguments, but I've been shooting for 12 hours.
It does
You guys
work.
not
It
believe
is
that
doable.
The government should like surveil public areas at all.
Nah, it's not necessary.
I don't think.
Circumstantial.
I think they. I'm kind of in the middle with that one. I think yes, in most public spaces, I think it's good that they do. Should they? Kind of torn on that one myself. I can go either way.
So I'm not asking all.
5,500 damage on that hit.
But say like, you know.
But it ends the stun, so you need to wait till the end of the stun and do as much damage and then hit it right at the end.
It should not be in like surveillance.
Because my damage is increased while we're in this mode, but my health is reduced.
Oh shit. Okay, you guys are all on the same page, basically, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Hurt him again. So we're gonna save Big Boy till the end of this.
Okay,
we've done a lot of
let's
damage.
talk
No
about
health used.
Surveillance.
Still have a bit of mana.
Deter activism.
For a cloud step, maybe, or we need to heal.
Activism?
Hug the
probably
foot.
Not.
No one else?
Yeah. It definitely can.
Right. That's. I mean, does it?
See, I don't think you can hurt him during this
On
phase.
some level, I think it does. Yeah. Does it completely remove it? Completely, no. But it's the deterrence. Pretty much anything you could argue could be some type of deterrence to somebody.
Yeah, if you said you were going to
Cloud
protest
step
the government
works.
and the government
Cloud
said,
step
"Well, I'm
works.
gonna put you under surveillance, so now that I know everything that you ever do, and now I can bring up all your text messages to your girlfriend or to whatever, whenever I want. Like, surveillance can definitely be used as an intimidation tactic.
Okay. All right. Does
Fuck. Thought that would hit.
this is actually
It's not
this is
two
an
dudes in a black
interesting
car on
one.
the block. So
Does privacy?
Ow.
Oh fuck! I just scrolled up by accident. God. All right, here we go. Does privacy help or hinder social cohesion?
Fuck. How did that not hit?
Never actually thought about that.
How did he hit me with that? Dude. That stupid attack.
I would say extremes of anything can fuck things up.
Right. On a surface level, I would say it helps it, but I guess yeah, that one I'd really have to think about.
I would say it hinders it.
So wait, did everyone say help?
So the idea of
I said
privacy
hinder.
hinders social cohesion. So like everybody like having their own house that they can do their own things in, like
Having their own set of friends, like not knowing whose friends everybody's.
He's on fire. He's hurt.
Well, wait, don't debate it now.
Oh man, I don't.
3,000 damage on that.
It's kind of a question I never really thought about before, and my head's already fucked up from all this. Not, I can argue either, whatever, but
Okay, how about like this? Let me try a different one. Is privacy a barrier to social progress?
society a barrier for social progress.
Is privacy a barrier to social progress?
I don't know. That seems like kind of a similar question.
It is. It's just worded a little bit differently, and it's on it's a little bit different. But it's, you know, I was hoping maybe you'd have an answer if you thought of it this way.
No. Goes no on that one.
Yeah, I would just
So,
say.
yeah, I haven't really thought this one out. So I mean, just surface level now.
Fuck. We're gonna have one life after this, and he is at the bottom of his life bar. I don't know if we can get in with a hard hit.
I really want to stay
he's got us.
in this.
That was so close. That was so close. I had literally one life. After that big attack, you left with one life.
That's data breaches.
He needed one more heavy hit.
All
We
right.
got him.
This is
guy's
what I want to
doable.
be in here. Should privacy, this is actually a good one. Should privacy be prioritized over innovation?
That did not work out the way it did last time. Whoa, that was fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last time was a much better start.
And King.
Blackout say no just to make it weird.
Well, no, I think King's just didn't answer. Maybe he says yeah too. You motherfuckers being difficult tonight. I know. All right.
I say no. Let's let them go. I'm just kidding. I don't have a stance.
Is privacy a luxury or a necessity?
Trying to save my
luxury.
This attack always gets me. I don't know.
Luxury.
I think it's like a required hit to take you down. It didn't take me down to 0 health that time, but
Let's go. Let's go. I knew we'd get it there. I knew we'd get it there. I gotta present my clock again though, 1 sec, because fucking Chrome shut down like that. I don't know why it did that to me. That was weird. But anyways, listen, chat. Okay. This is going to 8 minutes to start. Okay? If you want to add on a minute,
I wasted that.
it is 10 to add on a minute. Okay? If you want to solo judge, it is 60 to solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the 2 lowest on the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to all 4 of you.
I hit the wrong button.
Let's get it.
I just wasted all my.
Privacy is a luxury given to you by the state you live in, or the country you live in, and the rules followed by that country. That's why privacy changes all across the world.
Right. And with that, we can also argue that
I fucked up.
You'd have to fight. Fuck. You'd have to. Damn it. Go ahead. I fucking not gonna fuck you.
We got this guy.
That was pretty much the main part of mine. Is it's a
pretty much just took
luxury
everything
given to you, granted to you by the state or by the country you live in, such as the United States. Our luxuries are granted to us by the Constitution.
Give him the monkeypox. What up, Gorilla Biscuits? Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, we got this guy. I messed up on that last one. We can get this. I don't know why that opening. The opening is really determines a lot of the fight. That was still a good fight.
Fallacy, my guy.
But we hit him. We hit him with our staffs
because you were combining
our big hit right off the beginning.
And right that you can have through the government, and you're trying to apply that to a person.
It's not.
Right, the concept of the debate.
See, it didn't work that time.
Who has privacy?
I fuck. See it. That's a bad beginning.
Granted to you by your government.
The concept of privacy didn't exist until we created a right to encompass it.
Yeah, for fuck's sake,
Yeah.
that's retarded.
Essentially, yeah. I mean, yeah, essentially.
Because before you didn't have
go live in the bush on an
what
island.
legal
You couldn't go live
protections you
in the
have
bush
from
on an island.
roaming
like
Yeah,
public
exactly.
behavior.
No, Chris, that's perfect
Like make
example.
houses and enclose them and put doors on them so they could have privacy.
If I lived,
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's
but
say
if-
I have to be luxurious.
Next
You
Oh,
know,
I
your
messed
house.
up. That was not what I meant to do.
I could walk right into your house. There was no privacy laws. Nothing. I could walk in. If my stick was bigger, this is my house now.
All right, we're talking also about necessity too. Like, I don't necessitate having a house. You don't have to have a house. It might make you more comfortable, but you don't have to have it.
Yeah, it's not necessary.
What does a house got to do with privacy?
That was what Effigy was just talking about.
Yeah, that was actually right. Yeah, that was actually the example of privacy.
Privacy entails you have a way in which to produce a personal identity, as in it's every element of you is not public. So to do that, you would basically be arguing for communism.
Right, dude. So can you actually debate the prompt, or are you just gonna are you just gonna commit word concept fallacy?
Okay, do you really want to do this? I'm gonna smash you guys in the fucking teeth. So do you want me to nail you already now, or do you want to have a debate?
Do you want to actually
smash you guys in the teeth?
go off on this
I'm just
random
playing with you
random
guys
shit
at this
that you're
point.
talking about?
Okay, how are you? If I shave your
We did a
fucking
ton
head
of
and take
damage
away
there.
every single
Yeah,
element of
we're
you,
using-
no privacy, no personal
we're
space, no
using-
nothing.
we're not using
You
the
become a
definition.
homogenous
If it was
blob.
in the other phase, it would have been better though.
Yeah?
Dude,
if I take any element of personality away from
you're
you.
just hardcore doubling down on something we're not even talking about or arguing about.
Okay, so no privacy, so no private or having
So
privacy.
privacy,
is a
the
luxury.
state and condition of being free from being observed or disturbed by others. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, is that privacy?
Everyone, yeah, everybody that came here accepted that. So you can commit a word concept fallacy and try to.
Oh, is it a word concept?
your own
fallacy?
abstract
Can I
version
get on a boat and sail to a fucking island?
Sure.
Oh, okay, cool.
Most
Fucking not a
free,
word
though.
concept fallacy, is it though?
That made literally no sense.
Bro, I can move into the bush and go live on my own and be private and secluded from fucking society. It's a stupid point you're trying to make.
Not
Yeah,
if-
it's a
not if a
luxury
group of
given to
people
you by the
want
society you live
Yeah,
in. What are you
I can
talking about?
literally
Whatever
go
country
hide
you
from
live in,
everybody and
No,
be private.
look,
You
it's
know
a
what hide and
country
seek is?
It's a necessity if
Country
you
you
think
live
that
in.
freedom is a necessity, and because I think that freedom is a necessity for human beings.
He's on fire.
I think
we
freedom
have
is
to,
a
like
luxury.
enshrine
Yeah.
it.
Freedom is a
I
luxury.
think freedom
again,
is a luxury of
by the government.
opulence. We're very rich, we're very powerful, and we get we
Like your
get the
freedoms
luxury of
should
being
be taken
a
away
little bit more
if you break
free.
the rules of society. Is that not right, Effigy? Can you jail people away, take their freedoms if they do something against society? So, but how is that
I
necessity?
mean, sure, but we underpin everyone's freedom with rights and all that. So obviously, it's something that we feel is necessary for living here, right? Do we let people live here like without our basic freedoms and rights?
Well, no, exactly. So that goes to my point again.
So do you have can you have?
I wasted
concept of
that.
freedom
Oh, I
without
wasted
privacy?
this whole I wasted all this. Damn it.
Yeah. You can write a book on the damn sidewalk. It don't matter.
Damn it, I could have killed him.
Really? If you have zero privacy, right? How do you develop any sense of self or freedom?
We didn't say anything about zero privacy. We're talking about, is it a luxury?
You guys are
Or is
saying
it
it's
a-
a luxury. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
it's a
saying it's a
luxury that can be
necessity
taken away
because it regards your like personal happiness or any level of happiness necessitates a level
Your
of
government.
No, it's
Your
a
government
necessity
coming
for
to your
free
home.
societies.
Your government
It's not
coming to your
a
home
luxury.
and
It's a
put
necessity for
out
free. You can say it's a luxury if you're okay with shitty.
He's dead.
Authoritarian societies, yeah. But if free
It's
societies
basically
is what you
arguing for
want,
communism.
it's a necessity.
How are we arguing for communism? I don't understand how that even nowhere near relates.
Stating that privacy is a luxury is basically a communist talking point. We all
Because
gotta
it
share
is,
what
because
we
it's
have.
given to you.
Staff in the head.
No individuality.
That wasn't
no
that bad.
individuality,
Okay.
no
Just like if you
privacy.
have your driver's license, it's a luxury. Those things are luxuries granted to you by the government you live in.
Taking
Like,
advantage
I
of
don't
the
understand.
phase shift window
Yeah, Uber exists. You don't
could make that fight a lot easier. Like if you
Right, it's not a
timed it, because
necessity,
it's
it's a
3
luxury.
minutes
That's my
of
point.
regular and a
Thank
minute
you.
and a half
yeah,
of
good
red
job, but
eyes.
driver's license
Red
is a
eyes means
necessity.
half
What
health,
has that got to
but
do
you
with
regain
privacy?
health,
Remind me.
No,
and
I
your
said it
damage
wasn't a
is
necessity.
increased.
It's called an
So
analogy. Do you know
if
what
you
an analogy is,
went into
Chris?
the fight right when that was
How is a
starting,
driver's license akin to
and then you'd
privacy?
get
Can you
3
explain
minutes of
that to me
regular, and then
quickly?
you
I
get
must
another
not
cycle of
understand
that,
what
you
you're
could
trying
kill
to
him
say
quicker.
then, huh?
I could see
Is
some
it the
speed
same
run
thing?
strats
Or are
there.
you making a category?
No, I'm
error?
talking about what a luxury is versus something that is necessity. That was my point, Chris. And driving is a luxury. It's not a necessity. It's something granted to you by your government, just like your privacy. Something granted to you by your government that can be taken away
I don't know
by
which
your
side I
government.
came
A
in.
luxury.
If I go live in the bush on my own, am I being private? Do I need the government for
Did I
that?
come in this
You
way?
want to fucking
Can
try
your
again?
government take that away from you? Can the government go find you in the
How
bush,
if
Chris?
they cannot find me in the fucking bush?
I don't know which side I came in from.
Chris, say you can't live in the bush.
Random fucking group of people that want to come take your ass out and take whatever bush that you got.
This is the way I
If
came
I
in
hike
from.
7 days into the mountains, how the fuck are they gonna find me? Tell me quickly.
Oh, well, you see, there's these little thing called drones.
Nah, they won't
Thermovision.
find you. You can get away easy.
Thermovision. When I'm miles
Yeah, and
into
if your country,
the
and if your
wilderness.
country says, and if your
I'm
country
literally
says you
mad
don't
I
have the
didn't
right
win
to go anywhere
tonight.
because you
Well,
don't have privacy, guess
Oh,
what? You
wait,
it
don't have
wasn't
privacy.
really
How is
like
that a
topics I'm
luxury?
real like
I assume
big
I took
on.
my own
So
privacy
I
from
wasn't
my own
kind of
hands.
like
How is it given to me by the
just
government?
chilling a lot of the
So the
night.
government can take it away.
Chase is
No,
so
because
annoying.
the government can take something away.
In
How
a
is it
debate.
given by them? Just
On the
because they
nerd
can take
panels,
it
he's
away,
actually kind of
how
cool.
does that mean it's given by them? Can
But
you explain
in debates, I
the
can't
logic there,
stand him.
boys? Yeah, it's
Can I
not.
explain
Now I'm gonna kick you guys
how
in the
a
fucking
right,
teeth.
which is conceptually made by human beings, can be taken away by human
I don't
beings.
think you can
At a
cross
time,
this
I
whole
can
tree.
for a bit there at a time.
Yeah, okay, so you guys get that when we say necessity, we're not talking about like water, whereas if I don't drink it, I'm gonna die, right?
What else do you mean? That's need. It's a
But
need.
some things are necessary to get certain goals, right? And so if we've deemed that we want like a thriving, humane society that has certain kinds of laws and we want to elevate certain moral principles to be rights, then there are certain things that are necessitated by that. And privacy is one of the necessary things that we have to have for a free society.
Right, you can have a society that has the aspect of that right, but it's not something that's required to have a free society.
Right.
It's not a necessity
No, but nobody's
for that
talking
free
about
society.
free. You guys are
A
arguing that it's
necessity
merely a
is a
luxury
luxury.
and not a necessity.
I don't understand how you can say that when like the entire definition of like things like communism, which you guys would
Yeah,
agree
I
is
would
not
say-
free,
I
is
would
the
say
prohibition of
happiness-
private property,
happiness
of
is-
essentially that privacy.
Yeah, happiness
Okay.
is pretty dependent on having at least some privacy, bro. No privacy
Autonomy
equals no happiness.
is dependent on having
I'm not
Why is
saying,
private
privacy.
property
I'm not
mean
saying,
it's more free?
I'm not saying that we should have no privacy.
Why does
Nowhere did I
materialism
say,
make you more
should
free?
we have no privacy? I'm saying it was a luxury granted to us by our government. That's why I love our government. And I'm here in this government and not in another government like China where you don't have that kind of privacy.
Does
luxury.
being happy
Not a
necessitate any
necessity.
privacy?
No, not necessarily.
I don't view rights as luxuries though.
Okay, so
Right,
going
cool.
to live
So
in
you don't
a-
see it as
Rights
you
are
don't see it as
necessities?
luxury. That's not an argument, my guy.
60
Well,
defense
neither
up
is you
30
calling
mine.
it one, right?
But a
Okay,
right's
let-
necessity, though.
What the hell are
Okay,
you talking about?
let me just finish this because I'm
You
gonna.
rights to
Enough
survive.
wheel for
Okay,
that.
so
I don't have
you-
enough wheel for that.
You need to fuck, right? You need to fuck, right? If you're in a room with your mom and dad, you're not gonna fucking make babies. Without privacy to have sex, you don't have people, you don't have a society.
Depends on the
Thank you for
culture.
playing. Thank you
Depends
for
on the
playing.
culture. You don't
Thank
necessarily
for
have to
playing.
have privacy to fuck.
Oh,
This
really?
is something. This is
Really?
something that you're just
Yeah,
asserting.
depending
You're
on
not
your
actually
culture,
giving an
again.
argument.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, it might be creepy, weird, and degenerate, but it doesn't matter. Still not required.
Okay.
It's not necessity.
It's not a necessity. It's not a necessity.
No, it's
to
not
have
a
privacy
necessity to be
fucking
alone.
make people.
Yeah, no, it's not a necessity, Chris. You could have 1,000 people watching you and you'd still get pregnant, you still have family. Yeah, it might be weird, creepy, a little fucking off-putting, but guess what? It's not a necessity. It's a luxury that you're allowed to do it privately.
That doesn't sound like a luxury.
It is a necessity for a free society.
It is.
You're just like,
you
it's
guys,
not a
you guys
necessity
think
for a
people are going to
society.
be
I'm
happy
like,
having orgies in front of their whole families? Is that
have
what
those
you guys
shitty
are really
societies
advocating
all you
for?
want.
The fact that we
Not
don't
to
have
make it
I'm gonna let it get
families is a
I'm
lot.
gonna let it get to 12 minutes and 30
Nobody
seconds. See if
advocates
we
for
have
that.
a solo judge.
Nobody's advocating for that. We're just stating
Well,
what's
you can have this
fact.
big, massive hippie commune where everybody shares sleeping bags and fucks each other behind the bushes, or even or in front of the bushes.
We just know what
you
we
can have
want
it
to
in front
get,
of the
right?
bushes.
And
then
you
can
we've
still
been
have a free
humans
society.
and species for tens of
You're
thousands of
thinking of
years.
this in a
We've
materialistic
gone through
way.
all the shitty things, and we know what we
This
need
is why
to
you
do
don't
to get
understand
the good
materialistic things are
societies.
luxuries.
Yeah,
It's not a materialistic thing. It's a concept.
Did I not get that one?
Wait,
It's not a
materialistic
concept
things are a
itself.
luxury now?
Yes,
Privacy
it is.
isn't.
Like, is
Privacy,
food
how
not
is privacy
material?
a concept itself?
Yeah.
Can you explain that?
How
please?
is privacy a concept of self? If you're not allowed to have anything be personal or private, then you have no self-identity. That's literally communism.
Yeah, if you have no
We've
sense of
seen how
privacy,
that
how do
works
you
out.
even build
It's not
trust?
a luxury; it's a necessity for a stable population. If you guys think you can sustain a population on
if you
fucking
had no
hippie
privacy,
orgies,
there would be
I would like to see where that has
initial
happened ever in
You wouldn't be able
history.
to cover shit up.
Dude, even in tribes, they go fuck in a mud hut.
Dude, I'm
Are
not
you
even
guys for
arguing with
real?
you at this point because you're not even arguing the prompt.
Bro, literally, how can it be a luxury if I can have privacy
All
by
right.
go fucking behind a rock?
Because you're
It's
trying
not
to.
All right, so listen
That's
up.
privacy.
Hold
It's not
up,
necessary
hold
for
up,
you to fuck.
Hold up.
Blackout, you got to stop wrestling those bears during our debates.
I know. I'm sorry, guys.
So chat, listen up. All right.
Oh shit, the journeyer's
I'm
chart.
about to put the poll into the chat. All right. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Chris Lestrange on the poll. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Elder Lion on the poll. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Animated Effigy on the poll.
Nice. That's fucking sick.
That's
dude.
fire. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for King Blackout.
Come on, chat.
the
Dragon
poll.
Slayer. Let's go.
Chat, get your
Dragons are
votes
getting up.
in. All right. I'm dropping the poll right now.
It's
and
always
I'm
a solo
restarting this
judge, too.
timer, and you guys have 2 minutes. If
I
you don't
always
see the
lose
poll,
at the very end to a solo judge. I
go
don't
ahead
get it.
and you
So
know,
here's the deal, chat.
refresh. You'll see it.
If we
You
get the
guys can
raid, I'll
continue
say it
if you'd
again.
like.
If we
Right,
can get
so
to
what is
$200
required in the
before,
rock to fuck?
I said, if it's a luxury, how can I, 2,000 years ago, have privacy by going to fuck behind a rock? How is that a luxury?
there's a
Can you guys explain
UFC
that to me?
main
you
card
don't need
starting
the
at
rock
1
to fuck.
p.m.
Because the rest of your tribe didn't follow you.
Oh, so I can have privacy. It's not really a luxury then. I can just have it. It's not something that needs to be given to me. So it's
Elder
good
Lion, so
that-
you're
Yeah, no,
telling
it
us
has to
that
be
you like
given
to
to your
fuck with a lot of
tribe,
people
allowed
watching?
Your tribe allowed you to walk around.
10.
No, see, that's what you guys are getting weird. You guys are trying to conflate that, but that's not what we're saying at all. We're saying it's a luxury given to you. We're not saying that's the way it should be. That's just the fact that it is, and the fact that we have the luxury in the country that we live in now to privacy is why I'm here.
If we get $200 by
Define a
10
luxury.
a.m.
Yep. Something given
What's
to
a
you.
luxury?
That's not a
Something given
necessity.
to you. Yeah, I've explained to you guys that you can
It's
take
a
your own
state of
privacy
great
into your own
comfort and
hands. It doesn't
extravagant
have to be
living.
given to you.
Why is my camera way over there?
Who gives me privacy if I'm on an island alone? Can you guys explain that to me? Because you say it needs to be given.
Who owns
Yeah,
the
whoever
island?
owns that island, whoever owns the territory around that island, the ocean.
Nobody
you know,
owns it.
So-
It's a fucking abandoned island.
Yeah,
Who do I
somebody
need to
does own it.
appeal to
So
for my privacy?
is it a luxury by definition, something that's exclusive?
Yeah.
Yeah, it can be.
I don't think privacy should be exclusive. It isn't here. We give it to everybody.
So, once again, I'm going to try to ask you this question again.
Is
Chris.
a
I want-
luxury
hold on.
yacht exclusive just because it can be taken away?
Is a lot of yeah. It's still a luxury.
It's still exclusive, right? Like
Yeah, it's
you
exclusive.
still can.
It can be exclusive, but it's not required for it to be.
Right.
Dude, I still don't know what to do with these things.
I mean, at least
all right.
away. I mean,
no clue what your argument was there, bud.
All
It's
right.
a luxury that I can have private thoughts in my head.
Louisa Fragrant Vine.
So we have 36 votes on the chat. Thank you to everyone who participated in the voting, by the way. 36 votes, and 33% said that the winner of the four-way was Chris Lestrange.
Of course.
And coming in second place and also safe with 30% of the votes, Elder Lion. And following with 25% was King Blackout and 11% for Effigy. So we'll start here. Animated Effigy, tell everyone in the chat where they can find you.
I have these Louisa Fragrant Vines. We're going back to chapter 1.
Find me a different
Did I just find
because this is my last time being on here as a Louisiana boy from Louisiana because I am moving. May not be back for a little bit, but I'll be in a whole different part of the country when I return. Always great to be on VK.
He's gonna be a whole new guy. He's gonna come back with a New York accent.
Well, he'll do better in New York. He's a sad example of a Louisiana boy.
Been in my state for my whole life. Finally moving out.
That's what's up, bro.
Good
Congrats.
luck with the move,
I did this
bro.
whole
Good
VK
luck.
surrounded in boxes in my apartment.
Good luck, Effigy, with the move, dude.
Yeah, good.
Thanks, man.
Good luck with everything, and stay safe. God bless, and always,
y'all take care.
Always a pleasure having you. And until next time, my friend.
I'm gonna go to.
Fatality.
Another soul added into the safe of souls.
Did I kill it? Yeah, I killed it.
On Verbal Combat
I
Friday,
think that
baby.
I've been able to upgrade my gourd.
And King Blackout, tell everyone in the chat where we can find
And I
you.
haven't done it at all.
First off, thank you, Easy. It's always an honor and a pleasure, sir. You
So
know
I need
that.
to find.
Chat, you can find me right here in the best fucking chat, hands down, all week long. A mod right here on Easy's channel. Also on
This
the
guy.
weekends, you can find me hanging out over at JS. Yeah, just thanks again. Appreciate it.
Anyone you want to shout out to?
Absolutely. Yep. I was just gonna say, please go follow Meow the Cat here on YouTube. MNJAU the Cat here on YouTube. Dude's been streaming for 1,631 days in a row. It's crazy. He's dedicated. He's reliable. Dude is always on. Thanks again, guys. Chat, you guys are the best.
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure having you. One of the best mods on YouTube. Hands fucking down. Until next time, my friend.
This is not the guy. Oh yeah, this is the guy. Upgrade gourds. Oh my god, I've never even been back to this guy. I have so many. I have 3, and there's 1 in this area, so I actually can get 4.
Another soul.
Oh my god, we get more heals.
Into the safe.
We can
of
upgrade our
souls.
gourd.
That's how it goes.
Hold on.
On Verbal Combat Friday, baby. Now, we are down to the final 2. Elder Lion and Chris Lestrange. So let's
I have no money.
Let's get you guys a topic. All right. Hold up.
What?
My fucking
Oh, I need money. Dude, I've never even been to
my
this guy.
laptop just did the same thing that my computer did. My Chrome tabs just shut on me. What the fuck's going on with Google Chrome right now?
Oh, we can now heal 8
Jeez.
times instead of 5. We have never upgraded our gourd from the very beginning.
I want to get my Google Chrome open because that's where on there I like to have the studio open so I can add the
Increases
poll
number of
sticker and
slots
stuff,
for soaks.
and I don't have to use. I like to use his little.
How do we get Awakening
bit
Wine Worm? I think he sells
possible
some.
on my PC, so that I don't.
He
start
sells
fucking it
one.
up. All right, let's get a topic for you two.
I think I should save them for this, but I need 5. But you can only upgrade it once. Let's see if I 40%. Can I have 2 soaks now? No. Okay. There's a
Let's
Louisa
try it like this.
Fragrant Vine in
And
chapter
you're gonna
1.
think
I
it's
need to get
similar
it.
to the last one, but it's different. So listen. All right. It is privacy an inherent human value?
Well, I guess I hope Elder wins.
The inherent part of it, no. No, it's not inherent.
Right.
In Blue Grove, Marsh of White
What
Mist.
does it just say? Just a reminder that the Minnesotan pulled it off last week. I'm trying to think of which one you want now.
Oh, we're already there.
I'm trying to think of which one he wants now. I can't think.
It should be right around here somewhere.
You're gonna have to help me out, William. It's late in the night. My brain's not working at full capacity, all right? I don't actually, William. I'm getting my brain's stumped.
Oh, he wants Glenn.
It's right around me. It's right behind me.
I'm gonna go get me one. I'm gonna go get me one. Cause I am a bad bitch.
Did I already get it? I guess I already got it.
That's
Oh, it
right.
was right here. I already got it.
Oh Lord.
I thought I missed it.
All right.
Okay, and now we're going to go to.
Sorry, I don't remember your answers now. I'm fucking.
No, both of us said no.
You both
Yeah,
said no.
inherent.
Just making
Not
sure.
inherent.
How about, is privacy a moral imperative?
Is it this guy?
No.
Is this what I'm thinking of? Who gives me the.
What?
I said no.
What did Chris say?
198 to go. Oh yeah, I was gonna say if we get to 200, I'll stay up
For what? Sorry, I didn't hear.
until 10 a.m. when the fights start, and then I'll stay up all night
shit.
and we'll do fight night
down,
because the fights start at 10
Fuck, what I
a.m.
do?
I never even finished that thought.
Oh, is
I was gonna wait
privacy a
till people
moral
got here.
imperative?
You're minutes behind. Oh, am I?
Yes.
It
And you
says-
said
Yeah, I said no.
This is live
okay, perfect.
on YouTube.
Perfect. Chat. Now listen up. Okay. We're starting
Um,
out at 6
The
minutes.
fights start at 10
All
a.m.
right.
The main
If you
card
guys
starts
wanna
at 1
add a
p.m.
minute, this is the final 1v1 of the night. All right.
Not a crazy
So,
card,
if you
not a
wanna
pay-per-view
add
or anything.
On a
Next
minute,
weekend, not next
there's
weekend. I
10
think
to
there's.
on at a minute. It
Dude,
is
we got some
60
big
to
fights.
solo
316 and
judge. If
317.
you don't get a solo
Could be
judge,
fire. Or
it will
317.
go to the chat poll.
318.
And the loser of the poll will
But,
lose their soul.
If we can get to 200,
Fighters, good luck
By 10 a.m., I'll stay up and we'll just do fight night.
Let's
daytime. And it'll basically be a.
All right, so you're in the.
And then we still got to finish watching the Andrew debate.
I would say when we.
So we basically make it a 24-hour stream. $200 by 9 a.m. and it's a 24-hour stream. How about that? Hit live on Easy Stream. You were far behind. I just did. I'm caught up as far as it'll go.
I would say that requires some sort of personal reflection. So I would say it's a moral imperative
Also,
to personally reflect upon problems, because if you just get given things and you don't have a personal internal dialogue, that you just can't even function as a human being. So I would say to derive any morals, you need to have a personal internal dialogue, or even your thoughts in any sense.
Right, and that's an internal mechanism. That's not privacy.
Internal mechanism. Well, it is privacy, because now we have neural link that can be implanted into a brain and can analyze your thoughts.
Really? Can it?
No, it can't analyze.
That's how you can move things on a computer. It's reading your thoughts, bro. What do you think it's doing?
Reading muscle input.
Yeah, it's reading the electromagnetic signals that your brain sends.
It's not reading your thoughts. It's reading synapses that fire that tell muscles to move. Yeah, the same way that synapses fire to tell your fingers to do this, it's reading those synapses and it's making it as if your finger is moving. But that's not reading your thoughts.
Neural pathways and electromagnetic signals.
What are they even arguing?
So it can coherently reconstruct my thoughts.
Yeah.
Within it.
Yeah.
I have 11 mind cores. Let's go.
We can even do that with hypnosis.
Insufficient will? Wait, this costs will also?
A state.
I'm broke. I'm broke.
Into the same thing.
Yeah, you can manipulate somebody's mind.
All right, you can manipulate them, but how does this?
I'm broke as a joke.
But how does this mean that within this internal mechanism that I don't think can never actually be physically infringed on by any sort of metric or possibility? How is this arguing for privacy?
It cannot be infringed upon. An internal mechanism, dude. The internal mechanism of your mental state is literally what creates your reality. And can it be infringed upon? Have you heard of a lobotomy?
Right. So when you are talking about a lobotomy,
yeah,
how is that? How is that?
Internal mechanism.
Okay. So then you're arguing on my side.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. Because if you can access these things and you can change them,
yeah,
why wouldn't you be able to change them? Why wouldn't you be able to change it if you were to create a more moral person?
No, that's not the case. You cannot derive morals from force, right? Morality has to be deduced from something. So if you get fed it,
God is a
that's
force.
not even you making a moral
decision. So it has to be derived from something, but it can't be forced. Why can't it be forced?
If it's forced, you're not deriving morals. It's an input.
God commands us,
right? So
and He is the force that inspires our morals.
So within that, with Might Makes Right, is that not also something that could be considered a more objective moral?
If you program something, that's got nothing to do with morality. Morality is derived from choices. If you take away choices, then it's not morality anymore, right?
Yeah, I'm still making the choices to brainwash this person, but
no, but that's got nothing.
No, morality is derived from God and what He commands.
You just turn them into a computer.
I don't have to be a moral person. Not unless I can make them a moral person.
Morality requires them to make a decision that is moral.
They don't have to necessarily be a moral entity. I can use my morals to enforce my will upon this person and make them a meat robot if I wanted to.
How would you deduce morality from a meat robot?
Tell Elder he's the golden God? What the?
Yeah. So you didn't listen to my whole thing. So you're not actually listening to what I said. So if you can infringe upon this, your argument is that you can. Mine is that you can't. But what you're saying is that since it is physically possible through whatever these brain things that you're talking about from Elon Musk, what you're arguing is that it can be seen.
Are we getting stamina? We need mana.
If it can be seen, then it can be altered. and by force doctrine,
Mana
it should be altered.
What I'm telling you is if we derive what is moral means a choice. If you take away the choice, then that's got nothing to do with morality. And morality being personal is the whole thing, right? A derivative of it not being subjective is
right. So you're confusing what I'm saying, and you're thinking that it applies to the brainwashed flesh robot. I'm not saying that it does. I'm saying it applies to me. It applies to me, the one making the changes.
Dude, privacy or having your morals, right? Grounding your morals in any.
Is this a new enemy? Oh, it's the new tentacle guy.
Grounding my morals within force doctrine, which can be used as an objective filling.
How do you ground morals in force doctrine?
By me being stronger and you being weaker, and I tell you what to do.
What does that have to do with morality?
That's not a new enemy?
That's what the system of morality and force doctrine is.
How is that got to do with the person's morality? Because you can affect their morality. Can you?
Because I am stronger. Because I am stronger and you are weaker, and I am forcing you to do what I say.
How am I making a moral choice if you force me to do something?
You're not. I am.
No, you're not. You're not doing anything to my morals. You're forcing me to do you're causing an input.
What are they arguing?
I'm not doing anything moral or immoral. You're just controlling me.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
This is philosophical gobbledygook.
Yeah,
I don't even know what the topic is.
Because I'm stronger and they're weaker.
Yeah, so then that's got nothing to do with their morality. It's got to do with you, not with their morality.
Exactly. The thing we've been talking about in loops of me saying that exact same thing over and over again.
Good night. It ain't bedtime yet.
And then conflating what I'm saying and applying it to the person that I'm saying is a flesh robot at this point because I forced them to, because I am stronger than them and they are weaker than me.
I am telling you, if you infringe upon morality and it's not a personal thing, then it ceases to be morality. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. That's the problem we're having. You're not hearing me.
Right. Well, what you're trying to say is that there's only
you're
one
not
type
hearing me.
Of objective morals. There's not. There are other types of objective morals.
How is you forcing your child to not eat sugar a moral decision on the child's part? Can you explain that to me?
Because eating a bunch of sugar is not good for a kid.
Weaker.
What does that have to do with morals? Are you not hearing what I'm asking you?
It's not healthy. It's destroying their body, their temple.
Forcing somebody to do something has nothing to do with morals, bro. Literally fucking nothing.
Yes, it does.
Could be moral to force somebody to do something.
Do you understand what
morality
means?
A moral imperative.
I don't even know what they're arguing
myself,
about, honestly.
They can say that.
Me picking up this, if you tell me, Chris, pick up this, what the fuck does that have to do with morals?
We're going to argue about privacy.
Do you not understand even the argument we're doing right now? Do you understand what morals are?
Yeah, I understand perfectly clearly, but
yeah,
I don't
it's a choice between good and wrong that you make.
Yeah.
How is me fucking forcing somebody to do something, they're making a choice? If I'm forcing them, they're not making a choice, right?
They should have worked out more. They should have worked out more. They could have been stronger than me, and they could have forced me to do what they wanted.
You can keep saying that, but you're clearly not hearing the argument. You're arguing for something that's not even the prompt. It's got nothing to do with morality.
Dude, we have floated off from the prompt not because of me.
We are talking about personal morality, and you're saying because I can force somebody to do that, their morality or their moral.
We're talking about privacy being a moral imperative, and I am using force doctrine as my moral imperative.
Yes, the privacy.
So you're using privacy. I'm using the opposite end of that scale.
Yes. So me privately being able to deduce my morals is where they're derived from.
Right. And when you said that Elon has these magic robots that can control and see people's thoughts, and when I am saying that it does not matter what their thoughts are if I can control them.
If you control thoughts, they're no longer moral or even a choice. Do you understand?
Yeah, they are no longer a moral agent. Only I am the moral agent.
Okay, so they don't have morals, so then you lose the argument.
How?
If morals are no longer personal, then
me
they're
saying,
not morals anymore.
Saying that privacy
input-output
is not a moral imperative, and me saying that my force doctrine is a moral imperative, and I am trying to discount the privacy as being the moral imperative. You giving me an argument that you can see inside somebody's thoughts and you can manipulate their thoughts. My moral imperative is force doctrine, so I can change the thoughts. So that means that privacy is no longer the moral imperative.
Where are morals derived? Let's see if we let's take this from the start because you're not understanding.
Right now,
how
force
morals
doctrine.
derive.
Right now, mine is coming from force doctrine.
How do you so how does your force doctrine derive your morality?
Because
Can you
I am
explain? That
stronger
makes
and
no
the other
fucking
person
sense.
weaker.
No, okay, here's the correct answer because you clearly.
I'll let it get
fucking
to
moving in
11 minutes and
circles.
30 seconds to see if we have a solo judge.
Morality is derived from your brain, bro, from your consciousness, not from false doctrine. You're very confused.
I'm gonna try some different
My
spirits.
moral imperative inside of my mind is force doctrine.
What does that have to do with me?
Well,
There's some ones I've never
My
tried.
private morality is derived from my consciousness and my mind.
Okay.
Yeah, you controlling me is me
So
no
this whole
longer
time, when you
using
were
my
supposed to bring a
mind and
positive
my
argument,
moral
when you're supposed
decisions
to bring a
do
positive
things.
argument to this debate of why privacy is the moral imperative, and you are not justifying at all. All you're trying to say is that it is because it is, and I am saying no, it's not, because I can take.
Yeah, at
another-
least Elderline
If
has
you no
a
longer
grounding
have
for
private
why he
thoughts
says it
inside
is.
your head,
Because Chris doesn't want to say God.
If you don't have
You know what
private
beats
thoughts
force
inside your
doctrine?
brain
God's
anymore, you
doctrine.
don't have morality.
But Chris
Right, and
doesn't
you
want to bring
understand that
God
I didn't
into
even
it.
have to engage with the argument because what you're
But
doing is you're just
Elderline is
committing
bringing
another
his
word
God
concept fallacy.
force, and I
And we're
know
talking about
Elderline's God is
privacy in
not
the general
force.
sense.
No,
We're talking about
But at least
societal privacy. We're
Elderline
not
is
talking
bringing in a
about inside of
grounder,
your mind.
and Chris
then
is not
you
bringing in a
ended up
grounder.
fucking yourself
So Chris
over
is
by saying that
essentially
there are robots that Elon
subjective
controls that
morality.
can see inside people's minds, and then you also fuck
'Cause
yourself
he
over
won't say
again by
God.
saying that you can have a lobotomy.
How did I fuck myself over? I'm saying if those things happen, you don't have a private mind anymore that conduce morality. You don't even understand the
that moral
argument,
agency
bro.
can be taken
You don't
away.
even understand the fucking argument, which is
Your
sad,
privacy,
actually.
your privacy argument.
But I also haven't been
relies
listening
on
to
me
it,
not
so I
also
was
having a
zoned
stronger.
out for some.
You having
I don't even know what
moral
they're
choice-
debating.
You having a private
Moral-
thoughts inside your brain is required for you to have any any choice and
Ooh.
morals.
Crazy
that you
ass
can
boss
deduce
fight.
from your choices.
We fighting a bamboo?
Real quick, guys. Hold up one sec.
If they
just
are
so
no
I can-
longer
Looking like
private, somebody
Freddy.
can fuck with them.
I
We
like
fighting
this
Freddy?
topic. Yeah, it is a good one. Hey, John. So, chat, real quick. If you.
Oh shit! I was
remember,
reading chat.
This is the final vote here. All right. If you want to vote for this
I
man
can't go
right
in the
here,
circle?
you're voting for Chris Lestrange on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Elder Lion on the poll. All right. Listen, chat. I'm putting the poll in right now. Get your votes in. If you don't see the poll, go ahead and hit that refresh so you can see the poll. All right. And again, I want to say thank you to everyone who participated in the chat and on panel. It's been fucking amazing so far. You know, always a crazy night. But yeah, let me start this timer up. You have 2 minutes.
So I do want to kind of in good faith to explain what was happening there. We were basically taking two pillars, right? Two pillars of morality, right? Privacy and force doctrine. And then we were trying to compare and see which one can beat the other, right? That's what we were trying to do. That's what I was doing.
No, force doctrine's got nothing to do with, like I say, dude. If I lobotomize somebody, if I
And this all revolves around my other argument too. That all of this revolves around my other thing too, is that privacy is a luxury. And if you are saying that it is capable for me to access somebody else,
Privacy is not a pillar for morality. Now, if you could argue your pillar for morality is God,
if I am strong,
that would beat force doctrine. But God and privacy do not go hand in hand. Like I don't know where. I don't know why privacy is so valued.
You're not understanding this. I am not using that person. I am not using
Live in a
that
way where
person
privacy
as the
isn't
only
important to you is what I would say.
morality. Yes, before they are
the person
brainwashed.
you influence
Before-
doesn't have a moral choice in the
I'm
matter.
not
pattern I
worried
hit
about
them.
whether or not the other person.
I have a weird echo when I do little emoji buttons. It's creepy.
It doesn't stand because you're not engaging with
Huh.
If you take somebody's choice away, you saying I take somebody's choice away, but they're still making a choice. Oh, dude, that's retarded.
I'd never said that.
This boss is dead.
I said I would
Exactly,
make
so
the
that's
choice.
what
I
I'm
was making
telling
the
you.
choice for them.
But they are not making the choice. Do you not understand?
and I
this,
gotta get
bro?
my.
Yeah, I get it. which means they're
Then
immoral.
they're
moral
not. It's not a
imperative that they
moral
couldn't
thing.
defend
A
their
moral
moral
thing is a
imperative they could not
deduction
defend,
of
and I
what is right and what is wrong.
justifies me.
Bro, if I say I made a moral choice, then I deduced correct, incorrect. If somebody else does it, you are being controlled and it is no longer you choosing. How do you not understand that?
Do you not understand that if that person's moral imperative is privacy and I come and take their privacy away from them, then it
Righty.
doesn't.
We are at 2 minutes locked in. 30 votes. All right. I mean, chat, I think you guys are fucking with me tonight.
I'm a Furby, dude. I fucking forgot to click it again. I was busy fucking
No, but I think chat's fucking with me tonight because like they've been doing this. I think ever since I said they're furry lovers, if they don't vote, they stopped voting as much. I think you guys are trying to fuck with me. I see what you guys are doing. All right. All right. I'm watching y'all chat. All right. But 30 votes. All right. And oh yeah, shit. That means you're a furry lover too, Chris.
Yeah, fuck, dude. I'm taking L's tonight
Furry
on the
lover.
voting, bro.
But anyways, 30 votes and 63% says the winner of the 1v1 is Elder Lion.
What the fuck?
Chris Lestrange. Tell everybody in the chat where they can find you.
Let's go. Elder Lion, congratulations, my good sir. It was fun debate. Speak, thank you so much for another fun night of verbal combat. Chat, you guys are awesome. You were mean to Chase. Shame on you. And yeah, love you guys. Thank you, Speak. If you guys want to find me, Chris Lestrange. And yeah. W chat, W Elder, W Speak.
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure having you. And until next time, my friend.
You are so fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
What happened?
Mods. Oh, King's already on it like a boss. Like a boss. If you guys want to go follow Chris, that's the link right there. Make sure you go sub up. And now the final 2-minute countdown for you guys to decide Elder Lion's final fate. If you want to hit him with a last minute, name change, a mute,
kick him off,
a fatality. This is your chance, chat. You only have 2 minutes.
Kick him off, chat.
It has to come in before the 2 minutes. All right, and then what if if someone fatalities him, there's 2 minutes for him to be brought back. Only, just so everyone knows. But can't come in after the 2 minutes. Elder Lion came this far.
I feel like that what's it called? That "Wanna Be a Millionaire" song should play right now.
Right? I know. I've been thinking about having a song for this last 2 minutes. That's what I was actually thinking about. Something like low even, or I could do something like
I don't even have to use multi-form. He's dead.
Playing in the background.
I hear a little bit.
It's too low.
Yeah, you can hear it a little bit.
Yeah, I can hear it good.
Oh, he wants it in the background?
Yeah, I can hear it good now.
Okay.
Hold it, my friend.
Last 10 seconds. Y'all must think I'm mean. And there it is. 2 minutes. Oh wait, that was super low. That wasn't supposed to be that low.
That was loud.
Elder Lion, congratulations. Winner of Verbal Combat round 77. All right. Oh shit, we can't forget this. We can't forget this. I'm so sorry. So sorry, King. We almost missed that. Wait a minute.
You made me do this.
Name change.
Ring of Fire. A fire circle drawn by staff can provide rapid recovery within it.
King had to get the last one in.
That's a good one.
I'm only half ginger. I got
What's
a red
that?
beard, bro. I'm only half ginger.
Only half ginger.
Yep.
To get it right. Shit. Yo, tell everyone in the chat where they find the champion to Verbal Combat round 77.
Well, you can usually find me at JS's panel, but someone I really want to shout out because I respect him and I was enjoying his podcast before he got his YouTube channel. Go subscribe to the Incongruent Sofa.
Oh, to Shiva's new thing.
Yeah.
Everyone, mods, if you could get that link too. But yeah, everyone go sub up. Wait, so Elderline, do you want me to put a channel there in place in the Verbal Combat Champion slot for the week?
Yeah, go ahead and give it to him.
You want me to give it to Shiva's channel?
I have 7 points to use.
Okay, so let me just.
We'll put
write
the
this
game on
down.
smaller screen and pull up the Discord if we do the after show.
All right. And now also, oh yeah, and I don't know if I might need you to send me a way to send you the prize money.
Yeah, is it all right if we wait till tomorrow? Because like I don't have my PayPal set up at all anymore. I have to fix that. I have to go
yeah, if that's what you want to do, yeah, we can do that.
I'll get it fixed tomorrow.
Okay. Let me just write that down too, so I know that if I can remind you, if you don't remind me. All right, so everyone. Oh, and where would you like us to send the stream?
Well, I'm probably going to be on JS's panel in a little bit, so I guess there.
All right, that's what's up. Let me make sure I set that up. All right, that is set up.
Make sure I set that up.
Once again, give a shout out to the champion of Verbal Combat round 77. Congratulations, sir. And also give me any details or even a picture if you want. I don't know if you want to use your own picture or whatever, but send me some details for your VK character as well.
All right. I'll probably do that tomorrow too. I got to shave my damn head.
There we go. Perfect. We can do it all tomorrow. Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure, Elder Lion. Everyone give it up for the champion. We can't link. No, he's got a different one now. He's got a different one. There's a different thing. There's a different thing there. And I'll get it. I'll get it. He chatted in here the other day, but I'll get it. But again, Elder Lion, I appreciate you and thank you for joining tonight and congratulations on your win. Well deserved.
Thank you. It's been a year. It's almost been a year since I first started coming around this channel too. So
that's
kind of weird how much I've changed since then.
That's what's up, bro. That's what's up. That's what we all doing. We all moving up to the better all together. That's how we got to do it. Oh wait, before you go, they wanted one more name change. They wanted one more name change. And I'll even give you one.
You made me do this.
Name change.
Let's fucking go. Congratulations, Elder, and I'll be listening in over on JS's.
Oh man. Hey, and I put Shiva's new channel.
Oh, what?
I put Shiva's new channel in the back too. In case
Oh,
nobody could.
perfect. There we go. Here, I can get that link in the chat too for everyone. Hold up, let me. Don't load slow on me. Come on, don't be a bastard. There we go. All right. Gonna put this in chat for chat. Oh. There we go. There's the link, mods. And again, Elder Lion, I'll see you over there.
See you, man.
God bless. And everyone in chat. Everyone in chat. I can't thank you enough. And let me show you, actually. Let me make sure you guys get to see it. I don't know why I tied him behind my name right now. Actually, there we go. We got to 1683 out of the 2,000 dono goal. Okay, you guys, absolutely amazing. Okay, absolutely amazing. Can't thank you guys enough. Everyone who came up on the panel tonight, absolutely amazing. You all killed it. You all spilt the blood. All right. Can't thank you guys enough. I hope you all have a beautiful weekend. As you know, I won't be streaming on the weekend. I will see you all Monday, though. All right. We'll see you guys at 10 p.m. Central Time Monday. You owe us a goal record attempt. Whoa.
Was the prize $250 tonight? Wasn't the prize $250 tonight?
I don't know how good it's gonna be. At the end of the night.
Because somebody carried over 100 last week, right? I just forgot about that till just now.
You guys are fucking with me now. You ready?
I don't know which way I just came from.
Whoa, whoa, I swore. Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't be making shit up.
All right, I'll break the goal record.
Don't be making shit up now. Definitely.
I'll break the goal record if we hit the $200 goal by.
Yeah, it's the end of the night though. It's gonna be
by
shit.
10 a.m. Oh shoot! I just went down a slide.
Down. You ready? Go!
The mic cuts out. My mic does that too. He only got 20 seconds. That was not a victory. The monkey got wobbled by that.
Reading into it, what Grace is famous for on the internet, and she's not famous, but what she's famous
we fighting
for
a
on
lady.
the internet is that people think that you had sex with her.
Your position is that it's a problem with the jailing system, okay?
No.
That was your position. You admitted to it. You admitted to it. Are you taking that back? Are you taking that back?
That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. We have already proved. I'm not arguing that Lincoln was a bad president. I'm just saying that Washington was a better one. That's the argument I'm making.
I mean, but didn't the Confederacy have that really cool, like, orange Dodge Charger?
Well, we've heard that. We know the outro. All right. What was I just saying?
I don't know. Wasn't listening to you. I was listening to DK.
I don't know what I was just saying. Was the prize $250 tonight?
I think so. I think he rolled some of the prize forward last week.
Yeah. Last week he rolled 100 of it over. Why is Discord so quiet in my headphones?
I don't know. Or is it me who's quiet?
Nah, I think I have the game too loud.
How could you know he's here below?
Pin the link. Outro's almost done. Open panel, Discord chat. Pin this.
He kept you alive beneath the pagoda for your own good. How ungrateful. Evidently, you just don't deserve the ecstasy of the new West.
Staging room.
Oh shit, we fighting? Oh, we fighting this lady. We fighting a lady. Hold on, I need to turn the game's volume down so I can hear you guys better.
Yeah, I wasn't even gonna go up on the on the panel tonight. I was telling Kevin, I was like, I'm gonna go tonight.
Damn, I turned my volume up at the wrong time on the Discord.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, right?
I'm sorry. Goddamn dragon got out. I had to put him in his cage.
That was a fun one.
Yeah, this was not. This wasn't the theme for me at all. I didn't
neither.
Really care about any of the prompts.
Yes.
I was like, this is whatever. I was arguing to argue.
I don't care about privacy. Like, it's not like, so I was kind of just in it, but
yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. My degrees have a very strong emphasis in information security, which would involve a heavy aspect of privacy.
Yeah.
So, but that said, you know, I don't have strong stances against who can access private information under certain things. So I didn't particularly care to go up and actually argue any of the topics tonight. It just happened to be when they were fucking argued incorrectly. I just had to go up and fucking correct them.
Right. It was Chase arguing that bathrooms were public spaces that triggered Jeremy to hop on.
Bro, Chase was on one tonight. Chase is always on one in debate. I like Chase when he's on like Chris's nerd stream panels, and I like listening to him talk about nerd stuff when he's calm. But when he gets in debate mode, oh my god, I can't stand him.
You mean Bloodsport mode? You mean Bloodsport mode? That's his Bloodsport.
Yeah, Bloodsport mode. Yeah,
You know,
he is the authority on
when you
Bloodsport.
play it, Bloodsport means Bloodsport is just a fancy way for saying devil's advocate, according to Chase.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Arguing the other side of Bloodsport.
You guys just don't know what Bloodsports is.
Did you hear me calling Minnie Crowder during while up there tonight?
Yeah.
Change my
mind.
It's like Vosh and Crowder had a baby.
Right. But I gotta admit though, he's pretty fucking entertaining. Like it can be annoying as fuck arguing against him when he gets in those little rants, but he's pretty entertaining.
I guess. I had to turn his volume down. I was getting a headache.
Yeah. He was definitely on one tonight, drinking.
Hey, Easy's chat. I know you guys all spent your money at VK, but here's the deal. We're at $4. Maybe 200 is too high of a goal. Maybe I should say 150. But if we hit 150 by 9 a.m., which is 5 hours from now, I'll pretty much be doing a 24-hour stream because I'll stay up till 10 and the fights will start because the fight card is in Azerbaijan tomorrow or whatever the hell, Abu Dhabi. So the fight card tomorrow starts at 10 a.m. The main card starts at 1 p.m. So I was just going to sleep through the fights, but we could just keep this stream going. Or maybe I'll start a new stream.
Let's go 24 hours.
If we hit it'll be a 22-hour stream.
Yeah, don't
Let's
do a
go.
full 20. Don't do a full 24-hour stream as far as YouTube goes.
Yeah, you'll split 12.
Because you never know. There's some good shit that can happen and later on and
Right.
some of it's worth clipping. Like I don't know if you noticed, I actually I went back and clipped the Grumple Eats a Crayon segment from your previous panel.
Well, where's that clip? Send me that clip because I have it all. I could go watch all of it, even if it's after 12 hours.
I clipped just
Right, but it's nice when somebody clips it for you because then you don't have to go look for the timestamp.
I need people to send me like timestamps of funny stuff to clip because when I'm doing like a 14-hour stream, there's all this stuff
Yeah,
that
you need get Marshall on that. That dude, he's always around. Tell him to get a pen and a piece of paper. He's never on panel, but he's always around.
the problem
Well,
is
I mean,
it's hard to figure out timestamps as a viewer in a live because you don't.
They go based on where they're at.
Yeah, it tells you
from your
minus. It's like minus from the beginning or something.
hours,
And if you don't know how long the stream goes, you don't know what that really is. I don't know how you would do it.
There is a way on live stream though. There is a way for you to hit
Like
that
set
time and then
markers.
it changes where the countdown is. Like and when you go to clip it, like if you were in a live and you go to clip it, it'll tell you what the timestamp is.
Yeah, and I mean we're already almost at 12 hours because I started early. I started early tonight because I was covering the Andrew Mormon debate.
I missed it. I actually took my old man nap and
I watched.
Congrats, Elder Lion.
I've only seen about half of it, and he's actually being very. It's not the normal Andrew, and I respect it. I kind of like it. Like,
what was that hosted at? Was that hosted on Andrew's channel or?
no, it's on Tomato, but
It's good. No, it's good. That means I can actually go back and watch it.
right, yeah. But he could be very hard on this guy, and he's actually not to sound like soft gay Christian, but he's being very like loving about it. From what I've seen so far, for the first half of it that I've watched, he's because there's so many things you could attack about them, and he just picks two arguments and he's sticking with it.
What is the debate that they're debating? I missed that part.
Joseph Smith is a false prophet. So he's taking.
I hear music.
He's taking the easiest argument, which of course I would take, which is the pearl of great price, stolen from Egyptian hieroglyphs. Joseph Smith totally made up a translation for Egyptian hieroglyphs for the Book of the Dead and said it was the story of Abraham and Moses. It's crazy. And then
Yes, do you have music on right now? So do you have a background music? Some sweet jazz, Albert.
no, on my stream there's game audio playing, but it's really low. I can't even hear it.
Yeah, I don't hear any music playing.
I don't hear any music. You tripping,
What
bro?
the fuck is that? I'm tripping because I hear it. Playing
Maybe you have music playing in your background.
If you heard my game music, it would be like, boo, wah, wah. It's like Asian music.
No, it's like It's like slow jazz elevator music. Oh my! I can hear it. Yeah, right now. I'll be right back.
No, that's schizophrenia.
Yep, there's no noise. There's nothing. There's no music.
No music's going on.
Yeah, he's just in his head. Yeah. Congratulations, there, Elder Lion.
No acceptance.
Yeah.
All right. It's gone now.
Congratulations, are you crazy?
He's telling me to go get fucked.
Yeah, congrats, Elder Lion. Good job, man. I'm glad you won it.
Hell, I wasn't expecting to, especially with this fucking cold and all this NyQuil and DayQuil shit I had to take.
Yeah, congrats, Elder Lion. I voted for the other guy.
Yeah, I voted for Chris too.
Dude, I hate medicine, but I'm like pro NyQuil DayQuil. If you're sick, a NyQuil DayQuil regimen, epic.
Elder Lion, the only debate I didn't vote for you in was the one where you're on my team, and I voted for myself. But
I'm sick of losing to solo judges and freaking cash apps.
They hate you, JS. What's the problem?
right, I don't know who you pissed off, JS.
They don't hate me. Somebody hates me.
Somebody's pissed off by you.
Yeah, you be somebody's baby or something.
Not Tom.
I don't know who you pissed off.
Wait,
I
was
want
that
to
what
know.
happened? Was there a solo judge on that 2v2?
Yeah, he got a cash app for a solo judge.
See, on my end, it was like there were a lot of weird glitches that happened during the stream where like it would freeze. It would freeze and I'd miss like a couple seconds of what happened, and then all of a sudden it would like glitch and catch back up. And
Yeah, he had
that happened at the end of the 2v2, and when it jumped up on there, I never saw anything about the results. It was just people were leaving, and I'm like, where the fuck did the poll go? I never got any of the bit about the solo judge or any of that. Just like the debate ended, and then people are being ejected. I'm like, okay. I'm like refreshing and all kinds of shit to try to figure out like where that segment went to.
Yeah. I'm putting a clip in the back chat or the distro chat. I've got 2 different avatars while I was up there. It's crazy.
Ours is like, I don't know if it's Streamlabs or what it was today, but the connection was totally fucked.
Look,
like, easy kept resetting. There's a couple times where even sitting in the back, it would like delay, but then it would speed up, so everybody was talking like fucking chipmunks, and I'm like, how is this even happening? Like, it's like I'm playing on 2x on YouTube right now, but I was in the back, so I was watching it live.
Mama Bear out here in chat getting banned, getting unmodded on people's channels and banned. Quit.
Oh yeah.
What you doing, Shazzy?
Of all people, from Jeff.
Hey, you know what's funny is
because last night Easy made the comment about not rating women. Are we not men? And Jess started ragging on Shazzy when she went over there because of that, and then took her mod wrench from her, and it was just fucking retarded. Like, if you guys are gonna be that
pull out piece of shit now.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
that's dumb. But hey, Shazzy, I brought you up in the Bible study the other day. We read the story of when Elisha is getting mocked by the young men, and they're calling him, "Hey, bald man, go up, bald man." And they get 42 young men get mauled by 2 mama bears, and I was like, "Dang, the mama bears coming out!" Shazzy mauling these degenerates. So they reference the mama bears in the Bible.
I don't know. I think this is probably about the time where the Christians and the Red Pillars probably come into conflict. And this is probably what's happening.
What do you mean? With with that situation?
Drama thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of been since the beginning of the Red Pill.
Yeah, but we used them and dumped them after Trump. So, like, thanks for the election. Get fucked.
Yep.
Right. Fuck you, Red Pillars.
I know. I have Red Pillars.
Agenda. We don't need you no more.
I have red pillars comment. I had like a red pill guy or somebody commented on one of my shorts, and they're talking about like the red pill and like, you guys are red. I'm like, I don't know where you think you are, but I'm not. I'm not red pill. I think the red pill's gay. I'm not. Well, originally red pill was not some relationship manosphere stuff. It was realizing you're
transformed
being
into
lied to, and
pickup artists and
Yeah.
degenerates is what it is. It's just
that's
like,
the whack
that's not
red
what the red
pill.
pill was about, right?
The red pill is like, oh, we've been being lied to. We see the truth. All the conspiracy theories are true, and then
It
we
was
put.
Andrew Tate changed the red pill.
Yeah, he's one of the ones.
Before Andrew Tate, though.
I didn't, but was Rolo really that popular? Because I didn't even know who Rolo was until Andrew talked to him.
I still don't know who he is.
Yeah, he's still not like I would never watch that dude's content.
I recognize the name, but I don't know anything about him. I've never seen his content. I don't even know what the dude looks like. I recognize the name only because people brought it up.
Looks like
Just some middle-aged dude. That's
yeah, he's like a middle-aged. Yeah, he's. I don't know.
nobody special. He's just some
It's
middle-aged.
not
dude.
impressive.
Right. Well, I mean, it is in the Gwen video, the goofy Gwen video. He talks about
Rolo
Glenn
since
getting-
because they got beef or whatever.
Well, no, it's because Glenn had this idea that he was the main character syndrome on Rolo's channel, and it's like, wait a minute. Yeah, so my understanding is him and Rolo had some beef because Glenn wanted the spotlight.
Yeah, but I think they're both, to use one of Easy's words, goofy.
Facts.
Like,
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. When I'm calling Rolo a middle-aged dude, like I don't watch his content, so I don't know anything about him or anything like that. He's just some middle-aged dude to me.
yeah, I don't know. Red Pill was.
You can easily argue the same thing about me. Like I'm just some middle-aged dude to half the people who come in here and listen to me bullshit.
Make your ears move, Cat.
Come on, chat. $150 goal. We got $146 to go. 24-hour stream, and JS is gonna let us see the chair. Come on, chat. We can do it.
You get to see the chair every time I go to the bathroom.
Actually,
and that's when you're doing flowing.
Hey, Shazzy's helping.
Two different angles.
Mama Bear, we appreciate you. Oh, cat out here flexing her farmland.
Multiple chair angles.
Somebody asked to see it.
Who does all the mowing there, Cat?
I pay.
Mexicans.
Mexicans.
Oh, now she bails. Bye, Cat. Hi, Cat.
No, I spring for the white help.
You pay the big bucks.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
White help.
Well, you're not clear, Cat.
What?
Your microphone is really clear.
Oh, I don't know.
Shazzy said
That's how you know Cat's loaded. She gets the white help.
I was just joking.
Shazzy said turn up JS very low.
Oh, there's a little spike buck in my yard, but I don't think I can zoom in for y'all to see it.
Your camera's not even on.
Well, no, not anymore, but it's so far I don't think I can zoom into it.
Oh, we believe in you.
Oh, I'm loud. So should I turn myself down?
You're always loud.
I'm
Got
confused.
that good microphone.
I think you sound all right. Maybe my booming voice was just drowning you out.
I don't know. She said turn up JS
that's a
very low.
joke.
Then she said you're loud. I'm confused.
It was a joke.
But anyway, Jeremy, you haven't heard about or have you heard about VPNs being a scam and that you shouldn't get a VPN? What do you know about that?
I literally gave you all of that shit, and a couple weeks ago when we were talking about it against Grumple, right? No, there. In your particular discussion,
I don't remember
that
everything.
You guys had, the discussion you guys had earlier was solely, you were solely basing it on that. So the argument that I go at is, in that particular case, like Surfshark, NordVPN, and all of those, where everybody's arguing that that's affording them security, it's not. It can, but in reality, it's really not. But there's other utility to VPNs. Like I said, for the stuff that I do, my work laptop is on a 24/7 VPN connection to my work network.
But that's not like a public access VPN. That's
No,
like
but
a
that's the
special
point.
VPN.
Okay. But that's why I asked that question of what did the topic encompass?
Right.
Because it is still a VPN connection. So if it was encompassed by that topic or not, in which case the answer is it was.
This is kind of why I didn't want to go too hard into this argument, because I was like, well, it's likely that NordVPN and these mainstream commercial VPNs are garbage, but there could be a good use for a VPN.
Exactly that, and that's why I was asking if the topic encompassed certain aspects, because if you get into the utility of it from a government or corporate network kind of thing, then there's a total legitimate valid use case for that. But
does the average public have access to that type of VPN?
Yeah. I mean, I've got a private VPN connection between my house and my parents' house.
Because the way I understood it, well, NordVPN had a big controversy. I forget all the details, but there was a controversy with NordVPN where people were getting their information stolen by using NordVPN.
Well,
so
yeah,
and then a lot of people dropped their sponsorship, like Linus and other big tech creators had NordVPN sponsors, and they said we're not gonna vouch for your product because it's trash.
Here's where that comes into being is when you get those public VPN providers that are granting you that, you use those only for a few things. One, because you think that them some website,
because you want to watch Chinese Netflix.
Well, that's another one, but the other is you just feel like them getting your IP address is them garnering all kinds of information about you, or that somebody getting your IP address, they're going to sniff every bit of traffic that's coming from that address. And all of those things are potentially valid concerns, but at the end of the day, like, if somebody really wants to figure that out, we'll figure that out. But the issue that came out of NordVPN and trust and things like that, you're putting their trust in that they're actually withholding enough, or that they're being on the up and up in terms of your own security. And one of those things is that they state that they're not logging your activity when you're using their VPNs. And what it turned out to be is they were actually logging what you were doing on their VPNs. So when it came down to evaluating those things, that information was available when it came time to a data breach.
Yeah, and the way I understand it, similar to the power connectors on the 5090s, you want as few links in the chain that can break as possible. So wouldn't it be better that I just secure my network and connect to the internet directly? That's one link in the chain. But if I do a VPN and it's bouncing me from place to place to place, every place that it bounces me is a link in the chain that could be broken.
That would be an argument. That would be an argument in terms of like speed, right? Because your connectivity at that point, if you're adding hops into that, then yes, you're essentially putting a potentially a throttle or bandwidth bottleneck on your network performance.
Well, I'm not talking about speed. I'm talking about security. I'm saying there's more places that they can infiltrate if we're hopping. Hop is the word. I said bounce, but if we're hopping from thing to thing to thing to thing, then each place that we hop is a place that we could be infiltrated, right? Or no?
Yeah, kind of.
Yes.
Kind of.
So it seems good, but really, And especially
then
the
in
people who
order-
are providing you the VPN service, if they have some sort of ulterior motive, then they'll use it and they can profit off of it. So
Well, when you're talking the hop to hop thing, that would essentially be stacking VPN. So you'd have to be like doing a VPN connection through a VPN connection through a VPN connection, right? You only are adding if you're using just there's hardly anybody who actually does that.
we're gonna lose all
so
the audience
most-
with this tech talk, but it was something we
Well,
talked about.
You're the
tonight,
one who
so-
brought the topic
I
up,
know.
Tez.
I'm just saying we talked about it tonight. So
You want me to engage with your topic or not?
No. Keep going.
VPNs are horrible. They're
For a
trash.
little
Don't
while.
use them. That's all you gotta know.
You guys can keep going. I'll just turn you guys up on my TV and fall asleep.
We can keep it going for a little while.
But I mean, I was just saying, not many people are actually doing multiple VPN hops, right? And in doing that, what they call that, you're essentially obfuscating when you're doing that. That's the attempt. There's you're obfuscating.
Isn't that how a
as
VPN
hacker-
works? Is doing a hop? It's hopping you to a different. So
Well, but you're just going through one. You're not going. It's not adding like several jumps in between you. You're just going through that one jump.
okay.
But then there are others that are also going through that one jump. So what that does do,
But that's still an extra
is
jump that if I jump straight to the internet, that's still an added extra jump.
Yeah, the jumps really matter.
It's an extra jump, which would be a bottleneck to your connectivity. But what it also does is if I were an attacker and say, I were an attacker and I know NordVPN is a VPN provider that tons of people are paying for to use in the ideology of I'm getting a secure connection to do my banking and all this other stuff, right? Well, wouldn't that make it really nice as a central place that I go and attack and get 20 people or 50 people or 100, however many people are using that particular hop? Wouldn't it be really nice to have that central place? I go to that thing and I use that thing to gather whatever information
Right.
you're accessing.
Right.
Which I would be able to.
And
I mean,
that
so I
hop,
think
that
that's
hop
like
is in some
NordVPN.
foreign. That hop is a hop to some foreign nation's internet that doesn't have.
It can be.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be, but it can be.
But so now I'm doing my banking through a Chinese or some Cambodia or wherever the hell internet connection, which is less safe. So it
Wherever the hop is.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have to be. You can you can have your VPN endpoint to be in California, Chicago, Dallas, Florida, all over. They have endpoints all over the place.
and that's why I would
depending
argue
on what
that
you do.
commercially on the broad spectrum, it's a scam.
I would argue things like NordVPN,
McAfee.
Surfshark, and all of those. I would argue that all of those, used in the sense that they advertise, is a scam.
Yeah.
But VPN technology itself, there's much utility in VPN technology.
Right. But the average person is not gonna know enough to.
I mean, if there wasn't great utility in VPN in itself, like you can go buy an access point, like a wireless access point, whatever, your little Asus or Netgear, whatever, router access point from Best Buy or whatever, and those things have VPN servers built into them now. Now it's not VPN server that works like NordVPN or Surfshark or something like that, but it's so that you can have like your laptop or cellular phone or whatever to get a VPN connection to your home network to access your stuff that's at your home network. That's a great utility, and that's what VPN was initially designed for. It wasn't designed to be used as a mechanism to hop through to mask where you're actually coming from.
That's dependent on DNS servers too, isn't it?
Well, generally, VPN will change your DNS servers as well. I mean, it's not dependent on DNS, but
No.
generally a VPN connection will also come in and update your DNS to use one through that. And that also depends on the VPN as well, because we can get into all kinds of discussions on that. But there's different types of VPN. You can have like a VPN that tunnels all of your traffic. You can have what they call a split tunnel VPN that only tunnels certain traffic. In which case, a split tunnel DNS isn't necessarily going to go across the VPN.
Gotcha.
This is why I'm glad I was not put in on this topic, because I would lose everybody in the weeds with just my technical knowledge on VPN. That I don't know that I could actually be held in an argument in this.
Jeremy's capping. You don't know.
No,
shit
it's one of
about
those things where you know way too fucking much. Like, I would have to just I would get into the weeds on this, and like, I don't know how I could put an argument in there that could actually follow.
Did you know, Jeremy? Did you know that Grumple speaks 7 languages? I'm sure he knows.
No, he's up to like 30 now, dude.
Yeah, but he can't sing Rammstein to save his life.
He can't say Linux to save his life.
Linux.
Linux. It's Linux because the creator's name is Linus.
Fucking Linux.
Well, it's even funnier because the creator had the thing where he stated that it's always Linux, and he also stated that his name has different pronunciations based on where you're at. His own name has different pronunciations, but he said Linux is always Linux.
Right. I understand to a very, very small extent what Grumple's trying to do because Linus is the guy's name. However, he is the creator, and he had said it's Linux, not Linux, Linux. So if the creator tells you what the name is, and you hear it, how can you refute that? It's just stupidity.
Right.
If you're Grumple.
Dude, my Discord camera is covering my game screen. There's like a Discord overlay on my game screen.
You gotta turn off that overlay shit. That was fucking me up the other day.
It's covering my health bar. I need to kind of see that.
When I was playing GTA, the fucking mini map was covering up the
cam.
camera shit
Yeah.
was covering up my fucking mini map in GTA, and it was driving me nuts.
What's chat
Discord
talking
wants to
about?
be over top of everything. It wants priority on everything. It's so stupid. And updates.
Talking about the Jess drama.
We've got 2/3 of the cat squad here. We've got Kitty, Oxycat. Oxycat. But where's the other cat? Oh, she said she was pissed off the mutes the other night. She said, "You're never getting another dime out of me." She told me in private chat.
Did she really get mad?
She'll be back.
Well, she didn't say she wouldn't be back. She just said you're never getting another dime from her.
Yeah. Ask Cat, he's her best friend. Don't forget the thumbs up. I don't know who y'all are talking about. The ladies in the chat. Yeah, hit the like button, guys. Sub up. Sub up. We do Bible study. We do everything. Everything. I got no niche.
You want to know a fun fact, JS?
Yeah.
I don't have a like button.
Well, you should fix that. What does that even mean?
I don't have a like button. On
He
any
stripped it
stream
off.
I go to, the like button does not even exist for me.
That doesn't even make sense.
It doesn't have to make sense. I'm telling you, it doesn't exist. Like, it's just gone.
He's not lying. He sent me screenshots.
I'll post one right now. It legitimately does not exist. I do not have like buttons on any YouTube videos.
Well, you got a virus, Mr. Tech Guy.
No, he put it that way. He put it that way because they took away the dislikes. So he's fucking being like, "Fuck you, YouTube. You don't want my dislikes. You don't get my likes."
They didn't actually take
Yeah,
away
well,
the
Gary-
dislikes. The creator can still see his dislikes, and you can still hit dislike, and I can.
But
It's
it
just
doesn't. But it's not open to the public to
Yeah.
see how much the video is disliked. Yeah, I think that's retarded. I didn't even know that was a thing until Jeremy said that to me. I was like, "Wait, all those dislikes I've been dropping don't count? What the fuck?"
It's
I
been
didn't
a
know
thing
that. I
for
didn't know the
years.
creators actually still saw the dislikes.
Yeah,
So
I
that's-
can I can see my dislikes.
Oh, you can? Well, dislike the video now. No, I'm just kidding.
yeah.
Well, I've
dislike all the videos.
like for a while when I first started YouTube, I had like 2 dedicated dislikers. All of my streams and all my videos had 2 dislikes. And I was like, "Oh, I've got some dedicated haters. That means I'm making it." You know? But that's interaction too. So
It is, and that's what I've said. I said that, and I don't remember. I don't remember whose panel I was on, and I said that I was like, dislikes are interaction too. I mean, when it comes to YouTube, all interactions get you on the algorithm. If you have 1 million people dislike your video, but you only have 1 person like it, guess what? You're gonna be in the algorithm because you have 1 million dislikes.
yeah, you're gonna be hated, but
Right.
whatever.
You're gonna be hated, but you're gonna be known.
Yeah, but do you see JS on the screenshot? Like it just doesn't exist. The funny thing is I don't even know what I did to remove it.
Yeah, I don't even know how you would remove that.
I don't remember. I did this like 2 years ago. I have no idea what I did to remove it, and at this point, it's just gone.
Huh. I don't know.
Anytime there's a shit that I don't like that happens, I figure out a way to prevent that from happening. Like raids, I get annoyed by certain raids that happen, and so I have a way around where you can't send me. Like I don't disable being raided, but I disable certain people from being able to raid me places.
What are you doing? Changing
Like,
the
you send
YouTube
a-
code?
Like when you send us to Newsmax, I hate that.
Why? You don't like news? To the max?
I don't like going to Newsmax. It fucks up my YouTube algorithm.
What do you mean? You don't like the
Right,
news?
yeah, I don't want that. No, we don't want that fucking bullshit coming from my YouTube algorithm.
No. I want YouTube to suggest stuff that I like to go and see. Newsmax, I don't particularly want to spend my day with a bunch of fucking news shit showing up in my YouTube feeds. If I go watch news shit on YouTube, I actually go into private browsing mode and I watch it there directly so that it doesn't come up in my feed.
That's crazy. That's OCD. And I don't even
yeah,
believe
I've never
in OCD.
said I don't have OCD.
What the?
How is that OCD? How's that obsessive and how's that compulsive?
Because that's too much work.
So work equals OCD.
You
All right.
figuring out how to change the code of YouTube to make sure there's no like buttons and you don't get sent to Newsmax? That's wild.
I mean, I don't just thwart your stuff. Like, it's also
Yeah,
there.
it's not
It's like
just it.
Easy was sending us that fucking Fallout music bullshit, and so I was getting all kinds of AI music popping up in my feed. I don't want that shit either.
I know. I've woke up to Fallout music before.
Right?
It's comforting. It's nice music.
But if you don't want comfort, if you want
But
something
then you
crazy,
end up with like 30
not
other
Fallout
things showing
music.
up in your feed that are AI music bullshit. Like
I mean, he's not lying because
Don't
I
take
used
away
to have.
from- Don't take away from my Tiny Kittens HD showing up in my feed, right? That's the shit I want. Give me
Well, that's
Tiny
just it.
Kittens.
Anytime I would go on and help with the purges by trying to find live panels and stuff, it'd be a lot easier. Now I get all these random ass shout videos that are 24 hours and like shows and music, some things you can't even raid to because the channel doesn't even allow it. I'm like, now when I go in there to try to help Easy find live panels for purging, it's like, dude, you know the same 6 ones that I see because they only see the ones I'm sub to now. I have to get back in the algorithm of finding all the open panels. So constantly, like every day, I'm just searching up random ass lives and open panels, looking at them. Because exactly, like otherwise it gets mumble jumbled than all the extra shit.
You want to live in a bubble?
The hell you say?
Yes, a protective bubble.
I just want to. No, I don't want to live in a bubble, but I want to control the things that exist in the bubble when I want to be in the bubble.
You got to be cultured.
I want to control when I come out of my bubble.
Whatever.
Yo, King. Not to like derail, but you had said something I was hearing in the chat earlier about went to Jess's channel and what happened?
You cut out. What did you say?
You said something about Shazzy went to Jess's channel and something happened?
She got unmodded, I guess.
I'm not 100% sure, but according to if I remember what Shazzy was saying, was she went over to Jess's channel, and this was after last night. Well, now the night before, where you specifically said we wouldn't raid her, and then I guess Are We Not Men and Jess had some issue with
because he said in your chat,
chat,
raid Jess or you're a bitch or something like that.
Yeah, and then since you didn't raid her, and you specifically said we don't raid women around here unless they earn it, which it's your fucking channel, every right to do that. Shazzy went over there and they took her wrench from her and started talking shit on her because the fact that you didn't raid her. So they're punishing Shazzy for something you did, essentially.
And you know why that is? I learned this over the last little bit of streaming here that
because they
other
modded her
creators will, like,
expecting
come
to be
around.
connected with you.
Yes. So other creators will come around and they'll mod your mods because they think that it's gonna either bait them into some connection with you or bring your crowd over there, right? It's like, oh, they got the same mod, they must be connected somehow. That's why
I thought the same thing when I modded
anytime
King
I've
and
ever
Jeremy,
noticed
but
people do that.
they were hanging out here for a while, and Jeremy was
I think
helping with
everyone
the
does that.
computer, and King was being generous with the super chats and stuff. So that's why I modded them.
Yeah,
not,
no,
but
and
yeah,
everyone does that. But
I don't care if you take
it's
it away,
definitely
JS. It's fine. I don't like. I'm not here for the wrench.
yeah, and I don't even let them do anything.
Except run your fucking Discord.
Yeah. You got work.
But yeah, no.
But anyway,
build
sorry.
computers,
People do
shit
that.
like that.
Like I don't
Here's
give a
another
shit about having the
part
wrench
that's
in
funny
any
about-
channels. I'm not on any channels for any wrenches.
Right, me either.
Shut up,
And
Jeremy.
but I tell
Jeremy's
everybody, the
lying.
ones I
He told
get.
me if I take his- Jeremy told me if I take his wrench away, he's gonna hack my computer. I don't listen to him.
I believe it.
And there are like mod hunters who go around and they really need to be the mod on every channel.
Oh yeah, yeah. I won't say names, but yeah, no, I know that. I know people who will go into channels, especially when creators are low, and be like, mod me. You have to give me a wrench or I'm never coming back. It's like, bye.
Yeah, if
See
you
ya.
ask me to mod you, I'm probably less likely to mod you.
No, I mean I gave you a little bit of shit that about not having a wrench, but that was just to fucking haze you a little bit. I don't care.
Oh yeah,
It
yeah.
was just a funny joke that
But-
it was just a funny joke to be made.
But anyway, sorry.
But another part,
Not meant for
right,
your chat.
that is like funny about all this. Like Jess remembers, and she had Imperius on saying all types of wild shit, and I said I would never raid her after that, right? Because I lightheartedly said that it was raiding women unless they earned it. Doesn't mean it's even the actual reason. I could say I don't like people. I don't raid people with the last name White, and that could be a valid reason because it's my channel. It's
Yeah.
weird that they like take it out on a mod of mine that they also modded at their own discretion for what other than I have some connection over here. Because why would they unmod her because of what I did? Makes no sense.
Well, according to Jess in chat, she was planning new things in a new direction, I guess. So it was coming.
Planning a bunch of new things on the channel. I've been changing the direction of the channel. Some of the mods I cut have been mods for a long time, and it's gone. Okay, she's saying that it has nothing to do with that. So
that's pretty weird, and when it only happened after the raid thing.
I don't want anyone to be a mod that can't handle that responsibility. I have no problem with Kat and have no problem with Shazzy. Okay.
I don't know. I don't believe that because I've seen her be too.
Shazzy can't handle the responsibility. That's wild, bro. That's wild. I don't know. That's just wild for me.
Yeah, it's just all cope. This is all cope right now.
And I've seen her like talk shit about people on other people's channels, and they come and talk shit about the other person on their channels. Yeah.
Yeah, Jess is yeah.
So just off that initial impression that I've seen that, she just seemed kind of two-faced, and I just don't believe anything she's saying right now.
I don't know.
Are we not men doing a whole lot of white knighting in the chat?
I know, it's interesting. It is interesting that you two came in here at the same time.
Doing this for a chick, if anyone else was doing this for a chick, he'd be like feminist simp. Look at him now.
Simp, incel, you guys are bitches. You guys are bitches, incels.
That is true. You two did kind of come in here together. Start. I don't know.
It should be known. It should be known she's live too. Just saying.
That's fine.
See? What they like? Are we not men? Was double listening and then like, yo, look, they're talking about you.
Yep.
Wow. Instead of running your live, you're chatting at another one. Cool.
Yeah, that sounds about right for Jess.
Dude, Alicia's going off.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, she's just saying how it is.
Yeah, you don't fuck with the missus, I guess. I'm telling you, she don't unleash. She don't just unleash for the fun of it.
Huh. Well.
Sorry, I didn't mean to derail it into this, but I just heard that from when I was in chat, and I was like, it doesn't work. If I start chatting from the chat, this is not going to make any sense.
Yeah, no, that's right. No, fair enough. I was just making sure it wasn't something I said because I was talking about Glenn and Rolo before that, and I assumed or guessed that situation. I didn't actually have any knowledge, so I wasn't sure if you were talking about that or what. So I was like, I may have spoke out of turn. I don't know, but
I've unmodded people who they start being like content creators. Like I had some mods and they had like small channels and stuff. I have a small channel. I'm not saying I have a big channel, but you know, they were doing a little streaming here and there, and I would mod them. But then once they started streaming regularly, I unmodded them. It's because I don't, you know, you're going to be on your own stream most of the time, and you're not at my stream. So why would I have, like, I wouldn't expect Easy to mod me. I don't even want to be a mod on any channels, but because, you know, if I'm doing my thing, I'm not going to be on his channel to mod his channel. So.
And that makes sense. Like, I've done my best that, like, everyone I've modded, I modded them while they weren't mods anywhere else. Besides Craig, because Craig, me and Andrew actually modded Craig the exact same day somehow. And no, that wasn't planned or nothing. That just happened like that. So That's the only one though. Like, you know, I
Right, yeah, no,
find
my first.
why people will do this a lot of the time. They'll go out of the way to mod like their like creators mods. It's to try and pull in their chat, right? And find it's like it's you know it's goofy because then shit like this happens, right? Where your true colors come out and you show that do anything just to like gain numbers and shit, and it's wild.
Right, and like Jeremy has said this multiple times in the past. Although I have many wrenches, and honestly, my first wrench came from you, Easy. You know that, and I mean, slowly I got a ton all over the place. But the only one that I actually treat like an actual like a duty is yours because you gave it to me, and then you have some expectations of your mods, which everybody should, and that's the one. So all the other ones I've gotten due to just like JS was saying, being active in their chats, just kind of hanging around, being around. JS just got sick and tired of having to go to Discord every time he wanted to drop a link, so
yeah, and
modded me so I could do it for him.
Yeah, I actually like. To be honest, I don't really care so much about the YouTube mod thing. It is helpful that you drop links and stuff like that, but the Discord mod is what really helps me a lot because they were there when I figured out how to do all this stuff in Jeremy.
I love how
helped me figure
Jess.
it out. So
sorry, keep going.
No, you're good. Go ahead. I'm just rambling.
Just wanted to point out, like, I love how Jess is like, I want raids from you, fucking dumb B. Talking to my wife, says you're a nobody. First day I was monetized, your hubby was desperate to get on my panel.
Uh-oh.
Anyone tell me a time I was desperate to get on someone's panel? That's a wild statement.
And
like, can you see how like petty and goofy these type of people are?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's insane shit. Like that's the rest of the credibility gone for me. Like
I have no problem with no one until they call me out on my bullshit. Shut up.
Right.
And I really don't think that she should be talking about starting high school drama, which all she does is go into different people's channels and start fucking drama with random people in chat.
Right. Talking about how she's so happy she got
men's the perfect
person to run bullshit. Going on somebody else's panels or leaving your live streaming for hours on end with everybody else running your show. Yeah, great strategy.
Oh.
What does that have to do with you being monetized, though? That's actually a wild statement. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah, it kind of shows where her head's at.
I gotta be honest. I agree with what you just said, King. Sorry, Jess, but that shit, I don't like that shit. When you just leave the stream on for all day and it's just
and you don't even stream. Are We Not Men streams for you for other people to come
fucking
join an open panel.
Yeah, have fun. You enjoy your fucking 2 weeks of people paying any attention to that shit. Keep depending on Mel and Imperius to give any excitement to your channel, you fucking retard.
I'm trying to play Switzerland here, but just a piece of advice, I wouldn't recommend doing that to get your viewer hours up. It's not a.
And then next, it's the same. Look, I gotta point this out. Everybody says the same thing. Look, Andrew wannabe. Yep. Okay. And you know what? If that was the truth, would that be a bad thing or a good thing? I wanted to be like Andrew. Exactly. Shut your dumb mouth.
Jess, you're just a Glenn wannabe. So then what? What happened to riding Glenn's nuts?
She's a trad wife wannabe. Like she didn't fucking go on the internet and hit on a bunch of dudes while she had her fucking baby dad at her house. Get the fuck out of here.
And a damn trad wife. She even said her husband could cheat on her as long as it was public, or as long as she was informed before. Yeah, that's insane.
All of a sudden, she's a trad wife and against D-gen shit. Shut the fuck up.
Damn.
I like how everybody here would say something about her character that involves what she's done, but all she's doing is just sending out insults for no reason. If you wanted to defend yourself, just defend yourself. Why are you calling people names and making no damn sound? This is literally high school drama shit.
Yeah, I like it when people say, I don't do that on my channel and do it within 30 seconds.
It's not high school drama. It's YouTube drama.
To be honest, yes, I could care less. I'm gonna probably forget about your channel in a
Right,
couple of
bro.
days. Like I really couldn't care less. Have fun.
Yeah, are we not, man? Imperius wasn't banned for saying anything about our kids, though. So get out of here with that. You banned them just the other day. Shut up. Man, you guys are whack. You banned them because you wanted to save your channel's terms of service. Nothing to do with anything about morals. You guys will let anybody walk all over anything. You'll bend your morals for a little bit of fucking super chats. Fucking scum.
Damn. Well, I
Hi,
think.
JS.
Yeah, I'm
no,
sorry.
no,
I heard that and it pissed me
no,
off.
this is
'Cause I was
fine.
like, I'm sick of fake people on fucking YouTube, and now they've realized, oh, if they just pretend they're kind of like someone and then like just try to capitalize off their fucking crowds and chats and shit, they can just fake their way into being something. But this will all come out eventually, right? I've watched it go up and down with all these types of losers over and over again. I've made the predictions, they've come true, and let me make the prediction for you, Jess. Your channel doesn't last longer than 2 months with this type of excitement. I promise you. Than 2 months. You're done. I promise.
Yeah. It's crazy the number of channels I've watched come and go. They just people pop up and they give up or they quit. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a drama. I don't really care about this stuff, but I will, I do agree, Jess, if you're still listening, the running the stream all day with other people coming on, that's kind of whack. I'm not attacking you. Take it as just an opinion. I don't know.
And the other goodies come first and leave.
No, I remember the first
there's
time I
no-
ever met Jess. The first time I ever talked to Jess was on Glenn's panel, and I went pretty hard, but I've tried to give her the benefit of the doubt, and to be honest, I'm a misogynist. I don't like women creators in general, so. But I'm trying to be a nice guy, trying to be nice. But yeah, this is crazy.
So, what do I have to send you for you to be able to send the prize money through PayPal? Because I've never done this before.
Just make a PayPal, and all it is going to be at, and then the name.
Do you have PayPal?
Yeah, I got one. I just had to reconnect the card and stuff. I just finished it now.
It'll just be at. It'll be at whatever your name on PayPal is, or email address.
Send it to me. Should be able to. There's like a Let me see how this works.
This is a $250 one this week.
Yes, sir.
Damn, chat! What are you doing to me? I had it. Who's this solo judge? Who's solo judged?
Hell, I appreciate it because I actually really needed some more money because I needed to help get my ex-wife a new car for my kid, so my kid's not.
All
stuck
right.
at her house.
We don't need your sob stories.
Yes, that's solo judge with me. Fuck you.
I needed a new freaking set of studio monitors because I don't have any speakers here. I'm just kidding.
Well, I guess you're gonna have to work hard for it because I fucking kicked you off.
That was you?
I'm kidding. It wasn't me. No. Damn. No, dude, I do it all through supers. It was definitely not me.
Well, last week it was William.
Jeremy, your mic switched again. I don't know if you know that.
I do know that I'm out at the pool.
All right, just saying.
Yeah, you're getting me on my cell phone right now.
Yeah, no, it definitely sounds like it.
Yeah, cell phone with Bluetooth.
You out driving, Jeremy?
No, not driving. I am out at the pool. I'm working on the pool right now.
Okay. Okay. He's getting the pool ready for the summer. Pool party
Yeah,
at
well, I'm
Jeremy's.
just checking the chemicals and topping off the chlorine and that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, he's got a game room. Oh yeah, bro. We're gonna definitely have a party Razor at Jeremy's house.
He's got all the damn goodies.
Oh yeah, this dude's got it set up.
Yeah, when
Nice
we
big
having a
house.
party at Jeremy's house, he's got a game room. He's got poker tables.
Yeah, he's got, what do you call those pimp pads, or what do you call them? When the guy's got everything.
Bachelor pads.
Oh, he's got a grill. I mean, this man's got everything we need, and he's got pups.
He don't got a man
They call it
cave.
a
He got a man cap.
They call it a bachelor pad. They call it a bachelor pad.
That's it.
No, I have a bachelor's pad. You have like a bachelor's
House. No. You have an apartment, and you just happen to be a bachelor.
An
I
apartment.
have what they call as a batch.
No, an apartment is a bachelor's pad.
You have a pad. You happen to be a bachelor.
Do you own?
Doesn't
Do you
make your-
own your home? Do you own your home?
Yes,
Yeah.
he does.
That's
Yes.
not a bachelor's pad.
Okay.
In my rule book.
Yeah.
Bachelor's
That's-
pad is
that's
the dude
fine.
who's a
You can-
bachelor who's renting a place out and he got an apartment to himself.
That's fine. I accept your right to operate on your own definition.
You've got a bachelor's home. Home is where the heart is.
I've got a room dedicated to console games too. I never go in there, but I have one.
That's crazy. You need to adopt some kids.
Yeah, he's got like what, 4 bathrooms, and you use 1.
No, I have 3 and I use 2.
3. Okay.
I got 10 bathrooms. I can shit all day.
And never flush.
Speak for yourself on that one.
Well, I call the maid to do that shit.
You call the maid to flush for you?
Yeah, why not? You got 10 bathrooms.
Just be smelling that shit. It seeps up throughout the whole house, dude.
Yeah. There we go. I'm just being stupid on that part. Are you really doing a 24-hour JS?
Only if we hit $150 by 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. 22 hours because the fights start at 10 a.m.
Today?
Yeah. So
You're on Pacific time, right? Right, JS?
No, 10 a.m. my time, Mountain time.
Oh, Mountain. Okay.
Yeah. They're in Azerbaijan or something like that. Abu Dhabi or something. So it's a weird time schedule. But I think it's a pretty good card. Daddy Job said I need to watch it, but he's like, you're not going to be awake. And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to be awake. But then I was like, well, if I'm awake, like 9, 10 is usually when I end the stream. So if I'm awake. But this is what sucks is, so yesterday I got home from work. I streamed to set up the Elgato and the new camera. And then at like 1 o'clock I ended. And I said I need to be up by 6:45 so I can stream at 7:15 to cover the Andrew debate. And I laid in bed from 1 till like 3:30 not sleeping. And I was like, well, I can't sleep. And I got pissed. I was like, fuck, I can't sleep. And so I got up and I took a shower and I ate some food, and I laid down again. And then this is how it always happens on those nights when you can't get to sleep, and you got something to do. You know, you gotta be up by this time, and you can't sleep. You fall asleep an hour before, and sure enough, at like my alarm was set for 6:30. I fell asleep at like 5:30. Finally, and then I had to wake up at 6:30 with an hour of sleep, and I was like, oh. So I'm pretty tired, but I'm on like an hour of sleep since yesterday.
Seeing that's all the more reason for chat to hit that
force
goal.
me, to force me to hit that goal and make me go, you know.
Facts.
You don't have a goal posted.
Push him to the fucking limit, chat.
I can't.
All right.
Yeah, well,
I don't know how to do the goals.
Jazz
Like,
isn't about.
I don't.
And Jazz isn't about the.
No.
Yeah, but Jazz isn't about the number. He wants the value. He wants the monetary value. He doesn't want. He doesn't care if it's
Well, no.
one
Eventually,
donation or 100 of them.
Eventually, I'm gonna have the dono bar. I just haven't set it all
No,
up
he's
yet.
saying though it doesn't have to be in increments.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the
the goal the way
Are
the
you
goal
talking
the
about
way
the
that
goal where
Easy
it's the
does it.
count of supers?
You gotta email to do that, right? Easy. You gotta email to accept like something.
No.
Oh, I'm using Streamlabs, bro, or Stream Elements.
No,
sorry,
no.
Stream Elements.
I mean the YouTube goal. The YouTube goal program where it's like 20 super chats and then it does the confetti.
Oh, no, dude, you do that right in your YouTube studio, bro.
I told you.
You open your YouTube studio, you go to the live, in the top right corner, you click on the live you're currently on, and you'll see like your chat there, the current. Watch, go do it right now.
I don't.
Pop your screen up for him. He'll tell you.
I don't think I can do it. I think I've tried.
Yes, you can. I promise you.
You know, why wouldn't you be able to do that?
Because it was
if you don't
a
try, you
it was a
can't do
new thing that they were testing out. Like I don't have
Tells
the
me how to do it, and then it tells me you can't do it.
I don't have the
Motherfucker.
XP thing
Bring up
either.
the fucking live studio.
YouTube studio.
Share your screen, JS, and he'll tell you.
See where it says live up in the top right?
I see where
hates me.
I see where it says create, and then I see my account picture, and it has a little red light. It doesn't say live.
Okay, you don't see like a little like circle with like things coming out of the sides of it?
Yeah, I'm on my
Go live.
Yeah, it says create. I'm on my channel
No,
dashboard.
yeah, so there's one that says upload videos, right? Like a line with an arrow pointing up.
Chat with
It's the symbol.
line with an arrow.
Right. Not where they create. Okay, so you're at the very top.
Oh,
right?
I
I
see.
little bit
Upload
down from there.
videos, go live, and create
Yeah,
post.
so hit on the go live. Hit on the go live.
Okay.
And you'll see like a screen pop up says manage streams. Click on the one you're currently on.
Yeah, this is the
Alright,
screen
so
I'm
you see
usually
that
looking
screen?
at.
Like with the chat there, the stream analytics, all that.
Yep.
Okay, now hit. I believe you do. So where that chat is, do you see? It's hard without an actual live up.
Top right, it says insert ad, create highlight video, add stream marker. So that's how you do the markers. Top chat.
No, let me. Yeah, I can do something quick. 1 sec. I'm gonna just schedule the next
Who's
week's
beeping? Is that
verbal.
me?
I'm pretty sure I can't do
No, that
this.
was mine.
Because I looked into it and it said it was a new creator program that they were testing out.
Bruh.
Because I don't have
Everybody's got it.
I don't have the crowns in my chat either.
Well, that's custom emoji, isn't it?
JS for upsetting the apple cart. And this was supposed to be Jess yesterday. You win. Hey, thank you, Shazzy.
What, 77? So next week would be 78. Schedule it next Friday. 9. Oh,
Community moderation. If I hit the 3 dots on the chat, participants.
wait, I'll be there in just 1 second.
Okay.
Okay. Customize. Setting up the live for next week's verbal combat, so then I can open that screen too and look at it with you.
Well, here, I can do this.
He can share his screen, but he won't.
I'm doing it right now.
Well, I'll shut up.
You gotta be careful when you share that screen.
There's nothing. There's nothing. The stream keys are not showing, and even if they were, they're hidden.
Easy. Jess doesn't care about
Okay,
private
so-
information.
Nailed it.
So
Thank you for the membership. Are we not, mem? Cope and Seethe. That's $26.72 in US dollars.
probably gifted to him.
I know it's. A,
Right.
no, I think he re-upped it.
Sure,
But
get membership milestones that they're gifted to you. Damn. Yours looks. You hit where it says top chat up there. Can you click that for a second? The arrow down on that.
Top chat, live chat, fan funding.
That sounds like fan funding.
That.
So if I go to
Yeah,
fan
that's just to see all
funding,
the-
it just shows me all the super
Just to
chats.
see
and
all your
stuff.
super chats.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about hit the what's on those 3 arrows or 3 dots? 3 dots. I meant to say.
Community moderation, participants, moderation activity, timestamps, reactions, pop out chat.
Yeah, no. So like on my screen, it's right underneath where it says live chat there, where it shows your super chat.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I looked into it. It was
The plus down here. Hit the plus down there. Let me see what you got on that plus.
What?
At the bottom of the chat, down. No, not that. No.
Engage with your
Down.
audience.
Yeah, there's a plus. Yeah.
Q&A and poll.
Click that for a sec. I should. Okay. Right then. I guess you don't have it. Hey, why would they confuse?
You didn't like respond to
Like
an
I said-
email or do you do the polls that they send
You
you?
think you have to read or you
Like
Nice.
you know when they're like new creator poll and they tell
Not
you
all
to,
the time.
because I never do them.
I just got an email that they were gonna start doing this.
That's what I said. You got an email, and did you respond to the email and
I
say
do 'em
yes,
sometimes.
or you like accepted it, or you?
I just saw an email that we were gonna start doing this.
Yeah, it was.
Went on live the one day and I seen them there and I was like, oh shit, that's dope.
Yeah, it was It's a. So it's not a all of YouTube thing yet. It's a thing they sent out to creators, and they said we're testing this out. The same with the crowns. That's something they're testing out. It's not an all of YouTube thing yet. And
Yeah, like the.
I hope that crown thing goes away. I hate that thing.
Yeah, so I either missed the email or I didn't get the email. And it could be because I never do the polls, and I never, whenever they're like community or creator interaction poll or something, I never mess with those. So maybe I should.
Yeah, I'm hoping the crown thing goes away, dude. I hate that fucking thing.
Why? What does it do to you, Jeremy? How does it affect you?
Same thing.
I
with this
just,
fucking
yeah, pretty much.
He's gonna figure out a way to change the YouTube code to make sure that never happens.
I've already opted myself out of it, dude. I don't even participate.
But yeah, I can't.
Anybody who has that, any channel that has that
right,
that
two
little
things
crown
real-
game.
What's up?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, it's all right. Two things real quick. One, what is your goal?
$150
For you to do the 24-hour thing.
$150.
Okay.
150.
So usually,
And a chair
one
string.
day I'm gonna have a dono bar on the screen. I like the dono bar more than the YouTube goal because like if it's 20 super chats and you've seen it, you could just do dollar, 10 cent dollar. You could just do a bunch of dollars and that's $20. But I like the dono bar better. Hey,
But you can set the threshold for that for the goal to what they'll count as.
Right,
Like
because
Easy changed it. Now
did that,
minimum value is 5 for that to actually clock.
Yeah. So yeah,
That
there's you can
I
actually
set
set it even.
it off. You better finish it up and make JS stay up for 24 hours because I'm also gonna be staying up for some events with the family. So I have to. I'm sorry, but I have to just say this one more thing before I go. RB Not Men, the only coping and seething in the chat is coming from you, saying you didn't come to defend Jess, only yourself, but we were talking about Jess teeing off people off channel, and unless you're the owner of the channel, it was nothing coping and seething and white knighting over here. Go back to your queen's chat.
Right. I was literally gonna say he said he came over here to defend himself,
Love you,
but we didn't even say anything about you, bro.
oh, Kat got a membership. She said she sent a Cash App, add it to my total. Oh shit! Damn, with that dang. Well, hold up. What are we?
You know who Cat is?
I know who Cat is, not the other cat.
Was it?
Aggravating you, damn it. Being sarcastic.
Yeah, was it the right cat?
Was it? Doesn't want to let
how
us
much?
know that he's over the goal already.
No, well, I don't know if she
Probably
wants
is.
me to say, but I don't think she'll care because she does these regularly. But it's a 50.
Good, add that
Nice.
to the total.
Let's
Okay,
go.
so that's
we're-
we're almost there.
Yeah, buddy, we're like what, $40 away?
If you count memberships, we're probably there. But it's
No memberships. You never count memberships.
so it's 73 in super chats plus 50. What's math do? 125. Yeah. They're 10. 135.
The math. I love it. Oh,
Yeah.
Thank you, Brandon.
Dude, math's not real.
Yeah.
I don't believe in math.
Well, why you adding them dollars up then?
let's go. 15. Stay up. That's what's
Shout
up,
out,
chat.
Brandon.
That's how you do it. All right. Get your
Hang
grips
on.
on. God bless everybody. I'll be listening in, and I will see you all Monday.
All right.
Stay safe.
Appreciate you.
Yep.
Later, Easy.
Later, Easy.
Thank you for the
Have a good
raid.
one.
Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the entertainment while I'm at work. Easy's like my except when he maybe except when he goes on these dang black panels.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I thought you would have loved that one panel you was on.
No,
your buddy Lil Wayne was up on there.
I do still listen, but when he's on them for a long time, maybe I might go listen to something else for a little bit because I don't know.
Words all run together or something.
But they
It's a lot of you feel me? You feel me?
you heard
brother.
you heard you
Like,
feel
you
me?
hurt?
Like,
What was that one guy saying the other night?
You feel me,
is that what
Ninja?
he was saying?
Ninja, you like Ninja? You feel me, like Ninja? Like you feel me?
Yeah.
What's the lyric? Somebody says he's talking about Lil Wayne. And it's a rap song, and he's like, "You know my Ninja Wayne, he be saying you heard even if you wasn't talking," or something like that. He's the one that said you heard even if you wasn't talking. You heard? You feel me? You heard? Speaking of
Mama Bear memberships.
Speaking of, where's Teriak? He does that now. White people do that too. That's not just a black thing. But they don't
You
say
know what I mean?
that,
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know
You know
what
what I
I'm saying?
mean? You know what I'm saying?
bro.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying, bro?
Oh, that drives me crazy. I can't stand that.
I hate that you know what I'm saying more than almost anything. Like,
Yeah, just
you're
if we're talking
saying it.
about
No,
things
we
that,
don't know what you're saying.
If I don't know what you're saying, I'll let you know that I don't know what you said. Stop patronizing me and acting like I'm some retard that doesn't understand anything.
Exactly.
I know what you're saying. If I don't know what you're saying, I'll say, "Hey, what are you saying?" But you don't have
Jess, if we're talking about things that bother us, can you please spell the word else for me, please?
What is it?
Else, like something else. Spell else.
ELSE.
Perfect. Why do you keep putting a T in there?
Me?
When you say it, you say yeah. When you say else, you say else.
Something else?
I don't know if you realize that.
Something else?
Yeah.
But he
El-
did.
Something
else?
else.
He did.
Yeah, you put
It's-
a T in there. You put ELTSE. Like that's what you say.
It's
else.
more like a Z. It's more like a Z. Else. Damn, is this really irritating? Is this really getting on your nerves? I never even noticed it.
That's the only thing that you say else. That one gets me. Just like I told you when people use whenever and when interchangeably, that fucking drives me nuts, bro. Up a wall.
Usually
Whenever
people
isn't
will call
when,
me out
when
for
isn't whenever.
breakfast and crown. Like
Nah, breakfast is I get your breakfast.
I say
there ain't a K.
breakfast.
What are you talking about?
Breakfast like BREFSESS. Breakfast.
Yeah, because there ain't no K in there, bro. I totally agree with that. No breakfast.
And then crayons, I say crowns. I color with crowns. People really don't like that, but I color with crowns. You know what I've noticed lately? And this is so I think this is a foreigner thing. And maybe it's because there's but go ahead. Have you heard this? Like everybody says, well, if you just go ahead and do this thing, and everybody says go ahead, and Floor used to say this all the time. She's like, well, if you just go ahead and then I started hearing Dan does it too. He says go, it's like people who don't really speak English well, they always say go ahead but I've been noticing now people who speak English are picking up on it, and everybody says go ahead and. Am I crazy, or does anybody else notice this?
Yeah, I saw you point that out in chat the other day, but I didn't notice it.
Well,
I didn't know what you were saying.
Start listening for it, and it'll start driving you crazy. Go ahead and go.
No,
if you just go ahead and look for the thing, and then you go ahead and walk to the place, and then you go ahead and.
The thing people say that fucking drives me crazy is irregardless.
Yeah, well, that's a classic.
What does irregardless mean?
Nothing.
What makes irregardless different than regardless?
Irregardless of your opinion, Jeremy, I'm gonna still say it.
All right,
it's the exact same
Shazzy.
fucking word. Only one of them is actually a word. One is not.
Did I miss another?
Just like
you mean the same
just like
thing.
Backward. Yeah, just like backward and forward. How people say backwards and forwards, those aren't words. There is no S. They don't exist. It's backward and forward. There is no S. Everybody puts an S.
It's y'all fuckers hate me. I don't say anything right. That's the way I was. Yeah, it's where I'm from.
Else.
Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer.
Well, nobody's ever told me that.
Aluminum.
What am I supposed to say? Else.
Yeah.
Else.
ELSE. Else. Or else. something else.
Thank you,
I want something
Shazzy.
else. We're out.
I guess we're watching the fights on the stream. Damn.
Let's fucking go.
I wonder if I should start a new stream. I would have to
rate. Yeah. Do that.
You're going to
Rate
hit
into your
12.
new.
You're at 10.
That way you can start over. Because you said you're at. Yeah. Oh, you're at 10. Okay.
I'm at 10
By the
right
way,
now.
King, just so you
Yep.
know,
Maybe more.
backwards is actually an adverb. It provides more information than just backward does.
Wait, what? You're fucking lying to me, bro.
No, I'm literally not lying.
I'm driving right now, so I can't Google this, Jeremy.
Google it. I did. Backwards.
I can't. I'm driving.
Backward. I'm
Damn.
saying you could Google it because I did. And backwards is actually an adverb, which means it actually provides more information than just the word backward does.
But how is that? It doesn't make sense.
Well,
backward.
Backward specifically just describes the direction. Backwards being an adverb means that like it's moving backwards.
Well, how about this? How
moving
come
backward.
how come some
Right. Backwards is moving backward. See, that's what's fucked up. Backwards is moving backward.
No. It'd be like you're going backwards.
But see, that sounds crazy to me. It's backwards.
Yeah,
You're going
that-
Sounds
backwards.
crazy, but that doesn't make it incorrect.
the S is not necessary?
Right. It's pointless.
You're going backward.
There's only one direction you can go when you're going backward. The S doesn't add any extra. Like backwards, you go faster. Like I don't know.
Does the S not indicate action? Like backwards? Is that what you're saying, Jeremy?
Adjective wise, yeah. No, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, it's an
I
adverb.
understand the English principles.
Shazzy paid
Thank you very
to
much.
Shazzy paid for the stream to go
Oh,
long,
really?
and now she's taking a nap. What the?
Yeah, that's Mama Bear.
Well,
Thanks, Mama Bear.
There was no contractual agreement that she would stay here for the whole thing.
She's taking a nap so that she can join us later. That's what she's doing.
How come some awe is a good thing, but being full of awe is a bad thing? Awesome is great, but awful. So some awe is good, but full of awe, awful is bad.
How do you spell that though? Awful isn't spelled with an E, is it?
Yeah, AWEFUL or AWESOME. So some awe,
Oh yeah.
some
right.
awe is great, but full of awe is bad. That don't make no damn sense.
Yeah. No, that makes perfect sense. Everything's good in moderation. Too much of it is always a bad thing.
Yeah,
You
but
have some of it-
awesome is like great.
Wonderful, awesome. Right, yeah, because you have some awe. Just a little bit of awe is good because you're like, oh wow, oh crap. But awful is there's so much awe, it's fucking horrible. Like, damn, bro, like it's too much. Too
Too
fucking
much
I can't
awe.
take it.
I'm in awe too much. I'm full of
Full of that
awe,
awe shit, bro.
and it's bad. But if I have a little bit of awe, that's great. Okay, I guess so.
Right.
Go ahead and do a line. No, stop saying go ahead.
Okay.
If we just go ahead and do a line, we could all just go ahead and give a super
Yeah,
chat.
you gotta go ahead and add it. You gotta go ahead and add it to the goal. Did you go ahead and add it to the goal already?
You're gonna start hearing it now. You're gonna,
I mean, there's some stuff
Yeah, I bet.
stuff that all could be bad, right? Like, you wouldn't want to be chainsawed.
that was weak. That was weak, Jeremy.
You don't want to be chainsawed.
Chainsaw.
Chains of awe.
That don't work.
Does it not?
What about
Yeah, I don't want.
I don't want to be chainsawed.
or what? An awning. Like if I have an awning.
That's not good or bad. That's just a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if you got tracks in your underwear? That kind of stuff.
What?
What the fuck? bidet. A bidet will fix that.
Yeah.
A bidet will fix that.
Sounds like a
Yeah.
personal problem.
It might be.
Are bidets gay though?
Yeah.
I think they are. They're cold as shit.
Easy
They're
brought
not
that up
heated.
in a thing. I don't know if
Cold
he
as shit.
remembers, but the first time that he ever came to my panel, I was in his chat and I was like, "Hey, come to my panel." And when he came to my panel, we were talking about bidets being gay. That's because Daddy Jub
Not
uses a bidet, and
What's gay is y'all walk around with shitty underwear.
dude, I tried
That's
it.
gay.
I tried it, and yeah, it's super gay.
My wife made me put them on every commode around every place.
And it's cold.
And it's cold, exactly. Unless you get,
Yep,
you get a
I
heated
love
one
it.
now.
See, because you guys are fucking retarded. See,
Like-
that's because you guys are dumb.
If-
I have a heated one. It has a dryer, heated seat,
If I-
nightlight on the toilet. The fucking thing is, I haven't used toilet paper in over 2 years, bro.
If I'm gonna have a water jet
When you
take
guys are all
advantage of
freaking
me,
out-
at least make it warm.
He's saving money.
Yeah, exactly. But you guys, when you guys were freaking out on the pandemic, stockpiling toilet paper, I was laughing my ass off. I got electricity. I got a clean ass, bro.
I feel like I just got graped by Jack Frost.
What happens if the power grid
You
goes
got
down?
water in the shower. You can clean that.
You gonna be out there wiping when magnolia leaves.
No,
You don't
it's
even need
it's the power
electricity.
grid.
You don't need electricity. If you got water in a shower, you can have a
Yeah.
clean ass.
That's true.
Exactly. Yeah. Fair enough.
Oh, I thought someone said something about electricity.
You can wash your ass.
King did.
Wash
King said if
your
he's got electricity, he's got a clean ass. Like
Yeah,
I don't see how that argument even works. Like, in what way would there be a requirement for electricity for that?
To heat the water?
That would just mean you wouldn't have a cold ass. That wouldn't.
You ain't gonna wash.
Yeah, that's awful.
No, Jeremy. How does your water get pumped, Jeremy?
How does my water get what?
Hold on, I'm in a shitty area.
Yeah, you're roboting pretty bad.
He said he was driving, right?
Shitty reception. Well, meanwhile, Iran's getting Starlink.
What?
What?
Yeah, Elon said he's going to give Iran activating the Iranian Starlink because of.
Are you trolling?
No, I read that like yesterday.
I think Elon might be trolling. That sounds like an Elon move, just to troll.
Should we be against that?
Oh, we got Elder Lion and we need to.
Why would we give our? Well, I guess
We'll know what they're doing if we can monitor them.
We can stick on that topic, but
Jeremy,
I do want to confirm
that's a
this
good point.
debate. I want to confirm this debate and make sure it's happening if it's happening.
Well, Elder Lion went to sleep, bro.
Oh,
Wait,
did-
what?
Are you, are you talking to me there, conservative, JS?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh
Mango
yeah.
and Elder.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've been doing debate prep the last few days, so
And what
yeah,
was
I'm
the-
actually taking this seriously.
Was the topic abortion?
No, you guys will I'm pro-abortion, but you guys will kick my ass up and down. I gotta figure out some arguments for that one.
What
But,
was the topic
no,
you
the
two
topic-
said the other night?
The death penalty, merits of death penalty, and I'm pro death penalty. He's going to take the opposition of it.
Okay.
So, by the
Which
way,
is his actual stance.
by the way, Mangoes.
Yeah. What's up?
One critique to help you out, if I could.
No, go for it. I'm all ears. This is where you guys can go ahead and critique me. I'm not in attack mode right now.
Yeah, don't make the claim about ad hominems if they're actually arguing against your argument. That's not an ad hom if they insult you and attack your argument.
Okay,
It's
but
only an ad hom.
So
it's only an ad hom if they don't present an argument.
hold on.
And only give you an insult.
Yeah.
Here's where my mind goes with that. Oh, go on. You first. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening. I should be
no,
listening. Go on.
I was just gonna help with the defining of an ad hom. Is if somebody says, like if you're arguing death penalty and they just said, well, you're just being retarded, and that your point makes no sense because you're just being a retard. That's an ad hom because they're attacking you over your argument. Now, if they just call you a retard, but then they lay out the reasons why your definition or your argument is wrong, and then they just call you a retard, they're just being an asshole. It's just, that's it. It's just name calling. It's not an ad hom. An ad hom is when they specifically say that the grounds of your argument is trash due to some personal attack against you. Your argument sucks because you're dumb, you're retarded, that kind of shit. You don't know what you're saying. Like, those are ad homs.
Yeah, the key thing is they're attacking the person as opposed to the argument. So they can attack you and your argument, in which case that is not an ad hom.
It's a really fine line, but
I just wanted to point that out. The other night you were in there and you kept saying everybody was saying ad homs at you. They were attacking your argument and they were attacking you.
I gotcha.
Yeah, it's usually just
where my
an
mind
insult.
goes.
But when you do that, you make that claim and you're wrong on that claim, you lose credibility.
Usually in a debate, an ad hom is going to come as like a mix of an appeal to authority. So it's going to be like, well, he's not educated enough because he doesn't have experience in this. So then it's like it's an ad hom and an appeal to authority at the same time. You're saying you don't have the authority to say this and you're too dumb to be talking about this. And that kind of mix them. But
all right, real quick. I want to go back.
Right.
Sorry, I just want to go back real quick. JS, you're fucking wrong. Awful doesn't have an E. You totally gaslighted my ass. Son of a bitch. How did I let you get away with it? Awful doesn't have an E.
Whatever.
You fucking asshole.
It's the same thing.
Thank you, Cat, for putting it down so I could see it.
Do you
what
see?
the fuck, bro? You gaslighted my ass.
I'm sorry. Do you see a spelling bee medal on my wall?
No, definitely dyslexic. I mean, you put a T in else, so I mean, definitely dyslexic.
I never said
In
I
all
was.
honesty, JS barely knows how to turn on his computer. You can't really expect him to know how to spell.
True.
Barely a step up from Bricky.
I never said I won the spell. Well, we did. We used to do spelling bees on my channel, and I did win some, but I lost others.
Come on, JS. You know you did spelling.
Sounds like it was rigged. It was on your channel. It was rigged.
No, it was the blind.
Just kidding.
It was the blind bee. We had to spell words with our hands over our eyes to make sure we weren't Googling the answers.
Oh damn! Hell, hey, just might as well do it blindfolding. Do like how they do in those kung fu movies.
No, Freddie beat me in a spelling bee. But the thing was, yes, but the thing was, we could pick words from 5th grade up to like 12th grade. And so and you get points equal to the grade. And it was like the first person to 50 points. So I just kept picking 12th grade words. And I'm getting words like onomatopoeia.
Rookie mistake.
And Freddie kept picking 5th grade words. And he's getting like
quantity over
dog,
quality.
cat, and he's spelling them, and he ended up winning. So the tortoise beat the hare in that one because I was like,
hell yeah.
But I would say I appreciate your input. I am. Oh, sorry.
Go.
That's all I got to say.
But about the debate, format is just standard. Like, what do you want? Like 5-6 minute intros and then open and then closing, or anything special, or just
definitely intro. So tell me your thoughts on this idea, because again, relatively new, and I'm just putting up what I put into research in front of you. Intro, 10 minutes opening, then you can squeeze it another 5 to 10 for for like the discovery phase, rebuttals, semantics, and then like the third phase, first, second, and third. The third phase will be like the conclusion part where you're wrapping up the argument and then provide the conclusion. Does that make any sense?
10 minutes is kind of long.
The 10-minute intro is I was gonna say 10-minute intro is crazy long.
For one of these internet debates, usually it's like 5 or 6 minutes.
Yep.
But damn, dude, I got like a minute and a half intro.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. Yeah, 10 minutes. Like, shit.
And oftentimes a lot of people will just see that time. They'll do like a 3-minute opening, and it's just you just want to get into the open comments, but like
Right. Okay.
if you,
10 minutes like a novel.
but I mean it's your debate. I'm just saying 10 minutes is pretty long. I'd recommend like 5-6 minute openings, and then are you saying you want time for rebuttals? Because I like doing time.
Yeah.
I like doing rebuttal times, but
Yeah.
Well, it opens up for rebuttal. That'll be the bulk of the debate right then and there. Like you establish grounds, you make your claim, and then you have semantics where the words of which that are important within a discussion can be filtered through and have a better understanding, and then engage in the debate once everything is established of which two sides are making their claims upon. Does that make any sense?
yeah, this is like the way I like to do it is 5-minute openings and then 5-minute rebuttals from each person uninterrupted, which is where you get to address because if we're both coming with pre-written openings or pre-thought out openings, then the rebuttal time is where we address each other's openings uninterrupted. Then you get into the open. That's the way I like to do it. That's not the way that a lot of debate channels do it.
Because what ends up happening when you get those rebuttal times is you get a lot of cross-examination. So then you ask questions and then they ask. So then it ends up turning into like a meta debate because you literally are about to the point of arguing the debate, but then you go backward because then you guys are asking questions. So it's rarely, the rebuttal time is rarely just
well, it's not
uninterrupted.
Yeah, it's not cross-exam time. It's uninterrupted rebuttals. So it's like so if I give my opening, I'm gonna give 3 points in my opening, and then you give your opening and you're gonna give your points in your opening. Then I'm gonna rebuttal and I'm gonna rebuttal all your points from your opening, and then you're gonna rebuttal all my points from my opening, and then open conversation. I'm just trying to figure out how you want to do it, how you guys want to do it. It's between you guys to
I'm
decide.
just trying to figure out. I'm just trying to learn and understand how this thing works, and it sounds like there's more than one method to have a debate, which is very true though. But I'm just figuring out how the nature of it works and how you
there's
how you
collegiate
get your experience with it.
There's collegiate debates where there's 30-minute openings, then 30-minute rebuttals, then 30-minute cross exams, and then that's there's a lot of different formats. So
yeah. The one-on-one college Oxford Douglas versus Abe debate styles. Yeah, there's it's just like a whole universe of this kind of stuff, and it just takes a while to absorb everything.
But
you can apply it quickly,
with these like more internet blood sporty entertainment debates, usually it's just like a 5 to 6 minute opening and then open convo for like 40 minutes. And then 5-minute closings each, and then that's an hour-long debate right there.
It doesn't matter which way you do the closed off open thing, or we can do a proper.
I prefer to do it proper. I think, in my opinion, this is my personal opinion. Like when I'm trying to, because I'm basically in training, right? You guys are taking your time teaching me, trying to get me to understand how this thing works. But
I've never had like a proper formal debate like that, so it would be the first time for me too.
I wouldn't mind doing it that way because the reason why is that I think that you extract more knowledge in a debate like that versus the blood sport. I could do blood sport, but I prefer to do the Socratic method, the Socratic way, because I want to extract the most knowledge I can possibly can, so I can also understand his point of view instead of my own argument.
Well, Socratic method doesn't come in until you're either in cross-exam or open conversation. You're not going to get any Socratic method out of an opening statement and a rebuttal time. Because you're not asking questions.
Okay. So yeah. So really, I think, especially with it being your first one, I think you can try to set it up more like a scholarly debate, but I think you got to lean hard into the blood sport part because in the end, that's where the main argumentation is going to lie because you don't have the extended knowledge, or Elderline have the extended knowledge on how to carry out a proper scholarly debate. So there will be things that aren't going to be perfectly as they should be.
Yeah.
I think that's fine. I think that adds more to it because most of the panels and things you're going to get on in this sphere aren't going to be set up like those debates. It's going to be more blood sporty than anything.
Yeah, and you can get into cross exam in the open conversation if you're being good faith, and I think you and Elderline, you'll be able to have a back and forth. If your opponent's being good faith, they're going to let you go down a logic trail until it gets to the point where you see that you just fucked yourself, and then you start trying to get out of it. But
yeah,
bail out on the logic.
I've heard Elderline speak, and he can articulate things very intelligently. So when that offer was brought to the table against Elderline, like debate, I'm like, fuck it, why not? Let's do it. You know, I mean, like, what other better person to start off with someone like Elderline and other people that I've seen and articulate their argument. I'm like, it's actually a perfect environment in my opinion, especially when I'm building rapport with you guys.
He just
and now he's a VK. Now he's a VK champion.
Yeah,
now you got
that VK.
Congrats though, man. Congrats. Hey, that adds more weight to the debate then. You're like, hey, VK champ versus the underdog. Hey, I'll take that, you know. Rocky versus Apollo Creed. Let's see what happens.
I my urge to call chat gay that whole time. It was really difficult.
You did great. You did great. The NyQuil tamed you out, and I will. Yeah, no, man. I enjoyed arguing with you. Fucking, I know we totally killed him on that debate.
Oh yeah.
And you went on to win, bro. So I love it. I absolutely love it. Congrats again. I couldn't be happier for you, bro.
Yeah, I forgot the whole last part of that damn prompt he gave us, Elderline, when I was on your team. I really did.
To be honest, dude, I don't remember me and you debating, or me and you debating on our team.
And you know what surprised me is that fatality William did on Chase.
Yeah, that surprised me too. I didn't think William was going to do that.
What were we?
William, you never know what that man's going to do.
What were we even debating? Are you? Because like I have it vaguely in the back of my mind, but I can't remember.
It was personal or privacy versus.
Oh yeah, it was the debate that I built my other argument against him against Chris at the end.
Right. Yep.
Yep.
Like a lot, like it's really interesting about when you figure out how objective and subjective morals actually come into existence, and then you understand that you can have a objective moral that doesn't revolve around God. A lot of people don't know that, which is why I don't understand why people actually argue subjective morals at all.
What do you mean?
So you can have a pillar of truth, like you can say that might makes right. And that's one of the only things that I think can be used as a moral that's outside God.
Speakeasy says 6-minute openers, 3-minute rebuttals, 1 hour convo, 5-minute closer. I think that if you want some rebuttal time,
that sounds good.
And I do like the rebuttal time. A lot of people don't do this, but I really like it because it gives you a chance to uninterrupted address everything they said in their opening. And
I agree. I'm with that.
And I think a lot of people don't understand this about like real debate, scoring debates. If I lay out an opening and I have 3 points in my opening, your job is to give a rebuttal to every one of those openings. Or to every one of those points in my opening. So like I've debated people and I'll give 3 points in my opening, and then we spend the whole debate talking about one of my points. I'll say they lost the debate because they never even addressed 2 of my points. And so
Yep.
And that So that's what a rebuttal time is good for that, because you're each going to give your opening. that you have, you know, you're pre-planning your opening. If you're really good, then you'll just freestyle and you'll address their opening in your opening. But that's
Right.
kind of tough. It's better when you're learning to have a plan for your opening.
Structure it out.
I'll make my opening statement regardless of whatever my opponent says in their opening. I already have my opening planned, but then I want this rebuttal period because I want to address everything you said in your opening without you interrupting me. And
No, yeah, I agree with that. Actually, that's actually, to me, that's fair. Both each gets equal opportunity. I'm okay with that. That's perfect.
And just a tip that you'll see good debaters do this and stuff. When your opponent's giving their opening, take notes. Have a notepad there, and don't listen to what they're saying and write down. Don't just be thinking about your answers, but write down what they said. Write down their points. And then while they're talking, you're thinking about how am I going to answer that point, but also be listening.
Well, no, I agree with Jess. Have a notebook by your side, write down their points, so then you can reference back to it when you're in your rebuttal stage. Otherwise, you might get lost. If Elder Lion makes 4 points or 5 points, you might get lost. And like Jess is saying, then you end up only arguing 1 point because that's the only one you can remember. So at the very least, just write them down so then you can reference back to them. So then you're like, all right, I hit this point. Now let's move to this point, and then to this point, and then you can lay it out, structure it, your rebuttal based off the points. Like it might not be that hard, but you don't know. For all you know, Elder Lion's going to come at you with fucking 30 points. You don't know. So it's just a good idea just to have a good something to reference back. Definitely.
But this is also why
that makes a lot of sense.
This is also why like some collegiate debates and high school debates are bullshit, because we've played it on the channel before. We've broken down debates and stuff, and there's a thing called mushing, which they do in like college debates, which is basically where you talk as. Hold on, I gotta wait.
Can someone please mute your mic? I'm sorry, I want to hear him.
Gotta wait for the dragon to go to sleep.
Alone, slaying dragons.
Yeah,
does that mean?
He's dragging bodies across the floor.
Dragon balls.
Oh, god damn it!
But mushing.
Always got to be one psychotic person.
In the like some of the collegiate debates, and I don't know, I'm not gonna say that, but certain colleges have won debates with certain people on their debate team who are really good at this. They talk very fast. It's almost like they're rapping, and basically
Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, it's basically in my opening statement, I'm gonna flood you with 97 points in 5 minutes. So I'm gonna say, but I'm gonna talk like this, but I'm gonna go through it.
They sound like an auctioneer instead of a person trying to speak words to articulate a point, right?
Yeah, and now when it's your rebuttal time, if you don't address every point that I just made, you're losing points on the scorecard. So I'll make as many points as I can, as fast as I can. And now it's your job to rebuttal all of those points in your time limit. So now you got to talk fast and you've got to hit everything that I just hit, or you're losing points on the scorecard. And that's why some of those like collegiate debates are kind of whack, I think.
Rob Noah.
So let me ask you a question.
Yep.
Let me ask you a question there, JS. So to me, from what it sounds like, you see it as a form of a bad faith since you're trying to overwhelm somebody instead of trying to engage with them. Is that what I'm understanding?
I like the structure of, in your introduction, you're going to present some points, and then it's my job to rebuttal your points. If I don't address all of your points, I'm losing points on my scorecard. So I like that structure. The problem is when it gets crazy like that, where it's just, let's just gish gallop and talk as fast as we can and lay out as many points as we can. It gets.
Yeah, it's a bad faith debate tactic because you're going to overwhelm your competition. So you're just
Yeah.
draining out the point based on the fact that there's no possible way that person could hit 100 points because they don't talk as fast as you.
It's
so yeah,
in
it's
UFC
totally
fighting.
bad.
It's winning on the scorecard because you just leaned them against the fence the whole fight. It's you did technically win, but nobody wants to watch that. Like
fucking Dagestani.
Yeah, you're like damn Marah. You're a damn Dagestani. You know.
I see.
And
I see.
There's something
Okay.
I'll warn you. There's something I'll warn about the way I debate. I debate either based on utility or morality. So if you bring statistics to a debate that I'm going to argue from a moral point of view, statistics aren't really going to matter.
Well,
it sounds like you're giving me a hint on how you're going to rebuttal, though.
Well, yeah, you kind of like spoiled your own argument already, so I was trying to make it a little even.
But that's also not your decision, Elder Lion. Like, so if he comes with a bunch of stats and stuff, and you have no knowledge of them and you can't refute them,
Right? He can use it,
and
but
you
I'm
just
saying,
brush it off.
to me,
It's more up to the audience, like. But
what I'm saying is, what the argument that I'm going to use is a philosophical, moral argument, right? So if you bring statistics on the way things are and the way things work in a utility sense, I can tear that apart with philosophy and say how it should be rather than, arguing the utility of how it is.
Well, I'm shutting up. I'm not giving anything away. I'm waiting until the debate to have that debate with you, but I understand what you're trying to say.
Yeah, and those are just different approaches. So some people in the audience are going to like one way and some are going to like the other way. Personally, I would try to, like, so when I'm like doing debate prep, I look at it the way you look at it, Elder Lion. I'm coming at this from a philosophical and an ethical and like a moral position, but I also want to know those stats so that I can combat them. So I want to be ready for if my opponent's going to bring a bunch of, like, if I was debating somebody like Mel, I'm going to look into the studies and stuff so that I can argue with them. But to me, that's not what's important. Like, so I agree with you, but you also got to be ready to deal with that. It's like different fighting styles. It's like
if there's something like if I was arguing the utility of something, right, and I wanted to, well, if I wanted to give the utilitarian argument for something, then the statistics would be important based on that. But if I'm like trying to, I understand what you're saying, but I don't know if it's necessary.
Yeah, but you can't just brush off the stats and just be like, well, I don't care about that stat. You got to have something to like shut that stat down. Like John Doyle's really good at this. People will bring up stats and stuff and he'll say, well, did you think about, like, a lot of times the studies and the stats could be a correlate and you could say, well, that could just be because of this. Like, you poke holes in the studies.
And when somebody says that,
because we know most of these studies are bullshit.
Yeah, if if somebody makes the claim that everything
statistics are bullshit,
the statistics can help with that, proving that it's not always a certain way.
Yeah, so if you know somebody's going to be,
I will say this. I'll say this, Elder Wine. My whole objective of this debate is not trying to, for myself to have a mindset to beat you in the debate. I'm having this debate where I'm structuring my mind that I hold my argument down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you believe you're right. And I think that's the best reason to debate, because you believe that you have the truth and you're right and you're ready to argue it with people.
Sometimes though, it might be both sides are right, but you're just trying to find out, you're just trying to dig into the weeds of that specific individual that, that holds that value, like there's times where people engage in a debate and they actually have an agreement, they both have the same end goal, but how to, take the path to achieve that are different point of views of perspectives. I've noticed that.
But it
sometimes
is
that happens.
This is
Well,
like
no, that's more discussion when that happens. If you're going in,
Mm.
if you're going in to find the common ground between you two, then that more is into a discussion as opposed to a debate.
Okay.
Right? When you're going into a
Right.
debate, you believe your stance is the correct stance, and you're arguing your stance. In a discussion, you're going in with you have a firm belief in this is it, but you'd be willing.
you want to hear other
be
people
changed
out,
and
and yeah,
find that middle ground and meet middle somewhere.
yeah.
It's really weird. Discussion and debates are kind of similar, but there is
They're different.
very finite.
The main difference between discussion and debate is what Jeremy was saying is you're not looking for middle ground. You're holding strong to your stance.
Yeah, you're willing to admit that you're wrong and meet them in the middle on points that you feel your stance is weak on.
You don't even have to be willing to admit you're wrong. So like I would have a discussion with a coworker, and even if I totally disagree with everything they're saying, I'm just going to nod my head and be like, "Oh, yeah? Oh, okay. And what do you think about this?" And I'm just going to ask questions, and I'm going to nod my head and smile, and I'm going to just be like, "Oh," cuz I'm trying to feel out where they're coming from and hear their perspective.
Yeah, I mean the point is you're not there to say your stance is wrong and here's why your stance is wrong.
It's like the difference between like an interview and a debate. So if I was interviewing, let's say I had somebody come on for an interview on my Monday night show, and they're like an Antifa member, and I'm interviewing them. I'm not going to hold their feet to the coals and try to argue with them on everything. I'm going to ask them questions, and I'm going to try to understand where they're coming from. I might give a little pushback, but for the most part, I'm just trying to get an idea of their worldview. That's like a discussion or an interview or a conversation, kind of like what Shiva does on the incongruous sofa. Whereas if it's debate mode, then I'm here to destroy what you're saying. You're wrong. I'm right. And I've got to prove it.
Right. I see. I get it.
But it should be fun. A long form death penalty one. Yeah, because we've on Easy's channel we've done tons of short form death penalty stuff, but we haven't had like a long form one.
Wait, Jess. So you're arguing death penalty with or against RK?
No, I'm gonna. I get.
Yeah, Jess is modding it.
Easy's gonna host
Jess
it.
is moderating
I'm gonna moderate
on Easy's
it, and Elder Lion and RK are gonna, and it'll be both of their first like debate.
And wait, Elder
long form
Lion,
debates. Yeah.
Elder Lion's against death penalty, really?
Against? Yes, he is. Yes, and it's his actual position. He said that. Yeah.
I've always argued.
Too.
I've not really ever had the chance to argue against the death penalty because everybody seems to be against it that I've gone up against.
Yeah, well, no, and I just assumed you were against, or you were for it. I just always assumed you were for it. Wow, okay.
No, the death penalty is a crazy one. I flip flopped on the death penalty. Like I can go either way. Like
I can justify
me too. I've got
utilitarian sense, but from a moral sense, I can't.
See, I love taking death penalty against Christians. That one I love because then I can just throw all that Christian bullshit in the face.
Yeah,
but, yeah, no,
I could give you Christian arguments for the death penalty or against the death penalty.
Right.
Yeah, but
right, and then with those arguments, though, is you're gonna go deeper into like actual biblical knowledge, and then that's where you lose me because then it's like I don't know. I don't have that kind of knowledge.
Yeah. Well, somebody earlier tonight said, what'd they say? They said, I'm a Christian, so I can't be for the death penalty. And I was like, huh? Why? I know a lot of Christians who are pro death penalty. And I know a lot of, I know stuff you could argue biblically against the death penalty and stuff you could argue for it. So it's
yeah, there's not really a set in stone, like either
So
or
far
thing in any denomination I've seen.
Yeah, so far the one death penalty debate I had, because I've had that one a ton too, was against that Nacho guy, and that was because within the first minute of our debate, he was like, "Well, I'm not really for the death penalty." I was like, "See, boom, concession, I win, bro!" Right away I went, and it was the first thing I said, because I was letting him take the because he was the affirmative that it was a good thing or whatever it was, and I was like, he started talking about, well, being a Christian. I was like, wait, you got Christian? You're a Christian? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, okay, so then you're saying that you, or how, I don't even know how I phrase it, something about, so you're taking people away from a chance to meet God or something, or so, I don't even remember how I phrased it. And he was like, well, I didn't say I was that for the death penalty. And I was like, okay, that's a concession in my book. You lost. And I ended up going on to win that debate. But yeah,
Who was
crazy.
Who was the new guy tonight? Andrew's trainer. What was his name? Mateo?
Oh, John Cena, they named him.
Yeah, I named him John Cena because he's like, you've all seen me, and I was like, nah, John Cena, we can't see you. And that's why I was trying to meme that in chat, being like, I still can't see him. Like, why is
He said he's got an Andrew debate with Andrew coming up soon. I don't know what
it's funny. It's funny. Like when he argues, he's got a lot of confidence in his argumentation. So if you don't actually read the bullshit he's saying, like you could just get lost in the confidence of his voice.
Right, yes.
Oh yeah. The thing with you and him, you were totally right.
Engage with his own argument.
Yeah, it was straw mans and red herrings and like.
Yeah, that's why I don't. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't even know how he won the first debate. The first debate, I don't remember who he went against. Chase. That's what it was. Yeah, he went against Chase, and it's like Chase had the winning side and still lost the debate because the dude just kind of did his whole thing, and then steps up to Jeremy, and Jeremy just drove it down. That was awesome, dude.
I was shouting at my screen. I was like, just mention single guys because he's talking about married men, and all you had to do was say, well, what about single guys? Like,
you know what's funny is like I was sitting here in messages with King talking about how bad he was that they were going on that topic, and like it was an easy slam dunk win on this, and King's like, dude, just go into chat. And I'm like, no. I'm like, they're slated me in to debate the winner of this. Like, I'm not going to go in and feed argumentation because I want this topic to go in there and slam dunk it. But then I noticed, I didn't realize that it was only it was a fund for the debate.
Yeah.
When I actually realized that it was only a fund for it, I'm like, all right, I'll go ahead and, destroy the argument right here and show how you're not even arguing your own topic. And then he fucking presents his own argument to the debate. I'm like, all right, let's run with it. He fucking didn't even engage on that out of the jump.
Right. So then I had to help out Stochastic and threw in for that. So you're welcome.
I will say this: that dude, I had never heard of him before, and the way he was talking, I thought he was going to do a lot better. But he just he ran face first into a damn brick wall, and he was just pretending like he didn't.
Yeah, no, I that's what I was saying. Like, he talks with a lot of confidence. Like, if you don't see the bullshit, like you would probably grant him. Well, I think that's what happened in the first debate between him and Chase. Yeah. I think the confidence of his speech actually won him the debate more than the argument. Because, like I said, he didn't engage with the prompt. And after that debate, when I pointed that out, he even conceded it.
Mm-hmm. That sounds like that AOC policy, right? You don't really know much, but you act like you're confident, therefore you win people over. I call it like the AOC policy.
Well, yeah. Well, that's one of the, I guess that's one of the hardest things about VK and blood sports is if you say it just confident enough, a lot of people will just go with it because not everybody has a Google machine in front of their face and can just Google shit real quick to double check and fact check. But if you go and you actually Google these things up when you're in chat and you kind of fact check people, you're like, you're talking out of your fucking ass, 100%. Like, there's no fucking way in hell. It's like, no, but this is, I know it to be true. It's like, no, but a quick search could say that it's 1,000% not true.
Yeah,
And you're
I mean,
like, yeah, that happens so much.
And you guys didn't see it, but in the back chat on there, he even recognized that he failed to engage with his own topic after the fact. I mean, it took him a little bit to actually see that, but he did realize it and stated as such in the back chat on the StreamYard.
Yeah, which I find crazy. How can you bring your own topic to a debate and then not even address it? Like, not even hit it. Like, I was like, what the fuck, bro? How do you get out there?
Real quickly.
It's your topic.
Really? He's the one that picked the topic, right?
He mentioned the topic, and we bit on like I engaged with his topic, but he swayed in his opening. He swayed off of his own topic and argued that.
It sounded like he knew what he was doing.
But I stayed on the topic.
Like he baited somebody.
He baited
But it sounded like he. No. Yeah. But if you think about it, like there's two factors I'm seeing here, and you go ahead and tell me what you think about this. One, he probably engaged with debates in his personal life, and he actually is pretty decent in his own right, in his own confines of his social circle, and they probably encouraged him to try something like this too. He probably just baited you because he probably saw a behavioral pattern of how people respond to whatever idea that he lays out and forward. So he'll say something, and when he hears the similar pattern of speaking from somebody, he's going to pick that person out and then engage a debate with them and do what you went through. That's where my mind is going. I could be wrong, but I'm going to infer on that.
No,
like he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, I'm gonna say.
I'm
just gonna jump out. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna jump out there 100% and say you're wrong on that.
Yeah, you would have had to.
I'm wrong on that.
You're giving the guy way too much credit.
You would have had.
Yeah, 100%. Way too much credit.
All right.
Hey,
fair enough.
Interaction that happened because there was after the debate that he had where he didn't engage the first time and I called him out on that bit. Then we get into the other one and you see there was none of that call out. It was literally just he made the exact same mistake the second time around.
Yeah, I wasn't impressed.
It was just pure
okay, all right.
I mean, to your credit, Mangos, I'll say on your first point, you're probably correct. He probably in his circle, he probably is like the top debater because, like Jeremy's saying, he says shit with confidence. He's got a lot of confidence, but a lot of these things is garbage. It means nothing. It has no actual sense to it if you actually saying and you break it down. But I think that you're right. I think maybe he's got kind of a big head and he thinks he's a pro debater because in his circle he was able to outsmart his friends because he was able to talk fast and confidently. But he came over to the debate sphere where we actually listened to what you're saying. You didn't make any fucking sense.
Well, the main danger is what makes it pernicious to have it's confident to know. It feels good to be confident to have a way to articulate an argument. Doesn't matter who you're speaking to. However, what's pernicious about those, what's pernicious, what could be pernicious, one, it could be an echo chamber. Two, if you don't put if you don't broaden your scope of who you're engaging with, then you're just really living in a fantasy because you're not really putting your real world views to the test. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, I don't. I think he was. I think the issue
that makes
was
perfect sense.
he didn't understand when he